All right, guys. So let's not waste any more minute. Let's jump into the PPT now. First of all, I welcome you all to this demo session. And today I'm going to explain you the roadmap of DevOps. You might have heard DevOps, in day-to-day life, or maybe if you are looking for a job, then you might be hearing this term DevOps, right? Or maybe your senior is working in any organization as a DevOps engineer, DevOps professional, or DevOps consultant. So, what exactly is DevOps? Okay, so I'll be explaining you what exactly is DevOps, how you can be a DevOps engineer, what you have to learn to be a DevOps engineer, right? And DevOps is something, it's not a technology, first of all. DevOps is basically a culture within the teams, within the organization, how to deliver the product. Okay, the end objective is the delivery. Okay, delivery, feedback, plan, create, build, like that. So we'll be talking about all these things, and let's first of all start with my introduction. My name is Amit, and I'm working as automation architect and a DevOps consultant for my organization. I started off as a uh, programmer, web programmer. I was into developing web applications using JavaScript, jQuery, HTML, CSS, PHP. Okay, I'm talking about
देखा
2000.
पहले पढ़ा
In
डेवऑप्स का वो है क्लास चलती है
correct. So I've muted. All right. So I started off as a application developer, web application developer, and slowly and steadily got into Linux administration. And from there, I went into automation domain. And from there, obviously, when you are into automation, you are technically into the DevOps zone, right? And it's all about then learning more tools. Okay, so it was a gradual increment for me, gradual, we can say, promotion. Like I promoted myself from, let's say, a support engineer on Linux, and then to the DevOps consultant, right? So all in all, I have 13 years of experience. And as I said, starting from the software development to IT operations and cloud. And when we talk about the certifications, I am certified in RHCE, which is Red Hat Certified Engineer. And to get this certification, you need to first of all clear RHCSA, which is Red Hat Certified System Administrator, right? So RHCSA, then RHCE. After that, AWS, which is the Amazon Web Services, right? The Amazon Cloud, as you know it by the name. So, and finally, Red Hat OpenShift. So, as I said, it was not something that I did it in advance. When I started working, I gradually got interested into automation. Then I cleared RHCE. Along with that, I cleared AWS Cloud certification, then Red Hat OpenShift, because these are all associated technologies when we talk about DevOps. Okay. And as I said, I'm actively working right now. And parallelly, I'm also providing trainings. I'm working with Network Kings, and if you are my old student, so you would be knowing all this, that my focus mainly is on hands-on learning and real world scenarios. In my sessions, I don't stick to the theory. Mostly the theory is like 10 or 15% at max, and everything else is practicals, the commands, or maybe the practicals, not only the commands, but the practical scenarios, the labs. Okay. In fact, the day one we start, we are going to create a lab for ourselves to start the learning process, right? So if you don't have anything to practice on, you'll just stick to the books, you'll just stick to the PPTs. And let me tell you, PPTs and books are uh, have no won't help you a lot when it comes to interviews, when it comes to clearing the certifications. You need hands on, and without the lab it is not possible, right? So uh, practice. With every slide we'll be having some sort of with every topic we'll be having some sort of mini labs, and in the end of the topic we'll be having a proper lab for that topic. Okay. Okay, so Since it is the DevOps training program, you should understand what exactly is DevOps, what are the DevOps concepts. Um, when we talk about the concepts, you will be hearing a lot about Dockers or containerization, Kubernetes, right, or the cloud, Terraform, Ansible, GitHub. What exactly are those? Let me tell you, DevOps is not a technology. It is the culture, the working culture. Um, for example, in a software development company, they are into, let's say, software development. They're creating some some softwares for the other businesses. Okay, it can be as simple as accounting system. Okay, so the coders, the developers, the programmers, they are going to create the application using the database, using some programming language, and that application has to be hosted somewhere so that the end user can log in and use that application. Okay, so when we talk about the hosting part, for that we need infrastructure engineers. For the development part, application development, we need programmers, right? So to smooth the process of developing, from developing to the deployment, everything in between is part of DevOps. Okay, development operations is the complete full form. And if you want to get into DevOps, you need to learn series of, we can say, series of applications, maybe a programming language or an operating system as well. Okay, so if you want to get into DevOps, you need the knowledge of, let's say, Linux operating system, some tools like Git, GitHub, um, obviously the cloud, CI/CD pipelining, how it is done with what tool, right? And for the automation part, Ansible or Terraform. Okay, so all these things you need to learn. In fact, all of these things are individual technologies. Okay, so you are going to learn multiple technologies and then you'll be ready for DevOps. There are thousands of companies in this world, and no two companies are using the same DevOps tools. They might be using different tool set, but the idea is the same, which I'll explain you with the help of a mind map, like what you can learn. Okay, so what I have selected for this course is something which is used globally by majority of the organizations. Okay, for example, for containerization, Docker, although there are more alternatives available, but Docker is most commonly used. Similarly, um, for let's say automation, Terraform. Okay, although again other tools are available, but yes, Terraform is the most commonly used. So if you are into job hunting, you are looking for a job, if you know these tools which are commonly used by most of the organizations, then getting jobs, at least getting um, interview, or we can say shortlisted for the interview, is easy then. Okay, so the chances will be higher, your CV will be shortlisted. Okay, you will get more interview calls, right? Okay, so the first point, understand the understand the core, not the course, sorry, it is the core. Understand the core concepts of DevOps, where you will be learning starting from the Linux operating system, because Linux is the backbone for the cloud infrastructure and most of the DevOps tools. Okay, so Linux is really popular in that area when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to DevOps, when it comes to cloud. Linux, the base operating system that you should know. So, what in Linux is it like complete end to end, or maybe something like certification level? Like there is a certification called RHCSA, which I said. Okay, so are we going to learn that much, or just enough to learn DevOps? See, when we talk about system administration, pure system administration in Linux, there are many topics. There are like 30 or 40 topics. Okay. But when it comes to DevOps, you're not going to just log into a Linux machine and just perform the administration, user management, or patching management, or even permission management. You might be doing all of this, but maybe project basis, on the project basis, right? Not every day. It's not going to be your day-to-day work. So our focus has to be how to use Linux, bare minimum user management, permission management, how to manage installation, update of the applications, right? And little bit about security and networking. Okay. So all of these points will build solid foundation for DevOps. And every time, whenever we, have a batch for DevOps, we always start with Linux because Linux is the base. When you are familiar with Linux, then it is basically a stepping stone. Okay, then everything is basically falling into the place because with Linux, you are also going to learn the basics of containerization, or we can say the containers. Okay, and then we'll start with proper containers, Docker container, Kubernetes, how to auto scale. There are so many things, right? And then we'll get into the cloud. Everything is interconnected. In fact, before we get into the cloud, we will also learn about automation. Okay. Okay, so we start with Linux. And in Linux, as I said, Linux itself, the base fundamental, how to manage files, users, permissions. Then little bit about security, like firewall within the operating system, and the networking, OS level networking. We are not getting into CCNA level, the OS level networking, right? And then we'll start the containerization. Okay, and we'll be using Docker, although um, apart from Docker, there is one more thing called Podman. So Docker is a command, Podman is also a command. Okay, so there are variations which I'll explain you when the time comes. So we'll start with Docker containerization, and then we'll get into automation using Ansible. Okay, so we'll be covering these 3 4 topics, and then we'll get into automation. So at that point, we will learn Ansible automation, which is basically a application. It's a tool using which you can manage multiple servers. For example, create a user demo on all 100 servers. Okay, whatever servers are there in your organization. So you can use Ansible for that. Okay, so you can use Ansible, you can deploy 100 users within few minutes. You just have to type few lines. That's it. Okay, so you don't have to log into every server manually. Okay, so the server can be on-prem or on the cloud. If it is on the cloud, then Ansible can connect to the cloud and then manage the servers, the virtual machines which you have created. Okay, so since I'm talking about the virtual machine, as I said, on day one, when we start this batch, we are going to create a virtual machine. We will install Linux on it, and then we'll start the DevOps journey. Okay, all right, and build after containers, we are going to build scalable, highly available, fault tolerant infrastructure on AWS and Azure clouds. Not Azure, but we'll be focusing on AWS. Right. So this is the idea basically. In fact, let me just type it till here on AWS, right? And till here, we'll be dealing with multiple files, configuration files with Ansible automation, right? Or maybe with Terraform or container files, right? So all these files need to be stored on some location, on some central location. We call it repository. Okay. And we'll be using GitHub for that, Git and GitHub. So we'll be learning Git and GitHub. We'll be creating some files. We'll be implementing CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery. This is very important when it comes to state management. You need to have a state of the environment, like 20 servers, some network devices, and these 20 servers will have, let's say, Ubuntu operating system or CentOS or Red Hat operating system. So everything will be converted into a instruction. We call it as a template. Okay, so that template, if there is any modification in that template, you'll be doing it on the GitHub. Okay, and once you do it, automatically the environment, the actual environment, will be updated. If you say in the template, add 3 new servers, automatically on the cloud 3 more servers are deployed. It is all done with the help of CI/CD. And the tool we are going to use is Jenkins, right? Although GitHub Actions is also something which is becoming really popular. But we'll start with Jenkins because, again, as I said, Jenkins is widely used. Okay, so in most of the organizations, Jenkins is used, not from today, I mean from ages. And in fact, if you know Jenkins, if you know CI/CD, how to implement it, how to set it up, you can get a job on the basis of Jenkins itself. Okay, in fact, you can get a job on the basis of Linux, on the basis of Docker alone, on the basis of cloud alone, on the basis of Jenkins alone, on the basis of Ansible alone as well. Okay, so all these are, as I said, individual topics. You can deep dive into each and every topic, but again, it will take many months, right? And what I have designed this course is for 100 hours. So we'll be utilizing 100 hours. It's like what I have planned is minimum 1.5 or 2 hours a day. It's going to be a 5 days a week, minimum 1.5 hour or 2 hours a day. Depending on the topic, we will be, utilizing the time, and we'll be covering all of the DevOps training within these 100 hours. Labs included, practice labs included, and obviously interview preparation included, right? Okay, coming back to this. Okay, Linux and networking. Yes, Tanuj, you have a doubt? Any question?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Good evening,
please.
sir.
Good evening.
सर जो ब्राउज़र मिला था उसमें तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही टाइमिंग था, मतलब 320 आवर्स टोटल था, तो आप कह रहे हो 100 आवर्स
320 hours. Okay.
करेक्ट। और
Can
एक क्वेश्चन हो रहा है सर,
Mhm.
जो ब्राउज़र मुझे मिला था उसके अंदर मास्टर इन डेवऑप्स के अंदर दो फर्दर पार्ट्स थे,
Mhm.
एक बेसिक था एक एडवांस था, तो
Okay.
क्या ये दोनों कवर होने वाले हैं या सिर्फ बेसिक
It's
कवर
a
होने
no
वाला है?
no. It's a mix of both, basic and advanced. So the one you're referring to, 320 hours, is okay. I remember it now. There are two phases basically. Phase one, the basic, which is more or less
यस,
like an overview. Okay.
करेक्ट
Then
करेक्ट।
the advanced, which deeps dive into each and every topic, elaborated, and there are per topic there are some labs. So that makes approximately 300 hours.
यस, और एक फाइनल प्रोजेक्ट भी है 120 आवर्स का, तो वो भी कवर होएगा?
Um, I'm not sure. Actually, I need to check what is that project for 120 hours. But the project which I have
कैप
designed,
सर
sorry.
कैपस्टोन प्रोजेक्ट है।
Okay, that one, yeah. So if you want, we can do that. We see the project thing. We can decide on the. We can say when we are about to finish the course. Okay. So there are series of projects. You'll be free to choose from. You can use any of it. I mean, you can form teams, or individually you can pick a project, and we'll work accordingly, right? Also, if it is possible, can you share that brochure here? Is it
यस बिल्कुल।
allowed? Hold on. No, you can't, because there is nothing. There is no option for attachment, or maybe the link.
यस
Okay.
सर, लिंक के लिए तो पीडीएफ है ना, तो वो कैसे आएगा?
Link in the sense, if you are logged in on Adobe
मेरे पास
Acrobat.
आपका नंबर है
Mhm.
शायद, एक
Acha,
जस्ट।
you have it. Perfect.
नहीं सर, नहीं है।
Maybe on Telegram if you are my old student.
लिंक्डइन पे है सर आपका प्रोफाइल बस।
Oh, okay. Got it.
मैं
So you
आपको
can.
शेयर कर दूंगा
Acha,
अपनी
ठीक.
ड्राइव में डाल के।
Right.
आफ्टर द
Okay.
क्लास मैं आपको ड्राइव में डाल के वो ब्राउचर शेयर कर दूंगा।
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So the next point, which is orchestrate and deploy containers in production like a pro with Kubernetes. Okay. If you don't know Kubernetes, no worries. Kubernetes is used for managing the containers, or technically it is called container orchestration. You can deploy containers, you can auto scale them, you can configure the containers in a way that you have minimum downtime of the application, even during the uh, maybe what do you call it? If there is a problem, or there is a scheduled maintenance. Scheduled maintenance in the sense you have to update the operating system, you have to update certain applications. In that case, you have to bring down the cluster. Okay. So how to minimize the downtime? There are so many aspects. With Kubernetes, you can deal with everything. Okay. And when it comes to automation on the cloud, on the virtual environment, everything can be handled with Ansible and Terraform. Okay, so it's like Ansible and Terraform. Okay, Ansible itself is a Python based application. And does it mean that you need to know Python? Python is highly recommended for the DevOps engineers. If you don't learn it now, you will be forced to learn Python when you start working. So better to learn it now. Okay. So with the help of Python, actually Python will help you with cloud automation and various other tasks. Okay. So we'll be learning a bit of Python, not till the advanced part. I think till for loops and functions and modules, we'll be learning Python. Okay. More than enough for the DevOps engineer. Same for the Linux automation using Ansible, as I said. At the same time, Bash shell scripting. Shell scripting is also something that you should know, because during interviews, interviewers are going to definitely ask you about Linux, shell scripting, networking, Python, and Terraform. These are, what do you call it, pet topics. They will definitely throw some questions on you on these topics. Right? Okay, so this course is designed, as I said, we'll be starting with Linux fundamentals. And then after we finish Linux fundamentals, which means Linux, containers, firewall, OS level firewall, and OS level security. Once we finish this, obviously, yes, there is one more thing, shell scripting. We'll get into the DevOps culture. What exactly is DevOps? How it is, what tools comprise of DevOps, right? And DevOps toolchain and modern CI/CD. DevOps toolchain is the same thing. What tools you are going to use, and modern CI/CD like Jenkins or GitHub Actions. We'll be learning on that one. And after that, we'll start with cloud, AWS cloud, and container orchestration. And once we are done with this, then we'll move the manual part to the automation part, which means again the automation infrastructure as a code with the help of Terraform, and configuration management with the help of Ansible automation. Okay, so now there are so many topics, and the DevOps is not complete without monitoring and logging. So you need to learn some applications which will help you monitor the environment, the infrastructure that you have created. So another application to maintain the logs, and an application to analyze those logs and give you some visuals. Okay, some graphs, charts, and all. So monitoring and logging and observability. This is going to be our last part. Okay, so 6 topics, or we can say 6 modules overall. And as I said again, we'll be starting with Linux. So what are you going to learn in Linux? You're going to learn, first of all, how to deploy, a bit about virtualization, because we'll be creating virtual machines, right? Basic stuff, basic commands, how to deal with files, how to deal with permissions and ownership of the files, user management, application management, networking and process management, shell scripting, and a mini hands-on lab. This mini hands-on lab is not one-time lab. For every topic, we have guided exercise, we have labs. Okay. Okay, so this is the entire course for DevOps for Linux. If you are already aware with Linux fundamentals, RHCSA, there were at least 20 to 25 topics, if you remember. Okay, so obviously we are not going to cover everything. We are just going to cover whatever is required as a DevOps engineer. Right. So after that, we'll jump into the introduction to DevOps as a culture. So what are the key concepts, definition of DevOps, and a brief comparison between agile practices and DevOps. So there is also one term called agile, really popular. Used to be really popular, but now it's DevOps. So agile principles versus DevOps. What is the best way or the best approach for development and operations? Okay. So as you can see here, the DevOps lifecycle: plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor, feedback, and based on the feedback, go back again to planning. So it's an infinite cycle. You see this image below? You're starting with the planning to code, then build, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor, and again after monitor is feedback, and based on the feedback you plan for the next iteration. It keeps on, you know, the flow is like this is the workflow. Okay, and we'll be, creating the labs and various projects on this workflow. One really important thing, we are in 2025 right now. It's the age of what? AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, automation. So I'll be stressing more on automation and AI. Okay, machine learning is something which is a different domain altogether. For that there are several other topics to learn. Okay, but what we can do is we can incorporate automation, which with Ansible and Terraform you will learn, and AI, how to incorporate AI in DevOps. I'll tell you, I mean, not right now, as we proceed. So we'll be, having various topics in the middle where we can use AI, we can get the help of AI, and we can basically reduce the manual effort. Okay, so AI can do many things. AI can reduce manual efforts. AI can help you find anomalies in your environment, or we can say the breaking points where something can go bad. It can identify that or those things in advance and also suggest you how to fix it. AI can generate code for you. What kind of code? With Ansible, you have to type instructions in a file called playbook. Those playbooks, in fact, let me show you a demo. This is like just 4-5 line, but let me open a lengthy one if I have. Just a second. All right. Okay, so see, have a look at this. This is a playbook which will deploy a web server on all the machines which are there on the network, on in the project, we can say. Right. So all of this you can type manually if you know Ansible, or you can use the help of AI, which will guide you, or which can basically also assist you with this coding. It can also produce the entire code. You just have to give a comment what you want. It will produce all the code. So we'll be using Visual Studio Code for this. Okay, and we'll be using some plugins, add-ons. Like here I'm using Codium. Right, it's free to use. You just have to sign in, and with the help of Codium you can basically have the entire code written by AI, provided you know how to read it, you know how to understand it. Okay, AI can also do mistakes, can give incorrect solution. So you should be in a position to have a look and see, okay, this is not correct. Right, so first we learn Ansible, then we get into AI, or how to use AI to get to produce the complete playbook. Like this was created by AI itself. Right, not only this, even let me show you one thing. Okay, so this is one application which I'm working as a as a self learning. For self learning I'm working on it, and most of the code is generated by AI. Okay, and it is basically made up of 45 custom files and 2000 other framework files which come with the system. So AI is able to understand everything. It is able to scan all the files and accordingly suggest code snippets. Okay, so if I say get all the users email from the user database, let me do it here, hold on. Okay, so as a comment I'll say fetch all user email IDs. Okay, hold on, I'm in the middle of edit. Okay, okay, so you see this, it's saying something. This is in gray. It is the code generated by AI. You use a tab key, it will autocomplete. Again, a user, sorry, it's an argument for this function. Enter, enter. I mean, you just use tab, it will autocomplete. one short example just for now, but as we proceed, we'll be working on this part. So this is just one example, guys, how you can use AI, and ultimately, I'll try my best to have a project on AI ops as well. Okay, so AI assisted operations, right? So we'll see how we get through this. All right, so once the introduction to DevOps is done, then we'll get into the actual tool set. The first one will be Git, GitHub, Git and GitHub, right? Using this, you can it is basically you can have your own repository, custom repository, locally or on the web, and you can have your code saved over there, and you can link the GitHub with CI/CD using Jenkins, and you can basically create a workflow, end-to-end workflow, starting from the development side to the deployment to the production, and you can all stack it up in one single pack. Okay, so this is basically the CI/CD. Okay, these are CI/CD pipelines. This is the terminology. We can also have AI assisted code reviews and suggestions using GitHub Copilot. Again, this is something that we'll be using. GitHub Copilot is now free. It used to be paid, but it's now free. We'll be plugging it in into this Visual Studio Code. Okay, you see this on the right. You can. I haven't signed it yet on GitHub Copilot, but if I do, it will do the same. Like this Codium plugin is doing, it will do the same. It will help you with the code generation, reviews, suggestions, error fixing, error fixing and error highlighting as well. Okay, so Jenkins, GitHub Actions, Git, all these are really popular tools. Okay, Azure Git DevOps, this is really popular, mostly used by the organizations which are client to Microsoft. Okay. Next one is cloud and container orchestration. We'll be starting with Docker basics, Docker images, containers, Docker file, how to create your own custom Docker file, which is very easy. Once the Docker is done, then we'll move into Kubernetes overview. Again, alone Docker will not help you. You have to learn Kubernetes, which is management of containers. With the help of Kubernetes, you can do many things like scaling, rolling updates, rollbacks, and auto scaling. There are so many things, right? And we'll start with AWS as well. And in AWS, we'll be mainly focusing on the compute part, the virtual machines, AWS Lambda, and there are many storage technologies, database technologies, networking on the cloud. All these things we'll be learning. Okay, so when we talk about AWS, it is more or less like the entry level certification. Okay, so all those topics are covered in AWS, the associate one. Okay, and AI for orchestration. Again, AI driven auto scaling. So we'll see how we can incorporate AI and how we can plan or how we can set it up so that it basically predicts when the traffic will be high for that application and scaling is required. So predictive insights will be shared by AI. You can take actions or you can let AI take the action based on the prediction. Okay, so we'll see how it is done. Right. Fifth point is introduction to AI AAC, infrastructure as a code. So if you want to maintain the consistency in your environment, when I say environment, it means the servers and which are connected via the network, all those things. Okay. All right. So when it comes to the environment, it has to be infrastructure as a code. Using Terraform, you can do that. And for the configuration management, like for the endpoint, the Windows servers or the Linux servers, for the management, let's say you want to install some application on multiple Linux servers or multiple Windows servers, you can use Ansible for that. For the deployment of the servers, you can use Terraform. For the deployment on the cloud, you can use Terraform, and for the management of the endpoints, or we can say the servers, application installation update, operating system update, Ansible is there. And when we talk about Terraform, we'll be learning about HCL, HashiCorp, language basics, provider, resources, variables, the templates. And when we talk about Ansible, we'll be talking about more or less for Ansible playbooks, how to use playbooks with roles and collections, Ansible collections, like that. Okay, so again, all these are 20 to 30 topics long, but in a summary, we'll be covering them all. Otherwise, they are, as I said, individual topics. Some are 50 hours long, some are even more longer. Okay, like Ansible itself, it is 60 hours, 55 to 60 hours. Ansible Linux is again 55 to 60 hours. Okay, right. And lastly, as I said, observability, monitoring, and logging. Okay, so you need some data to create some stats, or we can say charts, pie charts, bar graphs. Why do you need all those things? To check what's happening. Okay, so whether the environment is efficient or not. So for that, you will be using Grafana. Grafana is the tool which will take data source, cloud as a data source, or logs as a data source, and it will generate some graphs for you. Okay, it will also tell you whether you are using more money on the cloud, and also can you basically optimize it, the expenses, the expenditures. Obviously, when you use cloud services, your client will be billed, right? So all of those things can be checked. Prometheus, you can set it up for alerting. Okay, you can set custom alerts if something, let's say, if the storage on a server is used till 90%, you'll get an email, or maybe you'll get a ping on Slack or Teams, the applications. So all of these things can be configured with Prometheus and Grafana. And yeah, so this is going to be the last part, and obviously we'll end the course with a project, the mainstream project. Okay, right. And so the approach for this course, obviously, first of all, it's real-time command practice, step-by-step configuration guides. When I say step-by-step, it means guided exercises. The task, I will give you a task, and below the solution, the task, the solution, step-by-step, right? And obviously, it's a project-oriented approach, which means we will build a fully automated DevOps pipeline with AI enhancements. DevOps pipeline in the sense end-to-end DevOps project. Okay, so hands-on practice first. Again, as I said, we'll be starting with the virtualization, create a virtual machine, Linux machine, and then start practicing. And emphasis on automation and AI, not only on automation, but automation on and AI. Right. Okay, so this is it, guys. This is going to be the complete course. And as I said, within 100 hours, we'll try to wrap it up. There are like 6 or 7 topics that we'll be learning. Those are standalone topics. You can learn them individually and get jobs on them. But if you collectively learn them, you can easily get a job as a DevOps engineer, and later on, get promoted to maybe DevOps consultant, okay, or maybe the architect. Those are really big roles. Okay. All right. So next is the Linux fundamentals for DevOps, which we are going to cover on day 1. Okay. So we'll start from there. Any questions, guys? Any doubts?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
सर प्रोजेक्ट से पहले इसके अंदर मैंने ना पहले तो सर आपको वो शेयर करा है लिंक्डइन पे, तो आप एक
Okay.
बार चेक कर लीजिएगा उसको।
Right.
और उसके अंदर एक स्केलिंग का भी है, जैसे अब आजकल कंपनीज में चल रहा है हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल स्केलिंग,
Yes.
उसको थ्रू द एलबी मैनेज करना, तो
Yes.
वो चीज भी है इसमें।
Yes. It is part of the Kubernetes. Scaling, not
यस,
only horizontal, vertical, but auto scaling as well.
ठीक है, तो ये कवर होएगा ना?
Yes.
ठीक है। और अभी जैसे आपने बोला कि हम ग्राफाना और प्रोमेथियस कवर करने वाले हैं, तो
Yes.
ग्राफाना के अंदर ना एक उसका और है लोकी, जैसे जो हमारी कंपनी में यूज हो रहा है, तो
Yeah, Loki is the basic architecture. Yeah, though that Loki configuration and all, it is part of Grafana.
तो वो भी कवर है ना सर लोकी?
Yes, yes, it is part of
तो
the
कि
topic. Yeah.
ठीक है, तो सर बिकॉज मुझे ना क्या इशू आता है कि जैसे सम टाइम हमारे को लोग्स निकालने होते हैं फ्लाइट्स वगैरह के, तो
Mm-hmm.
वो मेरे से निकलते नहीं है, मतलब उसकी जो क्वेरी है ना लोकी की, वो मतलब हमेशा उसमें कुछ ना कुछ गलत हो जाता है।
Mm-hmm.
तो
Yeah, no
वो
worries.
भी
Don't worry. As you know, we'll be starting from scratch. Uh, this, as I said, this batch is for freshers, right? If you don't know anything about DevOps, any of the topics, no worries. We are actually going to start from scratch. Every topic, Linux,
ठीक है।
maybe Git, or maybe Jenkins, whatever it is going to be from scratch, right?
ठीक है, तो वो
Yeah.
चीजें कवर हैं, ठीक है।
Yes, yes, yes. It's all covered. That's why it is gonna take 100 hours. Okay.
ठीक है, तो सर एक इससे एक अलग क्वेश्चन था, मतलब वो भी
Mm-hmm.
पूछ सकता हूँ?
Yeah,
ठीक
yeah.
है,
Please.
तो सर जैसे अभी ना मुझे 3+ ईयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस है बीइंग एज अ
Mm-hmm.
नेटवर्क इंजीनियर, तो मुझे ना प्रोफाइल चेंज करना है,
Right.
तो ये उसमें हेल्प करेगा? मतलब मुझे क्लाउड में ही जाना है।
हाँ, ऑब्वियसली एज आई सेड, अगर आप नेटवर्किंग प्लस AWS भी कर लें तब भी आप स्विच कर सकते हैं इजीली। नेटवर्किंग प्लस एंसिबल कर लें तब भी आप कर सकते हैं। नेटवर्किंग प्लस जेनकिंस, कोई भी एक टेक्नोलॉजी भी कर लें तब भी आप कर पाएंगे। बट इफ यू collectively learn all these technologies, this will give you a wide range of job opportunities। क्योंकि अगर आप सिर्फ लिनक्स प्लस नेटवर्किंग के साथ जाते हैं तो मे बी देर आर 1000 जॉब्स, और एज अ डेवऑप्स जाते हैं तो मे बी देर आर 5000 जॉब्स। So you will be able to apply on more, right?
ठीक है।
Yeah. And guys, if you just target networking or just target Linux and networking, and then you'll be getting the in the job description you might see mandatory CCNA, mandatory RHCSA certification. Okay, but in DevOps generally they don't look for mandatory certifications. At max they might ask you for cloud certification, AWS or Azure. Okay, but otherwise they won't be chasing you for CCNA or Red Hat certifications, right?
This is
Yes.
Suresh.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, Suresh.
Right, actually, I'm a senior network engineer.
Yeah.
Working for Cisco and SD-WAN stuffs. So
Mhm.
how it will be helpful for me?
See,
Because
if
right now
you
we are not using any automation.
Mhm.
So how it will be helpful for me?
Okay. See, yeah, there are actually many areas which will help you. First of all, when you learn Ansible, you can use Ansible for network automation. Instead of performing the configuration manually, you can connect all the network hardware with Ansible and perform the configuration. Okay, so which will obviously save your time. This is the level 1. Level 2 is if you are into cloud as well, you can set up a cloud network environment for your customer. Also use Terraform for that with Ansible, and you can basically automate everything. So this is just the introduction of it. But otherwise, as a DevOps engineer, it's a mixed bag. You will not stick to networking. Networking will be part of it, along with operating system knowledge, tools like, as I said, Jenkins, Git, GitHub. All these are actually required as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so based on your current role, Ansible is the tool to go for.
But not the whole DevOps, right?
Not the whole yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, yes. Based on your current role, yeah. But if you're planning to switch, then yes, you have the complete suit.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hello,
Right.
Rami.
So, yes, hi.
Quick question. Yes.
Yes, please.
So, what would be the timeline for this? And also, I'm a part of another master program you're actually currently teaching. So, I see a lot of, topics that is overlapping with this one.
Mhm.
So,
Yes.
what do you think this will be, another?
Yeah.
How could you benefit this,
Okay.
knowing that I'm already part of that?
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm not wrong, you're learning Linux, right? RHCSA.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So in RHCSA, you are learning end to end the basics of Linux, Red Hat Linux, where a bit of security in the form of SE Linux is there, firewall, container introduction to shell scripting. Yes, though these are all common topics, right? Apart from this, if you learn Terraform and the cloud, then you are cloud ready. If you don't know cloud, if you don't know Terraform, then you're not cloud ready. Then you just you'll be just
I already have
restricted
a
to the
certification for AWS solution. I already have that certification already.
sorry, please come again.
No, I'm saying that I passed the certification for AWS, I think last October.
Then it's perfect.
Solution
yeah,
architect.
Yeah, perfect.
And it's, and the thing, the RCS you actually teaching right now, if I'm not mistaken, it's a master program, right? This is a continuation after the RCSA. We have to do the RSCE too. Correct?
Yeah. So RSCE is basically Ansible. Correct.
Correct.
So if you're learning
that,
yeah, please continue.
So I'm saying, knowing that I'm already part of that program. So you recommend doing this, as well, or you think maybe something I should put on the hold for now?
Okay. See, RHCSA is certification level training preparation. So once you finish RHCSA course, you'll be ready for the RHCSA certification, right? Similarly for RHCE, but in DevOps, you need not to go till the certification level. Okay, so as I said, we'll be touching few topics from RHCSA. We'll be touching few topics from RHCE. More than enough as a DevOps engineer, but not at the level of certification. Okay, as I said, because these individual topics are 50 hours long, 60 hours long, and we have 6 or 7 such topics. It's gonna take more than 6 months. Then, if you're into DevOps, you're learning DevOps, complete topic end to end, more than 6 or 7 months are required. Okay, but again, we'll be learning that much, which is required for DevOps, right? So, coming to your point, you are familiar with Linux. You're into, I'm not sure, but if you're into Ansible course as well, then 30 or 40% of the job is done. Okay, then it's all about Kubernetes. The cloud, right? So it's all about Kubernetes, Jenkins, and monitoring and observability. So these 3 topics will be remaining for you. The rest you have already covered.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's for you, it's gonna be a kind of a repetitive thing. But yes, as I said, to enter as a DevOps engineer, you need these topics as well: Kubernetes, Docker, monitoring, CI/CD, and obviously GitHub, right?
And when this program is start?
I think next week.
Okay.
We're going to start next week. Yeah.
From 5th Feb onward, we are starting this. So this is
okay. 5th Feb. Okay.
Production class, guys, and from 5th onward, we have a proper classes. From it's approximately 9 to 11, around 90 minutes or 2 hours class based on the topics.
Yeah, correct.
So this would be after the Linux class, correct?
Yes.
But this is going to be a more than 100 hours, so we cannot say we can run on weekend, because if in case it's on weekend, it's going to be a almost year. So within a 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, we are planning to finish. But yes, it's guaranteed. It's more than like approximately 100 hours or 110 hours.
Yeah, it can go up a little bit more based on your queries and your active. Hello everyone. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Good evening. Gaurav, let me know when can I start.
Yeah, sir. Give me 1 more minute.
Okay.
Hi, Amit sir.
Yes. Hi, Tanush.
Sir, I have shared you the brochure. Have you
Yes,
checked
I
out?
got that. Yeah. So yeah, we are absolutely aligned with that only, but that one is, I think 200 something hours are added for that capstone
Yes.
project. Yeah, so that's why.
Yes. So, are we doing the project after the
Pro-
class, after the course?
Project,
Sorry.
yeah, see, the project will be your you will be on yourself with the project. I'll be on the guiding side, you'll be doing all the things. What I'll be helping you with is with the planning. Okay, so whatever you decide as a project, we'll be creating a roadmap for it, a plan, a layout, and then you can go ahead with the commands and whatever you want to do, the automation and all those.
ओके सर,
Okay.
बिकॉज मैं तभी पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अपनी ना प्रोफाइल में मेंशन करना है, क्योंकि मुझे ना 3-4 प्रोजेक्ट ऐड करने हैं, तो
Yeah,
एक तो
that's absolutely
कैप्स्टोन।
fine. See, you want a project which you have created or someone else has created for you. If you want to do the project hands-on, then you will be doing it by yourself, right?
यस।
We'll be creating the roadmap together, step by step. Along, it's gonna be a low-level roadmap, which means all the commands, all the scripts, everything included.
ओके, डन सर।
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So all good. Now we can start. And guys, for this, like tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we have a 1 hour session. And from Monday, we have a proper like a 90 or 2 minute, 2 hours classes. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sharing my screen, guys. Okay, so for those who have attended the last demo session, in that demo session, I have basically given the overview. What are we going to learn? What is DevOps, the modules and all. So let me quickly go through these slides again. And yes, guys, for those who are joining for the first time, my name is Amit, and currently I'm working as an automation architect and a DevOps consultant for my organization. And I have more than 13 years of experience in software development, IT operations, and cloud. Regarding certifications, I'm certified in RHCSA, RHCE, Red Hat OpenShift, AWS, and many more. Right. And so, as I said, I am actually from the industry. I'll be sharing my experiences. In fact, I have incorporated many of the instances which I have experienced within the course itself, so that if you encounter such situations, you are sort of ready. Okay, you will be having a basic idea how to tackle that situation, right? And this course, although there is a big chunk of theory here, but we rely on hands-on learning. So it means with every topic there will be a lab where you will be setting up, for example, starting from the module number 1, you'll be setting up your own virtual machine on your own laptop, so that you start with the first step, okay, which is setting up your Linux server. And then obviously we'll get into Linux, what is Linux, how to work with it. So it's everything is going to be on the system, on the command line. Yes, you can use GUI as well, but yes, it's going to be completely practical. A bit of concepts, which will be theory, that's fine, but we will be implementing those concepts in the labs, right? And guys, if in case during the course you have any doubts you want to ask after the classes, you can reach out using this email ID, amitbhatt@nwkings.com, right? Okay, so we are going to understand first of all what exactly is DevOps, the core concept of DevOps, how DevOps was originated and evolved. DevOps is something, it's a basically, it's a mix of tools, various tools. Those tools might not be the same in every organization, but most of the organizations use common set of tools. So we are going to learn those common set of tools. If I show you, in fact, you can also check, just go to the google.com or any search engine and just find DevOps. Just a second, what is that called? Hold on, I forgot that word. Periodic table. Yeah, DevOps periodic table. And you can use maybe this one, the first one, that is good enough. Okay, here it is. Okay, so in DevOps, there are various stages. For every stage, there are set of tools. All the stages are represented by this legend. You can see the colors. For example, AIOps, collaboration, or deployment, database management. For example, let's get into this IT service. No, sorry, public cloud, green one, the public cloud. How many public clouds are there? This is the green. This is same green or something else? Hold on. This green is something else. This is for the value stream management. Then where is the public cloud? Strange. Hold on.
सर इट्स हियर
AWS.
101, 102, 103, 104 नीचे। There it
Yeah.
is, 101.
Yeah, it's a big one. So yeah, so in the cloud you have many tools: OpenStack, AWS, Google Cloud, Azure. right? So it's a big table. In fact, I have to just minimize it. Yeah. So this is the complete view. So are you going to learn all the tools? No, just pick any one. So in the long run, you will be required eventually to learn any of these tools from each and every category. For example, testing, any one tool; security, any one tool, right? Release management, database management, deployment. So there are several domains, we can say, within the DevOps itself. Okay. So if you are a DevOps engineer, it's highly unlikely that you are working on everything. You might be working on any one tool or any two tools, but not all. But there is no harm learning the most commonly used tools, right? So our objective here is to understand what was the need of DevOps, how it evolved. Before DevOps, how was the work like? I mean, when we talk about the software development, how the software development happened and how the code was deployed to the server and how the server configuration was done. All those things were actually manual, right? Step by step, one or the other tool got introduced, and that's how we end up with the DevOps. It is the development and the operations combined, right? Okay. So, starting with the concept of DevOps, and then we'll get into the CI/CD pipelines, how to set up the CI/CD pipelines. In fact, when we are learning DevOps or in the DevOps training program, you might hear many trainers saying coding is not required, it's optional. But let me tell you guys, coding is really important. Okay. So nobody is asking you to be a master coder, a master programmer. No, but the basic should be clear. For example, the variables, the functions, the loops, the if conditions, and there are many more things. Okay. So you should be in a position to write a basic script which can maybe automate the CI/CD or automate the server deployment or automate something else. Okay. Even in reporting, which we will learn in the last of the course or the end of the course. So in the reporting and logging, you can help yourself by creating some script which will generate the visuals or the logs which are required by your organization, by the management for taking some decisions. It can be related to billing on the cloud, or it can be something else. Okay. So coding is important, and that's why we'll be learning coding just after Linux. Okay. So first we get into Linux operating system, the which has to be the starting point of DevOps. After this, after Linux, we will get into Bash shell scripting. In the Bash shell scripting, you will understand how you can perform day-to-day tasks on a Linux server via automation. Okay, a basic level of automation. Next step is to learn Ansible automation. Okay, so it's more easier than Bash shell scripting, but yes, Ansible is not only for Linux; it is for the entire life cycle in the DevOps, in the cloud, in software management as well. So Ansible can be used for managing network devices, Windows devices, Linux devices, cloud, virtual infra like VMware. Okay. So if you guys are absolute freshers and you don't know about all these things, no worries. Along the course, you'll learn many concepts, many terminologies. Okay. All right. So CI/CD and then deploying the application to the server, and we will eliminate the server as well by introducing containers. Okay. We can run containerized application on a single server, multiple instances, or even on the cloud. Okay. So if you have access to the cloud, then you can do that, which means we will learn AWS, how to set up your virtual machine on AWS, EC2 instances, the databases, and the storage bit, S3 storage, and many more things. Yeah, VPC. Okay, so we need that part as a lab, as a big lab. In fact, for every module, we will be having a big lab for deploying end to end, or we can say software development lifecycle, starting from the coding part. Create a code, small application, deploy it on a container or a virtual machine or on the cloud. Okay, and then automate the deployment using some sort of infrastructure as a code tool, which is Terraform. We can use Ansible also, but we will learn Terraform as well, so that you have a good portfolio. Skill set will be long in your CV. You will be having, Ansible, Terraform, Bash shell scripting, Python, so many tools. Right. So with the help of Terraform, you can automate the infrastructure as a code, which means, converting your entire manual effort from, creating a EC2 instance, deploying the code into an automation script, right? And yeah, obviously, when we are talking about the code, we will be doing some sort of networking as well. Okay, so there are so many concepts to talk about, but yes, we'll be going step by step, starting from Linux operating system. Okay, so these are the things which I just explained. Linux fundamentals. What are we going to learn? We are going to learn the basics first, like how to install Linux at first part. Okay, so how to install Linux, how to create a virtual machine, install Linux. That's the basic stuff. How to manage or how to handle the files. Okay, how to open the file, modify the file, cut, copy, paste, search something in a file or multiple files, copy, paste, all these things. And then we'll get into permissions and ownership, which is really important. How to manage users, how to manage file permissions, networking, firewall, and security. This is another module in Linux that we'll be going for. And after that, we'll get into shell scripts. Okay. In the shell script, we'll see how we can automate various day-to-day tasks. Okay, you don't have to do everything manually. Maybe 1 or 2 times, but yes, after the third time, just try to automate it. Okay, so yeah, so with this topic, Linux fundamentals, obviously we have a lab. We will configure the server. We will deploy some application like that. Okay. Guys, there are many more things in Linux fundamentals that we will cover, which are designed for DevOps. And if someone is interested in getting certified in Linux, this module will help, because we are actually covering that much part, not end-to-end coverage of the certification topics. But yes, you will be in a good position to learn the remaining stuff and clear the certification. Okay, but still, I mean, this much is basics, fundamentals. Any doubts till now, guys? Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, perfect. Right. So let's go to the next one. Then after this introduction to Linux, shell scripting, Ansible and all, we'll get into introduction to DevOps and the culture. We'll learn a bit about SDLC, software development lifecycle. It's not a very big thing. Small PPTs, maybe 2 or 3 PPTs on SDLC, so that you understand how things work in a company. As I said, you might be a complete fresher or might be working somewhere as a 2 or 3 years experienced professional. You might want to upskill yourself, or change your organization. I mean, make a switch to a different role. So all of these things, all of these modules are really important to understand first. Okay, so starting from the DevOps, the definition and the key concepts, what are the principles, the culture and the mindset. In fact, DevOps is not a single person's game. It has to be within the team. So how teams contribute in DevOps, how things are planned, the DevOps lifecycle, which is here in the image as well. Okay, plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, monitor, feedback, and go back to the planning. Okay, so we'll go one by one, so step by step. I'll be explaining this in the coming lectures. And the industry adoption in 2025, you all are very well aware about the emerging AI technologies, right? So how AI can help you with DevOps. Let's say you learn DevOps, you know DevOps, how you can, you can deploy a pipeline, you can deploy ISE, you can do many things. But how to use AI in your day-to-day life? So we'll talk about that. In fact, what we are going to do is, with every module, we will try to incorporate AI. For example, here in the next one, which is the DevOps tool chain, the modern CI/CD practices using GitHub and Jenkins. GitHub, Jenkins. Okay. So how to integrate AI in this CI/CD? But what exactly is CI/CD? What exactly is Jenkins? CI/CD basically stands for continuous integration and continuous delivery. Continuous integration is when the developer or the team of developers, they finalize the code. The code has to be what do you call it? Let's say it's an application, so application has to be built right into exe file or some RPM file, or maybe if it is a Java application, then the war file. Then that war file has to be deployed on the server. That is part of continuous delivery, which means manual effort is removed within this zone, which is creating the build and deploying the build onto the server. Earlier, it used to be manual. In fact, I mean, 2010, I guess, when I was working with some organization, they created a very complex software for the government of India, and it was Java-based application. And whenever there were updates, let's say the client said that our client is government of India, if they said like, okay, change these things in the database, make changes in something. So whatever the changes are, those are incorporated into the software. And then a war file is generated, which will be deployed onto the machine, and the application will get updated. Okay. So earlier it was completely manual. Someone has to check whether the war file is uploaded or not, or whether the war file has been created or not. Okay. So now with the introduction of Jenkins, all of these things are now automated. Okay, so we'll see how it is done. Plus, Jenkins is something that you have to install, configure, but on the cloud, there are some pipelines already available. Okay, so in AWS, we'll see how to use those pipelines. AWS deploy, AWS, integrate. There are so many pipelines. Using that, we will sort of move from Jenkins to the cloud and implement CI/CD over there, right? And when we are talking about the cloud, we'll be talking about the Docker, the Docker containers, the basics, the Kubernetes, serverless compute on AWS, and AI-driven auto scaling. Again, as I said, we'll try to incorporate AI at every module. Okay, so what is container? Containerization is, I say, as next level of virtualization. You have virtual machines, right? How further can you optimize a virtual machine? By using a container image. How it is done? Again, we'll discuss this in detail. And then how to manage the containers, multiple applications using Kubernetes. Okay, you can deploy the container setup on the virtual machine, on the cloud, or even as a serverless using AWS Lambda. You don't have to specify anything, just tell AWS Lambda what you want to run and it will run it. Okay, so we'll see how it is done. Again, it's really interesting. And finally, how do you automate all of it, whatever we have discussed, even starting from Linux server build? You can automate the Linux server build. You can create, or even you can create a EC2 instance on AWS. All of this using infrastructure as a code and configuration management tools, Terraform and Ansible. Okay, so we'll learn how to do that. I mean, how to use Terraform, how to use Ansible, and how these two are different, still can be used. For example, Ansible can be used in place of Terraform as well. Okay, but still we'll go by Terraform and Ansible, two separate tools. Lastly, for the monitoring and logging, we'll be learning Prometheus and Grafana. Okay, so for logs and all, setting up alerts, dashboards, it is all done with the help of these tools. Okay, so you can also have visuals. There are so many things to do. Again, when we reach there, we'll talk about those things. Okay, so again, this is something that we have discussed in the demo session. Today, my plan was to help you guys set up your virtual machine so that you can get started. Okay, so if you're wondering what is the role of Linux in DevOps, see, first of all, Linux, the operating system Linux, you will find this operating system in most of the servers. No matter what organization you're working for or you're going to work for, you will find Linux operating system is there, is in the environment. Okay, and if you know Linux, then you will be able to work on many tools. You'll be able to work on Ansible, containers, and many other open source technologies. Okay, so this is about Jenkins CI/CD, infrastructure as a code. Again, some repeat stuff, right? So this is the thing: course structure and the timeline. Yes, Tanuj.
सर डिप्लॉय तो समझ में आ गया, वो लास्ट स्लाइड में बिल्ड नहीं आया। बिल्ड क्या होता है सर
बिल्ड जैसे
CI/CD में?
चलो मैं आपने एक एप्लीकेशन बनाया विंडोज ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम का एप्लीकेशन। ओके, तो उसका जो बिल्ड हम करेंगे तो हमें क्या मिलेगा? EXE फाइल, ठीक है ना? तो वो जो एग्जीक्यूटेबल है, जो बाइनरी है, उसको बिल्ड करने के लिए जो भी प्रोसेस होता है, पीछे जो भी कमांड चलेगी, वो हम CI/CD में, CI में यूज करेंगे। और CD में क्या होगा? वो EXE फाइल जाके सर्वर पे इंस्टॉल हो गई। That is CD. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So this is the course structure and the timeline. We are going to learn starting with the Linux operating system, then automation and scripting. And you can see the number of weeks required. For Linux, it can go beyond 2 weeks, guys. I mean, yeah, 4 weeks is good, including shell scripting, Linux fundamentals, and everything. Right. Someone is asking whether Asif is asking Maven will be used. Maven can be used for Java applications, yes, but we'll see. As I said, we'll be using Python. So we'll be creating the build and deploying it accordingly. Okay, right. So we'll start with Linux, which will, the basic stuff is 1 to 2 weeks. Then security and networking and shell scripting, which will cover additional 2 weeks. So within maximum 4 weeks, we will be covering Linux and automation. Automation in the sense shell scripting. We are yet to cover Terraform and Ansible. So for that, we have additional weeks allocated. Then the next part will be understanding software development lifecycle. Here we will learn Python. We will deploy a basic Python application with database. We will connect it to the database, maybe a small form which will record some entries and all, and it will show some data, right? A basic web application. Okay, and with the help of CI/CD Jenkins, we are going to deploy it. Okay, using the automation at this level. CI/CD is the automation itself, so it needs additional 4 weeks. So in total, within 8 weeks, we will be ready with the CI/CD using Jenkins. Okay, then the next 2 weeks will be allocated for cloud computing with AWS. AWS doesn't only mean the EC2 instance. There are multiple things. Okay, so we will get rid of Jenkins and we'll use the inbuilt CI/CD in AWS. Code deploy, code ready. There are so many things. Okay, and after this, we'll get into infrastructure as a code and containerization, which is Terraform, Ansible, and Docker container. Okay, so Docker container or Podman container, whatever you feel like. If you learn Podman, you know Docker. If you know Docker, you know Podman. Okay, so both are exactly the same. There is a slight difference which I'll tell you when we reach there. Okay, once you are done with containers, then how to manage multiple instances of the application, containerized application. Okay, how to create clusters and all. we will do that with Kubernetes. Okay. And with the Kubernetes, we'll try to set up the observability or the logging using the Grafana and Prometheus. Okay. Right. So additional 4 weeks. Yeah. So week number 13 and 14, we'll try to cover Kubernetes and the monitoring, right? And the last 2 weeks will cover the multiple labs which I have designed for this course and the future trends in the sense AI ops, AI with DevOps. Okay, so we'll see how to use them, how to kind of an introduction. It's gonna be not a full-fledged course, but yes, you will be at least ready to use AI in DevOps, integrate AI in DevOps. Even with every stage, every module, we'll be using AI. We'll see how to use AI, how to speed up the work. Okay, so someone is asking. So yeah, so new pipelines creation in Jenkins. Jenkins, we are going to cover pretty much everything in Jenkins. For programming, we are going to learn Python, right? Yeah, yes, correct. Python, we'll be learning Python. Right. Okay, guys, so 30 minutes have passed. We are supposed to create the virtual machine right now. Okay, so guys, let's get started with Linux. The first thing, forget about DevOps right now. Okay, so we'll gradually get into DevOps, but first the objective is to understand how industry works. Okay, how this software development lifecycle works. Then where do we fit in? Okay, so we'll go step by step, starting from the Linux operating system. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so when we talk about Linux operating system or Linux itself, what exactly is this? Linux, just a second. Yeah. So Linux is an open source operating system, right? And because it is open source, thousands of developers across the globe contribute to the project, which is the open source project. Okay, in fact, you can just check it on Google. Just find Linux kernel. Okay, see this? Torvalds Linux. Linus Torvalds is the guy who has created Linux operating system. And he kept it as open source so that many others can contribute. How many are contributors here listed? 15,973 contributors. Okay, which means they are working on enhancements, code fixes, integrating new protocols, new technologies. For example, Wi-Fi 7 is latest, right? So Wi-Fi 7 would have been integrated till now. The moment it is out, the standards are out, within few days, I will say that thing is integrated into Linux. And this is the open source project. You want to use Linux? You can use distributions. Now, what are distributions? Distributions are full-fledged Linux operating systems which use this Linux kernel. It is free to download, okay, free to modify. So group of developers, I'm talking about back in the days when, let's say, CentOS or Red Hat, they were, just trying to build an image. So a group of developers, they decide to create their own Linux-based operating system. So they will download this source code. Okay, so this is the source code of Linux operating system, and they will create some commands around it, some additional functionality, and they will give a new name to it. For example, CentOS, Linux operating system. What is this? It is the same thing. The base is the same. Linux kernel is the same. They have added some commands which are relevant to the industry for handling industry workload, business applications, and they want the enterprise to use their operating system on their servers. Okay, and the benefit is the CentOS or this Linux operating system will have the latest protocols, latest standards, latest technology, and robust, highly secure, portable. There are so many things associated. Okay, so I'll be telling you about all these things about Linux operating system once we start, maybe by tomorrow. Okay, so for now, we just focus on how to get hold of the ISO, the installer file, and then how to deploy your own virtual machine. Okay, so we're talking about CentOS Linux right now. It's free to download, free to use. You can update it for free. The only thing is you will not get any support from CentOS. Okay, support in the sense if you get stuck, you cannot just connect to CentOS support and say, okay, help me. But in other distributions like Red Hat, SUSE, you can. We'll be talking about that as well. So how to get CentOS Linux operating system? Again, Google. Just type this keyword, download CentOS. Here it is, the first link, download CentOS. Click on it. Okay, so before I download, let me just create a step-by-step graph. The implementation steps. Step number 1, download CentOS ISO file. Okay, so this is the installer file. Second, download VMware Workstation. Now, what is this VMware Workstation? VMware Workstation is the application on which you are going to create virtual machines. Alternatively, you can also download Oracle VirtualBox. Or if you have the correct version of Windows, then you can also enable Hyper-V, which is already in there in the operating system. But as a fresher, if you are a fresher, just go with VMware Workstation. I'll tell you how to download. It's very easy. It's free. Earlier it was not. The Pro version was not free, but now it is free. Okay. Once it is done, then you proceed with the installation. Install CentOS. Okay, so let's follow these 3 steps first. Okay, and okay, let's start with the first one, obviously, download CentOS. Okay, the question is, do I have CentOS or we have to wait for it? Hold on, guys. Downloads. Okay, recently I resetted my laptop. Most of the files are gone. No worries, we'll download. Okay, so on this download page, you will find 2 options, version 10 and version 9. Go with version 9, guys. Okay, so the name is CentOS Stream version 9, and I suppose most of you guys are using Intel processors. I mean, the laptops you're having have Intel processor. Like I have Intel i5 or i7, I think. Okay. So likewise, you might be having i5, i7, i3, doesn't matter, or even Ryzen. Okay. So you are all on a 64-bit architecture until and unless you are using a MacBook, that too with Apple Silicon, M1, M2, M3, M4. Okay, so that is not x86 64, that is ARM64, ARC64 or ARM64. Okay, so let's assume 64-bit for all. Now you have to download what? The ISO file. And here it is, the ISO. Click on mirrors and there it is. It will immediately pop up, save as box. I'm going to save it in downloads. It's going to take how much time? Let me check. It is 11 GB. For me, it's going to take 20 minutes. Great. Okay, no worries. I'll use a different ISO file. Okay. Okay, next one is download the application using which you are going to deploy a virtual machine. Okay, so you have to search the same thing, download VMware Workstation Pro. So VMware Workstation Pro. Now you see this heading, now available free for personal use. Click on it. So it's a guide from VMware itself on how to get your VMware Workstation Pro for free. Okay, so here it is, VMware Workstation Pro download, open in a new tab. Okay, it will take you to access.broadcom.com. VMware, a big name in virtualization, is now acquired by Broadcom. It's been, I think, close to 1 year now. So now Broadcom controls everything. So they decided to give VMware Workstation for free. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to first of all log into the portal. If you don't have the ID, the credentials, no worries. On the right hand side, on top, you see login. Click on register. Register yourself, username, password, whatever you want to set. Okay. And then open this link again, VMware Workstation Pro download. Open this again. You will get back to this page and then fill in your credentials. So I'm filling my credentials. Hold on. Great, my account is locked. What is this issue here? Hold on, guys. Unlock the account. Yeah, you can. Just a second, guys. This won't happen with you, obviously. It is asking me to reset the password. Okay, let me do that. Okay, successfully reset. Right. So once you log in, you will be taken to a page where it will ask you to accept the term and conditions and all. Okay, first of all, you select the version. VMware Workstation Pro for Windows, obviously. Click on it. The version, the latest one, 17.6.2. Click on it. Okay. You see this HTTPS download icon on the extreme right. Click, and there you go. The VMware Workstation Pro full version will be downloaded. No key required, nothing. You don't have to pay anything. Earlier it was like $200 or $300. Okay, once it is done, you simply start with the installation. Double click on that application like this. I have already installed, so I won't be doing it, but you can do that. It's simple, next, finish. Okay, double click on it and let it pop up. Okay, so it says I'm already on the latest version and I have this exe file, which is I think 2 versions below. So it will be like next, finish. And that's it. VMware Workstation is deployed on your machine, right? So we are done with 2 steps. First 2 steps, download CentOS and then download VMware Workstation, download and install. Okay, download and install VMware Workstation Pro. Yes, please.
How to download CentOS? First, I unable to download. I think
Okay.
I missed some step.
No, no worries, no worries. I can repeat, no worries. Are you on this page?
Yes,
centos.org/download.
yes,
Okay, good. Make sure
yes.
you select version 9, not the version 10, version 9. Okay.
Okay, selected.
And then you have to select the mirrors, which is right next to x86-64 mirrors
O-
under the ISO.
Okay,
Click on
Hello,
it
sir.
and it will open a save as box. You simply save the ISO file. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
According to the CentOS, why the version 9 instead of 10? Is there any difference between them?
Yeah, the difference is 10 is still in beta stage, not yet in production, but our
Okay.
sent to a stream 9 is in production. It is the main version right now. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll get into 10 once it releases properly. Okay. All right. Where were we? Yeah, installation. Install VMware Workstation Pro, and once it is done, open it from the start menu, type VMware, and there it is. And guys, remember one thing: if you have recent laptops, for example, Intel 13 generation processors or 14 generation processors, then you have to open VMware Workstation as administrator. Right click, run as administrator. How do you check what is the processor generation? Go to the task manager. Okay, so go to the task manager. Here, you can go to the performance tab and click on the CPU. Okay, here it says, in my case, it is Core Ultra 7155H. You can search it on Google. It will say it is 13 generation, okay, or 14 generation, whatever it is. Mostly you will see something like i5 83349 or 93349. So 833 means 8 means 8 generation, 9 means 9 generation. But here, I think 13th generation onwards, they got rid of I. You don't see I anymore. It's Ultra 5, Ultra 7, Ultra 3, Ultra 9. Also, they don't have the generation mentioned. It is just the number like 155 or 233, like that. Okay, search it on Google, it will tell you. So if your processor is 13 or even 12th generation onwards, you have to start VMware Workstation Pro as administrator. Okay, in my case, I'm already running VMware Workstation. It's already running. So let me open it up. Yeah, here it looks. Here is the uh just a second. I think my home page is missing. Go to home tab. Yeah. So it will look like this in your case. Okay. There will be nothing. Although I have some virtual machines created which are in power off or hibernated state. Okay. So there are three buttons now: create a machine, create a virtual machine, open a virtual machine, or connect to a remote server. Right now, we have to create a new virtual machine. So first option, click on it, right? Now, just go by the default or recommended options. Like typical is recommended. That's good. Click on next. Now, you will get to see these options. Install from a disk, installer disk, which is the ISO, or I will install operating system later. So make sure you select the third option. I will install OS later. Why? Because if you select the ISO file here, the intelligence of VMware will kick in and it will proceed with installation of operating system. You won't get to know what is happening in the background and you will just get the operating system ready. That is good for a student maybe, but not for us who are preparing for the industry. We need to know how the operating system is installed, correct? So I will install operating system later is the option to select. After that, we will mount the ISO and then we'll install it. Okay. So click on next and now tell it what you are going to install, Linux, Windows, or something other. So we are going to install CentOS, right? But my CentOS ISO is ready or not? Let me check. No, it's going to take 15 more minutes, but I have a Red Hat Linux ISO file. So let me just select Red Hat 9. Okay, so what you can do is if this ISO file is ready in your case, you can search for CentOS if it is there. Yeah, here it is. No, CentOS is not there. No, CentOS is not listed. Yeah, it is. Sorry, my bad. Till 8 it is listed and that's good. CentOS 8, just select it. Click on next. Okay, but I will be selecting a Red Hat because I have the ISO for Red Hat. Red Hat 9. Click on next. Now give a name. Let's say DevOps. Okay, DevOps VM or whatever you want to do. Just give a name, click on next, give a size to the hard disk which will be connected to this virtual machine. 20 GB is more than enough. Okay, so 20 GB is fine. Don't touch any other option. Click on next. Now this is the summary page which is telling you what virtual machine will be created, what hardware, 2 CPUs, 2 GB RAM. If you want to modify the configuration, you can click on customize hardware, and then you can go to the memory. Using the slider, you can increase the size of the RAM, decrease the size. Like I'm going to choose 4 GB. Okay, for the processors, 2 is more than enough, and remaining that's fine. Don't touch anything else. Okay, click on close and click on finish. Once you do this, your machine will be ready and you will see a panel on the left hand side like this. Okay, it says power on this virtual machine or edit this virtual machine settings. If you power it on right now, there is no operating system. It will say OS not found. There will be some error on the console. Console is the display of the virtual machine. Okay, now we have to connect that ISO file. Click on edit virtual machine settings, and then we will select the CD DVD option, which is here, the third or fourth CD DVD. Okay, and now select the use ISO image file option. It will enable the box where you can browse and select the ISO which you have just downloaded. I'm going to use this one, RHEL, okay, for this example. And any other thing. Okay, so what I normally do is I get rid of sound card. I don't want sound on my virtual machine, so get rid of it. Click on sound card and click remove from below. Gone. USB controller. Again, I'm not going to use any USB devices with my virtual machine, so not required. USB controller, you can get rid of it, remove. Rest is okay. Okay, yeah, rest is okay. Click on OK. And now on the left hand side, you will see CD DVD using the RHEL 9.4 DVD ISO file. Okay, so now it is connected. Now click on power on this virtual machine. It will open the graphical view of this virtual machine. Okay, for my operating system, sorry, for my laptop, I should not run this virtual machine like this. Let me power it off. Go back to the settings. It is only for my laptop, guys. If it is in the case of your laptop as well, then you will get the pop-up like I just had a pop-up. So go to the options, advanced, and disable side channel migration. Click on OK and you're done. Now you can power on. Again, guys, this won't happen on your machine. So simply click on power on. Now, when you click on power on, you will get this installer menu. The first option is to install Red Hat Linux. You can use up arrow key and highlight it. Okay. Let me just increase the size. Yeah. Okay. So install Red Hat Enterprise Linux. In your case, it will be install CentOS Linux, CentOS Stream Linux. Second is test this media and then install this operating system. Testing the media means this is the ISO file. Maybe during the download, it was not properly downloaded and you're using it. So your installation will be interrupted. So before it is interrupted, just check it whether this media is okay or good enough to proceed. Normally, don't do it, skip it. Just use the first option. Install CentOS Linux, CentOS Stream 9. CentOS Stream 9. Okay, in your case. In my case, it is RHEL. Press enter. And guys, CentOS installation and Red Hat installation is exactly the same. Same visuals, same options. Everything is exactly the same. Now, from the DVD ISO file, few files are being loaded into the RAM and one setup application will run, which will help in installation of the operating system. Okay, let's wait for a few more seconds. And there it is. A similar view will be for CentOS as well. Instead of Red Hat, you will see CentOS on the left-hand side. Okay, exactly the same visuals, same colors and all. Now, this is the first page where you have to select the language. English is fine for me. English US or UK, whatever it is. In fact, yeah, English US is okay. Yeah, it is good. Click on continue. Now on this page, you will see many options. Don't get overwhelmed. Just focus on the essentials. For example, mostly the values are automatically selected. Example, the keyboard English US. That is fine. Language, English US. Again, good. Time and date, it will be automatically selected. I'm in India right now. That's why the system selected Asia Kolkata as the time zone, which is fine. Connect to Red Hat. In your case, in CentOS, you don't get this option. Okay, avoid, skip it. Not required. Installation source, local media. Yes, I'm using a local file, which is the ISO. So don't change it. No need of any modifications here. Next one is software selection, server with GUI. Again, automatically selected. You don't have to do anything. When you finish installing, you will see graphical view on this virtual machine, right? Next is system installation destination. Now it is with exclamation mark. It means it wants you to perform some changes here. So click on it. You will see that 20 GB hard disk which you have connected to your virtual machine. Okay. And you will see the configuration, storage configuration as automatic. Automatic is selected. If you know about partitioning, you can use custom. If you don't know about partitioning, what is LVM, what is standard partition and all, so just select automatic. This installer will automatically create partitions for you and install the operating system. Okay, click on done and that's it. We didn't really do anything. We just click on it, make sure it is automatic and click on done. That's it, right? Now network and host name. Kdump is enabled. Okay, don't touch it. Network and host name. Click on it. Make sure you give a name to your virtual machine. You see on the left side, it says host name. I'm going to give it as DevOps and click on apply. Okay, so there is one extra S, apply. You can see the current host name DevOps. It is done. Also, the network is connected. You will see one IP address over here. It's good. Click on done and that's it. We are done with the configuration. We actually didn't do anything. We clicked on installation destination and we clicked on network and host name. That's it. Lastly, user settings. In Linux operating system, the administrator account name is root. Just like in Windows, the administrator account name is administrator, or we can say the super user who can, that user which can perform any kind of work, any kind of command on Windows, that is administrator account. In Linux, it is called root, ROOT. Okay, so we have to set up a root password first of all. So click on the root password. I'm going to set, let's say, CentOS as the password. Since it's a weak password, you have to click done 2 times. Done. That's it. Password has been set. I have set CentOS as the password. Okay. And that's it. We are done. No more exclamations. Everything looks okay. Now you can select begin installation option. Click on it and there you go. It's going to take somewhere around 15 to 20 minutes. Also based on your performance of the laptop or the desktop, it will take some time, right? So let it happen in the background. In fact, let me show you how it looks like when it is done because I have some machines already deployed. Let me start this one. Okay, so let me start the graphical view. Basically, I have set this command line interface as default environment. So that's why it opened up in a CLI mode. So once this system installs, CentOS is installed, the system is going to reboot. It will ask you to press the reboot button, and then you will get this login page. Okay, and you won't see the user, but you have to click on not listed, and then you can fill in the username as root, press enter, and then the password, enter, and this is it. Okay, so you are logged into the system as root user, and then you can perform anything. I mean, you can install applications, you can play with the system settings. Initially, we will be, playing with the settings, create a file, delete a file, create a folder, delete a folder, basic stuff. Okay, so the installation or the ISO I used is for the Red Hat Linux operating system, but a similar procedure, exactly the same, is for CentOS. In fact, I think the wallpaper will also be the same. Red Hat is the product which provides support, and CentOS is their testing operating system. Okay, so Red Hat is the production level operating system, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and whenever there is an update, upcoming update, that update is first tested on CentOS and then it is released on RHEL 9, Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9. Okay, so but we'll be focusing on the completely free tier, like CentOS, completely free. No, you don't have to pay for anything. Free updates, free to download, free to use. Okay, just we don't have the support. Don't worry, not to worry about that because we don't have to get support from anyone. It's basic, the fundamentals of Linux, which we'll be covering. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take some time. Oh, or maybe it will be done within no time. 1182, 1186. Okay, so yeah, it will take maybe 5 minutes more maximum, and then I'm going to reboot the system. All right. Okay, guys, till the installation is happening, let me explain you a few more things. Okay, so after 2 or 3 days, we are going to start the classes normally. Okay, and it's going to be 1.5 hours to 2 hours class. It's going to be a live class, right? Recorded sessions will be available. Okay, so you can log into the student portal and then you will get the recorded sessions. Whatever material I use during the class, maybe PPT or like this notepad or notes, I'm going to publish the data onto the Google Drive. Okay, so I'll be sharing the Google Drive link maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And when you get the Google Drive link, you will find many books which are related to the course. The PPT, the notes will be uploaded on daily basis. Okay, and yeah, so I'll just guide you through what do you get. So class material will be shared with you in advance, right? And we are going to use 16 to 18 weeks for this course. Let's say 16 weeks. It's going to be a 5 days class. Saturday, Sunday, weekends are off. Okay, and yeah, as I said, recorded sessions will be available. I'm going to share the class material in advance, so you will be having many things in your hand. You can open the books, you can open the PPTs, you can open the recorded sessions. Okay, ultimately you will be performing the labs. Okay, so you just have to follow their sessions, just follow my instructions. Even in the PPT you will get the labs instructions. Okay, how to set up the lab. That is more important. We learn by doing it. Okay, so just a minute. CentOS ISO is also ready almost. Any doubts, guys, till now? I mean, any questions before I close?
Sir, for the classes required Wi-Fi or hotspot is okay, mobile hotspot.
Yeah, mobile hotspot is okay. That's fine. But the problem is, see this CentOS ISO, it is how much? 11.8 GB. So this will be a bit challenging for you.
Started download, sir.
Okay, no worries. Take your time. No rush. Let it download. Till then, you can download the other things. VMware Workstation Pro, like that. So if you want, and guys, let me share the links also, just to save your time. You can use these links. This is for VMware Workstation download. Next, I'm going to share this is the direct link for CentOS, and what else? Yeah, that's it. Just remember, in the case of VMware Workstation, you have to first register yourself on Broadcom website. It will ask you to sign in and register yourself, and then sign in again. And then sign in, and then you'll be taken to this page for VMware Workstation Pro. Select the latest version, click on HTTPS download. Download will start. All right, guys, so this is it for today. Tomorrow, we'll again revisit this. How did we install VMware? And then we'll proceed with the fundamentals of Linux, how the Linux operating system works. What are the base concepts? Open source, Red Hat versus CentOS. There are so many things. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, so that's it. I see some hands. Okay, that's a thumbs up. Perfect. Okay, guys, don't forget to copy these links, because when I close the meeting, these links will be gone. Okay, so click on them. Browser will open, obviously, and then you can maybe save the links in a notepad. Right. Okay, then. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye bye. Good night. Hello. Hello. Good evening.
सर मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि
हाँ जी।
डेवऑप्स में एक वो प्रोसेसेस आते हैं ना जो जिसमें जीरा वगैरह यूज होता है, और प्रोसेस होता है एक एजाइल प्रोसेस, स्प्रिंट है, ये हम करने वाले हैं, मतलब
Yeah,
इंट्रोडक्शन है।
देखो ये in itself it is a separate course, but I will give you the overview. When I said software development life cycle, इसमें सारा cover होगा. Okay, so what is
तो ये
agile?
आप बताओगे?
हाँ obviously.
ठीक है।
मतलब ये properly ऐसा ही course हम नहीं करेंगे cover, because it's a big course. For that you need to learn proper language, C++, Java, कोई एक proper एक language, फिर उसका proper एक object oriented software बनाना, फिर उसको agile practices follow करना. ये तो बिल्कुल अलग ट्रेजेक्टरी हो जाएगा. Okay, so yes, we will be discussing SDLC because it is a very important component in DevOps. People say that you need not to learn coding in DevOps. That is okay, you need not to learn, but if you know, then your life will be far more easy than others who were not interested in coding. Okay, so coding is not like you have to be champion, the master of coding. No, the basic stuff. What is a variable? What is a function? What is a loop? If so, once you cover all this, then we'll get into software development. Then we'll see how teams work, the agile method, and then ticketing tools like ServiceNow, or let's say Jira, like you said.
Yes.
Okay, so now ServiceNow, Jira, and all these things are ITSM tools. Okay, integrated IT service management tools. So service management like
ITIL tools, sir.
yeah,
ITIL is
yeah, ITIM or ITIL. So ITIL is a framework basically.
yes, सर मैंने
ITIL
करा
is
हुआ ITIL बेसिक
हाँ,
करा हुआ
ITL सर्टिफिकेशन भी रहता है. सो ITL फ्रेमवर्क बताएगा कि आईटी कंपनी काम कैसे करती है, और उसी में चेंज मैनेजमेंट, प्रॉब्लम मैनेजमेंट, इंसिडेंट मैनेजमेंट, तो इन सब चीजों के लिए टूल्स बने हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल सर्विस नाउ, राइट, वो टूल इंटीग्रेट करना होता है कुछ एक एजेंट्स डाल के सर्वर में, बहुत इसका भी पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा बैकग्राउंड इंस्टॉलेशन
Yes.
सिस्टम होता है, राइट. ओके, सो इट्स ऑल लाइक
ठीक है।
दैट. या सो विल
सर बस
कवर
यही पूछ रहा था कि
स्टेप बाय स्टेप.
एजाइल और स्प्रिंट, बस यही पूछना था।
हाँ, तो एजाइल में स्प्रिंट्स होते हैं ना कि ओके, सो स्प्रिंट का थोड़ा मैं बताता हूँ.
सर एक डाउट मेरे को था.
यस प्लीज.
ये अभी शेल स्क्रिप्टिंग आप पढ़ाएंगे, बट अगर मेरे को अभी थोड़ा इंटरव्यूज के लिए प्रिपेयर करना है, तो अगर मेरे को थोड़ा सैम्पल कोडिंग वगैरह चाहिए तो मैं कौन सी साइट्स को विजिट कर सकती हूँ? जैसे हैकर रैंक वगैरह तो पेड वेबसाइट्स हैं, तो उसमें तो नहीं मिल रहा है. शेल स्क्रिप्टिंग के लिए या फिर पाइथन के लिए बेसिक कोडिंग कहाँ से देख सकते हैं?
Okay, so see, if you want to prepare for shell scripting, then what you can do is you can, in fact, I'll be sharing one Google Drive link today. Okay,
Okay.
let me just open it and I'll explain.
And today, will you be covering the boot process as well?
No, boot process abhi nahi, because then it will be too complicated.
Okay. Because I was having some doubts in that. So
See, no worries. You can ask me. You can ask me whatever questions you have, irrespective of how are we following the course. Okay.
yeah, तो
Right.
मैं अभी पूछ
Yeah.
सकती हूँ.
हाँ, अभी पूछ सकते हो. Yeah, that's fine.
So I want to know like how to enter into the emergency mode and the rescue mode. Like I know for emergency mode, like जब splash screen आती है, at that time I have to enter E, right? So by doing that, I can enter into the emergency mode. And for rescue mode, in the splash screen only, we have a drive named as rescue.is or something, right?
Right.
इन दोनों के अलावा भी कोई ऑप्शन होता है क्या? मीन्स अगर हमारी जो बूटिंग प्रोसेस है वो अगर स्प्लैश स्क्रीन तक पहुंचता ही नहीं है, तो उससे पहले अगर हमें एंटर करना है इमरजेंसी में या फिर रेस्क्यू मोड में, तो कैसे करेंगे फॉर ट्रबल शूटिंग पर्पस?
हाँ, तो if you want to enter emergency mode, what you can do is you can follow these steps which are in the PPT. I'll be sharing this PPT over the Google Drive. Step number 1, reboot your system. Step number 2, interrupt the bootloader menu by pressing any key and then move the cursor to the kernel. Press E to edit the kernel entry, and then you have to type systemd is equal to systemd.unit is equal to emergency.target. Then Control X to boot your system with these changes. Okay, so
this screen
standard procedure.
So this screen will be coming up at the time of MBR loading itself. Like
after when the bootloader is loaded from the MBR, then you will get to see a grub menu. Let me show you here. Let me just reset the system.
So if there is any corruption in grub, I can go into using these steps, right? I can troubleshoot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me use this one machine.
Because these are the basic things that the interviewers are asking, and I'm getting confused actually. So
see, if you're a fresher, the interview will start with explain the booting process. That is going to be your first question, right?
No,
and
actually, so
in the boot procedure, yeah. Sorry, please come again.
Yeah, like I'm experienced, so like they are digging a lot. I mean, going into the depth. That's why.
Yeah. So if you are experienced, okay, let me explain you from the fresher standpoint. If you're a fresher, the first question, 99%, is gonna be explain the booting process in Linux, and they're expecting you to answer within 5 to 10 minutes, explaining a kind of a abstract view how it looks like. Okay. In short, if I go to the PPT, just a second. Yeah. So in short, they're looking for whether you understand how BIOS functions, what MBR is, what is grub, how kernel works, and then how systemd works. It's good enough. I mean, these 6-7 steps that you see on the screen, good for freshers. But if you are a bit experienced, let's say 1 or 2 years, then you need to explain all of this with definitions, proper steps, and this PPT will help you with that. This have more data to explain, right? In short, you need to explain. You have to utilize more than 10 minutes explaining the boot procedure, step by step. What happens? What file will be loaded from where? What happens in the memory, in the RAM? What happens with init RAM FS file? There are so many concepts.
Yeah.
It's like that. So to start with, you understand the abstract view. It's not only BIOS now. BIOS is out of the scene, out of the market. Now it's UEFI. How the booting process works in UEFI versus BIOS, you need to have that clarity. Okay. And then a proper explanation how things work. So this will help you at least clear that answer, or give the answer, proper answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was showing you this grub menu. In fact, let me restart this machine. And guys, this is for everyone. You are going to encounter such scenarios sooner or later. You see this? This is
Yes.
called grub menu. And here you will see entries of the kernel. What is kernel? Yesterday I told you that is the main component of the operating system. When you start the system, when you start the server, kernel is the one which executes first. Okay. And then it is going to connect to the hardware, identify the hardware, initialize the hardware for the use. Hardware will be used by the operating system, right? So once it is done, then the booting process starts. Now, if you want to enter the emergency mode, you can select any kernel. No, don't press enter, just highlight any kernel. The top one is the latest one. The third one is the older version. Then the second last entry is for Linux rescue kernel, which is used during the root password reset procedure. Okay. And the last option is firmware settings. You can get into BIOS settings and all. Okay.
Okay.
So just highlight the first one, press E. You get to a next page. Now you have to type systemd.unit is equal to emergency.target. And you have to type just after this. The fourth line after the kernel version, it ends with x8664. You can type here systemd.unit is equal to emergency.target. Okay. And then you have to boot up the system with Control X.
Yeah.
So these are the steps.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
what
then
if,
you'll get to, yeah, tell me.
what if we didn't even reach to this grub menu page itself? Like if there is any grub corruption, so how to troubleshoot that then?
Okay.
Like
If
I'm
there
not
is
even.
grub corruption, then the next step is rescue mode, because you will see the grub menu only if the grub is working. If it is not working, then you don't see anything. Booting
Yeah.
process will not initiate. How to fix that? You have to reinstall grub. How to reinstall grub?
Using
First, you
grub.
use the same ISO file. Yeah, you have to first use the same ISO file which you used to install the operating system, like we used yesterday, CentOS, right? Or Red
Yes.
Hat Enterprise Linux version 9. Whatever that was, use that same ISO file, boot your system with the ISO file, and you will get the option to troubleshoot. And in the troubleshoot, you will find the option to start the rescue mode, right? And when you get into the rescue mode, then there are some steps to follow. These are the steps actually. Okay. So you have to follow some steps. You have to run two commands, not two, exactly one command, which is chroot command. I'll tell you all these things later. Okay. And then you get into rescue. And when you are into rescue, you can troubleshoot the grub scenarios. If the firmware is BIOS, simply run grub to hyphen install and the hard disk complete path, and that's it. Your grub is fixed. If it is UEFI, then the steps are a bit different.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah. And for the shell scripting, like which sites I can refer to?
For the basic understanding of shell scripting, my PPTs are more than enough. If you are about to give an interview, then PPTs plus the book, which I was about to open. Just give me a second.
Like
Here
I
it
need
is.
to do some hands-on the coding part actually.
Absolutely, yeah. Without without that,
Oh.
these are just words, black and white words. They won't mean anything to you. Even if you try to cram, it won't help.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so learning shell scripting fundamentals is, I mean, using this book is as good as starting Linux operating system, because it will ask you to, first of all, get familiar with basic commands. LS, what are we are going to do today? The basic stuff. Okay, and then you get into the actual programming. When you know the commands, you can run the commands using some logic, some conditions. That is shell scripting, basically. Okay. So what is bash shell? What exactly is a shell? What is the role? How many shells are available? Why only bash shell scripting is popular? There are so many things to understand first. What is SSH? In short, you're learning Linux. You're learning Linux first, and then you're getting into shell scripting. Okay, so if you're planning to give the interview, you don't know Linux, you'll get stuck.
Yeah.
Okay, so but you can try. If it is already aligned, interview is aligned, you can try.
Yeah, like I know the Linux, like I'm confident enough.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
I'm not in touch with the shell scripting core coding part, so I need to brush up on my skills on that
Okay,
part.
so
So for
no
that, I
worries.
some
Yeah.
references actually.
Yeah, no worries. Get into this PPT, which I'll be sharing. This PPT is purely for the RHCSA course, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux System Administrator certification. Okay, so this is more elaborated. We are not going to cover that much in DevOps, but shell scripting is something, as I said, we'll be covering that part. Okay, so here I've started from the scratch of the shell scripting. First, shell script, how to create your shell script, explanation line by line. Okay, and then second topic, variable parameters. Okay, one example again using variables and parameters like that. So just follow these PPTs. You'll get some idea how to use shell scripts, loops, if conditions, and all. And then you open this ebook, which will help you further refine your knowledge. Okay, you can
Okay.
learn even more. I mean, this is again complete reference in shell scripting.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So these you will be sharing it today, right?
Yeah, within few minutes actually. I need to create just one link. I need to share that link with you guys.
Yeah, sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, guys.
excuse me,
Yes,
sir.
please. Yeah, yes, please.
सर मैंने भी एक दो इंटरव्यू दिए थे लिनक्स के, तो उसमें ऑन प्रोमाइजेज और क्लाउड बेस सर्वर्स पे वर्क के लिए बोला गया था। तो ऑन प्रोमाइजेज का मुझे समझ में नहीं आया, क्लाउड बेस पे मैंने काम किया हुआ है, तो मतलब इसमें डिफरेंस क्या होता है?
Yeah, see, it's all about the terminology just to confuse candidates. Okay, so on-premise is virtualization, which is local to your project, local to the country or to the region. For example, let's say you're working for IBM, it's a big giant, and they have data centers around the globe. Okay, they have data centers in US, UK, okay, Australia. So on the data centers, you will be running some physical servers and virtualized environment. Virtualized environment also needs physical servers, right? Let's say straight away physical and VM virtual machines. So these are all your on-premise machines, on-premise infrastructure. Okay, when you talk about cloud, let's say AWS. So if you have virtual machines on AWS, that is cloud infra. Okay, so on-premise versus the cloud. It's like that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it is just half mark question, to be honest, but it is more or less to confuse the candidate.
वो क्वेश्चन जो था लास्ट मैंने किया था, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द उबंटू एंड सॉरी डेबियन एंड आरपीएम बेस, सॉरी उबंटू एंड सेंटोस एंड रेडिट।
हाँ,
तो वो एक इंटरव्यू में पूछा गया था, मैंने उनको बोला था कि जो सेंटोस वगैरह होते हैं वो लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिसीज के लिए होते हैं, एंड उबंटू होता है वो एक तरह से मैं एक डेस्कटॉप की तरह यूज कर सकता हूँ रिसेंटली अपडेट्स के लिए, एक्सेट्रा। तो उसमें उन्होंने कुछ खास रिप्लाई नहीं किया फिर बाद में।
Okay, see, the thing is, as I said yesterday itself, all these Linux flavors are developed by different group of developers. Okay, RHEL created by Red Hat, CentOS created by some other group, Debian created by some other group. Whenever you're using Linux as the source code, you are bound to share the final product's source code as well, which means Red Hat is bound to share the source code of their final product, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So that source code is used by some other team of developers, and then they create some other operating system. Okay, so let me just give you the chronology from Linux source code to, let's say, RHEL, which is the final product, which is really popular, which comes with support. You have to pay a subscription fee. Not you, the companies will be paying. And they need to publish their source code as well. So teams like Arc Linux or Alma Linux, they use the source code of RHEL and then they create their own versions of Linux. Arc Linux, Alma Linux, like that. There are many more versions, distributions available. Same Debian. Okay. And Debian source code is used by Ubuntu. Now, what are they looking for? Are they looking for the support? I mean, like the question was, what is the difference? First difference is Red Hat will offer vendor support. This is the biggest difference, okay? And there is no vendor support here. I don't know whether Ubuntu has introduced vendor support or not, but till I remember, they don't have the vendor support, okay? So Red Hat offers vendor support. They will offer updates with this package, which is the subscription. You get a subscription, you get support and the updates. Okay, but otherwise, Ubuntu, free to use, free to download, free updates, everything is free. Provided if you get stuck with the operating system, something is not working, you cannot contact Ubuntu for support. They will not help you. Okay, so there is no support. So this is the basic difference, right? I don't know what else they are looking for, but this is the basic part.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Okay, and yes, when we talk about the package management, RHEL uses RPM package format, and Debian uses DEB package format, which is used with apt command. Okay, so RHEL based products will be using DNF command or yum command to install applications, install, update, remove, but Ubuntu will be using apt. Okay, apt install, apt remove, apt update, like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a second. Guys, just give me a second. Okay. Guys, I need to share the screen again. Hold on, I'm stopping it. Okay. All right, guys. So, shall we start for today's class, or any more doubts or queries?
Yes, sir.
Hanji, yeah, let me know. Okay, let's start. Okay. All right. So, yesterday we have covered again the basic stuff, installation of Ubuntu, installation of CentOS, right? And why are we using Linux, and what are the most popular distributions in DevOps in Linux? Ubuntu, Red Hat, CentOS. Okay, I also told you that Red Hat and CentOS are exactly the same. They have the same source code. I mean, look and feel wise, commands, everything is the same. Only difference, Red Hat offers support and there is no support with CentOS. Also, how these operating systems originated. The base is the Linux kernel source code from Linus Torvalds. Okay, you can also get hands on it. You can just simply download the source code from GitHub. Just search Linux kernel download, and the link you see with github.com is that source code repository. Okay, you can download. And guys, if you are an Linux enthusiast, you can also start contributing to Linux kernel. For that, you need to learn a basics of C, C++. Okay, object-oriented approach is also recommended. And then you find how to contribute to open source, and then you search how to contribute to kernel, Linux kernel. Okay, so if you are a contributor to Linux kernel, companies will run after you to hire you in their organization. Okay, so it's only out of millions of developers, only 16,000-17,000 developers are the contributors. So if you are among them, then you are a big shot. All right. Okay, so real world examples of Linux and other operating systems like CentOS, Ubuntu, or we can say without support, free to use, free updates, those operating systems, Linux based. See, RHEL will be used mostly by the enterprise, big organizations, those who can afford the subscription. Every server which is using Red Hat Enterprise Linux operating system will need at least one subscription, one license. So if there are 1,000 servers, you need at least 1,000 subscriptions. This amount can go up to, let's say, $20,000-$30,000, and this is a recurring cost. Every year, the organization needs to pay that money, right? So only the big organizations, they go for Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Other startups and the other organizations, they use normally Ubuntu. Okay, and even CentOS. CentOS last 2 years back, CentOS used to be a production level operating system, which means you can install CentOS on your server, which is meant for hosting the business application. It can be a website, it can be some application. So on the production servers, you were not allowed, but you can install CentOS. But the thing is, Red Hat wanted everyone to use Red Hat, not the free tier, not the CentOS. Okay, so what they did was they said we are stopping the development of CentOS in a way that we are not releasing the stable version of CentOS. So no more stable version. Okay, so now CentOS is more or less like a test bench for Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So before any update is pushed to Red Hat Enterprise Linux, those updates are tested on CentOS operating system, and they have renamed it to CentOS Stream. Okay, so the CentOS Stream is more or less like a test operating system where it might be buggy, it may have errors, it may have bugs, right? And it is not suitable for production server. Okay, so CentOS is not suitable for production. Then at the same time, Red Hat said, if you are a startup, you're looking for a free tier and you want to have the benefits of Red Hat Enterprise Linux operating system, then go for the free subscription. Okay, you can get the subscription 1 year for free, one license or one subscription free for 1 year. Right, one subscription free. Now question is how to get it. We are also learning Linux right now. If you wish to install RHEL, you can do that. But if in case you want to update it, you need to have that subscription. Now, whatever I'm going to tell you is optional. It's up to you. But if you want to stay relevant with the enterprise, it's good that you practice with Red Hat Enterprise Linux. You understand the subscription thing, and then you learn Linux properly. Okay. Again, guys, this is again optional. Even if you don't know about subscription, that will not impact you. Okay. But still, you should know, at least rough, you need to have at least the rough idea how things work. Okay. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to get a subscription for free. With this free subscription, you will be allowed to run 16 servers, which is good for a startup, right? So how to get this subscription? You have to log in, not log in, but you have to open developers.redhat.com. Let me also paste the links in the notepad. So developers.redhat.com, open it. Now click on login. Obviously, you won't be having any credentials, right? You have to now register. Register for a Red Hat account. You will see that button in the last part of the page. Click on it. It's not a button, it's a link. Fill in the information. Choose a Red Hat login, a password, first name, last name, email address, job role. If you're a fresher, you can select anything. Okay. Country, region, and accept the term and conditions and create the account. Okay, so when you click create the account, create my account, you will get an email for confirmation. Confirm that email. Otherwise, you will be logged out. Okay, so once you have the credentials handy, your the username and the password, go back to login again, fill in your credentials. My credentials are already saved. Okay, so log into your developer account, Red Hat developer account. Now you are the developer, and for a developer, 1 year subscription is free. How to get it? Now you have to scroll down and look out for Red Hat Linux. Try RHEL. Okay, click on Try RHEL. And here, if your 1 year subscription is not yet active, you will get a button here to activate the subscription. Mine is already there. Mine is already active. Okay. So you just have to click on, yeah, here it is. Activate your subscription. Mine is already there, but still, I don't know why it says, but let me just click on it. My subscription is supposed to expire on March. So we have plenty of days left. Okay. So just click on activate your subscription. You will have the subscription activated, and you see the download RHEL at no cost button. Don't click it. If you click it, you know what will happen? A 600 megabyte ISO file will be downloaded, which is of no use. That is not the operating system. Operating system ISO file is approximately 10 to 11 GB. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to just scroll down on the same page, keep on scrolling till you get to see all downloads area or the page or this is the area, right? So all downloads area. And here we are looking for Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9.5. Why not 10? As you can see here, it's not the stable version. It is beta. It is in testing right now. If you want to see how it looks like, I'll show you in a moment. Okay, so just click on RHEL 9.5 and here x86 DVD ISO, not the boot ISO. Boot ISO is like 600 or 1 GB size, which is this one. Don't use it. It's of no use. The one is here, the second last one. Click on download 10.99, approximately 11 GB. So download it, create the virtual machine like we did yesterday. Okay, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so I've already done it. I already have RHEL machine. Okay, so we entered the maintenance mode, as you can see here. Let me just get out of it. So this is the Red Hat Linux Enterprise Linux RHEL version 9. In fact, let me also start RHEL 10 just to show you how it looks like. All right, so this is the login page. I have student user created here, and this is it. Linux operating system, RHEL version 9. The same thing, the same options, the same look and feel. Okay, everything is exactly the same. The same terminal. This is the terminal application where you will run the commands. Okay. And this is the CentOS machine, which we deployed yesterday. Same user I've created here as well. Red Hat. Okay, so CentOS is the password. Yeah, for my RHEL machine, it is Red Hat. Okay, so here it is. Wallpaper is different, but that's not an issue. When you click on activities, you get to see the same options, right? Same settings, options, everything is exactly the same. Whereas on RHEL 10, you might find a slight difference in look and feel. So this is Red Hat version 10. Okay, so better looking icons. If I just open this drop down, this is again, with a new look, a new style. The setting page is exactly the same. Plus you have dark theme and light theme enabled. And if I open this terminal, you will find that there are some color options available. Let me show it to you. Hold on. Preferences. And this is it. You have themes, color themes available for the terminal. It's no longer black background and white text or white background and black text. You can choose whatever you feel like. Okay, for example, I'm okay with this one. Okay, so you have the terminal ready. You can run the commands, right? Plus any other difference? No. All right. So again, as I said, guys, this is in testing phase, not yet ready for production release. So again, it's not recommended to practice Linux on this one. So let me just simply suspend it. Okay. All right. So once you download this 10 GB or 11 GB ISO file, create your virtual machine, and that's it. How do you register or how do you use the subscription? To use the subscription, you just have to open one application which is within the operating system. Click on activities. You see these 9 dots. This is for display all applications or show all applications. Click on it, and then you will find an option which is Red Hat Subscription Manager. Click on it. Okay, give the password of your user student. Okay, it says right now I am registered. That's why it is asking me to unregister. In your case, it will say register. Click on register, fill in the user ID and password of your developer account, and that's it. It will take 1 minute or so, and your system will be registered. Once it is registered, your system will start receiving updates. Okay, so this is how you start working with RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And don't forget to use version 9. This is the stable version. And guys, one more thing to understand. RHEL 9 is the latest version, right? RHEL 10 is in development and will be released soon. What do you think in the industry? Is RHEL 9 used? Let me tell you the truth. Companies don't immediately go or jump to the latest release. In my organization, we are still on RHEL 8 and planning for RHEL 9. RHEL 9 is in the market from the last, I think, 2 to 3 years. Yeah, 2 years. So from the last 2 years, my organization is in the planning stage, how to plan this migration. So whenever a new operating system is released, that doesn't mean that the organizations or the companies are again have started using the latest version. No, they will take time for the migration. Okay, which may be like 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, depending on the size and the complexity of the project. Okay, so you might be thinking, okay, let's learn RHEL 9 or CentOS 9. What about when you are actually working? You will be working on RHEL 7 or CentOS 7 or CentOS 9, 8 or RHEL 8. Guys, if you know RHEL 9, you can easily work on RHEL 7, 8. You can easily work on CentOS 7, 8 or even 9 also. Okay, so things are the same, fundamentals are the same, commands are the same. Maybe one or two concepts might be different, but that won't impact. There will be no impact because those concepts are for the advanced Linux users. Linux administrators, those who are pure Linux admins, they will be taking care of those aspects. Okay. For you as a system administrator, you as a DevOps engineer, you need to take care of the basic stuff: user management, file management, permissions management. Okay. When it comes to security, firewall and SE Linux. When it comes to containerization, Podman containers. Okay. And bash shell scripting and Ansible automation. So this is your package. As a DevOps engineer, this is what you want to learn. You should learn. Yes, if you are a Linux administrator, then you will also be learning in detail about storage management, how to create partitions, how to handle the hard disk. Okay, so you'll learn more about storage. You learn about some extra services or daemons like HTTPD, NFS. Okay, or what else? Let me just check. Hold on. Yeah, troubleshooting. But don't worry, guys. We will understand troubleshooting here as well. As a DevOps engineer, you should understand what's going on with the server. If it is not working, then you should be in a position to understand what is wrong and then communicate accordingly to the administration team. Okay, so that the solution is quick, right? Okay, one thing I forgot. You as a DevOps engineer should also understand how to manage the operating system updates, how to install applications, which means DNF command or yum command. So this is your package. Okay. And as a Linux administrator, additionally, you will be learning storage. Storage itself is 4 topic module: hard disk management, partitions and all, LVM, video, and Stratus. These are the 4 topics that you will be learning as a Linux admin if you are enrolled to that course. HTTPD, NFS, troubleshooting again, Ansible, Bash, all the things are the same. Okay, plus, as a Linux admin, you also will be targeting for certifications, Red Hat certification, which is RHCSA. Okay. So as a DevOps engineer, such certifications are not mandatory, but yes, they're good to have. If you're already certified, it's good. If not, don't worry. The most important part is whether you understand what is the need of DevOps, why DevOps was originated, or this method was introduced. Okay. And what is software development lifecycle? How do you integrate automation at various levels? That is more important. Okay. So companies might ask you to get certified maybe in Terraform or maybe in AWS at max. AWS and Terraform, that's it. They won't ask you to get certified in Linux and Ansible. Those are all small things, right? Just give me a second. All right. Okay. So see, when we talk about the technology stack means what tools are you going to use as a DevOps engineer? So we always, as I said, we always start with Linux. Then we get into automation. Then we get into containerization. And parallelly, you can deploy containers on the cloud using cloud native tools. What exactly is a cloud native tool? Okay, for example, there is a concept of CI/CD, Jenkins. You might have heard about it. You can use the same concept, you can use the same technology on the cloud without the need of Jenkins. Okay, so within the cloud itself, there are some services which are using the same technology. Okay, for the same task, for the same CI/CD, instead of using Jenkins, you can use cloud native tools, right? So again, for containerization also, you can use cloud native tools. For microservices and containerization, you will be using AWS provided cloud native tools. We will be learning that. Okay. At the same time, we'll try to incorporate automation wherever possible. And with the help of AI, we'll see whether the plan which we have created for the automation, will it work or not, or how to enhance it, how to make it more secure. Okay. So we'll try to use AI at every stage. Yes, for Linux, I don't think we can use AI on Linux at this level. But yes, for creation of shell script, for creation of Ansible automation playbooks, we'll be using that. Okay, so I'll show you step by step how to do that. Okay, guys, so any questions before I get started with the basic Linux operating system commands and the concepts? Any doubts?
No, sir, but hello.
हाँ जी, yes, please tell me.
सर कोई डाउट नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे को कुछ क्वेश्चन थे, जैसे कि मेरे को कितने प्रोजेक्ट सॉल्व करने चाहिए सेल स्क्रिप्ट पे, तो मुझे आगे सीवी में मेंशन करने में जॉब इजीली मिल जाए.
Okay, see, as I said, I'll be giving you various ebooks. Okay, so one is going full blown into learning shell scripting. Then you just open this ebook, go to the labs. After every chapter, you'll find a lab. Okay, let's say there are how many chapters? 17. So 17 labs will be more than enough to practice shell scripting. Okay. Similarly, Linux. If there are 10 topics, after every topic there will be a lab. Just practice all those labs. You'll be good with Linux. So it's like that. Every topic will have one lab, one big lab. Okay.
Okay.
So in shell scripting, I don't think you have shell scripting lab till chapter number
7.
Yeah, six.
After
So
7
7
हमारे
onwards.
पास होता
Yeah,
है.
yes, 7 onwards, you have proper shell scripting labs. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So almost 10 labs in this book. Okay, so just try them out.
And सर प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरह के लिए कोई रेफरेंस है क्या? मींस अगर सेल स्क्रिप्ट में कोई प्रोजेक्ट मुझे.
See, shell script is not meant for projects. It is meant for day-to-day automations. Means one single file performing one automation, another file performing another automation. If we talk about a project, that project might have 200 files, code files, and all these files are oriented towards one common goal. For example, let's say in a library, books inventory management system. or books management system. Okay, so you can use a programming language like Python, Java, or maybe C, C++, all are even PHP, to use to create this software, which is books management system, but not shell scripting. Shell scripting is for the automation of the operating system. Okay, so whatever you are doing manually, and you have to do that manually or 100 of servers, you use shell scripting. But if you have to create a software solution, you follow a programming language. It's if functions and all whatever is provided within that language, and then you develop the final the software itself. Okay, so for that we'll be using Python. In our course, we are using Python. We'll be deploying such application. We will maybe something management. We will integrate database. We will have some users log in, create some entries, and then we will deploy that application and keep on improving it, making some changes, integrate CI/CD, and then we'll move the application, same application, to the cloud and use cloud native tools, and then use Terraform to automate all of this, and then use Ansible for the OS management and the other things, configuration management. So this is how we have planned this course, right? So it is, if we talk about this course, we are following Python, one application, and we'll keep on improving it uh, with every stage. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So guys, let's start with the Linux operating system properly, formal. First of all, what is an operating system? I'll just go quickly. See, an operating system is a complex software which is supposed to manage the computer hardware, software resources, and provide services to the computer program. This is the role of operating system. And when I say computer program, just replace this computer word with, let's say, modern devices. It can be your phone also. In your phone, you have the operating system. Its job is to manage the hardware, the components of the phone, the processor, RAM, Wi-Fi module, audio, Bluetooth module. There are so many things, right? At the same time, operating system is supposed to manage multitasking. You can run multiple applications on your phone, on your laptop, everywhere, right? Because operating systems are designed for this. Operating systems are designed to allow multitasking. Multiple users can work simultaneously. Okay, on your Windows laptop, it's only you who log in. But when we talk about a server, at a time, multiple users are logged into the server. Okay, or even on your phone, it's you who is logged in right now. But if you talk about an enterprise machine, a server, multiple users are logged into the server. An operating system has to manage all those users simultaneously. At the same time, error handling and logging. See, whenever the application on your phone is running and it crashes, you know what happens? That application will be immediately contacting the vendor. Let's say the application you are using is Google's application, some messaging application or something like that, and it crashed. It is going to capture the logs and it is going to send the logs to Google developers, and then they will analyze and they'll fix the issue. And in the next update, the problem will be sorted. Okay. So how is this happening? What exactly is log and how the logs are handled? So the hardware and the software, when it is active, it is running, it will be constantly generating some messages. For example, the USB controller. If I connect a pen drive, the USB controller will generate a message, device connected, SanDisk. It will read the label of the pen drive, right? SanDisk 32 GB. So these messages will be captured by the operating system, and those messages will be stored in a file, and that is called a log or a log file. Okay, so those logs will be maintained in a file. If in case there is a problem on the system, administrators are going to refer to the log files and find what went wrong. Okay, not only the hardware, the software as well. As I said, you are running some application, it crashed. The default behavior is it is going to collect all the application specific logs, zip it, and send it over the internet to the vendor. Okay, so it's like that. Okay, so this is the basics of an operating system, basic features. And yes, one more thing. When we talk about hardware on the server, it is motherboard, RAM, processor, hard disk, whatever is connected to the system. Okay, this is the origin of Linux, which we have covered yesterday itself. Okay, so it started with Unix operating system, which was really popular. Then Linus Torvalds wanted to create his own version of Unix operating system. He succeeded. He named it as Linux, Linux. Okay. What is open source? Open source basically means when you keep the source code open to public, anyone can access it. People can also contribute to your project. They can improve your project. They can fix code. They can add some new functionality, enhance the code. There are so many things. The benefit of open source is whenever there is a new technology introduced or new standards are introduced, those are very quickly incorporated to the open source products, open source softwares, such as Linux. Okay. Secondly, if there is a security vulnerability detected, that security vulnerability is also quickly remediated because there are 12,000 or 14,000 people working on Linux kernel. Okay, versus let's say a team of 1,000 people working on Windows. Windows is proprietary, you don't have the source code. Limited numbers of developers are working on it. Who is going to fix the problem first? A team with 10,000 people or a team with, let's say, 1,000 people? Obviously, open source wins every time. When it comes to security, you want to make your project secure as per the latest standards. If it is open source, multiple developers are actively contributing, it will be secure. Okay, right. And yeah, so again, when you are using a open source software, if you are modifying it and releasing it by a different name, you have to also release its source code. All right. So this is the concept. Okay. Linux and Red Hat. How Red Hat got into picture. Again, the same thing. A group of developers downloaded the Linux source code. They created an enterprise level operating system where the businesses can run their business applications, maybe website or maybe some application, right? And Red Hat servers or Red Hat operating systems are capable of handling business loads. Okay, and this is more or less for Red Hat understanding how it works. Okay, so the CentOS, how CentOS is into the picture. The first level of testing happens on an operating system which is called Fedora. Fedora is the least stable operating system from Red Hat. It is full of bugs. It is a kind of a test bench, first level test bench. When the testing is over on Fedora, then the code is moved to CentOS, and from CentOS to final Red Hat. Okay, so this is how things work. So CentOS is in the middle, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux is the final product. Okay, so obtaining Red Hat Linux operating system, starting from the subscription license and all, we have just explored those. How to create a virtual machine, it's all about that. How to create a virtual machine, it can be based on CentOS, it can be based on Red Hat, Ubuntu, doesn't matter. And guys, whatever we are going to learn in Linux, all those things will be applicable on CentOS, Red Hat, Enterprise Linux, or even Ubuntu. Maybe one or two commands might be different, which I'll tell you when the time comes. Okay. Okay, so let's cover the last point for today. Then I'll share the Google Drive link. Linux architecture, how things work in Linux. You can use Linux operating system with GUI or with CLI, command line interface. Okay, GUI is this, the graphical environment. You can use the mouse, you have the icons, you double click, the application opens, or in the command line where you run the commands, right? For example, there is a command which is called ls. Ls stands for list directory contents. What is there inside a folder? If you want to get a list, you can run ls command. Its alternative in GUI is just get into a folder. Like if I get into ebooks, this is the list of contents. If I have to do the same with a command in Windows, I will open the command line interface and I can run dir command, which is a Windows command. Okay, sorry, cd ebooks and then dir, and it will list all the files which are there in ebooks folder, correct? Similarly, in Linux, if you do the same, let me do it here, open. If I do ls, you'll get to see what is there in your current location. Okay, so how does it work? When you run a command, you get to see the output. That's fine, but many things are happening in the background. Example, when you run ls, ls is exactly what? It's a code file. Commands are code files, right? Now this code file has to be somehow sent to the kernel. Then kernel will take appropriate action with the help of the hardware, and finally the output will be generated. Okay, but the problem is this code is written with high level programming language like C, C++ are high level programming language. Kernel is designed with low level programming language like assembly and all. Okay, let's say high level and low level. Now, the problem is kernel won't be able to understand what is this code in the ls code file. So all the commands in the Linux operating system, those are files and those are stored in some location, some folder, which I'll tell you tomorrow on Monday. Okay. So we need a kind of an interpreter in between the code and the kernel. There has to be some interpreter, and that interpreter is shell. Okay, so here comes the shell, shell. Sorry, yeah. So shell's job is to read and understand the code from the command, convert the code into low level so that kernel is able to understand. Then kernel will get clear instructions. Accordingly, it will contact the hardware and generate the output. In this scenario, ls command, uh, kernel is supposed to read data from the hard disk and get the output in a kind of a list. Okay, and that's why you get to see output like this. Kernel was able to read what is inside this location, and it says there are these many objects. This can be folder, this can be a file, which I'll tell you. Okay, so shell is that interpreter. It is what is the characteristic of interpreter? It is going to translate line by line. If this ls file is, let's say, 1000 lines of code, then the shell program is going to translate each and every line one by one to kernel, and then kernel will get instructions what to do. It will talk to the hardware and get the output generated. Okay, so this is shell. And in the market, shell is a basically category of programs. In the market, there are many shells available like bash shell, C shell, Z shell. Okay, and the list is very long. Bash shell is used for system administration work. We are going to use bash shell, and bash shell is default in CentOS, in Red Hat, in Ubuntu. Okay, in most of the Linux distributions, bash shell is the default shell. Okay, so if you're a programmer, let's say C language programmer, you will prefer C shell. Then we will change it. If you are the user on the server and you want C shell, we can do that. I'll tell you how to do that. It's very easy. Okay, so we are using bash shell. And in the job descriptions, if you have ever applied for a job as a DevOps or Linux, you will get this requirement, bash shell scripting. They won't say shell scripting, they will say bash shell scripting. Okay, so this is the bash shell, and we are going to learn bash shell scripting because that will help us. That will help us with the administration. Himanshu is saying that in Ubuntu, default is sh. Bash and sh are the same. Sh is the shell which was introduced in 1970, okay, by Stephen Bourne, and sh is basically the full form of sh is Bourne shell. Okay, so this is the oldest shell, or the first shell which was introduced. After some enhancements and updates, a newer version of the same shell was introduced by the name bash. BASH. Okay, and it is the full form is Born Again shell. Okay, so sh and bash are both exactly the same with minor enhancements in bash. Okay, so the latest one is bash, so that's why bash is default on most of the Linux distributions. Okay, so the same story is explained in this slide. Now let's understand with the help of a picture. In the center, you have the hardware, CPU, RAM, disk, and all. And close to the hardware is the kernel of the operating system as it talks to the hardware, right? And who is going to provide instructions to the kernel? The shell program. The shell program can translate the commands. All these are commands around the shell program, okay? All these are commands. Shell program can translate the commands to the kernel so that kernel can get clear instructions, and then it can interact with the hardware accordingly to generate the output. Okay. Now the question is, who is going to interact with the shell? Users? Yes. Applications? Yes. So applications like a database application or a FTP or a mail server or any other application. Applications also issue commands in the background. Okay. And then shell, it's the job of the shell, bash shell, to translate those commands, the code of those commands to the kernel so that the output is generated or the action is taken. Okay. So this is the chain reaction happening in the background. For the users, you have the command line interface. You can issue the commands like I am issuing ls command. It runs. All those things are happening in the background within split second, and you get to see the output. Whereas when we have a running program, the running program will be issuing a command in the background, and the same thing will happen in the background. Shell, kernel, all those things. Okay. So this is the basic overview of the Linux architecture. Okay. All right, guys, I think we should stop now. Otherwise, it's going to be overload for today. Before I close, let me just prepare the Google Drive. Sorry, let me just copy paste the stuff into the Google Drive. Give me a second.
सर कर्नल एक कंपाइलर है.
Kernel is that component which talks to the hardware. Shell is the interpreter. Compilers are not used in Linux. Compiler is for C language or some other programming language, maybe Java, but not in Linux.
So सर फिर कर्नल शेल की मतलब स्क्रिप्टिंग कैसे हार्डवेयर को ट्रांसफर कर रहा है, तो उसको तो बेसिकली एक बीच में इंटरमीडिएटर चाहिए ही ना.
एक शेल कर्नल को कैसे कन्वर्ट करके दे रहा है, इंटरप्रेट करके दे रहा है,
हार्डवेयर को कैसे करके दे रहा है शेल की स्क्रिप्ट को चेंज, मतलब कंपाइल बेसिकली.
अच्छा, शेल स्क्रिप्ट की बात कर रहे हो.
यस.
होल्ड ऑन, मैं आपको समझाता हूँ. सो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट शेल स्क्रिप्ट, what is a shell script? Shell script is a file where you keep multiple commands in a specific order. It will have multiple commands, and those commands will run based on some conditions. Okay, so it is just the Linux commands that you know. You keep those Linux commands in a file, and you have a condition when to run this command, when not to run this command. Okay, for example, you create a file, a shell script file, let's say test.sh. In this file, you say if the logged in user ID is, hold on, let me just type. If the logged in user ID is equal to 0, -e equal to 0, then it means it's root user. So print the message echo. Echo is used to print a message, hello root user. So echo is a command that you are running, and if is a condition. So condition will be evaluated, and based on that, the command will be executed. Okay. Likewise, if the logged in user ID is not equal to 0, then we have to run echo hello non-root user, or I can say hello, yeah, non-root user. That's it. So this is a small shell script. We are running shell commands. These are echo is a shell command. Okay. Or even I can have more commands here like ls, run ls command, or if it is a root user, then say hello root user and power off the system, which means power off command. I can do that. Now this shell script will detect if the logged in user is root, then power off the system. First display the message. After displaying the message, give a pause of 10 seconds, sleep 10. So there will be a pause of 10 seconds and then simply power off the system. That's it. So who is running this shell script file? It is the same bash shell. Bash shell will be interpreting each and every line. Okay, and based on the conditions and all, the commands will be executed. Bash shell knows what is echo. It will translate the code of echo to kernel. It will translate the code of sleep command to the kernel. It will translate the power off command to the kernel, and that's how the system will shut down. Okay, so shell script is just a file where you keep the Linux commands. That's it. Okay, so just give me a second, guys. And guys, if you have any doubts or questions, let me know.
तो पाइथन स्क्रिप्टिंग के लिए कोर पाइथन या आना जरूरी है? मींस मुझे पाइथन नहीं आती है.
कोई बात नहीं, we will cover Python. We will start Python from scratch. Don't you worry about that. Okay.
Sir, is Python more straightforward than shell scripting?
Python versus shell scripting. See, shell scripting is purely running Linux commands. Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas Python is more structured. You have object-oriented approach where you can create classes, objects. There are so many concepts. All the programming concepts apply to Python, but not to shell scripting. It's like that.
Okay. So, nowadays, can we import the libraries of shell script, like shell in the Python? Is it so?
In the Python, there is a module for operating system. I think it's called OS module. Using OS module, you can perform automation on Linux servers as well. Okay. So if you're comfortable with Python, you can completely ditch bash shell scripting, and you can still perform the automation using Python with OS module.
So we can say that Python in the backend is using some functionality of the shell scripting, right?
No. Python is a standalone programming language, but it can interact with the operating system. It can interact with network devices. It can interact with cloud, provided you have imported the relevant modules.
Okay, so suppose in most of the interviews, the interviewer is giving an option like choose whether Python or shell scripting. So which one will be easier to decode? Like which one a person should be choosing in terms of cracking an interview?
See, the thing is, if you want to stick with the Linux operating system, and you don't want to go beyond that, then shell scripting. If you want to expand your horizon, you want to enter cloud automation and complete end-to-end DevOps automation, then Python is the first language that you should learn. Okay. Apart from Python, you need to learn Terraform as well, which is not a language, but again a kind of a scripting. We'll see that when the time comes. But Python is the language to go for.
Okay, so like we can't say like shell scripting is an outdated scripting language now.
No, it is more relevant with the Linux operating system.
Okay.
It is not outdated. It is more relevant to the Linux administrators. We can say like that.
Okay, because in one of the interviewer gave me a feedback like you should be start learning the Python instead of shell because that's an outdated technology
Then
now.
he also doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay, so bash shell scripting is closely related to Linux operating system. Okay. So you cannot compare apples and oranges. It's like that.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, just one more minute. Ebooks, notes, and PPT. All right, so directory is prepared. Let me synchronize. All right. Where is the directory? Right click. No, share. Okay. Guys, just a second. It's taking some time to generate the link. Unavailable. Share. Okay. So the option should be anyone with the link. Copy the link and guys check on in the chat, click on the link and let me know if you are able to see some files and directories like that.
Yes, I can access them.
Okay, you can access. Guys, please also bookmark this link or just save it somewhere. Just give me a second, let me check. Okay, it is available offline. Perfect. Okay, I think it's gonna take some more time. Ideally you should see something like this. You will see 3 folders: ebooks, notes, and PPT. In ebooks, first we start with Linux. So the Linux directory, and inside Linux, you will have multiple files. For now, since I assume that most of us are freshers, just open this book, which is here it is. The author name is Sander, and it is for the Red Hat certification. It's a perfect ebook for freshers. Don't worry, we are not going to cover each and everything from here.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
सर वो जो ई बुक्स एंड पीडीएफ है तो उसमें कुछ नहीं है
हाँ वो empty है अभी.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so yeah, so the upload is in process. Only 3 files are remaining. Once it is done, then you'll find all the books. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take some time. So after like few minutes, you'll check it. You just check it. You'll find these 3 directories: ebooks, notes, and PPT. Okay. And ebooks, Linux, and you'll get to see multiple files. Open the book, which is by the name Sander. This is the author. Okay. And open this ebook. And this is the one that you need to follow to learn Linux in a way that you are able to perform the basic operations as a DevOps engineer. Okay, not only the basics. This book basically covers till the certification level. We are not going there, but yes, we are going to follow the material from here. Okay, and the PPTs are also designed based on this book. Okay, second thing is the daily notes that I'm using Notepad. So this notepad will be saved. In fact, let me save this right away, and previous 2 notepads also. So go to the notes folder. Let me go to the DevOps first of all. Yeah. Go to the notes folder and you will find this file by today's date, 7th of Feb. Okay. And this one is yesterday's 6th of Feb. And then we have 5th of Feb as well. No. Okay. Yeah. So this is 5th of Feb. All right. So you will have notes in the notes, and for the PPT, let me share the PPT right away. So till just a second. Okay. Till 42 number print. All right. Okay, so I'm not sharing the complete PPT because I need to make certain changes. So as we proceed with the course, like tomorrow on Monday we'll cover 5 more PPTs. Then I'll just update the same PPT with additional 5 PPTs. Okay, it's like that. So every time you'll get the latest version of the PPT. Okay, so can you now check it again, because I think the synchronization is done. Yeah, can you please check it again? What do you see? 3 directories, 3 folders.
In ebooks, it's visible now.
Perfect. Yeah. So in ebooks, you'll find Linux, and in Linux, you have plenty of material. Okay. So don't just open everything right away. Out of curiosity, you can check. Even we have Python's ebook. Okay. So yes, you can check what is there, but I'll tell you what to open when. All right, guys. So this is it for today. Let's connect on Monday now. You have 2 days. Try to create your virtual machine. This will be your lab. Try to create your virtual machine. Install Red Hat Linux or CentOS operating system. Doesn't matter. As long as the VM is in good shape, in working shape, we are good to go. Okay. So this will be your lab, and then we'll proceed on Monday with the other things. Okay, guys. Till then, bye bye. Good night, and let's meet on Monday now. Happy weekend.
Good
Good
night.
night, sir.
Yeah, good night. Bye bye.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Guys, I hope you got the email from the support regarding
Yes,
my
sir.
availability.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How's your health, sir?
To be honest, not good, not in a good shape. Has lost a lot of weight. Now he's just under 30 kgs. Yeah. So it's not, it's, a critical situation. Let's see what doctors say. He's at home right now. Let's see. We have to go again for the checkup, a routine checkup. Then doctor will be in a good position to tell what is the next course of action.
सर in this case हम short session भी कर सकते हैं आज if you are
No,
agree.
that's perfectly fine. No, it's perfectly fine. It's me, my brother, my mother, so it's not a big deal. Okay. All right. So yeah, again, thank you guys. Let's start. Let me share my screen.
Sorry, sir. Is it possible for you to share link again? Actually, I missed.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. You want the Google Drive link, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no worries. I'll do that. Hold on.
Okay.
Sir, can you send me also? Actually, I have not done single class till that. Only today came, so just send the recording. So on the note, basically.
Okay, so this is your first day.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to the class.
Thank you, sir.
I am right now going to share a Google Drive link. I'll also demonstrate what will you find over there. Okay, just give me a minute.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to share this link in the chat. Also, let me also show you what will you find. If you click on this, you will see 3 folders: PPT, notes, and ebooks. In the PPT, you will find the PPT that I am using. It is not going to be the complete one. It is going to be maybe like the first 40 pages, 50 pages till where we have completed. Okay. So on daily basis, I'll be updating this PPT, this PPT file. Okay. And you can check that. Next is the notes. In the notes, you will find this notepad. Whatever I'm doing on the notepad, I'm going to save it in the notes. Third one, you will find by the name ebooks. And right now, as this is the foundational or the prerequisite for DevOps, we are learning Linux or Linux. Okay. So in Linux, you will find the Linux material, Linux ebooks, some OS fundamental PDF ebooks, or some automation related, which I'll tell you time to time what to open, when to open, like that. So right now, don't worry about the ebooks. Just focus on the PPT, the introduction, and the notes part. Okay, like you're checking the videos parallelly. So in the videos, you'll see me opening a notepad, typing something. You can find all those things in the notes. All right. There was one more thing. Yeah. Since that was some unexpected leaves that I had to take, so it's a good idea to have a group, not a WhatsApp group, but a Telegram group. I'm not allowed to, share my number. So let's have a Telegram group. I've already created the group. I'm going to share it in the chat as well. I want you guys to just click on the link. If you are using Telegram already, then you will immediately join the group. Okay. That is the DevOps Feb 2025 batch. Okay. Give me a second. Yeah,
Sure,
here it
sir.
is. So click on this link and hopefully you will join the group. And I'm also checking if you're able to. Also, guys, let me know if you get any issues with the link, with any of these links. All right. Or Also, I'm going to share this Google Drive link in a notepad, in today's notepad. Both the links will be here. If in case you misplace Telegram or Telegram link, then you can easily find it out. Okay, till now, no one has joined. Just a second. Also, let me confirm whether this is working or not. It should be working actually. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. So Tanuj has joined, Archie has joined. It's good. Okay. It's working fine. So next time, if in case I need to take a leave, I'll be informing you guys before the support team emails you. You'll get the information. Okay. Okay. So just a quick recap. What we have covered till now. We understood the basics of Linux, why it is very popular. We created a virtual machine using CentOS, and using that CentOS virtual machine, we are going to, complete the Linux course altogether. Also, we started with the base architecture. How Linux functions internally. What is kernel? What is shell? How kernel and shell are talking to each other, how they communicate, who is going to give inputs to the shell, and then what happens with those inputs, how kernel gets instructions. It's a chain reaction. In short, let me just summarize here, although we have covered it in the last class. So if you as a user, let's say you type a command, the command can be as simple as creating a file or deleting a file. Okay, when you type a command in reality is a code which is stored in a file, or we can say it's a code file. Okay, so command is a code file. This code file will be saved in some location within the operating system. So when the user types a command, this command contains some code. Now this code has to be this code needs the access to the hardware so that it can generate some output. Now the problem is the code files or the commands are written in high level programming language like C language, C++, Java. All these are high level programming language, but the language of hardware is something else. Okay, so the main component which is going to talk to the hardware is kernel. Kernel knows the language of the hardware, or we can say low level language. Okay, it understands that. So we need to pass the instruction to the kernel in low level language. So here there is a shell program. There is a program by the name shell. It is actually an interpreter. It is going to interpret this code line by line to the kernel. And then accordingly, kernel will take action. It will communicate with the hardware and generate the output. This is how you get to see some output on the screen. Okay, so this chain reaction happens in the background. The role of shell program is to act as a translator, translate the code file line by line. Okay, code by code, not code by code, sorry, line by line. Each line will be having a code. Okay, it can be some expression. So those lines are translated to kernel. Kernel gets the instructions in low level language format, and then it talks to the hardware with the help of device drivers. Okay, like I gave you example last time. You connect a printer and you try to take a printout. It won't work. Printer will not be visible in the list. You install printer drivers. Printer will be then visible in the printer list, and then you can use it to take printouts. So the drivers are very important. In the driver file, it's actually mentioned how to use this device. What are the features of this device? So kernel will be communicating with the hardware with the help of those drivers. In Linux, we call them kernel modules. We'll talk about this later. Okay. Okay, so this is the chain reaction happening in the background. Good. What about if some application is running, then what happens? The same thing happens. Applications also issue commands in the background. Shell is going to read whatever command has been issued by the application, translate line by line to kernel. Okay, and with the help of hardware, generate the output. The same things are happening. In fact, in this picture, the shell is accessed by the underlying applications or the outer layer applications. DBMS is a database management system, FTP server, mail server, or users also, which is not mentioned here, but users and the applications. Okay, you can see in this explanation also, user and applications issue command using the shell. Now, when we say shell, shell is just a category of programs. There is sh shell program, bash shell program, csh shell program. Okay, so these shell programs are designed based on the need basis. If you are a system administrator, you need sh or bash. If you are a C language programmer, you need csh, because you'll be creating scripts with csh, a C language, and you want the shell to understand C language. So csh understands C syntax, C language syntax. Okay, likewise. As a DevOps engineer, you need to focus on sh and bash. sh is the oldest shell program introduced in 1970 by the developer by the name Stephen Bourne. Stephen Bourne, and it is also called or known as Bourne shell. sh is also known as Bourne shell. And after a few updates, enhancements, another updated version of the shell, of the same shell, Bourne shell, was released by the name bash. And now the full form here is born again shell. Okay, so BASH, bash. So this is born again shell, and this is the shell which is used as a default shell in most of the Linux operating systems. Okay, how do you identify whether bash shell is default? I'll tell you. We just have to understand few more concepts, and then I'll tell you how to identify what is the default shell, who is reading our commands. Okay, let me quickly power on this virtual machine. Suspend or shut down maybe, then DevOps, start DevOps machine. Okay, till the time virtual machine boots up, let's get to the next slide. And guys, if you have any doubts, any queries regarding any topic, any terminology, let me know. Okay, we haven't started the commands yet. We are still into the introduction, still into the architecture, because this is the important stuff. If you understand this, then the remaining topics are just a piece of cake, to be honest. You need to understand how an operating system works, especially Linux. Okay, so machine is on. Okay, it's powering on. Okay, so by the time, let me also tell you one more thing. The shell basically provides you a prompt. A prompt is basically an identification for yourself. What are you doing? Where are you? What is the machine name where you are logged in right now? Okay. So on the machine, let me show you the prompt first. Log in as a student user, which we created last time. What? Red Hat. Oh, its password is CentOS. This is the desktop. Yes, Amrit.
Sir, I want to ask a question. SL is used in only Ubuntu or any other operating system also you can use?
Okay, for now, you can use Red Hat operating system, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Ubuntu, CentOS, Fedora. You can use any. But I would suggest you learn that operating system which is used in the companies, in the enterprise. In small organizations like startups, they use Ubuntu, they rely on Ubuntu. Big organizations, they rely on operating system which offer support, like SUSE operating system, Red Hat operating system. Okay, CentOS is also not used. Okay, so yeah, tell
no,
me.
sir, actually I want to ask you, basically means first cell was introduced was S cell, right? After that base cell was introduced.
Please repeat, I didn't get you.
Actually, first the introduction of cell was S cell, right? Only S.
SH shell.
Sorry, SS cell. So SS cell is used in only Ubuntu.
Okay. SH is used everywhere. Okay, so SH, if you see SH on any system, basically it's bash only. Okay. So bash is the default shell in most of the operating systems, Linux based operating systems. sh individually is a very old 1970 year born shell. Stephen Bourne was the developer, as I said. Okay, so we no longer use sh. It's really old. Bash has more features. Okay, which I'll tell you what features it offers. Okay.
But it can be similar, right?
Similar, yeah, it's similar. Absolutely, it's similar. Okay. So on this desktop, you see when you log in. Just a second, guys. Actually, I muted everyone. Okay, so on this desktop, you will see this dock when you log in. If you don't see this dock, you click on activities on the corner top left, and then you will see this dock and click on this terminal application. This will open the command line interface where you can type something. It can be anything. I'm just typing garbage, QWERTY. Okay, I just typed something. I press enter, and guess what? It says bash shell says QWERTY command not found. So what happened here? Whatever you typed here was captured by a shell, and that shell attempted to find a file by the name QWERTY. There is no file, there is no command file by the name QWERTY, and that's why it says command not found. Same for ASDF. If I press enter, bash shell says ASDF, command not found. But if I run a command, an actual command, example, let's say ls-l or just ls command, and it generates some output. This time there is no command not found error. Why? Bash shell was able to locate ls command in the operating system. It was able to find it. ls command contains some code. That code was translated line by line to the kernel, and then kernel was able to get the information. ls command means list directory contents. Wherever you are in the current location, whatever files are present, those files will be listed. Okay, so this is list directory contents, like you do with mouse and GUI. You get into some folder like D drive. What is inside? Let's say what is inside Ansible. Where is Ansible classes? Oh, hold on. Okay, here it is. Okay, what is inside Ansible v9 training? I double click on it and I see the material. The equivalent, the command line equivalent command is ls in Linux. In Windows, it is dir. In fact, ls also works in Windows now, because the PowerShell, you see this application PowerShell in Windows? This PowerShell is the same shell. I can run ls, it replies, although the format is a bit different, but the output is the same thing. You know, the contents, wherever I am right now, all these things are present in the current location. Okay, I am in C users F, Amit F. Let me go there. In Windows, C users Amit F. You see all these files? .codium, .msad, .olama, .ssh, .vscode, .codium, .asmsd, olama, ssh, you know, all these things are the same. Okay. All right, so now what is a prompt here? This is a prompt. Copy student @localhost tilde symbol, square brackets open and close, and then a dollar symbol. What's going on? This prompt is basically telling you where are you, who are you, where are you, and what are your powers. Student is the username. Obviously, you can see this. @localhost. It means you are logged into a machine by the name localhost. I haven't provided any name to this machine yet. Although I can do that. I'll tell you how to do that. So second thing is, after @, you see the machine name or the host name. Host name is the correct terminology. So username, next is the host name. Then you see this tilde symbol. This tilde symbol represents that you are in your home location or home directory. What is this? In the next slide, I'll tell you. Okay, and then dollar symbol. Dollar symbol is telling you that you are logged in as non-root user. It means you have limited access to the commands. Okay, so you have limited access. You cannot run all the commands. If you are logged in as root user, then you will see the prompt like this. root user @localhost. I'm in my home location and then hash symbol. This hash symbol means that you are the super user or the root user and you can do anything. Full access or full control. You can do anything. But with a dollar symbol, it simply means you have limited access. Okay.
Sir, both are
Right.
same thing, super user and root user.
Yes. Super user means who can do anything.
And
That
root
user which
user,
has root user
मतलब
is the
दोनों
same
एक ही
thing.
यूजर है.
हाँ. देखो यूजर नेम रूट है, उसका नेचर है that it's a god level privileges. It has god level privileges, can do anything, can remove anything, can create anything. For example, files and directories. Okay, comparison with Windows. In Windows, I have logged in as Amit F. I am a restricted user. I am not the administrator. But the super user in Windows is called administrator. Okay. As an administrator, if I log in, I can do anything. But if I do something with Amit F, sometimes the screen will say run as administrator, yes or no, user account control. You will see that dialog box UAC. That is because I'm logged in as non-root. But if I'm administrator, everything will run as administrator. Like if I have to run this PowerPoint, right click, run as administrator. But if I'm the administrator, it will not say run as admin. You will be running everything as admin. Okay. Just like similarly in Linux, if you're logged in as a non-root user, if you want to run a command as root user, then there is a thing called sudo. Just like run as administrator in Windows, in Linux, that is called sudo. It will help you elevate your privileges from a limited access to full control. Okay, we'll learn all these things slowly and not immediately. Obviously, it's not the right time. Okay, so this is the command prompt.
Sir, one doubt was there.
Yes, please.
Sir, in Windows actually, in RDC is there, right, to take the remote desktop connection for any computer. So in that case,
Yes.
when we clicking the right click, so it's asking to run as administrator. So in that case, we are only the super user, right?
Yes, if you run an application as administrator, you're running it as admin, which means the application will be having more rights on the system, can do many things on the system. Sometimes application needs to, let's say, power off the Wi-Fi. Let's say if you run that application normally, it won't be able to power off the Wi-Fi. It won't be able to control the network adapter. But if you run it as admin, that application can control the hardware components as well. Okay, I'm just giving you one example. It's all about the control. You want to run that application with full control, run it as admin.
Okay.
Example.
So generally, we can do that.
Yeah. One more example. In C drive, there is a Windows directory, correct? And in Windows directory, you see there are so many files and directories, so many files and folders. If you want to edit any of these, let's say system.ini, you cannot do that until and unless you open Notepad with administrator, then open this file, then only you can make the changes. Okay, then only you'll be able to save this file. Otherwise, it won't be. You cannot just simply open and save it. You can open, but you won't be able to save it. But you have to open the Notepad as admin first, like this. Search Notepad, right click, run as admin. Then open that file. Then you will be able to modify the system files. These are all Windows system files, right? Okay. Yeah. Similarly, in Linux, you'll be doing all of this with sudo. If you want to modify system files, you will have to use sudo command, or you become root and then you make the changes. Yes, in Linux, you can become root directly using sudo. Right. Shall we go to the next one?
Sir, another one thing is there only.
Yes, please. Yeah. Tell me.
In Windows, in PowerShell is there like used on before. So in that PowerShell, we can run every Linux command that we can run in Linux operating system, Linux-based operating system like RHL or Ubuntu or anything.
Okay, yeah, good question. When we say commands in Linux, there are two types of commands. One are called internal and external. Internal commands are those which are built within the shell program. okay, built within the shell program. And external commands are those which are created or which are saved in your system once you install some application. Let's say I installed a web server called HTTPD. This web server application will create a command file by the name HTTPD in the system. Okay, so this is an external command. This command has been created after the installation of some program, but there are some inbuilt commands which which come with the shell, just like same way in PowerShell as well. Within PowerShell, there are few commands which are inbuilt, and those commands are also matching with Linux. For example, ls command, or even to remove files, rm command, or to read the text files, cat command, which we will learn not today, maybe tomorrow. Okay, so yes, inbuilt commands are the same. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the next one is file system hierarchy. Guys, we haven't still touched the commands. The reason is you need to understand few more topics like file system hierarchy. What is this? File system hierarchy is the directory structure or the folder structure. What folder structure you will get after you finish installing Linux. Just like in Windows, when you finish installing Windows or you buy a fresh new laptop, you get C drive. Inside C drive, you will find program files, users, and Windows. These three main directories. Let me highlight. First, you will find program files, users, and Windows. Yeah, 4. These 4 directories will be there. This is the directory structure of Windows. In Linux, we call a folder a directory. That's why you will hear me saying directory every time. Okay. So a folder is a directory. So these 4 folders you'll get out of the box or with freshly installed Windows. Similarly, in Linux, what will you get after you install Linux? What will you get? So Windows uses drive letters like C drive, D drive, E drive. Okay, if you have 3 hard disks, you do have no partitions, then it will be C drive hard disk number 1, D drive hard disk number 2, E drive hard disk number 3. Or maybe you have one single hard disk and 3 partitions. First partition will be C, second will be D, third will be E. Simple thing. Okay. In Linux, the drive letters are not used, which means it doesn't matter if you have one hard disk, 2 hard disk, 3 hard disk, all will be accessed through one location. Okay. So your first hard disk, which is used for the installation of Linux operating system, in that first hard disk, a folder or a directory. I'll be using directory word every time. Okay. A directory will be created. A directory will be created and its name will be slash. This slash. In Windows, you cannot create a directory by the name slash, but in Linux you can. In fact, there is only one directory by the name slash. You cannot create another slash. It will be automatically created. And inside slash, you will find the rest of the directories. Okay, so inside slash, you will find boot, dev, home, etc, and many more. Okay, so I'll show you. First, I'll show you graphically, then we'll go in the command, then I'll explain you these things. Okay, here it is. So graphically, go to the activities, click on this option which is called files, click on files. It will open this explorer. Okay. On the left hand side, you have many options. Click on other locations, right? And then you will see a hard disk. On the right hand side, you will see 12.3 GB out of 17.6 GB available. And then you see the symbol slash. I cannot increase the size. Please bear with this. Yeah, I cannot increase. So you see the slash. This is the starting point of the operating system. Everything is inside slash. So if I open slash, you'll find all those directories that I named. Bin, boot, dev, etc, home, all those things. If you want to see through the command line, open the terminal application again, click on activities, terminal application. You can run the command ls space slash. It means list what is inside slash. or list the directory contents inside slash. Press enter. The same thing, boot, etc, bin, home, dev. Okay, everything is here. So now let's get into the explanation, what exactly it is. Okay, slash boot. Slash boot is the location to store booting related files. When you power on the system, that process is called booting process. Operating system loads into the memory. During the booting process, some important files are used, like kernel. Kernel is loaded first, okay? It communicates with the hardware, then the operating system load procedure starts, and there are many other files. All those files are stored in slash boot. Then slash dev. Slash dev slash boot means inside slash boot directory. Okay. Like this graphically. I go to the slash, inside slash, this is slash, inside slash boot. Here it is. Inside boot, you will find many files and folders or directories. Okay. Next is slash dev. Inside slash dev. Let's go there. Inside slash dev. Double click. Okay. There are hundreds of files and directories. Not directories, but yes, many files. So what is this dev? Dev stands for devices. In Linux, everything is a file, which means even the hardware which is connected to your virtual machine, CPU, RAM, disk, everything is treated as a file. And all those files are stored in slash dev location. Okay, so if you have connected a new pen drive, for example, that pen drive will also be treated as a file. You have 4 CPUs connected to the virtual machine. All those 4 CPUs will be treated as a file. Okay, those are called device special files. Graphically, you can check it out. These are all device special files. Here it is CPU, because I have multi-core CPU. So CPU folder, and then there is CPU number 0, CPU number 1. 2 CPUs in total. Got it? Right, so device special files are here. Guys, interrupt me if you need more clarity, okay? Next one is slash etc. The applications which are pre-installed in the operating system, all those applications have some sort of configuration files, okay? Some configurations. All those configuration files are stored inside etc, and here it is etc. Okay, and you will find most of the files most of the files are ending with .conf, and you scroll down again, conf. Most of the files are ending with .conf, means configuration. How the application behaves is dependent on this configuration file. Okay, so maybe you have 100 of applications, so there will be 100 configuration files. Maybe you have 20 applications, then you'll find 20 application configuration files. Plus some are fixed, like this. This server or this operating system doesn't have any special application installed. Still, you have hundreds of configuration files. These are for the operating system. Okay, operating system internally runs multiple applications, and all those applications have some or the other configurations stored in the configuration file. Okay, it's like that. Next one is slash home. So what is home? Home is the location where a non-root user will enter. Difference between a non-root user and a root user is, non-root user is a real person, have limited access to the system. A root user is not a real person. It's just a account. It's a username. A non-root user can become root and then can perform system administration work, can run the commands which only root can run. Okay, system administration is performed as root. You cannot be a non-root and then perform system admin work. Example, create a user, delete a user, create a partition, delete a partition. Not possible as a non-root. You have to be a root user. Okay. So inside home, you will find the home directories or home folders of the non-root user. Now, this is not a new concept. It is as the same as Windows. You can check in the C drive in your laptop or desktop. You will see users, and then you will see the username. I log in as Amit F. So here it is Amit F. Inside Amit F, you see desktop. Do we have desktop here? No. Okay, let's say downloads. And these are the same downloads which I have downloaded, the same files. Okay. So this is my home location. I log in here directly, and then I create files and directories and downloads and documents. Everything is here. Just like in Windows, in Linux also, slash home is the location where users will log in to their home directory. You see student home directory only because there is only one non-root user. If I have 10 users in the system, then you will see 9 more directories, one for student, remaining 9 other users. Okay. This is the home location for the non-root users. Then what is the home location for root user? It's this slash root. Inside slash, there is a directory by the name root. This is the home location of root user. Okay. Now one more thing. Let me open command line. In the command line, when you open the command line or the terminal application, you are logged into some location. Normally, you are in your home directory. Where is the home directory? As a student, my home directory is inside slash. There is a directory by the name home. Inside home, there is another directory by the name student. And how do we type this complete path? This is a path, right? We type it like this: slash home slash student. So inside slash there is home, inside home there is student. Okay. So I'm somewhere, I don't know where am I right now, but if I run some command, I will see some output, correct? The question is, where are you running this command? You can check with pwd, present working directory. It says you are inside your home location. I'm logged in as student and I'm inside home student. This is my home location or home directory. Got it? So whatever you are doing right now, you're doing within your home location. You can create files in your home location. You cannot play with the files which are outside home. Example, let me get into etc. Using GUI, it's very simple. Double click enter. In the CLI, you have to use a command cd. cd space. Where do you want to go? If you want to go to slash, just type slash. Press enter. Now you are inside slash. You can see in this look in the prompt. Slash means you are here right now. When you press ls, you will find boot, etc, dev, home, everything again. You are not in your home location anymore. Okay, you want to go back home, you have to type cd space the complete path slash home slash student, enter. Now you're in your home location. You can see the tilde symbol, it means you are in your home location. We'll explore all these commands later. Just an idea I wanted to give you all. Okay. Next is slash root. This is the home location or the home directory for the super user or the root user. Okay. Root user account. Super user is just a term which is used to represent the powers of this user. Now slash run. Also, guys, all of this information is not easy to remember on day one. Not day one, but you can say within 1 hour or within 30 minutes. Not possible. You will eventually understand the role of every directory by the end of the Linux topic. You don't have to cram this information. Just keep in mind that these directories have a purpose. Slash boot has a purpose. Slash dev has a purpose. Okay. And by the end of this topic or this module, you'll remember all of this by heart. Okay. Slash run. Slash run is a location where the applications keep the temporary files. Whenever application runs, it is going to create some temporary files. Those files will be created inside slash run. We also call it runtime data. Runtime data generated by the running applications. Okay. Let me open slash run quickly. Inside slash, this is slash, and you will see run over here. Inside run, you will find multiple files, and these files are generated on runtime. It means when you power on this virtual machine, new files will be generated. What about the old files? When you shut down this virtual machine, all these files will be removed, deleted immediately. Okay. So when you shut down, these slash run is empty. When you power on, as programs start, this slash run will get filled with the program's specific files. All these files are generated by some or the other running program. Okay. And if you see a cross sign, it means as a non-root user, you cannot enter these locations. Example GDM, double click, it says authentication required. I cannot enter. But let's say Samba, if I click on it, I was able to enter. Although it's empty, but I was able to enter. Okay. But as a root user, there are no restrictions. You can enter anywhere you want. Okay. No restrictions as such. Next is /temp. Sometimes users also need to create temporary files. Temporary files, like automatically those files should be removed from the system. There is a location by the name temp tmp inside slash. If you keep a file here and you don't use it for the next 30 days, that file will be automatically removed. This is temp inside slash. Inside temp, you can create a file. You can delete your own file, but you cannot play with the files which are created by other users. Like you see all the above files. This is not created by me. These files and directories are created by root user, and that's why you see a cross sign. So this is the feature with temp. First, the files will be deleted automatically after 30 days if you are not using them. Second, you cannot modify the files which you don't own. You cannot remove the files which you don't own. I'm not the owner of these files. I'm logged in as student. As a student, I don't own any file. That's why you see a cross sign. I cannot use them. I cannot enter. It says authentication required. Okay, but as a root, I can do anything. Right? So this is temp. Next is USR. Now this USR is the most critical location. If you see the properties of the USR, right click and properties, if it works, yeah. It says its size is how much? Oh, okay, totaling 1.5. I think approximately it's 4 GB. It is the heaviest folder or the heaviest directory in the system itself. It contains all the commands, all the important application files within itself. So inside USR, you will find bin. Bin stands for binary. Binary is executable code, executable file. Okay. So the commands are executable files, and you will see in bin all the executable commands or the files. These are all command files. Okay. I was running pwd command, right? Let me search. Here, let me just search in the search box, pwd. Here it is, the pwd command. Shell was able to locate the pwd command from here. Also, there is ls command, right? Ls. Here it is, the first one. Right click and properties. The ls command file is an executable application file. 140.9 KB is the size. Okay. So inside USR, there is bin. Bin stands for binary. And these files, whatever you see in bin, can be accessed by a non-root user as well as the root user. Okay. So root and non-root users can access the files which are in bin. But the files, the command files which are in sbin, can only be accessed by root, because it says system administrators binary sbin. Inside sbin, you have the commands. Those commands can only be executed by root user. Let me show you one example. So let me open the same terminal application. Oh, hold on. Just a second. Why do I see thumbnails? Open. Yeah, now it's fine. Open the activities, click on the terminal application. Okay. So there is a command. Sorry. So there is a command by the name user add. User add space some username. Let's say test user. I want to add a user by the name test user, and I'm not logged in as root user. I am a non-root user. Non-root user with limited access to the commands, right? So let me press enter. What is the message? User add command says permission denied. Cannot lock this file. Try again later. It simply means permission denied simply means you are not root user. You are not allowed to run this command. If you want to find where is this user add command, you can't just simply go on searching the files. You can simply run a command which is called which. Which command will help you locate the location of the command. So which user add. So which user add. User add command is in inside /usr, inside usr sbin. Inside sbin there is user add. So as a non-root, I cannot run the commands which are in sbin location. That's why I got permission denied error. You can check it here. In the files inside sbin, there is user add. Let me search user add. Here it is, user add command. There is user add and L user add. Forget about it for now. So user add is also an executable application. 141.3 kilobytes is the size. Okay, so the thing is only root user can run these commands. Okay, so if you log in as yourself, as a real person with some user ID, how do you add users or how do you run root level commands? You have to become root, or you have to run the commands using a similar feature as run as administrator, which is called sudo in Linux. Using sudo, you can be root, you can behave as root, and you can run those commands. Okay, next one is /usr local. Inside or within USR, there is another directory, which is local. Here it is. If you are a developer, you are creating applications, you will be storing those applications inside local, or we can say you will be storing those commands inside local. Customized softwares are stored here. Okay. And then var/var. Inside slash, there is var. Let's go there. Var stands for variable. USR stands for Unix System Resources. Okay. TMP stands for temporary. All these directories have some abbreviations associated to it. Like var is an acronym for variable data. USR is an acronym for Unix System Resources. Temp is for temporary. External commands are stored in bin and sbin. Okay. So bin and sbin are these two locations. Depending on the nature of the command will be stored. If you are a developer, you have created a command which can be executed by anyone, root, non-root, then you need to keep that command in bin location, otherwise sbin location. Okay. All right. So what is this var? Var is for variable data. What is variable data? Those files whose size is not fixed. Example, a log file which keeps on registering or which keeps on storing all the messages which are generated by the hardware, by the software. Every seconds or every minute, these messages are going to be generated. Automatically, those will be stored in the log file. The log file size, if right now it is 1 MB, after 10 minutes, it can be 2 MB. The file size is not fixed. Correct? So that is variable data. Another example, website files. Website needs to be updated every second, every minute, every hour, like that, depending on the nature. Maybe a news agency is going to update the website within a minute, every minute. Okay, so that again, that website source code will always be a variable data, ever changing. Okay, although there is a concept of CMS and all. Okay, that's a different thing, but just to make you understand. Or a database file. Database which is linked to a website, let's say a shopping website, e-commerce website. That database file will be storing all the transaction, who logged into the website, which user clicked which product, so that it can do some sort of analytics in the background. Okay. And which user purchased which item, which product, the banking transaction details, all those things. So this database size will keep on growing with every transaction. Let's say every hour 100 users are logging in to this application and then making some purchases. All these details will be stored in the database. The database file will keep on growing. After every hour, you will see the increase in size. That is a variable data file. Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Can we move that bin commands to sbin or like vice versa?
Yeah, you can do that. But the problem is the restriction. The non-root users are not allowed to enter sbin.
As a root user, if we move, for example, ls command to sbin, so non-root user will not able to access that ls command now.
Correct.
Or
you're right.
If we reboot, so it will undo the changes, or like it will be permanent?
No, it is permanent. Okay. Yeah.
And also we can tweak, like we can change the code of like command. Okay.
You want to change the code, then you need to download the source code first. First, you download the source code, then you convert into the executable file. Then you can use that command, the customized
Okay.
command. Okay, let me show you how these commands look like when it is converted into executable. There is a command called cat. Using cat command, you can read the contents of a file. Okay, let me open cat for you. Sorry, the command for you. I am going to enter cd/usr bin. And here you will find with ls command, there are many commands. All the green colored files are executable files. Okay, the command files. Okay, there are few red, there are few sky blue sort of cyan. I'll tell you what are these later. Okay, so ls, let's find ls. ls space ls. So ls command is here. Using cat command, if I use ls file to open the file for reading, you will see some strange text. The terminal application is unable to understand what is this code because this is all low level. Although the help, this is the help. Okay, the help is in plain English. You can understand, you can read it. But the actual code, you won't be able to understand. Cat command is not able to understand what is written. It is all low level. Kernel can understand. Okay, so shell's job is to read this entire thing and translate it to the kernel so that it can understand what's happening. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why you can't do anything here. You cannot modify the code. It is executable file.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Next. So what is the role of var? My bad. So var is going to store variable data files, database file, websites, and all. During this topic, we are going to experiment with a website. We're going to deploy an application. As I said initially, before learning DevOps, you have to forget the word DevOps. You have to first focus how the industry works. Without DevOps, how was the scenario? The application deployment, application development, then the deployment, then the testing, then there are so many things. Deploying the application on staging server, maybe quality assurance, maybe testing, and then finally to production. And then automate this deployment to the application deployment to the servers. This automation was the first part in DevOps. Then it eventually grew into multiple tools. Okay, so first we understand the basics using Linux and one program. We're going to create an application using, let's say, Python program. Okay. Initially, I was thinking of Java, but that will be too complicated. Okay, because I want to keep things simple. Because we need to learn Unix, shell scripting and Ansible automation. So better is to use Python. Python will be helpful in Ansible customization also, which I'll tell you later. Okay, so directory structure is done. All this information is a kind of a prerequisite, not only for system administrator. It's for everyone, for you as DevOps engineers, or for developers who are working on Linux operating system. Okay, just like in Windows, if you are working on Windows, you should have a basic understanding how it works. Okay. Now coming to the shell. Shell, I've already told you, Bourne shell and all that, the prompt, all those things. Let's get into the command structure. Okay, so command is not one word command. For example, ls. ls is the command, but this is not a complete command. The complete command structure is like this. You type the command space. With the hyphen, you give some option, or you can also specify multiple options. Space, then you give some argument. What is an argument? What is an option? Options decide how the command is going to behave. Options can decide the command's output format or how the command behaves. Argument is that object where the command is going to apply some action. Example, if I type ls, by default, ls is designed to list the directory contents of your present working directory. Let's say you are in your home location. So it will display what is in your home directory. Okay, let's start with this. Okay, right now, I don't know where I'm. I can simply run pwd. It says you are in usr bin. If you type ls, as I said, it is designed to check what is inside your current location. In my current location, there are many commands. Okay, so ls without any option is going to by default open up where are you right now and list everything. then ls space hyphen, and then some option like L. Hyphen L is the option to display the same data with additional details like um, what is the size of the file or when was the file created. This is called long list format. Okay. The same thing again in the same location, ls hyphen L. Don't forget the space. ls space hyphen L. Enter. You see the same files, but along with that, you see some extra details. This is called long listing format. Okay. What exactly are you seeing on the screen? First part, permissions on the file. Who can do what? Who can run this file? Who can modify this file? Who is the owner of the file? Sorry, some permissions we can say. So these are the permissions. Who can do what? Next, you see a number that is the count of the links. We'll talk about this later. Then you see the username root. This means the file is owned by a root user. Again, you see root. Now, this root is the group name root. Okay, so we'll talk about groups later. Then you see the size 18500. This number is in bytes. If you want to see the real size, like in KB, MB, GB, then you have to use the another option, H. ls hyphen L is the first option. H is the second option. Enter. Now you will see the file size in either KBs or MBs or GBs. Accordingly, you'll see that. Let's say this is 2.3 megabytes. This is 85 kilobytes. Okay, this is the size. And then finally, the timestamp. When was the file, when was the file last modified or last accessed? Whatever is recent, you will see that timestamp here. So this is the timestamp. It says May 31st. Maybe this XZ command was deployed, was made part of the operating system on 31st of May 2022. That's why you see it here. This is the most recent one, August 5th, 2024. This file was maybe modified on August 5th, 2024. Okay, like that. And finally, you see the file name. Okay, so command hyphen one single option or multiple options, and these are optional. As you can see with the first example, you're not supplying any option, you're not supplying any argument, still it is working. It is taking your current location as the argument. As I said, argument is that object or that file or a directory where this command has to perform the operation. Okay, in the third example, I can say ls-l/tmp. I want to see whatever is inside tmp in a long list format. Okay, so ls will list out all the objects, files, and directories in a long list format from tmp. Now, this command ls supports multi-arguments. So I can give argument number 1 space, argument number 2 space, and so on. It supports multi-arguments, which means ls-l/tmp space /var. Now this time it will show me what is inside tmp and var. Let's have a look. So ls-l/tmp. It says inside /tmp, these many files are present. Okay. If you see a file colored with the blue, it means it's a directory, it's a folder. Normal files will be in white color. Executable files or program files will be in green color. Now these colors are visible because of a option which is running in the background, which I'll tell you tomorrow maybe. Okay, but these don't rely on the colors. You just have to check the first character. It will tell you whether it's a file or a directory. D stands for directory. All these are directories. Okay. You see the first character in the output. In fact, let me just go a bit smaller on the font. The first character in every row is D. D stands for directory. It's a folder. It's a directory. Okay. Okay. So this is the command syntax. Now, finally, we have reached commands. Now we'll get into commands. All right. Okay, I forgot to show you the last one. ls-l/tmp space /var. Enter. Let's start from the top. Now, you may provide 10 arguments, 20 arguments. The sorting will happen alphabetically. which means first T, then V. Okay, so that's why you see /temp first and then /var second. Let me reverse it. First /var and then /temp. Enter. What do you see first? /temp again. So it's alphabetically sorted. So /temp has these many things. Scroll down. /var has these many things. Now you see many directories, some cyan color. These are links. Yeah, and then something very strange with green highlight. What is this? Again, we'll talk about this later. Okay, so maybe by tomorrow or day after tomorrow, you'll be able to understand each and everything which you see in ls-l. What is this arrow? Why this green highlight? Okay, and sometimes you will see red highlights. Okay, like that. Okay, access command line. You can open the terminal application, and what can you do? Oh, hold on. Guys, just a second. Yeah. So what can you do on the terminal application and all? So this terminal application is an application to provide you a command line interface where you can type the commands. Whatever you type is captured by the default shell, which is assigned to your profile. How do you find that? You just type random things. It will say bash this command not found. So bash shell is assigned to your profile. This is easy way. Plus, there are 3 more ways to find. Tomorrow we'll get into that. Otherwise, you'll get confused. Okay, so for now, how to find what is the shell? Just type random stuff, press enter. It will say CSH, this not found. So C shell is assigned. SH, this not found. So SH or Bourne shell is assigned. Here in my case, bash, this not found. So bash shell is assigned. Okay. Yeah. So in Red Hat and CentOS, bash shell is default. In fact, in most popular distributions or distros, we also call them, or flavors, Linux flavors, bash shell is the default shell. Okay, so this one is how to log into your system remotely. Remotely means you are in India, somewhere in India, and the server is in UK or US or Australia. How do you access the server? You access the server via the network, but how? Text-based access or graphical access? Text-based access is done or is possible with the help of a program called Secure Shell, SSH, or graphical access using remote desktop protocol, RDP. Okay, so we'll see both of the things when the time comes regarding how to log in. But this is one, just one introduction that you can access the system not only from the application that you are using. Like I'm using workstation, VMware workstation. Within the VMware workstation, I get to see the graphical view. This is called console. And we don't take the console of the system. We connect using SSH or remote desktop protocol, RDP. Using VNC also, you can do that. Okay, many ways. Yes, Amrit, any doubt?
Sir, bash shell is the default shell in Ubuntu case also, right?
I think yes. Okay, yeah. And what are the features of bash shell? One big feature is auto completion. Remaining features we'll explore as we proceed. Okay, so what is auto completion? Auto completion is using tab key on the keyboard. You can auto complete things. Example, see this. CD/HO. I'm going to use tab. Automatically ME got completed. Also, you have a leading slash so that I can type more things. Then STU, enter tab, it auto completed. Using auto completion, you can type complex paths. Sometimes the paths are really lengthy. You can do that just by typing tab. If you don't know what is inside home, then what will you do? You don't know what is inside home. Maybe there is student, maybe there is something else. Press double tap or press the tab twice. Okay, in this case, there is only one directory. Let's go somewhere. CD etc. Tab, nothing happens. Because there are so many possibilities. You double tap. It says there are 129 possibilities. Do you want to see all? Press Y to yes. Where do you want to go? Let's say, okay, I want to enter LVM. So now you have to type L. Okay, let me clear the screen first. cd/etc l tab, nothing happened. Double tab. These many directories are starting with L. Where do you want to enter? LVM, so it is LV. So LV tab automatically got completed. Or lib report. So lib tab, nothing happened. Why? Because again, we have live block, live verbs, libnl, live paper, live report. So double tab, it gives you all possibilities. Where do you want to go? Okay, I want to go live SSH. So lib ss tab, enter, and you are here. So play with the tabs today. Tab, double tab, and see how it is helping you. Is it even auto completing things for you or not? Okay. Let me go to my home location. Let me show you ls command. It says there is downloads and documents. Let me enter downloads. cd capital D tab, nothing happens. Why? Because there is downloads with D or documents with D. Double tab, even desktop. There are three folders or three directories. Where to go? If I type do tab, nothing happens because again there are two possibilities: document or download. With double tab, you will see document or download. If I say DOW tab, now it auto completes. Now I will enter downloads. With cd command, I can enter. cd stands for change directory. It is the same thing in Windows also. You type cd and you can enter C drive, D drive, anywhere. Okay, so command bash shell features, auto completion, and what else is there? Yes, one important thing which we will learn later. You can write lengthy commands in multiple lines. Okay, with the help of backslash, we'll do that, but don't worry. As we proceed till that part where we have to type lengthy commands, then I'll tell you. Like in Docker containers, okay, then I'll tell you. Also, you can access the history. Whatever commands you have executed in the past, you can access with up down arrow keys. See this, up. This is the previous command. Again up. Again previous command. I can just keep on pressing up, up, and all the previous commands will keep on highlighting. If I want to run something, stop there, press enter, that command will run. Okay, so you can access the history with this up down arrow keys and with the history command also. History command, enter. You see all the previously executed commands for your user student. So as a user student, I have executed these many commands in the past. It's a fresh system, that's why less commands, repetitive commands, because I'm teaching. Got the idea? Okay. How to clear the history? Very good. We can clear the history in many ways. One is to delete a history file which gets created in your home location. Once I tell you what is a hidden directory, hidden file, and environment variables, then I'll tell you about how to clear the history. Okay. So we'll talk on the commands and all tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll start with the actual commands, the basic, how to handle the files, how to fetch user information, who is logged in right now, who is doing what, your network information, your system information, all those things, the basic commands. I think these are 20 to 25 commands to start learning Ansible. This is the main, or we can say this step number one. Okay. Okay. So once we cover the basic stuff, then we'll get into the actual, which is user management, permissions management, install, how to install something, how to create partitions, stuff like that. Okay, guys, so this is it for today. Any doubts, any questions before I close?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, yeah, tell me.
सर आपने वो स्टूडेंट होम डायरेक्टरी बताया था विद द टिल्ड साइन, और उसके
correct.
बाद सेम स्लैश में कन्वर्ट कर दिया था। वो जो स्लैश था वो कौन सी डायरेक्टरी थी?
Slash. I said whenever you see the tilde sign, it simply means that this is the logged in user's home directory. If you are logged in as, let's say you are logged in as demo user, so this home directory will be /home/demo. So this tilde will represent /home demo. If you're logged in as student, then it will be /home/student. So this tilde will represent slash home student. How did I change it to slash? CD slash. If I'm entered into slash, then it will say slash. Okay, so it basically tells you where are you right now. So if I'm into slash, it will say you are in slash. If I'm into temp, it will say you are in temp. If I'm into slash where, it will say you are in where. If I'm in my home location, home student, it will say tilde. I'm logged in as student, so tilde means home student. If I'm logged in as root, tilde means slash root, not home root, slash root. How do you log in as root? Okay, before I close, how do you log in as root? You log out completely. Or there is also one command which I'll tell you tomorrow, but you log out completely. Do you see root user? No. Do you see not listed? Yes. Click on not listed. Username, root. Password, CentOS, I think. Yeah. No. CENTOS. Maybe something else. Yeah, it is Red Hat. Okay. I changed it, I guess. So yeah, so I'm now logged in as root. Logged in as privileged user. Running a session as privileged user should be avoided for security reasons. Obviously, you are root, you are learning Linux and you log in as root. Maybe while practicing, you typed a command which was not supposed to be executed, which could result in data loss and all, but you have. So since you are root, that command will run. It will delete the files, maybe whatever bad happens, then it will be your responsibility to fix it. So that's why we'd say, in fact, in the organizations, it's a rule. You don't log in as root directly. You log in as yourself. If in case you need to run some root level command, then you become root and then you log out. And then you stay back as yourself, as your username. Okay? Alright
सर
guys, so
आपने
let's
cd स्लैश करा था अभी, तो वो जो स्लैश है वो क्या है, रूट है या स्टूडेंट होम, वो क्या है मतलब?
Slash is the starting point of the operating system where all the subdirectories are found, like boot, dev, etc, home, everything is inside slash. Okay,
सर
so
ये
you can say
उसमें दिखाओगे एक बारी जो आपने
GUI में?
नहीं फर्स्ट पीपीटी में दिखाया था.
Okay, hold on. Directory structure.
Yes. हाँ, इसमें
Slash is the starting point.
तो सर ये तो रूट है ना यहाँ पे तो.
नहीं, slash is also called as the root. Why do we call it as a root? Because if you notice, this is a inverted tree-like structure where you have the root at the top and branches at the bottom. That's why we also call it as a root. जहां से ट्री स्टार्ट होता है, तो इसको रूट मत बोलो, फिर इसको स्लैश ही बोलो. ठीक है? Slash is the starting point. Inside slash you will find root directory, home directory, run, sbin, there are so many.
So sir, if you will click cd then space then that slash, then it will come what?
So if you run what? Can you repeat?
cd then space then that slash.
Okay, hold on. First, let me adjust the font here as a root user. Okay, cd space slash.
Yeah, then only that thing.
Enter. I will enter slash. Inside slash, you have bin, boot, dev, etc, home, and all the other things that we discussed. USR, var, temp, everything is here.
Means each and every folder can be found there only.
Yeah, so graphically, you open this files application, you go to other location, this is slash, and this is the same thing. Bin, boot, dev, etc, home. Yeah, home is here. You can see the same in this list. Home is here. Okay, here is the home. This is the home. On the command line, you will see exactly the same without the graphics, without the all the mouse movements and all, just plain text with colors. Okay.
So you can also say that no, it's a root only.
Yeah. So all of these directories are inside root. Root is the starting point of the operating system. So in Linux, you will find the root being used as the starting point, also the username, also the directory name. So slash is also called the root of the directory structure. There is a root user, and this root user's home directory is slash root location is home directory.
Little confusing.
Okay, so yeah, so don't worry. Just treat the slash as slash for now. Okay, slash is the starting point. So forget about root. Root user, now you know. Slash root is the location where the root user logs in by default.
Okay, समझ गया.
Okay ना?
सर लेट्स से एक यूजर है, एक्स वाई जेड यूजर है, सो हम नहीं चाहते कि वो रूट यूजर को एक्सेस कर सके, तो सीडी स्लैश करते ही सर वो तो ये तो प्रिविलेज का हो जाएगा ना,
No.
प्रिविलेज खत्म हो जाएगा ना कि वो चला गया.
No. Slash can be accessed by anyone. Okay, so because of the permissions, slash can be accessed by anyone. It's only non-root users are not allowed to create files here. मैं हूँ slash में, right? I'm in slash. Using touch command, I can create files. Touch file 1. Okay, as a root, I can do that. But if I'm non-root in a new tab, let me become student again. Okay. So I'm student user in a new tab, as you can see. Let me go to slash. I can enter slash because the permissions are like this, but the permission will not allow me to create a file. Touch file 2. It says permission denied. In the case of root, the file 1 was created. In the case of non-root user, permission denied. So as a non-root, I can travel through the file system. Sorry, travel through the directory structure. No restrictions. The problem is I cannot modify files. I cannot create files. I cannot edit files. Is like that. Only root can do these modifications.
सर इसमें भी तो ऐसा हो गया ना कि नॉन रूट यूजर आके वो हमारे मतलब रूट की सब चीजें देख के जा रहा है, तो ये भी तो गलत है.
कैसे as a root user, no, cd slash root, permission denied. Root has stored some critical information in the home directory, so non-root users will not be allowed to enter, permission denied. Okay, let's say I'm in my home location right now. You can check with pwd. It says slash root. Okay, you can see here slash root. Here, let me create a file. Touch secret.txt. Okay, secret file. As a student, I got to know, okay, root user has created a secret file. cd slash root. Permission denied. I cannot enter. Okay, let's do ls. ls-l slash root. I cannot run ls. Nothing can happen. Okay, so permissions are already stringent, already strict. Don't worry about that. Got it?
यस सर. सर अभी तो यही समझ है, जो स्लैश है वो स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है,
yes.
और स्लैश रूट है वो एक्चुअल में रूट यूजर है.
रूट यूजर का होम डायरेक्टरी, होम लोकेशन. ओके, सो रूट यूजर ऐसे दिखता नहीं है. रूट यूजर आपको बनना पड़ेगा. जैसे आप आई एम लॉग्ड इन इनटू माय लैपटॉप एज अमित एफ यूजर. ठीक है, तो अगर मैं इस डायरेक्टरी में जाऊं, यूजर्स अमित एफ, दिस इज द डायरेक्टरी वेयर आई एम वर्किंग राइट नाउ. मेरा जो डेस्कटॉप है, होल्ड ऑन, जो ये आप डेस्कटॉप देख रहे हो, इसमें बहुत सारे आइकन्स है, राइट? ये सब डेस्कटॉप मेरे उस अमित एफ फोल्डर के अंदर है. सी यूजर्स अमित एफ, यहाँ पे मिलेगा वो सब डेटा. ठीक है, so this is my user scope, user area. All right, so let's start it again, guys. Okay, it will be a kind of a refresh also, right? Okay, let me check whether the machine is ready. Power it off. This one also. DevOps, resume. All right, so it's running. Good. Password is CentOS. Enter. No? Okay, perfect. All right, guys. So I hope you remember. We have finished installing Linux, maybe CentOS or RHEL, doesn't matter. And the terminal is the application where we are going to learn Linux. Okay. So as a DevOps engineer, you have basically two options. Maybe as a system administrator or as a DevOps engineer, you can stick to pure command line interface or also use the installed applications, okay, for user management, for hard disk management. But what I prefer is, if you want to speed up your work, you need to uh, familiarize yourself with the command line interface. And this is something that I really stress upon. Okay, so throughout this Linux topic or this Linux module, we'll be stressing a lot on the CLI part. Okay, maybe sometimes here and there we'll switch to GUI, but yes, most of the time we'll be on the CLI itself using the terminal application. Okay, so open the terminal application from activities, click on terminal, it will open, and here we need to run the commands. Okay, just a quick refresh how the commands execute. For example, there is one command which is ls. ls stands for list directory contents. Okay, what is a directory? A folder. In Windows, we say a folder. In Linux, that the same thing is called a directory. Okay, what is inside a directory? ls command will tell you. You have to also tell where to look. If you don't specify that thing, the location, it will check in your current location. When you open the terminal application, you are somewhere in the system, in the directory structure, maybe inside slash, or maybe inside slash home, or maybe inside slash root. Okay, so if you want to know that, you just check the prompt. In the prompt, the last part is tilde. Tilde is the symbol for currently logged in user's home directory. I'm logged in as root. It means I am in slash root location. You want to check it, you want to verify it, type the command print working directory, pwd. Press enter, and there you go, slash root. It replied slash root is the current location. If you want to see what is inside this location, what files and folders are here, you can run ls command. Okay, and you can see there are many. Okay, first the color codes. There are many objects. Some are white, some are blue. The white ones are not note, the files, text files. Okay, I was about to say notepad. These are all text files. You can use a text editor to modify the contents. Then the blue ones are the directories, the folders. If you want to enter desktop and see what is there, you can just simply run ls space desktop. I hope you remember the command structure, the command, the option, and the arguments. Okay, so right now I'm not specifying any option. It is just the command and the argument. For now, desktop is empty. I don't think any of these directories have any files in them. Okay, never mind. Okay, so but how this command is actually working? When you run a command, let's say ls, it immediately provides you an output. In the background, many things are happening. When a user or any application also, user or application, types the command ls, what happens is the running bash shell or the running shell program. In your case, it is going to be bash. Okay, so the running shell program is going to see whether this ls command file is present in the system or not. Okay, it is going to look out in many directories inside usr, inside the home directory of the user, all those things. It will try to locate where is this ls file. If the file is found, the code file, then it is going to translate that code file line by line to kernel, and this kernel then will get the inputs from the shell and accordingly behave, communicate with the hardware, talk to the hardware, and generate the output. This is how you get the output. Many things are happening in the background. Okay. All right. So let's start with this ls now. I think we have already covered ls, but still. Also, preferences unnamed 20. I think 21, 22 is fine. Yeah, this is good. So ls command. Now you know to get the directory contents. By default, it will display what is inside the current location. So current location is the default argument. So this is my current location. You want to see what is inside temp. So ls/tmp. Now you're telling ls to look inside temp and and print the output, list the directory contents. So inside temp, there are many directories. Actually, all are directories. Okay. One is in a green highlight. I'll tell you later what is this green highlight. All right. So this is how you can do it along with the options like ls-l/tmp. Now you get to see the same output, but this time you have some more details, like what are the permissions, who is the owner of the directory, when was the directory last accessed or modified, what is the directory size, and all those things. Okay, so we'll talk about all these things when we reach permissions. Okay, so right now it's this much is good. Okay, so this is ls command. Next one is file command. So in my current location, there is a file secret.txt. Let me try to find what is the file type. So file command space secret.txt. It says it's an empty file. Okay, what about this configuration? Anaconda file space anaconda ks.cfg. Okay, it says this file is sky text. It's a text file. Okay, so if you are not able to find what is the file type, is it an executable file or a normal file, you can use the file command. If I check the same file command on maybe some command inside usr location /usr bin ls command, it says this is a executable file. Okay, so this is how, I mean, you can identify what is the file type. Don't go by the extension. Extension can be anything. I can keep it as secret.pdf. Still, it will say it's a text file or a sky text. Okay, so extensions don't really matter. If in real you want to create a PDF file, you need to use that software, that specified specialized software, which will generate the PDF file. Just by renaming PDF, the file will not become PDF, obviously. Okay, so extensions don't really matter in Linux. So this is file command, really easy. Next is touch. Touch command is used to create files, blank files. Okay, so let's say touch file 10.txt. Extensions are optional, but still you can use them. Enter. The file has been created. ls -l to check. It says here it is, file 10.txt. Okay, so file is there. You can also see the file size is 0 bytes. There is no size. If you want to edit this file, add some content, you need to use another command, which is called vi. We'll talk about that later. So for now, touch is fine. It's not only that you can create one file, you can also create multiple files. Touch space, let's say file 9 space file 8. So I'm creating two files, right? ls-l, file 9, file 8, right? How about multiple more? Let's say 10 files. Then you can use one shortcut. A shortcut is called brace expansion. In the braces, you type the name and the pattern. For example, I need to have file 1, file 2, file 3 till file 7. Okay, the fixed part is file. Keep it outside the braces. The dynamic part, the number file 1, 2, 3, 4. So the range is starting from 1 ... till 7. So this is how you specify a pattern. Okay, so file in the file name, then in the curly braces, the starting value ... ending value, and if you have an extension, out of the braces .txt. Now what will happen? 7 files will be created, file 1 to file 7 .txt. Press enter, ls-l, and there you go. Right? So this is one kind of a shortcut that you will be using more often. This is first time you're seeing this, but we have a dedicated slide just to explain how many other such shortcuts are available. These are also called wildcards. Okay. Another example of a wildcard, let me just give it to you. I just want to list all the files which are starting with the name file. So ls-l file star. It means all the file names which have the word file, which are starting with the word file, and after this file, there can be anything. There can be number, some 1 digit, 2 digits, one character, two character, doesn't matter. So asterisk basically means everything. Now you have file with some more characters, right? Maybe 3, 4, 5 characters. Here only one character. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters, and here 6 characters. Okay, so asterisk is basically replacing all the additional characters, right? So this is how you can do that. Or even better, you just want to list one file, ls-l, let's say file 10, sorry, file 10.txt, enter. So it will just produce the output only for this one single file, or even a directory, ls-l/tmp. Okay, I wanted to see the properties of temp, but ls is entering temp and then telling me what is inside. If you just want to see the properties of a directory and not enter and check, then you can use the option D, ls-l D. D is to tell ls command that it's a directory, don't enter. And then you specify the directory name. Now it's telling you that /temp. These are the permissions, these are the ownership and everything. Okay. You can also see the same thing with ls-l/. Inside slash you have temp, and here it is. Just to isolate this single line, okay, just to isolate this single line, you can use D. This will basically tune the behavior of ls. It will not enter /temp. It will just check the properties and tell you that as an output. Okay. Guys, if you have any doubts and queries, just let me know, or maybe just type it in the chat. I'll address.
Sir, this one, last one, I couldn't understand actually the difference.
Okay, so ls-l. Okay, I'll just show you visually first. Okay, I'll go to the files. In the other locations, there is the slash. Now here is temp. I want to see the properties of temp, like what is the directory size, who is the owner of the directory and everything. So I have to right click and go to the properties. Then I'll see that who is the owner and all. Root is the owner, root is the group owner, permissions and everything, right? But if I have to see what is inside temp, I have to double click and check. Then I'll see these things are inside temp, all these things. Okay. The same way, if you want to see the properties of any directory, you have to use the D option with ls command. Okay, hold on. Here it is. So ls-l and D. Then you type the directory name. It will tell you the properties. Okay, but if you want to see what is inside, then use the same command and ignore D. Don't use it. Now it will tell you what is inside. Okay, all these things are inside /temp. Got it?
Okay, fine.
Okay, so -d is just to get the configuration. The properties, and without -d, ls will enter and then tell you what is inside that directory. Right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next one. Now mkdir. We have just created files. Now let's create empty directories. Okay, empty folders. So with mkdir command, you can create directories. So the syntax is command space the directory name. Let's say directory 1, enter ls-l to check. And you see directory 1 is present. It has been created. Similarly, you can create multiple directory 2, directory 3, and so on. ls-l, I just want to list all the directories starting with dir name. So directory 1, 2, 3, all are there. What about multiple? Just like touch, we used brace expansion. We can apply the same here. mkdir directory starting from 3 till 10 dot 10. Okay, starting range dot ending range. Enter. Okay, it says 3 is already there. ls-l, all the directories. Oh, sorry, ls-ld. Otherwise, it will open all the directories, and I don't want to see that. So directory 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now, why is directory 10 just after 1. It's because this sorting is alphanumeric sorting. So 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, those all will be at the first, at the top. Okay. So directory 1, after that, all the numbers. Okay. And then 2, 22, 23, 24. Okay. Like that. Then 33, 30, 31, 32, 33, and so on. So this is alphanumeric sorting. So mkdir will create a empty directory. How to enter the directory that you have just created? cd. cd command is used to change directory. cd space. In my current location, there is directory 1. So I can just simply type it, press enter. I am here in directory 1. You can see in the prompt or pwd. It says you are inside directory 1, which is inside root directory, which is inside slash. So slash root slash directory 1 is your current path, current location. pwd also, as I said, slash root slash directory 1. Right? How to get out of this directory? I want to go back. When I say I want to go back, it means out of directory 1 and inside root. I want to go back, one directory back. So cd space dot dot. It means go one directory back. And I'm here back again to my home location. Got it? Right. Next one is rm. Rm command is used to remove files and directories. Okay. So for now, we have some dummy directories, empty directories, and empty files. Let's get rid of them. I will start with the files first. With rm command, space the file name. Let's say file10.txt. Press enter. It says remove regular empty file, file10.txt. Y for yes, N for no. Press Y, enter. Okay, that is fine. But let's say I just want to delete all these which are starting with file. So rm space file star. All the files will be removed where the name starts with file. It means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these 9 files should be gone. But the problem is with every file you will get this prompt: remove regular empty file, yes or no. If you don't want to get to see this prompt, you need to run an option, or you need to use an option which is forcefully. -f is forcefully. Okay, forcefully means don't ask me anything, just simply get rid of these objects. Press enter. Okay, before I press enter, without -f, how will it look like? It will ask for all the files. If there are like 10,000 files, then I'll be just pressing Y enter 10,000 times. Or just simply -f is forcefully, don't ask me anything, and it is gone. All the files are done, removed. Okay. One more thing, one option which I left with the mkdir. Check this out. Let's say I give you this directory structure. In your current location can be as per your logged in user. If you're a non-root user, it will be /home something. If you're a root user, then /root. So in your current location, in your home location, home directory, create this directory structure: books /English /chapter1. Okay, you have to create this directory structure. First, you create books, inside books, English, inside English, chapter 1. You can run mkdir 3 times. First, you create books, cd books. Then you create English, cd English. Then you create chapter 1. Or you can use one single command: mkdir in your current location, create books /English /chapter 1. Now it seems correct, right? But the problem here is mkdir command is going to act on the last part first. It is going to attempt to create chapter 1 inside English, but English is not present. So you will get an error. It will say the file or directory is not present, not found. Okay. So let me show this to you. Hold on. Remove the annotation. So mkdir inside my current location, I want books, then chapter 1. Sorry, English. Then chapter 1. Enter. It says cannot create directory, no such file or directory. The problem is there is no English. In fact, if you check here, do you see books anywhere? No. Do you see English? No. Then chapter will not be created, and mkdir will report an error, cannot create directory. So how to fix it? The fix is really easy, but first let's understand. So chapter 1 is technically parent child directory of English. So English is the parent of chapter 1. Similarly, books is the parent of English. You need to make sure all the parents are created, and then the child directory will be created or should be created. If you want this to happen, then you have to tell mkdir that to create this directory structure, also make sure parents are created. -p is parent. So this time, parents will be created first and then the child directory or the subdirectory. Okay, so -p is parent. If any parent is not present, it will be created. Press enter, no error. And you can use the tree command to check. Tree command will basically give you a visual um, representation of your directory structure. It says there is books, inside books English, inside English chapter 1. Okay, so tree command will represent your directory in a tree like structure. This will help you, just verify whether things are correct or not. Okay, got the idea? I mean, it's very simple thing. Rm, okay, with rm -f, you can forcefully get rid of the files. Now let's try to delete some directories. Okay, in my current location, directory 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till directory 10, I just want to get rid of them. Let's do one by one. Remove directory 1. Enter. It says cannot remove directory 1. It's a directory. Basically, rm command is designed to remove files. If you want to remove a directory, you have to tell it. How? With the option -r. -r stands for recursive. Recursive is get inside the directory, remove all the files, and then remove the directory, the empty directory. Okay, maybe there are some files in this directory 1. Okay, so first you need to make sure all the files are gone, and then the directory 1 will be removed. That is called recursive. So rm-r directory 1, enter. Now again it is asking me this prompt. If you don't want to see this prompt, you have to use -f as a second option, rf. Enter. Now it's gone. Okay, or if you already know that directory 1 or 2 is already empty, there is nothing in it, then you can run another command which is really easy, rmdir. It is designed to delete the directories. No option required. rmdir space directory 2, enter, gone. No prompt, nothing, no recursive, no forcefully. Okay, it's up to you. rmdir will work only on an empty directory. If there are files inside a directory, this command will fail. What I normally do is I don't use rmdir. I always stick to rm command. Okay, so rm space -r f directory 2, done. You want to get rid of all the directories? Directory star, done. ls-l, back to normal. No directories, no files, nothing. Okay, any doubts?
Sir, if any directory will be there, means if it will be not an empty directory, then simply rm will work, right?
Yeah, so rm-r will work. Yes, correct.
Okay,
rmdir command is only for those cases if you already know directory is empty, then get rid of it. Personally, I don't use rmdir. Unnecessary, you have to remember additional command. Rm is more than enough because with rm you can remove directories, you can remove files. Just make sure you're using the right option. Okay.
So if empty means -rf means forcefully we're removing the empty
Yes.
directory.
Correct. Even if it is full, rm-rf is also going to work. Okay.
Okay.
-r is recursive. Recursive means get inside the directory, remove all the files, then remove the empty directory. That is recursive. Recursive action.
Okay, recursive means we are entering into the directory -r, and F means forcefully.
Yeah. Forcefully means don't ask me anything, just remove, just delete.
Okay, okay.
Okay. One more thing, guys. When you remove something from the command line using rm command, that object will not go into recycle bin or trash. Okay. In Windows, we call recycle bin. The same thing is called trash in Linux and Mac, right? So when you delete something from the command line, that will not go in trash, which means it is permanently deleted. But if you delete something from the GUI, let's go to my home and let's remove this secret.txt. What is this? Is it just a simple file? Hold on. Double click. Okay, it's blank. So let me just get rid of secret.txt. Right click, delete, or move to trash. It's gone. On the left hand side, you have trash. Click on it. The file is here. You can restore it or you can empty the trash. Okay, but if you remove something from, just a second, if you remove something from the command line, let's say the same file, rmsecret.txt, yes, it's gone. It won't be found in trash. It's not in your home directory. Now, if you want that file back, you have only one option left, that is recover it using the recovery tools or the recovery methods which are applied to your project or to your company. You need to use them. Okay, like in my case, in my organization, we have backup servers. All the servers are backed up. Once in 24 hours, the server backup is taken. Okay, if you have somehow deleted a configuration file, the chances are you can get that file restored from the old backup. Okay, you need to contact your backup team. In some organizations where backups are not taken, although this is less likely to happen, but still, if there are no backups available, then you have to use the data recovery tools, the softwares, which will scan the disk and try to recover the data. Okay, or the worst case scenario, which happened with us a few years back, you have to send the hard disk to the to the companies which are specialized in data recovery from the hard disk. Actually, what happened in my case, in my project, the backup team accidentally removed the backup of a very critical server. It was an accident. Okay, they didn't realize it until the customer or the client asked for the data backup. They just asked for, do you, as per the contract, you are supposed to maintain 10-year backup of this server. We want to access the backup dated so and so, maybe 3 years back or 4 years back. The problem, that backup actually is lost, has been deleted by some employee, a backup team member. Okay, so now we cannot say to the client that, oh, backup is deleted. They will, impose a big amount as a penalty. Okay, some million US dollars, 2 million or 3 million. So to avoid that situation, we bought some time. Okay, we need some time, resources are on leave, something like that. We need a week time. And we had to send the hard disks where the backup was stored to the data recovery center. And they charged, again, close to $1 million. Fine was $5 million. Okay, any which way, the business was losing $1 million, $1 million US. Okay, so backups are, very serious things. Sometimes those are mentioned in the contracts that you need to maintain the backup. That's why I'm saying, if in case you somehow get accidentally remove a file which was important file, you need that. Chances are the backup team might be able to restore that. Okay, they have access to the servers. They can run a command on the backup server and the file will be restored. Okay, don't worry about that. But still, be careful. Don't just blindly delete anything. Okay, so rmdir is done. Now, let's talk about how to read the file. Till now, we have created the file. Maybe there is a file already created with some content, maybe some configuration. How will you read that? How will you read that? Like, how will you open and read it? In Windows, in GUI, it's very simple. Double click on it, it will open. Simple thing. Or even in Linux, you double click the file, it opens. Like here, there is one file, Anaconda KS. Double click on it, it opens in a editor. This is called G editor. Okay. Just like in Windows, we have Notepad. In Linux, it is called gedit. So in gedit, it opens. But in command line, how can you open this file for reading? Not for modification, only for reading. You can do that with the help of cat command. Cat stands for concatenate. Concatenate means you can use cat command to combine multiple text files into one. Also, you can use cat command to read the contents of a file. How to do the concatenation? Later I'll tell you because it requires additional knowledge of redirection and standard streams. But for now, let's use cat command to read the file. Okay. Just give me a minute, Tanuj, then I'll address your question. Okay. Cat space the file name, enter, and there you go. It opens. You can read it. This is not an editor, so it's a read only thing. Right? Yes, Tanuj. Any doubt?
Sir, let's say if I want to create another directory in the English, let's say grammar and a reader, two more
Right.
directories. So how can we do?
Now, since you already know that books and English is already there, so you can simply type mkdir books English, and here what is the one grammar? Okay.
सर ये नहीं स्टार्टिंग से, अगर स्टार्टिंग में मेरे पास क्लियर है कि मुझे बनानी है इंग्लिश में ग्रामर एंड रीडर तो
हाँ, तो -p. This is the first time you're running it. First grammar, then let's say next one reader, like this. You can do that. And with 3 command, you can check in English you have grammar and reader.
वो चैप्टर 1 भी आ गया इंग्लिश में.
Chapter 1 was already there. ये पहले से ही था. Okay, so
अलग-अलग
books.
चलानी पड़ेंगी.
Yes, अलग-अलग चलानी पड़ेगी. Yes, you have to run it. Yeah, you have to run the command separately.
तो सर ये
Later on,
nested हो गया ना? Nested.
Later on, when we learn shell scripting, you'll be able to run a single command which will take care of the directory structure. Okay, you need not to run multiple mkdir. We can use a for loop. You can use a text file. You will store what you want in which directory, and it will create automatically. Okay, so just remind me when we reach shell scripting.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next one, as I said, cat command. Using cat, just give the file name, whatever you want to open, and it will open. You can read it. If you want to edit this file, you have to open vi command. It is basically the editor, text editor. Using vi, you can do that. Next chapter is vi, I guess. Okay. See, guys, we are going to go slow, a bit slow, just till the commands section because these commands are really important. If you really want to practice well, these are the basic commands. Okay. So we are going to go a bit slow, but once we understand the flow, the syntax and all, we're going to practice some labs also. Then we'll speed up with the course. Okay. It's not a full-fledged Linux course. We are just going to cover the most important ones, right? Okay, so RMDIR, yeah, cat is done. Next, let's say you just want to read the first 5 lines from a file. You don't want to open the complete file, just want to see the first 5 lines. Using head command, you can do that. Head space -n is the option and give the value as the line numbers from the top, let's say 5 lines, then the file name, enter. So these are the first 5 lines from the file anaconda ks cfg. Remember what is anaconda? Anaconda is the name for the RHEL installer or CentOS installer, that setup application. Okay. So this anaconda is going to install CentOS or Linux on your machine. And KS stands for Kickstart for automated installation. .cfg is the acronym for configuration. Okay. All right. So these are the first 5 lines. Let's say you want to see the 10 lines, first 10. So head -n instead of 5, modify to 10. And there you go. These are the first 10 lines. Right. Similarly, from the bottom, if you want to see only the last 2 lines from the file, from any file, tail command will help you. Tail -n, last 2 lines from the file anaconda, and these are the last 2 lines. Okay, let's say last 4 lines, the same way. These are the last 4 lines. One is blank line. The first one is a blank one. Second, third, and fourth. Okay. So this is head, tail, cat. Okay, more and less. There are two more. Sometimes files are pretty long, thousands of lines long. Thousands of lines long file. If you open them with cat command, the all the lines will just scroll up and you will just see the last 10-20 lines. Okay. If you want to read the entire document, thousands of lines, page by page or line by line, you have to use these commands, maybe more or less, any of these. See this. First of all, let me create a file with multiple lines. Okay. Let's say this one only, Anaconda KS. I'm going to just copy paste the entire thing multiple times. So till now I have created 3000, 4000, 5000. Let's go till 10,000 lines. Okay. Okay. So 10,000 or 11,000 lines I have created. Save the document, close it. Cat the file Anaconda. Enter. Everything just scrolled up. See this. Everything just scrolled up. And I'm just, to my view, I just have only maybe 20 or 25 lines. These which I have just highlighted. These are the last 20 or 25 lines. Also, you can open the file with the line numbers. See this, cat-n means show the line numbers of the file Anaconda. Now you see all the line numbers. How many lines are visible right now? Starting 10580 till 10603. Maybe 25 or 30 lines maximum. Okay. What about the above lines? If you want to check from the top, from line number 1 till 10,000 line number, you need to use a command, maybe more or less. Let's see the behavior. More space Anaconda, enter. You are on line number 1 from the top, and using down arrow key, you are going to scroll page by page. Okay, so let me do that again. This is page number 1. When I press down, this is page number 2. Press down. This is page number 3. Press down. This is page number 4, and so on. Okay, so up down arrow keys are going to scroll page by page. If you want to quit this output, because right now this output is basically occupying the terminal, you cannot type the command. If you want to quit this output, you have to press Q. Now you will get the terminal back, clear the screen, and let's run the less command. Less space, the same file, enter. This time when you press up or down arrow key, the scroll will happen line by line. See this, I'm pressing down arrow. This is 1 line scroll, 2 line scroll, I'm just pressing down, 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 and line by line, the document is scrolling, correct? So just if you want to scroll line by line, use less. If you want to scroll page by page, use more, and press Q to exit. Right? Again, these are, guys, very small things, not really a showstopper. If you don't know head, tail, more or less, will it stop you being a system admin or a DevOps engineer? No, but it will help you, be more productive. You won't be using these commands in day-to-day life. Okay, maybe very rare, once in a month, maybe. Okay. Next one is directory navigation commands. Using CD, you already know it. Using CD, you can enter a location. Example, CD / temp or CD / USR, like that. CD ... will take you one location back, and PWD will tell you where are you right now. Okay, we have already done it, but still, PWD, you are in /root right now. CD / var, ls-l, all these things are present in /var. If I want to go back one directory back, which means out of var will be inside /. Okay, I'm not saying back to /root. That is tab switching or window switching, like we do in Windows. Alt tab, PowerPoint, Alt tab, virtual machine. Okay, so this is Alt tab switching. But if I want to go back, like in Explorer, if I'm in this directory, if I press up arrow, check where am I right now. This PC, data, personal, Ansible classes, RHEL9. So if I press up arrow one directory back, I will enter Ansible classes. If I go one directory back, I'll go back again. Okay, so same thing, cd dot dot. It will take you one directory back. Okay, so cd space dot dot. Now I am in slash. You cannot go out of slash. Cd space dot dot. You will stay in slash. Okay. Okay, commands to fetch user information. It is important. User information in the sense how many users are logged in right now, who is doing what, and user properties. Example, there is a user by the name root. So I can type id space root. It will tell properties about the root. The user ID of root user is 0. There is a concept of group and users in Linux. We don't know about groups yet, so ignore it, but it is telling you about groups also. We'll learn about groups in the next topic. Okay, so ID is designed to basically show the properties of the user ID, username, user is part of any group or not, like that. Okay. Next, using last command, LAST, you can get a list of users who have logged into your machine in the past. Like yesterday, user 1 logged in. The session lasted for 1 hour. And day before yesterday, user root logged in. Session lasted for 2 hours. All these details will be listed. Last command, press enter, and there is the list. It says on Feb 6th, reboot user logged in. Yes, there is a user by the name reboot. It is going to restart the system. It will help in restarting the system. Okay. On the same day, student logged in and system got crashed. Basically, I forcefully shut down the virtual machine. That's why it says crash. Okay, and then it says okay, this one is the most recent one. Root logged in on 13th Feb. Okay, not today, but the previous one. 13th Feb. On this time, no logout, but gone. Gone means the user did not log out, but it is not present also. It is not logged in also. Why do you see all of this like crash, down, gone? It's all because of abrupt restart or abrupt system shutdown. But you will get an idea. This server is being used by how many users? Sometimes you will be asked who is using this server. Maybe on this server, application is installed. Who is using this application? You can easily find who is logging into this server and using the server, right? Using last command, you can find out the usernames. Right now, it's a test virtual machine, no real application, no real users. That's why you see root student. Okay, but in real world, you will see actual usernames. If you want to see who is logged in right now, then you type who, WHO, who. It says right now root is logged in. It is logged in 2 ways. One is using GUI, another one is using terminal. Okay, we'll talk about this TTY and seed 0 later. Okay, so who will tell you who is logged in right now? But if you want to see who is doing what is root user doing right now? So type the command W. W will show you the same table along with some more columns. In the last, you see what root user is using some application which is called GDM Wayland session and genome session binary. So as a root user, I'm logged in. I'm not using any application. Actually, this application is running automatically. It is linked with the GUI. The moment you log into the GUI, some applications run automatically. Okay. But if I'm running some Python application, there will be a entry for that as well. It will say Python. If I am installing something, then there will be an entry installing DNF install something. Okay. So these commands will help you understand who is doing what, who is logged in, which all users are using the server, who have logged in the past, etc. Okay, just a second, guys. Okay. Guys, any doubts till now? Any questions?
So can we change username like student is there, so we can change other?
Yes, you can do that. I'll tell you when we reach user management. I think next topic, then I'll tell you. Okay. We can create users, make modifications with a user, there are 7 types of properties associated. Okay, attributes or properties. You can also modify them after creating the user. Okay, so I'll tell you everything. Now, next one is, sorry, this slide. Yeah. Now the next one is commands to fetch system information. Example, what operating system are you running? How much of RAM? How much of CPU, etc. So using um, yeah. So using host name command, you can find what is the name of your machine. It says localhost.local domain. Okay, so this is the fully qualified domain name. First of all, this is dummy. In real world, you will see something like this: node1.ibm.com or whatever company it is, abc.com. Now, this is the complete host name where you have the machine name as node1 and the domain name as ibm.com. Collectively, it is called fully qualified domain name. Node1 alone will be called short name, and complete is called fully qualified domain name. Okay, short name and host name both are the same. So node1 is the name, and complete fully qualified domain name is this, right? Second thing, how to find what is the operating system name and version. There is a file inside etc by the name os release. Okay, it's a text file. It contains the name and the version of the installed operating system. So you have to open this file using cat. You can do that, right? Cat, the file name /etc/os release. And here it is. It says you are running CentOS Stream version 9. That's it. There are many more things, but don't worry about them. We'll discuss them later. Okay. As you know, CentOS is using source code of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. That's why it says Red Hat support product. Okay, but actually you're using CentOS. So this is how you find what is the name and the version. How to find how many CPUs are allocated to this virtual machine or this physical machine. How many CPUs are connected using lscpu command. List CPU. Okay, using lscpu command you can find out. And you have to just look out for CPUs. It says 2. 2 CPUs means what? 2 CPU means either you have only 2 cores which are capable of handling 1 thread at a time. It means total 2 threads can be processed. You can also call them 2 virtual CPUs. In virtual machines, this is the value. Okay. When you see CPUs, they're talking about this virtual CPU. Logical, not virtual, sorry, logical CPU. In the Windows also, you see the same thing. Go to the task manager, go to performance. And if you click on CPU, you see logical processors is 22. In real, there are only 16 cores in my laptop's processor, but it says logical are 22. Okay, so depends on the architecture of the CPU. Like I'm using Ultra 7 155H. So the architecture is such that 8 cores are performance cores, 4 cores are low power cores, like that, and there are a few more cores. All right, so this is the 2. Now, how do I find what is the configuration on my virtual machine? It says 2, that is fine, but how is this 2? Is it like single CPU, 2 cores and 1 thread, or 2 separate CPUs, 1 core and 1 thread? That will be confirmed from the output below. It says thread per core 1, cores per socket 1, and how many total sockets? 2. Okay, 2 total sockets. What does it mean? It means on the motherboard of this virtual machine, there are 2 physical CPUs, CPU 0 and CPU 1. And these CPUs have only 1 core within itself, which is capable of handling 1 thread at a time. Okay, 1 TH. So 1 core, 1 thread in both the CPUs. So at a time, 2 threads can be processed. What is a thread? Thread is a program or a process. 2 processes or 2 logical processors. So that's why it says 2. 1 plus 1, 2. Okay, so 1 thread and 1 thread is the capability of each CPU. 2 threads can be processed parallelly. That's why you see the value 2 over here. Here, this one. Okay. Got the idea? All right. So this is how you find how many CPUs are there. Also, you will be able to find what is the configuration. This is virtual machine, but maybe you're working on a physical machine. In that case, you will see 48 CPUs. Two sockets, then the configuration will look like this. Yes, Archie?
Sir, is there any way to find out like the mapping of the threads, like one to many, or many to many to the processors?
No. That is internal functionality, or we can say the internal working of the operating system. Okay.
So like you cannot find out like using any command or anything, like how it's behaving internally.
Yeah, so we can do that with the help of top command. Just like we have a task manager, we can run the top command. Just a second, let me get rid of it. Top enter. And you see the CPU line, although it is summarizing everything, but if you want to see individual CPU, how it is behaving, you can press 1. Just a second, you can press 1 and it will expand. Now it says there are 2 CPUs. One CPU is 9.3% busy, other one is 12 point something percent busy. Okay, so I'll explain you all of these things, because in this output you have US, SY, NI, ID, WA. What are these things? We don't know them, right? But once we reach process management, then I'll tell you about all these things. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you talk about which thread is mapped to which CPU, that is a bit complex thing. Although we have commands available for that, but that is more or less for troubleshooting purposes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it is possible, but since we are at very initial stages, at this stage we don't have any command to check which thread, which processor, like that.
Okay, so like going forward, I mean, you'll be telling that, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Just remind me when we reach process management. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So this is for CPU. What about the RAM? How much RAM is there on this machine? Maybe physical, maybe virtual. You can run it. You can run the command free. Just a second. Yeah. You can run the command free with the option -H. This will tell you how much of RAM, memory is RAM, and swap is available. Now let's talk about RAM and swap. It says memory, right? MEM. Basically, this is RAM, RAM, random access memory. And then it says about swap, SWAP. This is virtual RAM, VRAM. Not video RAM, but virtual RAM or logical RAM. Now, what is this? Okay, first of all, why is RAM required? You have CPU, then you have RAM in the middle, then you have the other peripherals or the devices connected, like hard disk, your monitor, keyboard, mouse, and all the other things, right? So why is this RAM required? Anyone? Any guesses, or if you know it, can you please tell us? What is the purpose of random access memory? All right, let me help you with that. See, CPU is really very fast. It can process 10 GB data per second. Okay, let's say 10 GB data per second. Hard disk is also fast, but it's not as fast as CPU. It can process 100 megabytes per second. Which means if CPU has to write something on the hard disk, it will throw the information at the speed of 10 GB per second. Hard disk is not capable of reading this huge data per second. It can only accept 100 MB per second. So there is a gap in the communication. We need a device in the middle which can eliminate this gap. Now the RAM is that device. It can talk to the CPU at its speed. It can receive data from the CPU, and then it can transfer to the hard disk at the speed which hard disk accepts, like 100 MB. So this RAM device is really crucial. Okay, so without RAM, system will not boot up. CPU works in a different speed, frequency, like 3 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz. hard disk in megabytes per second or GB per second, but it cannot match the speed of the CPU. So we need something in the middle, and that is the RAM, which is going to act as a bridge, okay, between the communication, right? So RAM not only for just a second, where is the pen? Yeah, so RAM is not only for the hard disk, but for the monitor, for the keyboard and mouse, and for the other devices as well. If RAM goes off, is malfunctioning or is faulty, system will not boot up. It will crash. It won't start. You have to fix it. You have to get a new RAM. Same for your phones. In your phone, you have 4 GB RAM, 6 GB RAM, 12 GB RAM. What is the purpose? The same thing. The storage on your phone, which is 1 TB, 512 GB, or 256 GB, that is not fast enough. Okay. CPU on your phones are in 4 GHz, 5 GHz, 3 GHz. But the storage on your phone is not as fast as the CPU. So RAM is that middleman. Okay. All right. So with the command free -h, you'll get to know what is the RAM size. Second one was swap. What exactly is swap? See, RAM is not in abundance. I have a laptop with 1 TB of hard disk, but only 4 GB RAM or maybe 16 GB RAM, right? Why can't we have the same size RAM? I have 1 TB storage plus 1 GB RAM or 1 TB RAM. I can do that. If my bank balance is good enough, I can do that. RAM is really expensive. Okay, hard disk is way more cheaper than RAM. Just for a comparison, um, in India, 4,000 INR, Indian rupee, can give you, let's say, 1 TB of hard disk. But if you go out to buy RAM with the same amount, you'll get maybe 16 GB RAM. Okay, so this is the difference. 1 TB versus 16 GB. Now you can calculate the ratio. Okay, so RAM is not in abundance on the devices because of the cost. Although on the servers, you may have 1 TB RAM, 2 TB RAM, 5 TB RAM. I have seen physical servers with 5 TB RAM, and that is absolutely normal. But as an end user on your laptops, you may go at max up to 64 GB. I haven't seen any laptop with more than 64 GB RAM. Okay. So this is the thing. It's all about the cost. Okay. Because again, guys, RAM is a specialized hardware. So when the RAM is not in abundance, the RAM can also go full. When it goes full, the system will crash. To avoid that situation, system crashes or the performance degrades. To avoid that situation, we need to also have a virtual RAM. Okay, that is called swap. Virtual RAM is nothing, it is part of the hard disk, which acts as a RAM, not directly communicating with the CPU, but in the RAM, there are multiple applications. Some are running and some are sleeping. So all the sleeping applications will be moved to swap. If the sleeping application is required, it will be swapped to RAM again. Okay, so this is the main functionality of swap, to move the sleeping applications to swap and back to the RAM. That's it. For this purpose, swap is required. This way, some size can be freed from the RAM. Okay, and the RAM needs at least 1 GB free to operate without any degradation of the performance. Okay, so virtual RAM or swap is really important. RAM is really important. Do we have any concept of virtual RAM in Windows? Yes, there is a thing called page file. I want you guys to just Google it. If you know it already, good. If not, then Google it. What is page file in Windows? It is virtual RAM. Okay, and I think the formula in Windows is page file is equal to the RAM size. As you can see on my laptop, I have how much? 32 GB of RAM, 31.4. Okay, so almost 32 GB of RAM, 32 GB of page file will be created. A single file will be created in C drive, which will act as the virtual RAM. Okay, so this is a typical behavior. All right, so last command. Last command is, okay, I haven't explained free command properly. My bad, sorry. Okay, so what do you see in free command? You see the total size of the RAM used, how much, free, how much. Total size of the swap memory, which is part of the hard disk. It's a partition on the hard disk, 2 GB. Used how much and free how much. Okay, GI is the GB bytes. Tomorrow I'll tell you about MB, GB bytes and all. Okay. And then there is shared buffer cache available. We'll talk about these things again when we reach process management. So for now, what is total, what is used, and what is free? Yes, Tanuj, any doubt?
Sir, so swap.
I lost your voice, Tanuj. Can you please repeat?
Sir, can we increase and decrease the size of the swap according to our
Yes.
requirement?
Yes. Swap is something that has to be set as per the application that you are going to install. Sometimes the application need 128 GB swap or 512 GB swap or 1 terabyte swap. Then you have to provide that. And yes, you can do that. Once we reach partitions or the storage management, then I'll tell you how to do that. Okay.
Okay. And sir, in AWS, there is one more concept that is a free memory.
Mhm.
So it is a part of hard drive.
Free memory.
Yes.
Can you give me more reference to it? What exactly is that?
Sir, like I have created one machine in AWS, EC2
Mhm.
machine.
Mhm.
So वहाँ पे सर एक फ्री मेमोरी का मॉनिटरिंग में चार्ट
Mhm.
आ रहा है. So
Okay,
just
you're talking about the chart.
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that is for the usage. Like you have 4 GB allocated. How much is free? I think it's for the stats that you are referring to.
So वो part of hard drive है या part of RAM?
No, no, part of the RAM as a device.
ये RAM का part है.
Random access memory. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So this is about the free command. Last command is DMI decode. This DMI decode can only be executed as a root user. Okay. As a non-root user, it won't run. It will say permission denied. DMI decode command will actually scan the hardware, extract the hardware level information like serial number of the hardware, who's the manufacturer of the hardware and all. Hardware means everything: CPU, hard disk, RAM, everything. You can find who is the manufacturer of RAM, at what voltage the RAM is operating, etc. Okay, so DMI decode is a very lengthy output, more than 10,000 lines. But still, let me just show it to you and then I'll show you one more option. DMI decode. It is used to get the serial number of the hardware. It is used to get the list of all the connected hardware and all. Press enter. As I said, it's a really lengthy output. If you just keep on scrolling, it will take you 5 minutes to scroll back up. In fact, the terminal has a size, it can store up to 10,000 lines. The chances are that that limit is also exhausted. Okay, although I'm able to go up. Now, let's analyze from the top. It says BIOS information. Vendor is VMware. ROM size is 2 MB. These are the features which are supported by the BIOS. UEFI is supported. This is the latest upgraded BIOS. Okay, I'll talk about UEFI also. Then system information. It is for the motherboard. Motherboard manufacturer is VMware. Everything is virtual. Okay. Serial number, all these things. Baseboard. Every motherboard is based on some chipset. The chipset can be from the Intel or from AMD. It says it is based on Intel 44BX desktop reference platform. Okay, so every motherboard is based on some chipset. Chipset is from either Intel or AMD. Why Intel here? Because my CPU is Intel. If my CPU is AMD, then there will be AMD board. Okay, so how to check for the CPU? You scroll down. Here it says Intel Core Ultra 7 155H, right? Everything about the CPU, everything about the RAM that you get to see on the box of the hardware, the specifications, everything is listed here. DMI decode. Okay, later on, we'll just transfer this output to a file for better data handling. Okay. Okay. So we completed till DMI decode. Let's complete the remaining commands, 2, 3 commands. Yeah. Okay, so next one is commands to fetch network information. See, the servers normally are part of a network. Okay, they will be having some sort of IP address allocated, IPv4 or IPv6. So what is the command to check that? The command is IP space A. Now you might be wondering, this looks a bit different, right? IP space A. Till now I have explained you that the command looks like this command with a hyphen option and then argument. So what is IP? Is it the command? Yes, this is the command. Then what is A? Is this an argument or an option? Certainly it doesn't look like an option because there is no hyphen before A. So this may be an argument. No, this is not an argument. So this IP space A is follows a different type of a syntax. And the syntax is like this: command space subcommand space hyphen option space argument. Okay, just a quick recap. What is an option? Options change the behavior of the command, or options are used to format the output from the command. Argument is that object where the command has to perform some action. Argument can be a username, a directory, a location, a file, right? So IP space A is a different, it follows a different syntax. So IP space A also is an acronym. Acronym like IP is the command and A is for address. You can also type it as ADDR. So address is the correct subcommand. Okay, so A is the subcommand. Okay, which is an acronym for address or ADDR. It's up to you. You can type IP space A, or you can type IP space ADDR, or you can type IP space ADDRESS. Address, this is the correct spelling, right? ADDRESS. Yeah. So all these three are valid. Okay, so IP is the command, address or A is subcommand, and then hyphen some option, then arguments. So I'm not using any option in arguments. So simply IP space A. Let's run it. So IP space A. Okay, so you get a strange output like this. How to understand it? You see there are 3 sections. Section number 1 starts from here till here. Section number 2 starts from here till here. Section number 3 starts from here till here. Why are there 3 sections? It's simply telling you that there are 3 network interfaces which can have where an IP address can be allocated. Okay. So first is called loopback. Now loopback is present everywhere, even on your phones. There is a network interface which is called loopback. The IP address is going to be the same, 127.0.0.1. It is used for self-referencing. We will be learning more on loopback address later, not right now. So for now, you can ignore it. Okay. This is not a real interface. It is a virtual interface. Second, here in my machine, there is a interface by the name ENS160. Maybe in your machine, it says ETH0 or ENS something. Okay, don't worry, don't go by the name. The second interface, when you see it like this, it is a real interface. And you have to check the INET value. INET value is 192.168.106.131. Now, this is the IP address of my machine. Although there is a third network interface by the name ENS224, and there is another IP address allocated 192.168.106.200. So it means my machine is reachable from these 2 IP addresses. If you want to confirm whether these IP addresses are actually valid or not, what you can do is on Windows, open PowerShell, okay, and just type the command ping and type the IP 192.168.106.131. This was the first IP, right? And when you press enter, you will see replies from the virtual machine. My virtual machine is responding to the ping queries from the Windows laptop, okay, from the Windows operating system, right? Same way for the Second IP, which was 200, that's also responding to ping, which means from Windows operating system, I can reach these virtual machines or this virtual machine, which I've created on VMware workstation, right? So these machines are on the network. Yes, Amrit, any question, any doubt?
Sir, I'm in doubt that there are three IP. How it is there possible?
Okay. On my virtual machine, there are three IPs. On your virtual machine, there might be only two. One is 127.0.0.1, another one 192 something something. Why don't you have the third one? Because I have added a third in network interface manually. Okay, you can also do that. You can simply go to the machine virtual machine settings, right click on your machine and go to settings, and you will see a add button below. Click on add, click on network adapter, finish. Okay, you are going to add a second network adapter and it will get IP address automatically. All right. So this is how you find the IP. Also using ping command on Windows and Linux both, you can check the connectivity. And then there is a way to modify the IP. Let's say normally, what happens in the organizations, the servers you are using have custom IPs, or we can say manual IPs. Right now, this virtual machine is getting IP from DHCP server, dynamically allocated IP. Okay, so if you want to set a custom IP, you can use nmtui command. We'll be experimenting with this command later on, not right now, but I'll just show you what you can do with nmtui. Okay, when we reach networking firewall, then I'll tell you about nmtui. So nmtui stands for Network Manager Terminal User Interface. It simply means a kind of an interface on CLI, command line. And this is how it looks. Okay, so it's a 2D interface. This will help you, make changes onto the network interfaces, change the IP, change IP related details and all. So there are 3-4 options: edit connection, activate connection, and set system host name. Radio button is to enable disable Wi-Fi. On the servers, we don't have Wi-Fi. I'm using a laptop, that's why it says radio. Radio is to, Wi-Fi, WLAN, it says hardware is missing. Okay, so you can go back and then edit a connection. There are 2 network interfaces. Let's say I want to edit the second one on the right side. Guys, mouse won't work. You have to use the up, down arrow, right, left arrow keys, tab to switch between the options. I'm using tab right now. Enter to select the option, and space bar to check and uncheck checkboxes. Okay, I'm going to go edit. See, fortunately, the second interface has manual IP. Let me change it to 201. Rest, I'm not making any change. And here, let me unselect the checkbox using space. See, and space again, select it back. Then select OK, go back and quit. Okay, so this is how you can change an IP. I did it very quickly. Don't worry, as I said, when we reach network firewall or that topic, that module, then we'll cover this part. Okay. And then set system host name. Right now, the system name is node1.example.com. I can change it to something else based on the requirements. Okay. For now, things are good. Simply say quit. Okay. And we are good to go. Lastly, whatever we have practiced till now, you can get a list of all the commands, whatever you have executed on this machine with the history command. History command will tell you whatever commands you have executed on this machine. Press enter and you get a complete list. First of all, this virtual machine where I'm working right now is from a previous batch. That's why you see some commands which are not known to you right now. For example, grub2 or maybe VG display, VG create. Okay, never mind. Just to give you an example, history command will open up a list of commands which you have executed in the past. Simple. Now from here, if you want to repeat a command, you can simply copy it, right click copy and then paste it. Or even better, check the serial number. It says 158. Okay, I want to run this command. So what you can do is you can simply, first of all, notice the serial number, let's say 158, and type exclamation 158. Exclamation 158 means run the history, run the command from the history, which is on the serial number 158. Press enter, and that's it. This was the command which just got executed. Okay. Okay, so just to make sure my system is stable, let me get rid of this effect which happened with this command. vi etcfs tab. Let me get rid of the duplicate entries. Not required, not required, not required, not required. Save and exit. Okay. All right. So this is how you check the history. This is how you check basic details about your system. And what else? Yeah, hardware details and all. Okay. Okay. Next one. Next one is, how do you become some other user? Let's say you are logged in as a non-root user. Let's say a student. Okay, you're logged in as a student user. So as a student user, as a non-root user, you have limited access to the commands. The commands which are in sbin location, you cannot run them. Example, user add. User add command is used to add a user into the system who can then log in and perform the day-to-day work, right? So let's say I want to add a user by the name Amit. So if I run the command user add space Amit, it will say permission denied. Why? Because this command user add is in sbin. How do you verify which user add? Which command is designed to locate the command which you supply as argument? So here user add is an argument. Which command is designed to use this argument and try to find where is the command file, whether is it in bin or sbin. Okay, it will tell you that. The location of user add is sbin. As a non-root user, I cannot run any command which is in sbin. That's why permission denied. Error. Okay. So now how to become root? Do you have the password? Yes. Then use su space hyphen space root command. Now what's happening here? Previously I said, sorry, please come again.
Switch to root user, right?
Absolutely. SU stands for switch user. But why is this hyphen dangling in midair? Okay, I just said the command syntax is like this: cmd or the command hyphen option and then the argument. So what's happening right now? The command su space hyphen space the argument. Su space hyphen space root. So what is this happening? First of all, this hyphen is not for the option. Hyphen is a signal to the system. It's a signal to load the environment variables of this user. Now, what is an environment variable? When you log in as a user, let's say student, some information will be stored in the memory. Like, what is the username? Username is student. What is the home directory of this user? It is /home/student. Okay, and there are many more things also. So this information is unique as per the user. Okay, and this information is known as environment variables. Environment variables. Okay, so these environment variables are created the moment you log in into the system. All right, so okay, there are 4 chats. Hold on. SU stands for switch user. Okay, switch user. You can switch to another user provided you have the password. Okay, so these environment variables are unique to the user. But if you use SU and do not use hyphen, you know what will happen? Your environment variables will be carried forward to root, which will cause issues. What kind of issues? We'll talk about these things later when we reach this part or this slide. Okay, for now, remember hyphen is important. Okay, so let's say you know the root password. You can use su space hyphen space root, enter, give the password of root user, which is Red Hat, and that's it. I logged in as root. Okay, but let me tell you one thing, guys. Root password is not a shared password. You will not get access to the root password that easy. If you don't have access to the root password, how will you become root? How will you perform the system administration? Or let's say you want to install something on the server, some application. You have to be root, then only application can be installed. Okay, so if you don't have the root password, then you are stuck. No, you're not stuck. You still have one more way. So there is a thing called sudo. Okay, sudo is used to elevate the privileges, or we also call it as privilege escalation method. Okay, so privilege escalation system or method. So sudo is a privilege escalation system, which means if you are a non-root user with less privileges, you can use sudo and behave as root. With sudo, you can run commands as root user. You can do that with the help of sudo. Let me show you how. Remember, this student user was not able to use a user add command. See this user add space Amit. It says permission denied. Let me use sudo space user add command space Amit. This time using sudo, user add command will run as if root is running it, and then Amit user will be created in the system. Sudo is going to validate whether student user is authorized to do this or not. So when you press enter after typing this command, sudo is going to prompt for the password of the current user, student. Type the password of student user, which is Red Hat, I guess. Enter. And there you go. User add command executed successfully. In Linux, you don't get successful execution message. If you don't get any message, it means command is successfully executed. Okay. If you get an error, you will see that error. But first, let us check whether Amit user has been created or not. ID Amit will tell you, yes, Amit user has been created. And these are the details. Okay. All right. So using sudo, you can run any command as root. Now you might be thinking, this means any non-root user will be able to use sudo and run root level commands. Is it? The answer is no. Only those users which are part of sudo configuration. Those users which are part of sudo configuration can run or can use sudo and run root level commands. Student user is part of sudo configuration. That's why student user is able to use sudo and run user add. Let me do the same with Amit user. First of all, let me set the password for Amit user. Okay. Sudo passwd command for Amit user. We'll cover this user management later in user management topic. Okay. For now, I am just demonstrating how it works. So let me become Amit user. Red Hat is the password. I logged in as Amit. Now, using sudo, let me try to add another user by the name demo. Sudo user add demo. Okay, so sudo is going to give a kind of a one-time message and then ask for the password. Messages like use this sudo with responsibility, because using sudo you can run any command. Okay, like that. So what is the password for Amit? It is Red Hat. The moment I press enter, it says Amit user is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported and user is not generated. Oh, sorry, user is not created. ID demo, no such user. So sudo was not able to run in this case. Why? Because Amit user is not part of the sudo configuration, whereas student user is part of sudo configuration. Okay, so let me give you an idea. How is this working? More explanation will be done when we cover sudo in detail. Okay. Check this out. ID student and ID Amit. What is the change or what is the difference? The difference is the groups. User student is part of wheel group and student group. Amit user is part of only Amit group, not wheel group. So wheel group is that group which is configured in sudo configuration. Any user part of wheel group will enjoy sudo privileges, will be able to run all the commands using sudo. Amit user is not part of wheel, that's why not able to run sudo or not able to run any command with sudo. Okay. So how did student user end up in wheel group? See, when you created this user initially, if you remember on day one, when you created the virtual machine and then it asked for create a user, then you selected make this user administrator, which means add this user into wheel group. Okay. So this is how student ended up in wheel. There is a chat. Devinder is asking security, and Amrit is asking, sir, hyphen is used why? Which hyphen? In SU command?
Yes, sir, that one.
Okay. See, this hyphen means load the environment variables of this user or whatever user you are typing here. Just an example. Let me go back to student user. Okay. With env command, I can see what are the environment variables set for this user. Env command output starts from here. It says shell is equal to bin bash. Bash shell is assigned to student user. Currently, the user is in this location. Login name is student. Language English US. Then ignore this part. I'll tell you about this later. And then username is student. Okay, path. Path means shell, the bash shell needs to find the command. If I type ABC, where is this ABC? This ABC can be maybe in bin location or sbin location or in some other location, right? So all those location, all those possible locations where a command can be found are mentioned in this path equals to. Okay. So path equals to first location colon, second location colon, third colon, fourth. So multiple locations are mentioned here separated by colon. Okay. So shell is going to refer this path variable. And you will notice most of the locations are /home student, /home student. Okay. And then USR bin, USR local S bin, like that. Now, these values are just for user student. These may not be valid for user root. Okay. So now if I use su space root without hyphen, press enter, give the password, I'm logged in as root. But you see, I'm still in students home directory. I should be in /root. Never mind, I can go to /root. Done. What about env? When I type env, environment variables for root user, I still see the login name as student. Okay. Although the home has changed to /root, that's fine. But login name is still student. What else? Okay. In the path variable, you still see /home student. Okay. So this is not correct. Also old pwd /home student. So we can say the environment is messed up. If you don't use hyphen, the environment variables will be messed up. So what to do? What is the correct way? su space hyphen space root. Give the password. Now check the environment variables. env command. You won't find any trace of student. Login name is root. Home directory /root. Okay. In the path variable also, no mention of /home student. It's all about /root or USR bin or sbin, like that. Okay. So this is a proper environment variable profile. Yes, Devinder, you have any doubt?
Sir, actually, like in logs, it might be possible, student user make some changes in a system configuration. And
yes.
how can we identify, a particular user make changes in logs?
Yeah. See, as a non-root user, I cannot make any changes to system configuration because of the limited access, correct? But I can use sudo. I can perform the system configuration changes, right? So now how to track that? So in the logs, it will be clearly mentioned that student used sudo and became root and then performed some configuration changes or edited some file, whatever it is. So in the logs, it will be clearly mentioned. What was the non-root user and then became root and then made some changes. Okay, as I said, root password is not available to all users. It's not a shared ID, shared password. You will be given root password only in the cases when, let's say, the server is not booting up, or we can say troubleshooting scenarios. At that time, you will be given root password, and root passwords are safe with the managers or in the vaults. Vaults are like softwares which protect the password, which store the password in a protected manner. Okay. So if the password is not available, then how will you become root? So as a student user, let me get back to student. As a student user, if I have to perform user add, I can use sudo, that's fine. But I have to run sudo with every command. Okay. Is there a way to become root directly without the user password, without the root user password? Yes, there is a way. And for that, let me explain you some things. You have to remember that as well. With su command, you specify the username, right? If you don't specify username, then what? I'm not specifying anything. Then root username will be taken as default. Okay, which means if I type su hyphen, that's it, su space hyphen, enter. Now this password is for the root user. If I supply the correct password, I log in as root. Okay, Arsalan, just give me a minute. I'll address your question. Okay. So first thing to remember is, if you do not specify any username with su, you are actually trying to become root. And then the system will prompt for the password for root user. You type the password, you become root. If you don't have the password, then what? No worries. As I said, the behavior of su is slightly different for root. So as a root user, if you use su space hyphen space student or any other username, notice there will be no password prompt and you will log in directly as that user. And you can see here, I logged in as student. How to log out and become root? You can type logout command, or you can type exit command. Okay. Let me do that again. Exit. I have logged out. There is a shortcut as well. Control D. Right now I am logged in as student. So Control D, I log out. Okay, so let me log in as Amit. Su space hyphen space Amit. So as a root user, there is no restriction. I can become any user just simply by typing su space hyphen space Amit or any username. I am able to become that user. Okay. So what if I run su as a non-root user with sudo, which means sudo space su space hyphen space, that's it. Or I can say root also. So you're running you're running su command with sudo, which means as a root user, run su for root. Su will not prompt any password, no matter what the username is. I'm specifying here root user, right? So su will not prompt for any password and you will become root. Sudo will prompt for password, your password, student user password. Press enter, Red Hat, and there you go. You become root. You're now logged in as root user. Sudo su hyphen will do the job. No need to specify root username because, as I said, root is default. Sudo space su space hyphen enter, and you become root. How is it happening? Sudo will make sure that the command you specify after sudo will be executed as if root is running it. And the behavior of su is it will not prompt any password, prompt for the password for root user. Okay. So that's why there is no password prompt. You simply log in as root. Why did sudo not ask for password here? Because previously I have entered sudo password. It stores it into the cache. And next time you run sudo, it won't ask for any password. But if you log out, log in back again, and then use sudo, then it will ask for the password. Sudo su hyphen. Now it's asking for password. And there you go. Password for student, not for root. This is the power of sudo. This is how system administrators work. Okay, so system admins, the IDs of system admins are part of wheel group. Wheel group is part of sudo configuration. That's how system administrators can become root and perform system administration. Okay. All right. So let me check the chat now. Hold on. Where can we see limitation of users, which features or command they run and which they cannot run? Okay. All the commands which are in bin location, cd/usr bin, all these commands are reserved for non-root users. Root can do anything. Root can run commands from bin and sbin. Okay. But as a non-root user, you can run commands only from this location, which is /usr bin. And inside bin, there are hundreds of commands. Let me check the total. ls-l word count-l. Okay. 914 commands are there in this system just for non-root users. And all these commands are non-destructive. These commands will not make any change. They are just information gathering commands. Okay. Okay. So non-root users are allowed to run the commands which are in bin. Root can run commands from bin and sbin both. If you're wondering what did I do here, this is called pipelining. We'll cover this pipelining tomorrow. Okay.
So what if I'm going to use a specific command for specific users? So we can modify this bin.
We can modify sudo in such a manner that specific user can run specific commands. We can do that. Sudo means administrative level commands, admin level commands, root level commands. But if you want to restrict users from bin commands, no, it is not possible. All the non-root users are allowed to run commands which are in bin location. Okay. But with the help of sudo configuration, you can limit whether user is able to run user add command, which is admin level command, or DNF command, which is again admin level command. Okay. We'll talk about this when we reach sudo in a proper chapter. Okay. All right. So this is again, guys, this is just the introduction to sudo. Sudo configuration in itself, it's a chapter, and we have a proper slides for that. Okay. Next question was, is there any built-in audit logs, event viewer in Windows? Do we need to use third party? See, we have inbuilt logging system in Linux. You can check who became root with sudo, and after becoming sudo, what commands were executed. Everything is tracked. Once we reach logs, then I'll explain you how it is done. Okay, how you can monitor. All right. Anyone else? Any other question? Okay. All right, guys, let's go to the next one. Next one is echo command. Echo command is used to print a message. Echo space the message in double quotes. Let's say hi or hello. The same thing will be printed. Okay, so it seems like a child's command, just prints messages. No, echo is not only for printing messages. It can also be used to modify the configurations. It can also be used to print the values of the variables. What is a variable? See, variable is technically it's a location on the RAM which is used by users or application to store information. Let's say I want to store my name as a myth. So what I'll do is I'll say name is equal to, or even better, variable one is equal to, in double quotes, Amit. I have just now created a variable by the name var1. It contains the value Amit. Since I'm using a string, what is a string? Collection of alphabets, A, M, I, T. These are 4 alphabets. Collection of alphabets is called string. And if you want to store a string in a variable, you need to keep the string in double quotes or single quotes. Okay, so this is the format. Next, let me say age is equal to 20. So I have created another variable in the RAM. The variable name is age and it contains the number or the value 20. And since it's a number, we need not to keep it in double quotes or single quotes. How to use these variables? Let's say I want to print a message. Hello, user Amit, your age is 20. Okay. So what I can do is echo in double quotes, hello, user, $var1. Using a dollar symbol before the variable name, it will it will replace the variable name with its value. Here it will become Amit, comma, your age is $age. Now again, $age means this variable age will be replaced by the value 20. When you press enter, it says the same thing. Hello, user Amit, your age is 20. Okay, so variable is just a location on the RAM. And diagrammatically also, let me try to explain, because this might be a completely, new information for many users. Okay, just a second. Yeah, so let's say this is the RAM, 2 GB, 4 GB RAM, doesn't matter. So let's say you need to store some information in the RAM. You will just say variable is equal to some value. So this variable name will be allocated to some location on the RAM. This location will have an address, the name which you have set, the address, and a value. Okay. And later on, you can use this name to access the value. Okay. Like we did here in the terminal. Variable 1 is the name of that location on the RAM, and value is Amit. Age is the name of that location in the RAM, and value is 20. Okay, like that. Yes, Samin, any doubts?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
ओके सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, वो मेरे इसमें प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी इसमें, जो आपने रूट और नॉन रूट यूजर के बारे में बताया लास्ट टाइम, कि जब रूट यूजर हमारा जो होता है, जब जब नॉन रूट यूजर होता है, जब उनसे हम रूट यूजर की तरह एज एग्जीक्यूट कराते हैं, तो वो बिन फाइल जो होती है उसके कमांड्स को एग्जीक्यूट कर पाता है, राइट? और लेकिन वो एज बिन के कमांड्स को नहीं एग्जीक्यूट करा सकता।
यस।
ओके, जब हम एज अ जब हम रूट यूजर के लिए एज बिन और बिन दोनों के कमांड एग्जीक्यूट होते हैं, तो सर मेरा क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे ये है कि जैसे रूट यूजर को जब हम रूट यूजर बनाते हैं, तो उस वक्त पे हमारे दोनों फाइल्स के कमांड एग्जीक्यूट हो सकते हैं, एज बिन और बिन फाइल्स के?
ओके, जस्ट अ सेकंड, मैं आपको बताता हूँ। जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकंड, लेट मी कनेक्ट माय हेडफोन्स टू पावर। Okay, just a second, let me confirm. Actually, my headphones battery is about to die. Powering, charging. Okay. All right. So, few things about root and non-root. See, when you install Linux, it doesn't matter, Red Hat Linux, CentOS Linux, there will be an administrator by the name root. Okay. So, administrator in Linux is named as root. All right. And the other users which you create, those are called non-root. Okay. Non-root users are real person. Okay. Or we can say the employees, the employees in the project or in the company. Okay. So like for me, my name is Amit. My employee ID is EMP1001. So on the servers, there will be a user created by the name EMP1001. This is my ID. I log into the servers using this ID with the password, let's say Red Hat. But if in case I have to perform system administration, install something, remove something, add user, remove user, then I will log into the server as employee 1001, use sudo, become root, and then perform the work. Let's say add user or remove user or add install application or remove application. Then I can do everything. Now the limitation of a non-root. Non-root users can access the commands, only those commands which are in /usr bin location. Okay. On the other hand, root user can access all the commands which are in bin and sbin location. Both bin and sbin are in USR. Okay. Inside USR, there is bin and sbin. Bin stands for binary. What is a binary? Executable files. Okay. All the commands are executable files. Okay. So bin and sbin, these two contains approximately 1500 to 1600 commands. Root user have access to all the commands, but non-root users have access to only those commands which are in bin approximately 1000 commands. All right. So root user, by default, it is there in the system. When you install Linux, you have to set the root password. This is a common thing, okay, across the Linux distribution. Root is the administrator user account. If you compare it with Windows, in Windows, the administrator account name is administrator itself. Okay, you can log in as administrator and perform whatever you feel like. If you are a system administrator, you know what you can do with administrator account. Okay. In Windows, if you try to open an application which needs administrative control, it will ask you to run as administrator. It will give you a pop-up, run as admin. You click yes, it runs, right? But if you are already logged in as administrator, it will not give you that pop-up. That is called user account access or user account control, UAC, like that. Okay, so in Windows, yeah, it is slightly different, but in Linux, it is called sudo.
ओके तो सर अगर नॉन रूट यूजर से हम रूट यूजर अगर कन्वर्ट करते हैं तो उस वक्त पे जितनी भी उससे पावर है मतलब रूट यूजर को वो सब कमांड्स एग्जीक्यूट करा सकता है या आप फर्स्ट टाइम रूट यूजर की तरह लॉग इन करो या फिर नॉन रूट यूजर से रूट यूजर करो
Yeah, absolutely right. But it is not recommended to log in directly as root. क्योंकि देखो अगर आप डायरेक्टली एज रूट यूजर लॉग इन करते हो आपके पास अनलिमिटेड पावर है आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो विच मीन्स अगर आपने कुछ मिस्टेक किया वो हो जाएगा अगर आप नॉन रूट यूजर से कुछ मिस्टेक करते हो तो आपको बता देगा कि दिस इज नॉट अलाउड लेट्स से मॉडिफाई अ कॉन्फ़िगरेशन फाइल और रिमूव अ कॉन्फ़िगरेशन फाइल एज अ नॉन रूट यूजर इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल आपको एरर आ जाएगा उसी समय बट अगर आप रूट हो ऑलरेडी तो आप वो डिलीट हो जाएगा फाइल या मॉडिफाई हो जाएगा फाइल so that's why it's highly recommended to log in as non-root and become root if required. Okay? To be on a safer side, always log in as a non-root user. ठीक है?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
सर इनका क्वेश्चन मेरे को लगता है ये हो सकता है कि जो नॉन रूट यूजर है मीन्स जो हमारा अकाउंट यूजर है वो तो विद सूडो हर एक टास्क को कंप्लीट कर सकता है बट जो नॉन रूट यूजर होते हैं जो नॉर्मल यूजर्स होते हैं अगर उनसे हमें कोई रूट यूजर का टास्क परफॉर्म कराना है तो उसके लिए हम कौन से क्या करना चाहिए मतलब हमें क्या
ओके मैं फिर से एक बार बताता हूँ देखो जो नॉन रूट यूजर है इफ नॉन रूट यूजर विशेस टू परफॉर्म सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव वर्क मतलब कि वो कमांड्स रन करना जो एस बिन लोकेशन में है तो उसको सूडो यूज करना पड़ेगा then only those commands can be executed. So with sudo you have actually two options. Either आप commands execute कर लो sudo से sudo some command or with sudo you become root directly su hyphen आप root बन जाओ और root बन गए तो सबको चलाते रहो उसमें फिर sudo की जरूरत नहीं है ओके sudo का बस काम ये है privilege escalation if you want to run a command as a root user use sudo okay so root user if you're logged in as root user you don't need sudo sudo is not meant for root user sudo is meant for non-root users for privilege escalation okay from elevating the privileges from limited privileges to complete access
sir excuse me doubt
yes please
सर एक्चुअली सपोज एक फोल्डर है सपोज उसको डिलीट करना चाहते हैं तो नॉन रूट यूजर से भी हम कर सकते हैं ना कोई दिक्कत नहीं
okay so if the folder is in the non-root user's home directory for example student अगर student user की home directory में वो folder है let's say data then student user can delete this directory doesn't matter but if this directory is in slash or slash where or let's say slash etc then non-root users will not be able to delete that okay it will get you will see the permission denied error in fact let me show it to you okay right now I am in my home location right slash home student there is nothing let me create mkdir test ls so there is the test directory let me remove it rm -rf test it's done gone but let me try to remove slash where rm -rf slash where enter can't remove, cannot remove, cannot remove, cannot remove. These are all errors. See, these are all errors. Cannot remove. Permission denied issue. Everywhere you'll see permission denied, permission denied, permission denied. So non-root users can't modify system settings, can't remove system configurations. Directory structure cannot be modified. They can only work within their home directory. So as a non-root user, I can do whatever I feel like within my home directory, which is /home student.
Okay, got it. So inside the means student only, whatever task we
Yes.
have to perform can.
Correct. Absolutely right. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Devinder.
सर ये एज अ डेवऑप इंजीनियर और एसआरई इंजीनियर ये जो मतलब लाइनक्स का ये जो पार्ट है कितना हेल्पफुल रहेगा अपने को?
Okay. Sometimes you are supposed to configure the entire thing. Install the application, configure the application, create directories so that multiple users can save files, okay, for the project files. तो उन सब चीज़ों के लिए आपको ये नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि नॉन रूट क्या है, रूट क्या है, आप क्या कर सकते हो एज अ नॉन रूट एंड एज अ रूट यूजर. अगर आपको एक क्लैरिटी नहीं होगा तो आप सॉल्यूशनिंग नहीं कर पाएंगे या आप लो लेवल
लॉग्स वगैरह के लिए मतलब वो लॉग्स की विजिबिलिटी भी चाहिए होगी मुझे.
हाँ, तो अगर आपको लॉग्स की विजिबिलिटी चाहिए तो यू नीड टू बी रूट यूजर. एज अ रूट यूजर यू कैन एक्सेस द लॉग्स. एज अ नॉन रूट यूजर यू कैन नॉट.
थैंक यू.
ओके. या यस तनुज.
सर इस पे एक ये भी तो कंसेप्ट होता है कि हम एक पर्टिकुलर यूजर को लिमिटेड एक्सेस देते हैं मशीन का, तो वो कैसे करते हैं उसका प्रैक्टिकल मतलब?
Okay. See, again, it's all about pseudo configuration. Let's say there is a user student and I want user student to be able to use sudo on only on these 5 commands: user add command, user delete command, DNF command, or maybe gdisk command. So that's it. So student user will be able to use sudo on only on these 4-5 commands. That's it. So this is possible with the help of sudo templates or sudo configuration, which we will cover when we reach sudo as a topic. Okay.
ठीक है, बट सर मेरा क्वेश्चन इससे थोड़ा अलग है. जैसे मेरे पास ना एक मशीन है रिसर्च की, तो उस मशीन पे मेरे नेम से ही, तनुज के नेम से एक यूजर बना है. तो उस यूजर से ना मैं उस मशीन को पूरी तरह से देख नहीं सकता. मतलब मेरे पास ना कुछ लिमिटेड एक्सेस है, कुछ ही फोल्डर्स का एक्सेस है. मतलब मैं उसको एक्सप्लोर नहीं कर पा रहा उस मशीन में अच्छे से कि क्या है क्या नहीं है. तो वो चीज है सर, वो.
Okay, so it means you're talking about the access issues or system access. So access is controlled with the help of permissions. Permissions are read permission, write permission, and execute permission. Execute permission in particular, it's important when you say that you are not able to access a folder. आप एक फोल्डर नहीं खोल पा रहे हो, कुछ खोल पा रहे हो, कुछ नहीं खोल पा रहे हो, राइट? तो जिस फोल्डर पे आपके नाम का एग्जीक्यूट परमिशन नहीं होगा वो फोल्डर ओपन नहीं कर पाओगे. Okay, so if any folder, if any directory doesn't have execute permission for your user will not be able to open that directory. Okay, let me give you one example. ls-l on/etc. Okay, so let's see this first one. This is called alternatives and it is a directory. Okay, it says the permissions are read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, execute, and read, execute. Who is the owner? Root. Who is the group owner? Root group. I am logged in as student. There is no mention of student anywhere. Okay, so these three permissions, these three set of permissions are for owner, group owner, and others. I am technically others right now. Student as others, I have only read permission and execute, which means I can enter alternatives, but I cannot create any files in alternatives. Okay, let me check. cd/etc alternative. Yeah.
Sir, execute का तो है वहाँ पे X. Execute कर
Execute
सकते हैं.
means enter. Execute means I can enter. Okay. But there is no write permission. Check this out again. ls-l. Yeah. On alternatives, I don't have any write permission. Only read the directory, and execute means enter the directory. And write permission is missing. Hyphen means it is missing. Wherever you see hyphen, that specific permission is missing. Again, we will cover permissions and user management in the next part. Okay. So system access, or we can say files and directory access, is controlled by permissions. The commands is controlled by sudo. And what else? And root can do anything. For root, there are no permissions. There is no effect of sudo. Root can do anything. Even if there is no permission on the file, root user can still open it, modify it, delete it, whatever it wants to do. Okay. All right. And let's go to the next one. And guys, this is not the last time we are discussing. Whatever we are discussing right now, we'll be repeating it again and again throughout the course. Okay, because eventually, even when you reach at the cloud topic, we will be creating virtual machines. We will be installing some applications. For that, we need to use sudo or directly become root. Without the root password, we can do that. Or create users with the help of sudo, or simply become root and create users. So whatever we are learning right now, we'll be repeating them time and again. Okay.
Sir, is there any way that we
Yes.
can check which user I am on the machine?
Yes, you can just run id command or who am I. See this. Just
Sir,
type id, enter. It says student. I'm logged in as student. Or you can run who am I. It says you are student. Third thing.
But सर मैंने आईडी चलाया तो मेरा ही नेम आ रहा है वहाँ पे.
हाँ तो आप अपने नाम से ही लॉग्ड इन हो. I'm logged in as myself. I'm logged in as student. I can see this student over here. I can see the same with id command. I can see the same with who am I command.
तो मतलब मैं रूट नहीं हूँ.
हाँ, you're not root. You want to become root? Use sudo su hyphen. You become root. You can see in the prompt that you're root right now, and you can check who am I. It will say root. Okay, it will not tell you that you were student and then you became root. No, that you will get to know with the help of logs. See, अब आप कर रहे हो तो आपको तो पता है, but at the time of audits and all, the auditors will run the analysis on the logs and they will able to find how many users were able to become root and were they authorized to become root, etc., etc. ऐसे चलता है. Okay, so whatever you do on the system is audited, is monitored, and you need to follow some instructions. Some rules are defined, some part of the compliance and all. See, when you start working in a project or in a company, they will let you know time to time. For example, you cannot type the password in clear text. For example, I cannot say Red Hat as the password here. Or when you set a password for the user with the passwd command, and it says give the password, whatever you type will not be printed here. Although I have typed Red Hat right now, but you don't see anything. It is part of the compliance. Okay. Okay, so Himanshu is asking, do we have to configure the sudoers file? Yes, time to time you have to configure. Right now we are using Linux out of the box. We are not making any changes, but as we go ahead, we'll be doing that. Can we get proper note of this notes for these commands and examples? Yes, we already have it. In fact, let me open that for you. Just go to the Google Drive. Let me open that. DevOps, here it is. In ebooks, Linux, you will find something called notes. Where is that? Ansible, no, not Ansible. Linux shell, Ansible. Okay, first is Linux tips and tricks. Let me check if this is the correct one. This is something that you should cover in the end once you have good knowledge of Linux. Let me close this. And then there is Linux command. Yes, I think this is the one, the Linux command. Here you will find all the shortcuts, all the examples of the commands, whatever we are covering. For example, Just a moment. Let me close this one. Yeah. See this ls command with various examples, remove command with various examples, mkdir with various examples. Okay.
सर ये शेयर किया गया आपके साथ?
Yes, it's in the Google Drive by the name linuxcommand.pdf. Or even better.
मैं तो तीन ही देख पा रहा हूँ एक्चुअली.
हाँ जी, सॉरी.
मेरे पास तो तीन ही आ रहे हैं. लाइनक्स का पीपीटी आ रहा है, एक लाइनक्स का नोट्स आ रहे हैं शायद. ये
एंड ई
तीन आ रहे
बुक्स.
हैं. यस
सर मेरे पास तो लिंक ही नहीं है.
ये सर
ओके मैं देता हूँ. ओके मैं देता हूँ. जस्ट अ मिनट. Go to ebooks, go to Linux, and then you will find linuxcommands.pdf.
path.
Okay. Let me share the Google Drive link also. Just a minute. Okay, so I'm sharing the Telegram group or DevOps batch, this batch, and the Google Drive link again. Okay, join the Telegram group as well. All right. All right, let's go to the next one. So the last command for today is grep command. Grep command is used to find text from text files. In GUI or in Windows, let's say you open a text file. If you want to find a word root, you can simply do Control F and then type root, press enter. It will highlight all the occurrences. Root is there here in line number 25, 27, 29, 34, 37, all the occurrences are highlighted. Can you do the same on command line? On command line, you cannot do Control F, you cannot find. So there is a command for that. The command is called grep. Grep the word root from some file. So there is a file called passwd inside etc. It stores user details like student user details, root user details, and all. So let me try to find how many times or how many lines have the word root inside etc passwd file. Enter. It says there are only 2 lines which contain the word root one time or multiple times. So first this line, second this line. If you want to see what is the line number, then you can use the option with grep. Grep hyphen option n, then the word you want to find, and then the file from which you want to find. So on line number 1 and then on line number 10, root word is present in these 2 lines. Okay. So the syntax of grep command is, okay, so the syntax is grep command space hyphen options space what you want to find or the word you want to find and from which file. Like I did here, grep space hyphen n to show the line number. The word I want to find is root. I can also keep the word or the text which you want to find in double quotes. And then lastly, the file. Inside etc, there is a file passwd. Okay, this is the proper syntax. You can use multiple options. For example, let me in fact open this hyphen I. Yeah. So let me first of all find a word with capital letters. Okay, I'm going to cat the same file passwd. It looks very strange and complex. Don't worry, we will understand this file once we reach user management. It's very important file. I'm looking for a word. Okay, ftp. Let's find the word ftp from the same file etc passwd. Okay, so the command will be grep. Optionally, you can say hyphen n to show the line numbers. The word I'm looking for is ftp from the file etc passwd. Enter. Okay, it says ftp is here, but actually I was looking for the capital ftp. Okay, fortunately, this capital ftp is also in the same line. Let me find another word. For example, rpc. Okay, it will again open it up. Not a good one. TPM. Yeah. So let's find the word TPM. Okay, TPM. Enter. It says there is no word by the name TPM by TPM in this pass.wd file. It is not true. We just saw that. The problem is the word we saw was in capital letters and we are searching for lowercase. If you want grep to search for the word and ignore the case might be in small or capital, doesn't matter. So you can use -n. So sorry, -i. -i is ignore the case. Don't focus on the case, just focus on the alphabet. Now it says TPM is found on line number 17. Okay, so -n option is to show the line number. -i option is used to ignore the case. Always use grep with -i, and 99% of the chances are that you'll be able to find the word, whatever you're looking for. Okay. Okay, so grep with these two options, -n show the line numbers, -i ignore the case. The third option, -v is ignore a pattern and return the remaining lines. What kind of pattern is it? Let me create a file and then we'll play with it. Okay. Okay, so let me just say, yeah. Okay, let me also show it to you. Using a command nano, you can open a file for modification and you can make changes to a file. Right now, there is no file here. Yeah, so there is Anaconda KS file. So let me open the file with nano space Anaconda, enter. Now the file has been opened in edit mode and you can make the changes. To save and close, you have to press the key combination, which is Control X. Control X, then press Y, and that's it. The file will be saved. Okay. So now here, let's make some changes. Okay. So let's do easy thing. I will not make any change here. Control X. Since I did not make any change, it did not prompt me to confirm yes to save and for don't save. Okay. Okay, so let me simply cat this file nano. Oh, sorry, not nano. Cat Anaconda. Okay, it's this Anaconda file is basically a configuration where there are many lines starting with hash. All the lines starting with hash are comments. Comments are not part of the configuration. Comments are used to, for documentation purposes and all. We'll talk about comments later. But the thing is, the actual configuration is without the hash symbol. Okay, all these are actual configurations which I'm highlighting. So using grep, you can actually ignore all the lines having hash and just return the remaining lines. Grep -v ignore. What to ignore? The hash symbol. From which file? Anaconda. It is in my current location. And there you go. The remaining stuff is visible. This is the actual configuration. All the lines having hash are now ignored from the output. Okay. All right. So this is how you can ignore a pattern. Ignore a pattern and return the remaining lines. -c is count the result lines. For example, again, let's use grep root from etc pass.wd. Let's say you don't want to see the lines, you just want to see how many lines, the count. Use the option -c. It will say 2. 2 means 2 lines. Okay. Next is -o. Let's say you don't want to see the lines, you just want to see the occurrences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 occurrences, 4 times root. So -o stands for occurrences and it will display root word 4 times. It will not tell you which line, where, it will just simply keep on printing the occurrences. Okay. And -r, which is very important. -r is recursive. Sometimes, many times it happens that you forget the configuration file. Okay, but you're looking for a word. Let's say there is a word umask. Grab the word umask. My problem is I forgot. Where is this configuration file which contains this word umask? But I know that it will be inside etc. Okay, so I'll do a recursive search. hyphen INR. I stands for ignore the case, N to show the line number, R recursive search. Recursive search inside etc. Now what will happen? grep will read all the files which are in etc and try to locate umask, the word umask. If this word umask is found, then in the result I'll see the line, the file name, the line number, everything. Press enter. Now let's go to the top. It says on the file etc fs tab, line number 14, the umask word is present. Another file is etc lvm lvm.conf, line number 984. In a comment, umask word is mentioned. Another comment in the same file. So this is how I'm able to actually find the correct configuration file. Although there are multiple, but if you're working as a system admin or a DevOps engineer, you'll get to know, okay, oh, the file I'm looking for is, let's say, login.defs. Okay, here it is, etc login defs. And here it is, umask, the number. Let's change it to something else. Okay. So sometimes it happens, you tend to forget the configuration file names and all. You simply do a quick search with grep -inr. Yes, Arsalan.
So sometimes we don't know the actual sentence or actual me say the unmarks. Only I say only MAK. So between MAK, can I put asterisk and grab
Okay,
all
so
the
that is called pattern. You can define a pattern with the help of regular expression. Okay, so with the help of regular expression, you can define a pattern, and then the grep will work on that pattern. Okay, and this regular expression we will cover once we reach wildcard. Okay, so after wildcard, we'll get into regular expression. And guys, regular expression is something that is really important in programming. We will be learning Python, as I said. So within Python also, we'll be creating few programs using regular expression. We will use regular expressions to find something and then perform some operation on those files. Okay, like you just said, you know the initial words or the ending word, but you don't know what is in the middle. Okay, so you can define a pattern. It will grep is going to follow that pattern and just find all the matching files and lines. Okay,
like certain in the Node++, we can add and remove on those
yes,
words.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, one more thing. Like you said, you can find and replace, right? That is done with the help of another command, which is called sed, string editor. With the help of string editor, you can search the word root and replace it with capital root globally in some file. That's it. So grep sed-i. Now this is the command. You know what will happen in the passwd file? Wherever root is written, that will be replaced with capital root. All the lines. This is sed. We'll cover this sed later. Okay, not right now. This is just one example to show you guys. All right, so this is grep command. Okay, so let's stop here. Tomorrow, let's cover alias and user environment. I have given you a hint or just a brief on user environment. Let's go in detail. And absolute path. Okay, then there are some very basic minor things about paths, working directories, and yes, few more commands on copy something from one location to another, cut and paste, which is called move something from one location to another, and inode and links. Now this will cover up your fundamentals, and after that we are going to spend some time on user management, permissions, and all those things. Okay, some more things before that. Standard streams, pipelines. Okay, we're gonna utilize 2 days, I guess. Tomorrow is Friday. Monday. Okay, I think Monday and Tuesday we're gonna take these 3 days to cover the basic stuff, and once it is done, then we'll get into the user management, manage local user and groups, and next chapter is permissions. Okay, any doubts guys, any questions?
सर नोटपैड फाइल शेयर हो रहा है ना अपने साथ?
Notepad, yesterday's notepad I've already saved in the G Drive, Google Drive. So for today also I'm going to save it. Today is 27. You can find all the notes in the notes folder in Google Drive. It's done. Okay, also let me check the synchronized, whether it is synchronized or not. Yes, everything is now synchronized. Upload 100% done.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, on 26 only one page note is there, right?
Yes, this is it. But this is not for you guys, I guess. Just a second. Let me fix something. Yeah. So now this is your notes for 26th. We discussed something about how the command is executed, RAM versus swap, what is the difference, all these things. Hello guys, good evening. All right, give me a second, guys. Guys, by the time I am preparing the virtual machine, if you have any doubts or queries, please let me know. Also, this is stuck. Suspend. If not, then end task. Workstation. Yeah, easy way. All right, let's play this machine. DevOps power on.
सर एक क्वेश्चन पूछना था.
Yes, please.
सर लेट्स से हमारे पास एक मशीन है लाइनक्स की और उसका ना डिस्क यूटिलाइजेशन 98-99% चल रहा है. ठीक है. तो उसके बाद ना मतलब उसमें एक स्पाइक आया उसके बाद भी, तो उसके बाद वो मशीन बंद हो गया अपने आप ही 100 होते ही उसका डिस्क यूटिलाइजेशन. तो सर फिर उसको रिवाइव कैसे करेंगे दोबारा मशीन को?
Okay. So the thing is, if the hard disk has 0% space left, or we can say 0 MB space left, the system will crash, will restart, or will shut down automatically. The reason is, when the operating system is running, it needs some free space, maybe 1 GB, 2 GB, to store temporary files. If this is not happening, the system is going to crash. Okay. Also, you will experience degraded performance. Now, how to fix it? You can fix it in troubleshooting, which means you need to start a rescue mode. And in the rescue mode, you add more disk, you configure the disk. There is a concept of LVM, increase the size of the LVM. Okay. And then you restart the machine, or server will run as good as new. Okay. Always make sure you have separate hard disk allocated for the application, separate hard disk or partition. Okay. Separate hard disk or partition allocated for the user files, separate hard disk or partition for temporary files. Okay. So this way you will avoid those scenarios where the operating system has no space left to create files. Okay. But if you want to detail procedure details.
सर अगर वो हमारी क्लाउड मशीन है तो
क्लाउड मशीन में भी यही करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure you have separate partition for separate task, separate use case. Okay, so if you want a detailed step on how to fix this problem, then you need to go to the slide which I'll share with you. Just a second. Here it is. Rescue mode using the DVD, not RHEL, but RHEL or CentOS based on your operating system. Okay, so you need to use the same DVD which you use to install that operating system. If you don't have handy, no worries, download it. If the operating system is, let's say, CentOS 8 or Red Hat 8, RHEL 8, download that ISO. Okay. And using that ISO, yeah, tell me.
But sir, let's say अभी ना हमारे मतलब approx 700 to 800 machines चल रही हैं, तो उनका सबका ही लेके रखना तो बहुत मुश्किल है ना, हर किसी की
single DVD. All your 800 machines are on one operating system or different operating system?
Sir, Red Hat है सब पे.
Red Hat version?
Sir, ये नहीं देखा कभी.
Okay, so देख लेना. Red Hat version 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. You just download that one DVD and that is all. It will be used for rescue mode. You can use that DVD on any machine. Okay, so rescue mode is a kind of a troubleshooting mode where you can fix these problems. There are many other problems. When we reach troubleshooting, then I'll tell you, like problem with grub, initramfs, kernel, or even hard disk related issues. All these can be solved. As a DevOps engineer, you don't really get into troubleshooting. The Linux administrators have the job for fixing the problems. Okay. But yes, if you have the knowledge, then it's good. If you are already a Linux administrator, then yes, this is a key skill, troubleshooting. Okay. Yes, Devinder. you can run the command cat/etc os release. It will give you the version. Okay. And are we going to learn disk management? Yes. After permissions, the next topic is disk management, storage, how to handle the hard disk, how to create partitions, LVM. There are many things. Okay. All right. So let's proceed now. Yesterday, we have covered some basic commands, basic concepts of sudo, su, and grep. Today, we'll get into more concepts, for example, alias and user environment, which will give you even more clarity how commands are running on the operating system. And this is basically a generic knowledge, applies to Windows as well. Okay. So let's start with the thing called alias. What is an alias? Alias is a kind of a shortcut to some other command. What kind of shortcut are we talking about? Let's say there is a command ls. Ls itself is a 2-character command. What shortcut you want? Let me show you one thing. Okay, so let me get into the machine now. It's up and running. Open the terminal, right? So ls runs fine. It gives you colors, right? You see color coded output and all. You are able to identify what is a folder, a directory, or a file. Okay, so let me tell you, this ls is not the real command. If you run the real command, which means directly from the source, you can run the command from its original location. Where is the ls command? Which ls? It says the ls is in usr bin location. Let me go there. cd/usr bin. Okay, and here you will find ls command. It's gonna be up. Here it is, ls. Right? So how to run this command from this original location, from its location? You simply type the complete path /usr bin ls. Press enter. Or let's say the argument also /home/student. Enter. So all these things are in student home directory. Perfect. But where is the color? When you run the command from the source, you won't get to see any color. When you run ls command from the source, you won't get to see any color. But when you run ls normally, then you see colors. What's happening? Let me do that again. ls on /home student. Now this time you're getting to see color. What's happening? See, with every command, as I said, there are options. I have just given you some options like -l, -d, right? If you want to know the complete list of options, you can use the another option -help. ls -help. And this is the help page, the manual of the ls command. It will tell you how to use this ls command. It says run the command ls with some options. 3 dots means you can use multiple options. And file, which is the argument where ls will perform some action. 3 dot means you can mention multiple files, okay, multi arguments. And scroll down below, then you will see a long list of available options. Now options, as I told you, you can use single hyphen and the option, or double hyphen and the word for that option. Example, do we have a lengthy word for L? No. H. Okay. So there is an option which is -h. -h is designed to show the size of the file in MBs, GB, KB, like that. And instead of -h, you can also type --human -readable. Okay, like this. ls-h is equal to ls -human -readable. Obviously, you would use the easy one, the shortest one. So that's why we rarely used these lengthier options, which simply go with single hyphens, not double hyphens. Okay, there are many options available, correct? Now, I talked about color, right? Let's do it again. In fact, let me just open new tab. In one tab, let me run that command. This and /home student, like this. So now you need to figure out, we need to figure out why do we see colors with ls and why don't we see colors when we run the command from the source. Okay, so let's open the options for ls with -help, and you will see something related to color. Here it is. It says colorize the output. When can be always, auto, or never. Like here is when. Color equals to auto, color equals to never, like that. So let's try to use it. I'll run the command from the source, usr bin ls, then add the option --color is equal to auto, and then the argument /home student, Now you'll get to see the exact same output, same as ls, as we run normally. Okay, so ls/home student, you see the same output. Now it means this is the lengthier command which is hiding behind ls, the shortcut or the short version. Now this is the alias. You want to make sure whether ls is the alias or not, you can run the alias command. Alias command will tell you how many aliases are created. When you run ls, in the background, ls hyphen hyphen color auto runs automatically. That's why you get to see the colors. Even with grep, when you run grep, in the background, hyphen hyphen color equals to auto runs automatically. That's why you see colors with the grep command, like grep, root from the file, passwd, and all the lines containing the word root are printed. Along with that, the word is also highlighted. This is happening because in the background, what's running? Grep hyphen hyphen color equals to auto. That's why you see colors. Okay. So this is the concept of alias. One more thing. I have a habit of running ls-ltrh. These four options. What does all of these options mean? -L is long list format. Let me show you in my home directory. If I run ls without any option, you get to see what is there in the location. ls-l. You will see the same things, same objects with additional details, like some permissions, ownership details, the size, when was the file last created or modified, like that. Size is here, like 6 bytes. Okay, if there is a file with, it will be then let's say 128 bytes, 128 kilobytes, 10 kilobytes, like that. Okay, when it is only bytes, you won't see b, but if it is kilobytes, then you'll see kb, like that, k. And for mb, it's m. Okay, right? You see the long list format. Okay, then what is T? I said LTRH. These are the four options I'm using. T is sort the objects based on the time. The most recent one will be at the top. The older file will be at the bottom. Okay, a perfect example is inside etc. In etc, you will find some files are more recently created or modified, and there are few files which are really old. So ls-l, you get to see normal sorting as per the names. Okay, alphanumeric sorting. But if you want to sort the files as per their age, new files at the top, old files at the bottom. So ls-lt, enter. Now you'll see older files at the bottom and newer files at the top. Feb 28, like that. Okay, and older files at the bottom. If you want to reverse this sorting, then you will be using R. R is reverse the previous sorting. Now you will see the older files at the top and newer files at the bottom. These are all new files or recently modified files. Okay, and then H. For example, there is one file. It's a configuration file. The size is 39771 bytes. If you want to see this in a human readable format like KB, MB, GB, then you need to use H option as well. H is for human readable. Now you get to see it as 39 KB, 4 KB, 1.9 KB, etc. Okay, so if there is a heavy file, then you'll see it as MB, GB. Okay, and if you want to see the output per page of this ls commands output, if it is lengthy, you want to see page by page, then you need to use piping. Next topic is piping, then I'll tell you. Okay, all right, so back to the task. My habit is ls-ltrh, and I don't like typing this ls-ltrh thousands of times in a day, because yes, I'll be running ls command multiple times in a day. So what I'll do is I'll just create an alias. I'll just say when I press LD, okay, let's say LD. Whenever I press LD or type LD command, automatically ls-ltrh should run in the background. Okay, so if you want to create an alias, you need to run alias command again. Space the shortcut you want to set is equal to, in single quotes, the command you want to run, ls-ltrh. Okay, so always make sure that you are adding spaces after the command and spaces after the options for the argument. Okay, for now, is fine. Press enter. Now check alias command again, and then you will see LD as an alias is now set, and in the background it will run ls-ltrh. What about color auto? When ls is running, it's also an alias for ls-color. So it means you will get to see the colors, right? So now let's do it. LD enter. You get to see the recent files at the bottom and older files at the top. Also, you can see the file sizes in human readable format, KB, MB, like that, like 4 KB, 39 KB. Okay, so this is how you can set an alias. One thing to remember, when you set an alias with alias command, that is a temporary alias. When you log out and log in back, the alias will be gone. There is a way of setting the alias permanently, which I'll tell you when we cover the VI editor, how to edit the configuration files. Yes, Amrit, any doubt?
Sir, previously also some alias are automatically there, na?
Yes, absolutely right. So my next point was this only. If you run the alias command, you will see that there are some aliases pre-created for your profile. Okay, so these aliases are created automatically in the background. When you log into the system, these aliases are made available. How it is happening? In short, let me tell you in short, when you log in, when you enter the correct password and the system authorizes your login attempt, automatically in the background some configuration files run. These are basically program files, and they are going to set some details for you. One of the details is alias. Other details are environment variables, which I told you about yesterday. With env command, you can see that. When you run env, whatever details you see, these variables are created during login. When I logged in as student user, these variables were created. Variable name is shell and the value is bin bash. Variable name is, let's say, pwd and the value is etc. These variables are created when you log into the system. Okay. Likewise, aliases are also defined when you log into the system. Where are those configuration files? I'll tell you, as I said, when we reach certain point, and then I'll tell you about all those things. Okay, now let me go back to the PPT. Okay, so what is an alias, how to set an alias, and how to unset an alias. With the help of unalias command, you can unset the alias. I have defined LD as an alias, right? So let me unset it. Unalias space LD, enter, done. So now if I run LD command, system will say, okay, there is a command also LD which says no input files. Let me check which LD. So yeah, LD is also a command, but with the help of alias, I was able to overwrite it. Okay, so be careful before you choose an alias. Make sure there is no such command as well. So rather than LD, I'll say LT. Let me say which LT, no LT, which means LT is available to be set as an alias. Okay, so I can do that. All right, so this is about alias. Next one is environment variables, user environment and the path variable. So when you log into the system, automatically some values and variables are created, and which you can check with env command. All these variables are created, and these variables have some values. Okay, for now we are focused on path variable. Now this is a really important piece of information. Copy this in the notepad because I want to explain things about path. Okay, so path variable has this value. It's a lengthy value. If you look closely, these are all locations. /home student.local. What is .local? Any folder, any directory where the name starts with a dot, that directory is a hidden directory. Like in Windows, you can right click and hide a folder. In Linux, if you name the directory with a dot, or if you name a file starting with a dot, that file becomes hidden, that directory becomes hidden. Okay, so this .local is hidden, and inside .local there is bin. So this is one location. Colon is the separator, which means after colon, second location. Okay, just a second, let me, yeah, this is the second location, colon, third location, colon, fourth, colon, fifth, colon, sixth. There are 6 locations mentioned in the path variable. Now what is the purpose of path variable? Okay, let's go back to slide number 1, where I told you about how the commands work, the shell, the kernel, all those. So you as a user, you run a command, let's say ls, the old one. Okay, you type ls, you press enter. Now bash shell will capture this input, and then the bash shell will refer to the path variable. It will check what is the value stored in path variable. So values stored in path variable are basically multiple paths, right? So now the bash shell is going to browse through all these locations and try to look for ls command. Okay, so now the bash shell is going to look for ls command in all of these locations. This is the purpose of path variable, to provide locations where shell can browse and find the command. So ls command, is it in home student local bin? No. Home student bin? No. USR local bin? No. USR local S bin? No. USR bin? Yes. The command is here. Once the command is found, then the bash shell is going to read the contents of this file, which is ls file. Okay, and it will translate the contents to the kernel line by line, and then kernel will take the action accordingly. Okay, so let me write it again. So ls will be found here. Now the code, the source code of ls, not the source, sorry, the executable code of ls will be translated to kernel by shell program, bash shell, and then kernel is going to connect with the appropriate hardware and then generate the output. This is the role of path. If you type something, let's say abc, bash shell is going to find abc command as per the path variable. It will browse through all these locations. If abc command is found, then the action will be taken. If not, then you will get to see command not found error. Okay, so this is the purpose of path variable. It will help bash shell or the shell program to find or locate the command. See, abc, enter. Bash shell says it was not able to find abc, command not found. Command not found in all those paths which are mentioned in the path variable. If you just want to verify what are the locations of mentioned in path variable, you can run env. Okay, or you can simply print the path variable with echo $path. Environment variables are always in capitals. Okay, and dollar symbol means dollar symbol will tell echo to print the value of this variable, not the string itself. And this is the value stored in path variable, multiple locations. So if abc says command not found, it means abc as a command was not available in any of these locations. Okay, just as a demonstration, let me create a command in one of these locations and then see if it works or not. Okay, so let me do one thing, /home student bin. First of all, do I have bin here? No. Let me create bin, cd bin, sorry, mkdir bin. Okay, now bin is there, cd bin, and here I'm going to create a command abc touch. No, hold on, vi abc. Let's simply say hello, welcome to the Linux DevOps batch. Okay. Okay, so this is 3-line code in a command. Let's make it executable. Ch on chmod plus x on abc. Okay, perfect. Now check, where am I right now? I am inside home student, and with ls I can see that there is no abc command in my current location. Okay, but I know there is a command abc. I don't know what the location is. So if I run abc command, it says welcome to DevOps. The message is printed. How did this abc run? So let's go back to the notepad again. So user typed abc, bash shell captured this input and checked all the paths mentioned in the path variable. Right? Just a second. Yeah. So now bash shell will browse this location. First one, abc command not found. Second location, yes, abc is here. And then it will follow the remaining procedure, which is shell is going to translate the contents of abc to kernel. Kernel will talk to the hardware and generate the output like that. Okay. One more thing. Okay. In my current location, which is /home student, I'm going to create another command here. Let's say xyz. Okay. So in my current location, there is a new command by the name xyz. Let me run it. xyz. Enter. The bash shell says command not found. Can anyone tell me why? My current location is this, /home student. In fact, let me type it in the notepad. Okay, so present working directory is /home student. And I just run a command xyz, and the bash shell says command not found.
It's not present in the path directory.
Absolutely. /home student is not part of the path variable. Shell is going to browse through all these locations and try to attempt to find xyz, which xyz won't be found in any of these locations. Okay, the location is something else, /home student, not .local bin, not bin, not all of these. That's why it will say command not found. But sometimes you don't want to add a new path in the path variable. I'll tell you how to add. But still you want to run the command. How can you run the command? By typing the complete path of the command, /home /student /xyz, enter, and there you go, the command executed. This is how I executed ls command also. /usr bin ls, and the command runs. Okay. So this is the fundamental that most of the Linux administrators fail to understand, and then they struggle with troubleshooting. Okay. I hope I was able to explain this properly. Any doubts? Let me know. All right. Okay, one more way. In my current location, there is a command, but this location is not part of the path variable. How to run this command? The first method was /home, mention the complete path /home student, like that. Or if you are there in that location where the command is present, you can run this command by following this method ./xyz. So / means you're telling bash shell to scan the current location. Dot means current location. Okay. Inside the current location, there is XYZ. When you press enter, it runs. All right. Okay. So this is it. And these things again, these are not just for today. We will be repeating these things again and again. We will be doing this again when we reach shell scripting. Okay. So this is, as I said, part of the fundamental. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's go to the next part. Chapter 3, manage files from the command line. It means how to copy paste files, and create shortcuts. Like in Windows, if you have installed an application, that application most probably will be installed in C drive, program files, like that. But immediately you get an icon on your desktop. What is this? What is this icon? This icon is kind of a shortcut. Let me show you one thing. Let's say Canva. Right click on it, check the properties. Okay, it says the target. The application installation location is C users Amit F app data, local programs, Canva, canva.exe. This is the location where application is deployed, but you can launch it from your desktop. Why? Because this Canva is a shortcut to that location. Okay, so this is technically called link. It's a symbolic link or soft link. But in Windows terminology, we call it as shortcut. The same thing we can do in Linux as well. We can, have a file in some faraway location, but you can create a shortcut on your home directory /home student or whatever it is, and then you can access it. You need not to go to cd something something something. You can avoid that. All right, let's check it out. Okay, so first of all, let's understand current directory, one directory back, all these things. So ls-l will give you the list of visible files, not hidden files. You want to see the hidden files? You have to use the option A. If you don't remember the option, you can use ls-help. In the help, just scroll up and find, it says do not ignore entries starting with dot. So -A is the option. A stands for all. Show all files. So ls-la. Now you see, there are many files in my current location. If I just run ls, I just see how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 files. But in reality, the files are more than that. Maybe 20 files. Files and directories combined. Okay. So what do you see here? You see dot, double dot, dot bash history, dot bash logout, dot bash rc. Anything starting with the dot is hidden. Dot cache, dot config, dot local. Okay, so anything starting with a dot is hidden. You can easily figure out these 4 white colored are files, hidden files, and then you have some hidden directories, correct? Then what is this dot and double dot? This single dot represents your current location. Okay, and double dot represents one directory back. That's why when you do cd space dot dot, you go one directory back, you get to home. Okay, so when we reach permissions, I'll explain in more detail how you identify dot and double dot as current location and one location back. Okay. Okay, so this is one thing to remember. Second thing, absolute path and relative path. What is absolute path? Absolute path is when you access a file or a directory from slash. Example, the file name, the file is ls command. So you type slash usr slash bin slash ls. You are typing the complete path. The starting point of operating system is slash. So inside slash there is usr, then bin, then ls. This is the absolute path. Then what is the relative path? Relative path is as per your current location, which means you want to access ls using relative path, which means you need to go back back sorry, dot is go one directory back, slash means you are now in home. You go out of home, again double dot. Sorry, what's happening? Yeah, double dot. You want to go one directory back again, double dot. Press enter C. Okay, I went too far away. Oh, my bad. I'm not typing CD. Okay, so CD double dot slash double dot. It will take you to slash. So you went back and again went back. So you are now in slash, but you want to enter USR. It means you can do it like this. Let me go to my home directory again. CD double dot slash inside slash USR slash bin slash ls. Not CD this time, but without CD it runs. Okay, so I would just want to demonstrate that using double dot you can travel back. And this is your relative path. Relative to your current location, you are going back, and then entering some directory. Okay? Yes, Devinder?
सर एक बारी फिर से बताएंगे डबल डॉट में वापस चले
Yeah.
गए स्लैश लगाया हमने रूट में उसके बाद
Okay. So first a simpler version. In your current location, there is let's say music. Okay. So how can you enter music? You have two ways. First way is cd slash home student music. This is one way. And you can see you entered music, right? PWD. You are in slash home student music. This is called the absolute path, where you specify the path starting from the slash home, inside home student, inside student music. But when you are already in your home directory, you are in, let's say, slash home student itself, and music is just right there. Why can't you just simply say cd music? CD music is also fine. You will enter the same location. So based on your current location, when you type the path, that becomes the relative path. Okay. But when you just type the complete path from the slash, from the first slash, that is called absolute path. Okay. Basic terminologies for freshers. This is going to be the question. They will ask you, the interviewers are going to ask you. Okay. I don't know why, but they do, just for freshers. Right. Similarly, let's say I am in bin, cd bin. Okay, not here, outside, cd bin. Okay, inside bin, first of all, check what is the location, slash home student. Okay, I want to run a command xyz, which is outside my current location. I have two ways, slash home student, and then xyz is the command, and it runs. This is the absolute path method. What about the relative path? Based on my current location, I'm already inside home student bin. I just need to go one directory back and run xyz. So how to go one directory back? Dot slash. This is one directory back. And then run the command xyz. It runs. All right. So this is relative to my current location, and this is absolute path. Okay. And this is one small exercise that you guys can perform. Check your current location, go to some other location, create some files, and then go one directory back and all those things. One more thing, guys. For example, I am in slash usr bin. Okay. and I want to go back to my home location. I can simply type cd enter. I will go back to my home location. Cd enter means go to your home directory. If you are a root user, you will go back to /root. If you are a non-root user, you will go back to /home/username. Okay. Example here. Let me become root. Oh, it is sent to S. Yeah. So I'm root user. Let me enter /usr bin like this. I want to go back to my home location, cd enter, and see I'm back to /root location, right? Okay. And guys, again, this is the first exercise for you guys after learning all these things. And let's go to the next topic. Copy, move, and remove. Remove, we have already covered, rm command. Let's talk about copy and move. Copy is the same thing. Copy a file from one location and paste it to another location. In Windows, you have to right-click copy and right-click paste. In Linux also, you can do that in GUI, no big deal. But with command line, you have some more options available. Like you can copy the file. Let's say the file name is data.pdf. You can copy it and paste it to a different location with a new name. Instead of data.pdf, you can say information.pdf. Yes, with the copy command, you can do that. You can also rename and copy paste in one single command. Same with cut and paste. Cut and paste in Windows is move the location of one file of the file to another. Okay, change the location. This concept is called move. You can move the files from one location to another, also rename them. Okay, so let's start with copy first. In my location, there is XYZ. It's a command file. Let me copy it to temp. So cp command space what to copy space where to copy. This is the format along with the options, obviously, hyphen. Okay, like this. So cp what to copy XYZ space where to copy. I want to copy it to /tmp. Enter. It was a copy action, so the file stays in the location, also in the destination. You can check with ls-l/temp, enter, and here it is XYZ in the end. So XYZ file has been copied from my home location to /temp. Easy. Let me do that again, and this time rename it. Okay. Copy the file XYZ to the destination /temp/ let's say abcd. Enter. Now check ls-l/temp abcd, and here it is. The file has been created. You can also list only one single file by typing its name. Okay. So this is
Sir, one
copy.
doubt is there.
Yes.
So suppose in XYZ something will be there. So after copying it, it will be vanish or it will be there only.
You want to say overwrite?
Yeah.
If there is a file by the same name. Okay, so if there is a file by the same name, then system is going to prompt you whether you want to overwrite the file or not. Okay, if you say
No, no.
yes, why, then it will overwrite.
I'm saying, sir, if suppose something will be there, means some sentence will be there in one line inside XYZ. So after we copy to another location, so it will be means vanish or it will be there only.
Okay. So you're asking if you rename the file, what happens to the content, right?
Yeah,
Content stays the same. You can check cat/temp/abcd. You see the same thing. Okay. So nothing happens to the content. It's all about the file name.
Okay.
Okay. So there are some options with copy, like -r. See, copying single files is fine. With copy, what to copy, where to copy, this syntax works. But if in case you are copying a directory, let me just fill a directory. I have many here. Let's say templates, cd templates. Right now it's empty. So let me just fill it with some files. Touch, data, 1 to 10.txt. 10 files will be created. Okay, let's go out. So there is templates. I want to copy templates to temp. So cp templates to /temp. Without any option, it will give you error. It says -r not specified, omitting the directory templates. So -r option is required when you are copy pasting a directory, a folder. -r is recursive. Press enter. It's done. You can check ls-l/temp and you will find templates is there, has been copied. You can also rename the folder just like I did with the file. Okay, while pasting, you can rename it. All right, so this is -r, then -i, prompt before overwrite. So if you want the system to prompt you before the overwrite is detected, then it will say, do you wish to overwrite, yes or no? Okay. -n is do not overwrite. If on the destination the same file name is already present, do not overwrite. -v is verbose. Verbose is what the command is doing. It will be printed on the screen. Okay, like let me first of all get rid of templates from temp. Okay, so when I did copy -r templates to /temp, you didn't get any message on the screen. What file is being copied? See this, nothing on the screen. But if you run the same command with the option -v or after r, you just add v. V is verbose. It will tell you what the command is doing. Now you see templates directory got copied. Data 8.txt, 1, 2, all the files got copied from source to destination. This is verbose. Details. Okay. You wish to see the details? -v is the option, and -r, -v, these are commonly used options with most of the commands. Okay. If in case you want to see what the command is doing, not only copy or some other, you can also use -v with, as I said, most of the commands. Okay, and it is also listed in the -help. Copy -help, you will see all the available options. There are many other options. So the options which I have mentioned in the PPT are the most commonly used options. Okay, and here it is. Hold on here. Verbose. Explain what is being done. Okay. Okay, so let's move to move. Move command will perform cut and paste operation. Okay, so remove the file from the location and paste it to some other place. Let's say XYZ. Let's cut it from here and paste it in public. So move the file XYZ to public, PUBLIC. You can use tab to autocomplete. If it gives you slash, doesn't matter. For a directory, slash is okay. It means enter this directory and do the operation. And you can see it's done. XYZ is moved from current location to public. ls-l public, and here it is. The file is inside public. Okay, simple thing. Also, you can rename the file. cd public. Let's say you want to rename this file from XYZ to ABC. Move the file XYZ to the same location by the name ABC, enter. And there you go, the file name has been changed. The good thing with move is when you are dealing with directories, you need not to use -r. Okay, you can also rename the directory name. You can also cut and paste directory without any option. Let me show it to you. Let's say bin. Let me move this bin to temp. Move bin to /tmp, and it's done. No -r option, nothing. Okay, or let's say let me rename public to commands. Move public to cmds, enter. And now you'll see the folder or the directory has been renamed to commands, cmds, the first one. ls-l to check. Here it is, cmds. Okay, easy thing. Although you can use GUI for the same thing, but going forward, you will be planning for automation. You will be doing everything with automation. um, maybe shell scripting, maybe Ansible. If you're using shell scripting, then you will be running few commands inside the shell script, and at that time you will be using copy, move, all these things. Okay, so eventually you will be typing the commands. So that's why you need to remember these core concepts. Okay, any doubts? All right, so let's move ahead. Okay, so next slide is an exercise for you guys. Really simple. Just read the task and perform the actions. I mean, it's very easy. Create a file, delete a file, like that. Okay. All right. All right. So next is inodes and links, but I just checked the time. I won't be able to finish within time with this concept. So let's move on to the next topic, and we'll cover inode and links on Monday. Okay. So next topic is wildcards. Match file names with shell expansions. Matching the file names. Yesterday, someone said how we can create a pattern, right? So this is step one into regular expression. You should be able to create a pattern out of a name, out of file names. For example, there are some files starting with A. There are some files starting with B. There are some files starting with C, right? Let's say you just want to list all the files starting with C. So you can do it like this: ls-l C star. Star represents one or more character. After C, there can be 0 characters, none or more characters. There can be 0 characters or multiple characters. Like here, how many characters after C? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Or if I say C, C is the one character, and after this, there is no other character. Okay. So 0 or more characters. If this pattern is matched, all the matching file names will be listed. Okay, so this is the first one. So let me also demonstrate side by side. Okay, let me create some files now. Touch ABCD file. Okay, multiple files I've created here. ABCD file 1, file 1, like that. Okay, so let me just list all the files which are starting with F. Okay, so ls-l F star. So file 1. So any file name where F is the first character, and after F there are 0 or more characters. So asterisk symbol will represent 0 or more characters. You can see after F 3 characters, after F 4 characters, 5 characters, 6 characters, like that. Okay. So this is wildcard number 1 called asterisk or star. Similarly, there is another wildcard which is question mark. Okay, so this question mark represents single character. 1 question mark, 1 character. 2 question marks, 2 character. 3 question marks, 3 character. Now I want to list all the files where there are just 3 characters in the name. ls-l question mark, question mark, question mark. Enter. Only one file is part of the result. ABC, 3 characters. If I say 4 characters in the name, then ABCD file, and then there is a directory CMDS. Inside CMDS, ABC file is there. Okay. So if there is a directory with the matching name, it will open up and you will see what is inside the directory. Okay. Then the pattern will not be followed. Okay. So you can also mix match, like ls-l list all the files starting with F. After F, there has to be only 3 characters. Enter. Only file. Okay. Or maybe 4 characters. Okay, file 1, file 2. These are the 2 files listed with F plus 4 more characters. Okay, and just a second. Okay. I don't have any extensions, right? Yeah, no extensions. Let me create some extensions. Touch, let's say data1.txt. Info 10.pdf. I think these two are fine. Okay. So I want to list all files where there are 4 characters initially. No, 4, 5, 6. 6 character initially, and there is a dot after 6 characters. And then after dot, there can be n number of characters. So you get to see info 10.pdf. Okay, so info 10 is like how many? 6 characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then you have a dot. And after dot, there is PDF or something else. Okay. So this is how you can mix and match. All right. So I'm using ls to demonstrate the wildcards, but you can use wildcards with many commands like copy everything from one location to another or remove everything from the current location. So everything means star. Okay. Like, okay, let me remove some files. Remove all the files where there are 4 characters in the name. Enter. Okay, commands is also matching. Let me use 5 characters in the name. Music is there. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have anything with 7 characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's use 7 characters. Enter. Oh, 7 characters desktop. Let's use F and then 6 characters, maybe 5 characters. Okay. So remove all the files which start with F and after F, 5 more characters. Okay, so the files are gone. If you can use -v, it will tell you what file was removed. Right. So not only ls, you can use rm, you can use copy, you can use move. Okay. So many of such examples are in the next slide, along with the other options available. Like, like I have told you about asterisk, then question mark, then there is square brackets, brace expansion, variables. All these are part of, shell expansion. You can store a value in a variable, and later on you can use echo to expand the variable into a value. Okay. So we'll try this out on Monday. So for now, the main focus is for you guys to understand the environment variables like path variable, alias, and the previously discussed commands like sudo, grep, and all. These are very important. Okay. All right, guys. So as I said, we were going slow initially for the fundamental part, but I think on Monday onwards we can go like 90 minutes duration class or even 2 hours class depending on the topic. Okay. All right, guys. So this is it for today. Any doubts before I close? Any questions? All right.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening. All right, guys, let's start. Okay, so last time on Friday, we discussed a bit about wildcards and all, right? So let's continue that and then we'll go into the linking of files. Like I said, shortcuts, right? How to create shortcuts in Linux. Okay, so starting with the first one, which is called pattern expansion. So let's just follow these steps. Let's create a directory by the name glob. Okay, whether my machine is running or not, let me check. Hold on. No, let me start it. Power off. All right. So first thing to do is to open the terminal application and then run the command mkdir glob and cd glob. Okay, so you'll get confused. Let me run it separately. So mkdir glob, or you can use any directory name, doesn't matter. So a new directory by the name glob will be created, which you can check with ls command glob. Okay. So there is a question, is there any WhatsApp group? Okay, so we don't have the WhatsApp group, but we have a Telegram group. Just a second. I'm sharing the link here. Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right, so sharing the Google Drive link as well. Okay, guys, if you have in case missed the classes, no worries. Just follow the recorded sessions. You might be having doubts and questions, note them down, and then you can ask me during the class. Okay, doesn't matter. Your question can be from the slide number 1 or any other which is out of the syllabus as well. Okay, if you're concerned about your career, you are confused, you want to understand better on the technologies and all, let me know. If you have a question from slide number 1, first word, let me know. Okay. Okay. Amrit is asking, will we be having test? Not exactly test, but yes, lab sessions. We will be having lab sessions with every topic. In the end, there is a lab. After every 3 or 4 topics, we have a comprehensive lab. Okay. So we'll be practicing like this. Not only Linux, with the other courses as well. Okay, guys, I'm muting. There is background noise. I muted everyone. All right. So let's start then, guys. Hold on. This is nothing. Nothing. This is for today's class and today's new notepad. Okay. All right. So first of all, as per the PPT, create a directory, enter that directory. So let me enter. So glob is there. Cd glob. Now next task is to create some files. Let me just quickly copy this command. So using touch, I'm basically creating some files by the name Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Able, Baker, Cast, Dog, and Easy. Okay, press enter. Now next, we will use wildcards to list some files. For example, list all the files where the name starts with A and after A, there can be n number of characters, 0 characters or more. So it will be ls space A asterisk. So all the files have been listed. You want to see the details? So hyphen L option, ls hyphen L, sorry, ls hyphen L. There you go with the details, right? Likewise, if you want to list all the files where the file name has A in the middle, so before A, n number of characters, after A, n number of characters. Okay, so press enter. Now you see, starting with A or A as a second character or the third character or second character, third character or the last character, everything is covered. And these are not all files. Okay, so everything is covered here. Yes, Amrit, we can use VI to type inside the file or modify the contents of a file. We'll do this today, I guess. Today or tomorrow, we'll see. Okay, so this is asterisk. Next one is if you want to list all the files which are starting with either A or C. Okay, either A or C, and after that there can be n number of characters. So you have to type it like this: ls in the square brackets, specify the first character. It can be either A or C. Okay, both will be considered. What after A and C? 3 characters, 4 characters, 5, or any? Any is star. So only those files where the file names are starting with A or C are listed. Able, Alpha, Cast, Charlie. Right? Okay, I can also say like this, starting with A or C. After that, only 2 characters or 3 characters. So it will be 3 question marks. So after A, 3 characters. After A, 3 characters. After C, 3 characters. Got it? What else? Okay, list all the files where there are only 4 characters in the name. So ls-l, 4 question marks. So these are the files where in the name there are only 4 characters. Okay, and same for 5 characters or 6 characters. So this is called pattern expansion. Next one is brace expansion, which you already know. For example, touch, let's say file, braces 1.10, enter. What will happen? 10 files will be created. File 1, file 2, file 3 till file 10. So in the braces, we specify the range, the starting dot ending, right? If you want to have some extension also, let's say PDF, something .pdf. Let me say data. So data 1 to 10 dot PDF. So wherever there is a range, you keep that in curly braces. Rest will be out of the curly braces. Press enter. Now let's check ls-l. So you'll find data 1 till data 10.pdf or file 1 to file 10 without any extension. So this is how you can use brace expansions. There are some more examples. Let's check them out. Not only the numbers, you can also mention or specify alphabets in the range, like file A, file B, file C. So A, B, C, or till Z, up to you. Okay. Or like this, file A1, A2, file B1, B2. It's a bit complex, but yes, run it and see how it looks like. Okay. So you don't want to create files, you just want to see the output. You can echo. Within echo, also this brace expansion works. See this echo. Echo is used to print something, right? Let's say file AB and 1 and 2. So when there are two values or three values, you can use comma. If there is a range, then double dot log, let's say. So you see file A1.log, file A2.log, file B1, file B2. Okay. So first character, complete range. Second character, complete range. Okay. So even more complex. Check this out. Try to guess what will be the output. Paste. Yeah. So echo A12BC dot txt, file A1.txt, file A2.txt, file B.txt, and file C.txt, which means this is one set, then second and third. So in the set number one, A1, A2 will be two files, then file B and file C. Okay. Again, there is no range. We have individual characters or numbers, comma separated is valid, right? Or make directory. You can mkdir, let's say data 1 to 10. So I'm going to create 10 directories, not data, let's say info, because we already have a file by the name data, right? So info in the curly braces, starting 1 till 10, enter ls-l, and you will see info 1, info 2 till info 10. All the directories have been created. Guys, any doubts? Any questions?
Sir, without the extension of txt, we can use other extension also, right? Like PDF or .jpg.
You can, yeah, you can use any extension. The thing is that will still be a text file. By adding an extension doesn't mean that the file becomes a JPG image file or audio file. For
Yeah,
example, touch song.mp3. This doesn't mean that it is actually a audio file. No, it might
okay.
look different. See, the color will be different. Song.mp3. The color is different, but it doesn't mean that this is a MP3 file or audio file. It is still
That
a
it's
text file.
means naming convention, right?
Yeah, it is just naming. Okay.
Okay.
If you really want to create an audio file, you have to use a software, specialized software. You want to create a PDF, you have to use the Adobe Reader, or you have to print the document in PDF. Then only it will be a real PDF. Okay. So when you create a file with touch, that is a text file. Extensions don't really matter in Linux. Okay. All right. Next one is variable expansion. It is simple thing, guys. It just simply means you store a value in the RAM and later on you can retrieve that value. How do you store a value in the RAM? By creating a variable. And the variable definition is really simple in Linux. You just have to specify a variable name. Example, my name. I chose my name as the variable name. To assign it a value, hit the equal to symbol. And if you want to store a string is collection of alphabet that has to be in double quotes or single quotes. So let's say I want to store my name as Amit. Okay. Nothing will happen on the display. There in the RAM, a new variable has been created by the name my name, and it stores the value Amit. If you want to retrieve this information, you can use echo dollar my name. So dollar symbol simply means echo will treat my name as a variable. It will try to find the value of my name and then it will print that value, which is Amit. So now it will directly say Amit. Or I can also create a message, meaningful message in double quotes. My name is dollar my name in double quotes. Okay, press enter. Now it says my name is Amit, right? So this is called variable expansion. Simple thing. Within variable expansion, one more thing, guys. There is one command called date. When you press enter after typing date command, you will get to see what is the configured date and time zone for your virtual machine. It says IST, Indian Standard Time. It's 9:16 p.m. right now. It's 3rd March, Monday, right? Now somehow, can I get this output in a string like today's date and time is, then it says March 3, Monday, etc., etc. Yes, you can do that. Now, you can do that in multiple ways actually. First way is to store the output of date command. in a variable and then use the variable in a statement. So let's try to store the value of date command. So now we can say system underscore date. Yes, this is a correct variable naming convention. I can use underscore. Apart from underscore, no other symbol, no other special symbol is allowed. Okay. System underscore date is equal to, if I just simply say date, this operating system won't understand what is date. If you want to explicitly tell that this is a command, so keep the command in this expression, dollar bracket open bracket. Now operating system will understand, okay, this is a command. So it will run this command. Whatever the output is generated, it will be stored in this variable system date. Okay. Press enter. Obviously you don't see anything. In the RAM, system date variable will have the output as Monday, March 3, like that. Now, if you want to retrieve this information in a statement, now you can use echo, and I can simply say the system date and time is instead of is, I'll say equal to symbol, then dollar system underscore date. Enter. Now you see a meaningful sentence. The system date and time is equal to the same output. Obviously, I executed date command or I created this variable at 9:18. I am using this variable after 3 hours. So it will still say 9:18. Okay. So I have statically saved this information 3 hours back. Okay. So if you want to get to see the real time date and time, then what? Then use the same concept within the echo statement. See this. Instead of now using the configured variable, I'm going to simply call the date command here within echo date dollar bracket open bracket close, within that the command. Now this is the live output, current date and time, accurate per second, per nanosecond. Okay, so again guys, this is too early to experiment with variables and all, because we'll be doing all of these experiments, multiple questions around this when we reach shell scripting. Okay, so in shell scripting we'll be dealing with variables, parameters, functions, loops, if statements. There are many things. All right. Okay, so this was it. Some tiny bits about Linux. Okay, one thing I forgot, sorry, the linking or the links, how to create a link. Now, what exactly is a link? A link is a shortcut. Just like in Windows, we have a shortcut. In Linux, we call it a link. Links are of two types in Linux. One is called symbolic link or soft link, multiple names. Symbolic link or soft link, both mean the same. And the next one is called hard link. Hard link is a different concept altogether. Let me just first of all tell you about soft link. Soft link is exactly as a shortcut in Windows. Okay, let's say you have installed your game, you're fond of games, you have installed game on your D drive /games like this, and the game is whatever it is. Okay, and now you want to run this game from your desktop. You don't want to enter D games and then run the game. So what are you going to do? You're going to create a shortcut on the desktop. And from the desktop, you double click the icon, the game launches. It launches from this location. Now on the desktop, the shortcut you created is actually the link. Okay, it is linking to the original file. Likewise, in Linux, we can create a link. Let's say there is a file inside /usr, share, doc is for documentation, and then something, then readme. Okay, readme is for understanding the command, the documentation, you can say. So there is a file, a readme file inside some location, and I'm supposed to update this file every day for next 1 month. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just create one link of this readme file on my desktop. So when I log into my home directory, not desktop, my home directory. So in my home directory, I'll make sure that there is one link which I can use to open this readme file directly. Okay, so how it is done? With ln-s command. So ln-s, sorry, ln first. Ln is for link, -s is soft link, the link or the shortcut that we are going to create. Okay, and then the original file path space, the shortcut name or the link name. So it will be like this: ln-s. The original file is in /usr, share doc, the readme is the original file. And I want to create a soft link in my current location by the name, let's say soft link itself, soft_link. So when you run this command, the link will be created. Before I run this, let me find a readme file inside doc. Okay, so that we have a proper location. Okay, cd/usr share doc. Inside doc, there will be hundreds of directories. Let me just pick one. Maybe 80. Okay, let's see if 80 works. 80 inside 80. Do we have readme? No, we don't have readme. Eth tool, we have readme. ls, yes, we have readme. Okay, so in this location, sorry, pwd, in this location, usr share doc eth tool, there is a file called readme, and I'm going to create a soft link of this file in my home directory. Okay, so let me just copy this location, go to my home directory. You can check pwd, I'm in home student, and then run ln-s. The original path, the file name is readme space. In my current location, I want to create a soft link by the name soft link itself. Link has been created. You can check with ls-l. Check this out. It says soft link, which is pointing to the original file. Okay. You can cat the file, cat soft link. It will open the same readme file. This readme file has only 2 lines. That's fine. Okay. I was able to open this file. If I remove this soft link, I am just removing the shortcut, not the original file. Okay. If I remove the original file, this soft link will be unusable. Yes, Amrit, any doubt?
Sir, is it like a rename?
No, it is not renaming. It is just like shortcut. Like I have a shortcut of, let's say, Adobe Acrobat. So what does it mean? It means that by clicking on this shortcut, the main application will run from, you see this tooltip, C program files, Adobe Acrobat, DC, Acrobat. So this is the original location. And I have just the shortcut over here so that I don't have to go to C program files like that.
Okay, good.
Okay, just like this GTA 5, it's a game. It is installed in some other location. I just have to double click, it will launch automatically. Okay, yeah. All right, so likewise, I have created a link. Again, check this out. Sorry, ls-l. Soft link is the link which I created. It is pointing to the original location. And normally you will see many links already created in your system. Check this out, cd/ls-l. How many links do you see? 4. There is a link bin which is pointing to the original location usr bin. Lib, usr lib. Lib64 pointing to usr lib64. sbin pointing to usr sbin. Okay, so these are shortcuts created for your convenience so that you don't have to enter /usr/bin. You can simply say /bin/command. It will run. Okay, or /sbin/command. It will run. You don't have to enter usr again and again. Okay, very small thing, but it's something really important to understand because in the interviews, they will be asking you difference between hard link, soft link, and all. Okay, so this is soft link. It is a link to the original file. If the original file is removed somehow or deleted somehow, then the link becomes inactive. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just get rid of the file, maybe just move it to temp, the original file. So the original file is this one, copy. So move the original file to /tmp. Then I'll move it back. Okay. Permission denied because I'm not root. So I can use sudo. I hope you remember this. If permission is denied, it's because only root can do this. Only root can move this file to some other location. So I can run this move command with sudo, and this move command runs as if root is running it. Incorrect password. Hold on. Send to s. Yeah, send to s was the correct one. And there you go. The file has been moved. And now if you run ls-l, you'll see the link is broken. You see the red highlights and all. It simply means the link is broken. If you try to open soft link with cat, it won't work. It says no such file or directory. If I move the readme file back to its original location, then the link will be active again. Okay, so move /temp/readme to its original location, enter, done, ls-l. Now you see the link is restored. Now you can use it. You can type cat soft link and it works. Again, 2 lines which are there in the readme file. All right, it is not just only for the files, you can create for the directories. The same method, ln-s. Any doubts? Okay, just a second, guys. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, So this is it in soft link. Next one is hard link. Hard link is very different from the soft link, because even if you remove the original file, the hard link will still be able to access the data. Okay, so now let's get some more details about the hard disk, how the data is stored. See, when I say there is a file1, and it contains the content hello world, let me tell you, these are two different things. File1 is just the name of the file. Okay, this is just the name, and the hello world is actually the content, or we can say the data. Okay, so always the name is linked to the data, and this linking of name and data is stored in a component on the hard disk. Not component, but within the hard disk there is a location where this data is stored, and that location is called inode. Okay, there are thousands, in fact millions of inodes on the hard disk, which are meant for storing this link, the name linking with the actual data. Here the name is file1, and the actual data is just the content hello world. This information is stored in an inode number. Inode, and that inode will always have a number. I said there are millions of inodes. Yes, every inode will have a unique number. So let's say for this inode, the number is 1234. So on inode number 1234, this name and data link is stored. And this inode is capable of linking the same data to multiple names. Like this is the name 1, or we can say file1 is first name. And I can also link the same data to another name, let's say file2. It will also point to the same information. Okay, just a second, let me annotate here. So it is also pointing to the same data, which means if I get rid of one name, let's say I get rid of file1 name, still using file2, I will be able to access data. Correct? Do you want more hard links? This is a hard link. This file2 will act as a hard link. It will have the same inode number as file1. It will be accessing the same data as file1. Okay, it is just the name which is linking to the actual data. All right. Internally, it looks like this. Let me get rid of this. Hold on. Okay, internally it looks like this. This image, let me expand it on whiteboard. Blank. Okay, so on the hard disk, there is a space reserved by inode, multiple inodes, like 2 KB space. In that 2 KB space, the inode is storing multiple things about the file, not only the name. It is also storing what is the file size, what is the file permissions. Okay, so there are many things associated with the file, not only the name. Okay, so name and data link is there, that's fine. But along with that, size, permissions, who is the owner of the file. Also, what are the timestamps associated? OWNER, timestamps, etc. There are many more details. So with data, it's not only the name which is linked. Data will be having some sort of size. Who can access this data is handled by permissions. Who is the owner of this data? Again, the name, username will be stored. When was this data created? When was this data last modified? The timestamps. Many things are stored. This is all called metadata. Okay, so metadata is stored in inode. Where is inode? Inode is stored on the hard disk. It occupies, let's say, 2 kilobyte of space. In this 2 kilobyte of space, it stores all this metadata information. And what about the data? The data is stored actually on the hard disk. Let's say this data is 1 GB size. So yeah, so this 1 GB will be broken into multiple pieces, scattered randomly on the hard disk. And all these small data pieces will be linked together with the help of inode. Okay, so in the diagram, the same is happening. The data is divided into multiple pieces, multiple chunks. You can see here, all these are chunks, data chunks. All these data chunks are linked to the inode. So this inode is taking care of all the links, right? And this inode is linked to the name. Okay, and there can be multiple names, file1, file2, data1, data2. I can get rid of the first 3 names. Still using the 4th name, I can access the data. All these links will be accessible. Okay, so this is the concept of inode. Why are we learning inode? Because we need to understand the hard link. Hard link is the second name to the data. That's it. Okay, second name to the data is the hard link, which will have the same inode number and everything. So I said inode number. How to see that? You can check it with ls-l. There is another option, I. I stands for inode. Now it says in my current location, there are many files and directories. Every file in a directory is linked to a inode number, and the number you see on the left, the first column, that is the inode number. And you will notice that all of these numbers are different. These are unique values, like the file A. The details of file A, the name, the size, and everything is stored on the inode number 351111075. You don't have to remember any inode number. I'm just explaining you things, how things happen. Okay. How things are done in on the hard disk, stored on the hard disk. There is another command called stat command. Using stat command, you can open what is inside inode. You just have to specify the name, not even the number, inode number. You just specify the file name. It will open the inode number and the details as well, like this: stat space A. There is a file by the name A. Okay, press enter, and here it is. It says the file name is A, the size is 0 bytes. It is using 0 blocks on the hard disk. Inode number is this. Links 1. It means there is only one name associated with the actual data. If there are multiple names associated with the same data, then you will see links 2, links 3, links 4, like that. All the first link is the main name. The second ones, or the second onwards, are the hard links. Okay. Then access is the permissions. UID, GID are the ownership details. Who owns this file? Access is the timestamp. When was the file last accessed, last modified? All these things. Okay. So all of these things are stored in the inode. As a DevOps engineer, I don't think you will be, playing with these things, but the understanding or the clarity is a must, because, ultimately you need to face interviews, and they are definitely going to ask you these things. Okay. Now coming back to hard link, how to create a hard link. The same command ln will help you with that. Ln space. Okay. Before that, let me pick a file to create a hard link of. Okay, let's use the same file. Let me get rid of soft link, not required anymore. Remove soft link from my location, gone. Now using ln command, don't use any option. Just provide the complete path of the main or the original file. usr doc share tool share doc, sorry, and then readme file. And the link which I want to create here in my current location, I'll just name it as hard link. Okay, enter. Okay, the thing is, I'm not root, so I cannot do that. If I cannot do that, I can use sudo, right? Paste the complete command. Red hat is the password. Oh, send to S. It is done. ls-l to check. So here it is, hard link. Also, you won't be able to identify what is a hard link, what is the original file, like that. Soft link is easy. You see the different color. It points to the original file. But here in the case of hard link, you won't get to see that. What you have to remember is, if you're creating a hard link, you keep track of it. Okay. So let's check what is inside this hard link. If I cat hard link, it will open the same readme file, the same 2 lines. Okay. Also, let me use stat command on this hard link and check. It says file name is hard link. There are 2 links to the data. First link is hard link, and the second is the original file name, which is readme. Okay. And the remaining things are the same. Okay. Let me use the same stat command on the original file as well. You'll notice exactly same values. usr share doc tool and readme. Enter. File size is the same. Inode number ending 7150. Inode number ending 7150. Links to. The rest of the details are also the same. Okay. So it is the same inode number where it has 2 names. One is readme, another one is called hard link, pointing to the same data, same information. Okay. Even if I remove the first name, the file, readme file, I will still be able to access the original data using the second link, which is the hard link. Let me remove it. In fact, move it to temp. So move with sudo. So move the file which is in usr share doc tool. Basically, tool is a command. Okay, tool, and then readme. Move it to /temp. Done. Let me use cat command on hard link, and guess what? Still the file opens, or still the data opens. Even if I remove it, I'll just get rid of it. No moving. Just simply remove it from temp. So remove this file, which is readme, gone. Will I be able to load the data? Let's see. Cat hard link. Yes, the file opens. Now this time there is only one link remaining. I have removed the readme, the one of the links. Now there is only one link remaining. Stat command will help you, get that information. Stat hard link. Enter. Now it says links 1. Okay, you want to restore the file? you can restore it. You can copy the hard link to /usr share doc tool by the name readme. Enter. Okay, I did not use sudo, and it's done. The original file has been restored. So hard links are mainly used for backups. Just take readme as a configuration file. So if you want to take a backup of a configuration file in a way that even if it is removed, the data will still be accessible using another method or another file, the hard link, you create a hard link out of it. Earlier, when back in the days when backup systems were not sophisticated, hard link was the primary method of taking backups. Okay, but now we have complex, sophisticated backup systems, backup servers, having the capacity like 15 or 20 terabytes for one project. Like, and they can back up the entire set of servers every day. Okay. All right. So this is hard link and soft link. Any doubts? Yes, Archie. Any question?
Yes, sir. So, sir, my question is like in case of hard links, so like original file is getting deleted, but still the hard link is not getting affected. Like how?
Yes,
Like why
correct.
it's not getting affected? Uh, like the original file information is not getting updated on the inode, or like how it's managing all the information.
Yeah, so the information is managed with the inode itself. See, it looks like this. So in the inode, two names are registered for the same data. The first name is readme, second name is hardlink. Okay, so using these two names, you can access the same data. Using readme also, you are accessing the same data, right? Or using hardlink as well, you are accessing the same data. These are two different names. What if I just get rid of one name? Let's say I just get rid of readme. Still, I will be able to access the same data with the second name. Okay, so this is the purpose of hard link. No matter what happens to the main file, you can still access the data with the second file, which is technically a link itself. Okay.
So this is not the case in soft links, right? I mean, the information is not being saved in inode for all the file.
No, by default, everything is in inodes. But in the case of soft link, this will happen. Let me just draw here. Let's say this is the hard disk on which the data will be stored. And let's say you're going to store one file, which is 1 gig, 1 GB. This file will be actually stored on the hard disk via inode. So first of all, the details will be registered on an inode, like what is the file name, well, what is the file size. And then finally, the 1 GB size will be broken up into multiple pieces. Okay, and all these pieces will be linked, or we can say the addresses or the locations of all these pieces will be known to inode. This inode will know everything. So now what is a soft link here in this case? Soft link is I create another file here which is connecting to this inode number, which is referring to this inode number basically. Okay, so not even the inode, it is just referring to the name of the file. Okay, let's say the file name is data. Okay, so it is just referring to the file name, which is data. If the data file is gone, the soft link becomes inactive. Okay, so it is just pointing to data, or we can say it is pointing to the location. Let's say data is in /home/student/data, and you're creating a soft link in temp. Okay, so till this data file is in /home/student, the soft link is active. If you move data to a different location, soft link will be inactive. Okay, so here the linking is done at the inode level. Readme is connected to this inode number. Hard link is also connected to this inode number. Okay, till both the files names are intact, or we can say till at least one name is there, the inode will be able to access the data. This is data. Okay, if I get rid of both the files, then what? Then the data will also be lost. You won't be able to access the data. All right.
Yeah, got it. And also one more question, like how to list all the broken links in case of the soft link in one directory. Like if I just want to.
Yeah, good question. So if in case you want to list all the broken links in the system, you can use find command. We have a dedicated slide for that. Okay, so just wait for maybe 2 or 3 chapters, then we'll explore, find, locate, all these commands.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. So this was chapter 4. Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes,
Even if
please.
we remove all the names, file content or file data will be there in hard disk. So how to get rid of that data from hard disk, or like?
Okay, so what exactly happens is, let me give you brief idea. Otherwise, it's a lengthy process. See, if you remove readme, the original file, you still have a second link using which you can access the inode, which can access the data. Okay, you get this idea?
Yes.
Now let's say we remove the hard link also. Both the file names are gone, which means now the inode is free. Now this inode will be allocated to some new file. When the new file is created, this inode is allocated, the original file contents will be disregarded or delinked. Then this data will be overwritten with some other data on the hard disk. Overwriting is happening. Okay, so it's not like you have data, you delete it, nothing gets deleted, it's already there. When you store more data, the existing data gets overwritten.
So
right?
inode it point to a particular physical location of hard disk, like
Inode stores where is the actual data, the physical location on the hard disk. Inode is going to store all of these addresses.
Okay, means particular inode will always have same address of hard disk.
Inode's address will be the same. It is basically represented with a number that will be the same throughout. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, so next one. Let's get through this quickly because it is important for you guys, because as a fresher, as a newbie, you might get stuck sometimes with the commands. With the commands, there are many options. For example, ls I showed you last time, hyphen help. So there are many options, right? With the help of hyphen help option, you get to see single line definitions for all the options. But what if you want to see the detailed explanation, or maybe with examples? Then hyphen help is not the correct way. You need to open the manual pages which are deployed during the RHEL installation or Linux installation. Manual pages or man pages. Okay. So there is a command also which is called man. Using man command, you can open manual or documentation for anything, a command or a configuration file, whatever you want to understand. You just write it here. Let's say I want to understand more on ls command. Okay, hyphen help is good, but if you want to get more detailed explanation, so man space ls. So man will open the manual or the documentation for ls command, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so before I go to the data or the documentation, have a look at the line number 1. These are small things, but very important to understand. Okay, ls bracket 1 user commands, ls bracket 1. Okay, so what is this one? Let me open another example. Man user add. You remember user add command? Only root user can run it. Okay, enter. Now it says user add 8 system management command user add 8. So the thing is, the commands are categorized. Some can be executed by anyone, some can be executed only by root. So if the command has 1 in bracket, it means it's user command, or we can say non-root users can run this command. If you see the number 8, it is only for root user. Okay, so basically the manual is telling you it's a root level command. User add is a root level command. Same way, man ls. It's a normal command, anyone can run it. Non-root, root. Okay, so anyone can run this command. Also, this manual basically occupies your current terminal, which means you will not get the terminal to run another command. You have to close the manual. How to close the manual? See the last line. It says press H for help or Q to quit. Okay, let's press Q. So when you press Q, you go back to the terminal and then you can run the next commands, whatever you want to run. Okay, so man ls, it opens. Again, what is ls? Ls stands for list directory contents. By default, the current directory is the default argument. Okay, and there you go, all the available options. And guys, don't worry, options can be hundreds, but you might be using only 2 or 3. Okay, so administrative level options are L, T, R, H, I, and Z. We just experienced I, L, I, right? Z we will experience later on. Not more than 5 options, you need to remember. Other options are there, yes, but again, you won't be using them. In my 13 years of career, I haven't used anything out of L, T, R, H, I, Z. That's it. Okay, but it's good idea to just have a look. When you are preparing for interviews, you might go across various online documents, interview questions and all. Then at that time there might be a question, what is the option to do so and so? Then you can open the man page and check what is the option. In fact, sometimes interviewers will purposely ask you such questions like how to list using ls command with some condition. If you don't know, no worries, just let them know that I haven't experienced such situation before. I don't remember the option, but I can use man command to find the correct option. Okay, so they purposely do it just to check whether just to check your presence of mind, whether you know man or you can use man or not. All of this helps while troubleshooting, because whenever the server is down, it's not coming up, and you are in charge, then it will be the presence of mind which will help you quickly solve the problem. Okay, and this is one small thing. All right, so this is man. Let me go ahead in the PPT. So yeah, so how many types or how many categories are defined? One is for user commands, two is for system calls. System call is a very core thing which is associated with kernel, how kernel behaves internally. Okay, same for library function is all. Five is for file formats. For example, configuration file. Going forward, we will be playing with some configuration. If you don't remember how to deal with a configuration file, any specific configuration file, you can open it documentation. Okay, so I'll tell you that later. Then eight is system admin level commands. Okay, so these are the common things that you will see. Also, how to navigate the man page or the manual page. Up down arrow keys to go up and down. Space bar to go one page at a time. Okay, shift spacebar to go back one page at a time. You want to find something, some option, you can, or you want to find some word, you can use slash and then type the word. Let me show it to you. That is interesting. Man ls, enter. Let's say I want to find the word human readable, or just human. Okay, so slash, just check the last. Okay, there is a cursor blinking next to slash. So now type, let's say human, enter, and here it is, human readable. You want to go to the next occurrence, maybe this human word is there in this file 10 times. So you can press N for next. N, okay, it says pattern not found. So this is the only occurrence. So human word is there only one time. Just a second. Let's say next example, I want to find the word line. This may be in multiple occurrences. Okay, slash line line, enter. Here it is, all are highlighted. You want to go to the next occurrence, n. Just keep on pressing N. It will take you to the next occurrence. So we have actually reached the last part, N, and there it goes. It says pattern not found. So you have reached the end of the document. All right. Okay. So again, guys, you won't be using man, you won't be using help. Most of the time, if you're stuck, what are you going to do? You will go to the Google, internet, and search it. Online documentation, obviously. But this is also good enough. I mean, if you first prioritize man or hyphen help, it will help you a lot. It will help you with Linux learning. Okay. And yes, finally, if you want to close the man page, press Q and it will close immediately. Okay, last thing. If you want to find a manual page by a keyword, let's say there is a command to set a password, but somehow you forgot that command. So what I can do is I can search the entire manual database with the keyword. Let's say password. How to do that? -K option will help you with that. Man -K means keyword. Keyword is password. So now across all the manual pages, wherever password word is mentioned, that manual page will be listed. Okay, see this. Okay, strange thing is happening. It says password nothing appropriate. It was not able to find, but this is not right. Now the problem is maybe the manual database is not updated. So if you want to make sure the manual database is up to date, you have to run a command using sudo. If you are not root, run the command update db. No, man db. Sorry, man db command, man database. Press enter, give the password, and now the manual database will be recompiled and all the updates will be incorporated. Okay, I think there is some issue on my virtual machine. It says something failed, something failed. Okay, let it be, let it run the update, updating the index. Okay, so it says 8295 manual pages were added to the database. Okay, certainly it was not updated, no worries. Now let's man-k password, enter. Now it says there are these many manual pages which contain the word password somewhere in the description or in the option like that. Okay. So you see, you can also find the manual pages with the help of keyword. I'm using some different word like password, which is actually generating lot many results, but maybe in your case, only 2 or 3 results are generated. Also, you can identify with the numbers whether this is a command or a file. Like here, command, 1 and 8 are commands. 3, 5, these are files. Okay. So just focus on 1 and 8, right? These are all commands. Okay. Now a quick exercise. You have to do it on your machines. Okay. Use man command and open gedit manual. What is gedit? Gedit is graphical editor. In Linux, if you want to modify files using graphical tools, you have to open gedit, and this is the gedit text editor. Click on it. This is gedit. How to use gedit? You can get more information using man gedit. It will open it, and you can see how to work with it. Man1 su. So su command, which can be executed by non-root user as well. Yes, because su is in bin. That's why. So it means you can specify the number as well. Sometimes the commands and the configuration file names are same. Example, passwd command or passwd, which is a config file. Locations are different. The command is in usr bin and this configuration is in usr etc location. Let's say you want to understand more on this passwd configuration file. So man5 means configuration file, passwd. You want to know more about the passwd command? Man1 passwd. So this is the difference. Okay. Again, guys, don't worry about all these things. You can refer to this manual towards the end of the course. It's perfectly fine. But right now, since you are learning, it will help you a lot. Okay. Okay. There is one more. Where is passwd? Let's run where is command as well. Okay, so it says passwd, the command is in bin, usr bin, and its documentation is in usr share man, like this. Okay, so it's basically telling you all the related files to passwd. Also, there is one more, etc passwd. Okay, so passwd, the command, the configuration file, and the manual pages. 5 is for the configuration, 1 is for the command itself. 1 is for the command. Okay. And then man-k zip-k boot-k ext4. These are all keywords. So run all these commands on your virtual machine. Okay. So now in the next chapter, we will see how to create, edit text files. Okay. How to view the text file, you know it. Using cat, you can do that. All right. So before we jump into editing the files, there is one thing to understand that is called streams, standard streams. Okay. I think you already know input, output, input devices, output devices, right? Simple thing. So what is input device? We normally say keyboard, mouse, and output device, let's say monitor. So that is fine. In Linux, these are called streams, basically, data streams. Okay, so input stream, output stream. There is one more called error stream. By default, error uses the default output device. For input, the default device is keyboard. For output, the default device is monitor. And error will be redirected to the default device of output. Which means whenever there is an error, you will see it on your device, on your monitor. Let's say ls-l/abcd. Now this is an error. This is not output. This is error because you can see here cannot access, no such file or directory. Okay, so the errors are also redirected to the same output device or default output device. What other input devices are available? Mouse, scanner. I'm just listing the common ones. Output devices, printer. Okay, so you can choose printer as a default device. In that case, whatever the output is will be sent to the printer and printer will print the output on a page. Okay, you can also set input device as a scanner or a mouse or even a file. Take the input from a file. You don't want to type anything. Maybe every instruction is in the file. You can redirect the file as an input. Okay. Also, output. You can use a file as an output, which means the output will be stored in a file. The error will be stored in a file, right? So how it is done? Mainly in this slide, we need to focus on how to redirect the output to a file, how to redirect the error to the file. That is more important. Okay, so let me just brief you guys and then we'll jump into the demonstration. So let's say ls command ls-l/var. It will generate some output. If you want to store the output in a file, then you have to redirect it into a file using the redirection symbol greater than ls-l/var greater than to a file. Now you can choose any file, let's say output. Now the output will be stored in this file output. Okay, ls-l/abcd redirect to output. You know what will happen? Nothing will be stored in output. Why? Because /abcd, this location is not present in my virtual machine. ls will produce an error, and errors are not redirected like this. Errors are redirected with 2 greater than symbol and then the file name. Let's say error file, error or error file, whatever you want to use. Okay. So these are some symbols that are used in the table in the PPT. It's clearly mentioned. Okay, symbols are not here, but the numbers are here. Okay. So let me just give you an idea. So every stream, every data stream has a number, has a channel, not a number, but a channel. Channel 0, channel 1, channel 2. 0 is for input and the symbol is less than symbol. One channel, channel number 1 is output, symbol is greater than symbol. Channel number 2 is for error and the symbol is 2 greater than. Why do we have 2 greater than? Because it's 0 less than, 1 greater than and 2 greater than. Okay. 0 and 1 are assumed by default and we have to specify 2 for errors. Okay. So using single here, using single greater than symbol, it will overwrite the data on the file. Okay. And using double greater than symbol, it will append the data on the file. Here also 2 greater than. Now what is overwrite? What is append? Overwrite means if the destination file already has some information, some content, that will be overwritten by this output. Previous data will be gone. Here also, previous data will be gone. But if you want to retain the previous data and add the new output below the previous data, then append double greater than symbol. Okay, so now let's run this on the machine and see how it looks like. First of all, ls-l/var. Enter, you see the output. Let me redirect this output to a file. Same command, redirect the output to, let's say, out. Enter. A new file by the name out will be created automatically, and you can check with cat command what is inside out. Here it is, the output of /var ls-l/var. Okay, now let me use the same file as the output file but a different command. Let's say date command, output to the same file out. Enter. What will happen? The previous output will be overwritten with the latest command's output. Cat out. Now you see just the date and time. Where is the previous output? It has been overwritten. If you want to retain it, you can use double greater than. For example, there is hostname command which will tell you what is the name of your machine. Hostname double greater than to the same file, cat the file. Now it retains the previous output plus it has the output of the latest command as well. Okay, next thing for error, ls-l/abcd. Obviously it produces some error. Let me redirect the output to out file and redirect the error to error file. A new file by the name error will be created and out also will be created. Let me check first out. It's blank because there was no output. Let me check error. Yes, the error was generated and has been stored in error file. Okay, so this is the content of the error file which you can manage, which you can also modify. There is vi editor to open this file or nano editor. Let's say nano error. Oh, sorry, Control X. ERROR, enter, and here it is, the text. You can also add this is a sample line and then save it. Okay, the file has been saved. Cat error. You will see the updated data as well. Okay, I'll tell you about the editor, nano and vi later. All right, so this is redirection. Let me check one more thing. Yeah, the same thing here. Single greater than is redirect to overwrite a file. Double is to append. Okay, one more thing. I told you last time, everything is a file in Linux, correct? Even the hardware is represented as a file. For example, CPU, RAM, hard disk. All these are hardware, but are represented as single file or multiple files. Like CPU, I have 2 core CPU. So CPU 0, CPU 1, 2 folders. Inside CPU 0, there will be a file. Inside 1, there will be another file. RAM, let's say there is only one 4 GB RAM, so it will be a one single file. Okay. Hard disk, again, if it is one single hard disk, then one file. Okay, so all these files are stored in /dev. Inside dev, there is a virtual device called null. In fact, all small, null. Its job is to just nullify everything. Whatever data you throw at null device, it will just throw it out of the RAM, out of the system, just like a black hole. It absorbs everything. Okay. So normally what we do is, if we don't want to see anything on the screen, or also we don't want to store any error, what we can do is we can redirect the output to a file and redirect the error to null device. Okay. For example, like this, ls-l slash var, it will produce output, slash abc, it will produce error. Okay. So for the output, I am redirecting to out file, and for the error to greater than symbol, I will redirect it to the device which is null device inside dev. Okay, now what happened? Slash var will produce output will be stored in out. Cat out. Here it is, the output of var. At the top you can see var colon. What about the error? It has been disintegrated out of the system because of the null device. I redirected the output to the null device. I can also redirect the output to a printer device, slash dev slash hp slash whatever the printer name will be. Okay, then the output will be printed through the printer device. Okay, so these devices will help you manage all of these data streams. Okay, and guys, there are few examples for you. Run the date command, store it into some file. You don't know what is tail? Okay, we have covered tail. You can run the tail command, fetch the last 100 lines from a file, redirect it to some other file, like that. And yes, for cat command, this is now the right time to talk about cat concatenate, the main functionality. Cat stands for concatenate, which means you can join multiple files into one. Okay, let's say I have a file. Okay, before I do anything, echo, let's say data1. I don't want to see it on the desktop, on the monitor. I want to redirect the output in a file. So redirect the output to file1. Okay, same way, data2, I will redirect the output to file2, and data3 as a content. This is content basically, right? On file3. So now I have three files, file1 to 3. Let me cat all these files. Cat file star. So I get to see the data from all the three files, data1, data2, data3. What if I want to combine all these files, concatenate these three files into one? Cat file1, in fact, wildcard, redirect the output to, let's say, concat, enter. Now a new file by the name concat has been created, which contains the data from these three files. Cat concat, here it is. It contains the data from these three files. Okay, so you can read multiple files with cat. You just have to specify the file names one by one. I'm using wildcard. It simply means file 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. And anything else? No, rest is okay. So you guys can run this command, these commands on your virtual machine. Okay, now one more thing which is very good. See, sometimes okay, first of all, the grep, you can use grep to find a word from a file. I hope you remember this. So grep works only on the files. Okay, that is fine. But what about the output? There is a command ip space a. It produces 30 lines of output. And I just want to see that line which contains the word inet. Can I find inet from the output of ip space a? Can I write it like this? Grep inet from the output of ip space a. You know what will happen? So the grep command will try to find this word from the file by the name IP, and there is no file by the name IP. Also, it will try to find from the file A, there is no file by the name A. So it will result in error. Okay, so there will be an error. It will say no file found, no such file or directory, like that. Grep the word inet from IP space A. It says IP, no such file or directory. Now, how to find something from the output? Because as I said, IP space A will produce some output, and I'm interested in only those lines which have the word inet, like here, inet, or here also inet6. So for this, there is a thing called piping. Piping is simply take the output from the left-hand side command and give it as a data to the right-hand side command. It looks like this. IP space A is the left-hand side command, pipe symbol, grep inet is the right-hand side command. Don't feel that grep inet is empty command. I did not mention any argument. Argument will be provided by this pipe symbol. This pipe symbol will take the output from here and place it here. So the 20-30 lines of IP space A will be added here. So for grep, this is the data, and it will be able to find inet from this data. Okay, let me make it even more clear. So this is the output of IP space A. Let me just take a screenshot like this. Okay, so this data will be pasted here. So now grep command will be searching for the word inet from here. Like here is inet. Hold on, let me change the color. Like here is inet here also. So now for grep, it's looking for the data over here. It can be a file or the raw data. This raw data is um, sent from the left hand side command to the right hand side using this pipe symbol. Okay, so this pipe symbol is the element here which is doing all the job. Okay, so let's do it on the machine. IP space A, grep pipe, grep the word inet, enter, and here it is. All the lines which contain the word inet. Any doubts? Okay, so in short, pipe symbol is going to take the output from left hand side, give it to right hand side. It's not only one pipe, you can also add more pipe symbols like another pipe. Whatever the output is here will be redirected to the next command here. Next command, I'm going to use wc-l. wc command is used to count the number of words and lines in the file. I'm not giving any file name here. Pipe symbol will take the output from here, give it as a data on the right hand side command. How many lines are here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So wc-l means count only the line numbers. So it will say 4. It says 4, right? Okay. Or I do ls-l/etc. Plenty of files. If you want to count them, are you really going to count them one by one? No, obviously use ls-l/etc. Throw the output to the right hand side command, which is wc-l. It says there are 240 files and directories in total. Okay. All right. So this is how you play with the pipe. Okay. So how it is happening technically in the background? Pipe is designed to capture the standard output and use it as a standard input for the right hand side command. Okay. It captures the channel number 1 and provides input on channel number 0 to the right hand side command. And this is how it works. Okay. So now you understand what is 0, 1, 2. 0 is for input, 1 is output, 2 is error. So on the left hand side, channel number 1 is captured and redirected as standard input on channel number 0 on the right hand side. And you can create a long chain of it by adding more pipe symbols. All right, so there is one more thing called T. I'll tell you this tomorrow. Okay, guys, tomorrow we'll start VI and Nano, the text editors. I think this is more than enough for today. All right, so any doubts, guys? Any questions? All right. Okay, then, guys, let's meet tomorrow. We'll start with VI editor. One more thing, which is T. After running few examples on pipe, we'll get into T, and then text editor. How to modify text files from the command line. Okay, VI editor, Nano editor. These will help you a lot. Will save a lot of your time. Right. Okay, so let's connect tomorrow then, guys. Till then, bye bye. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome. Bye bye. Hello, guys. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. So let's start with a quick recap. Till then, others can also join. Okay, so we started with a man page, how to get help within Linux operating system. You need not to just simply Google every problem. Just, if it is a command, then you can open the manual and find the solution. There are so many options available which you can use to get the desired result. Next one we checked was, okay, sorry, we started with actually links, right? The expansions and the links. So hard link, soft link, inode. I hope that concept is clear with you. And then the man page. And then we started with standard streams, input, output, error. And now we also know how we can redirect the output to a file. Rather than getting the output on the screen, we can also save that same data, same output in another file. Same for error as well. Next was the pipeline. Using pipe symbol, you can fetch the output from left hand side command and take it as an input for the right hand side command. Okay, and you can keep on creating a long chain with the help of pipe symbol. Next one, which I said yesterday, was T. Now, what's happening with pipe? Let's understand. So, command number 1 on the left hand side, let's say command 1, pipe symbol, command 2, pipe symbol, command 3. Okay, so what will happen here? The standard output. Okay, standard output. What is this? So we checked the channel 0, channel 1, channel 2, channel. We call it as input, output, and error, right? Technical names, standard input, standard output, and standard error. STDERR. Okay. These are just the names. I hope you understand. Input, output, error. In Linux, we call it as standard input, standard output, and standard error. So standard output of the command number 1 will be standard input for command number 2. And the output of command number 2, again the standard out, will be input for command number 3. You can keep on creating this chain as long as you want. Okay, you can keep on adding more commands. Okay, you just need to remember this. Now here in this example, let me get rid of these. In this example, there is a problem. So command number 1 executes. You as a user don't even get to know what is the output because it is redirected to the command number 2 as in standard input. We can say channel number 1 is the standard out and channel number 0 is the standard input. So this is the data flow. So output is input for the next command. Okay, again, the output of this will be input for the next command. But you as a user, if you want to see what was the output, then what to do? There is no provision in piping to fetch the output or see the output. It will just simply redirect the output to the next command. But with the help of T command, you can do that. T command is designed to do two things. First, to send the output as an input to next command. Okay. Also print the output, which means you can handle the output also. So with the help of T, you have to use the T here in the middle. Okay. And then what do you want to do with this data? You want to save it in a file or just simply print on the screen? You can do that. Also, it will redirect the same data to the next part, to the next command. Okay. And it looks like this. Hold on. Work whiteboard. Okay. So this is the purpose of T. Okay. So the output of the left hand side command, you give it to T. This is the T below. And this T is going to, first of all, provide the output on the display, also redirect to the next command as standard input. Okay, so if you want this to happen, you want to retain the output as well in a separate file, also pass the output to the second command. You have to use T in the middle, and T is just a command which you have to use. And the example is like this. This is the example. Run the command. Hold on. The example is not correct. Hold on. It is like this. Okay. And then T. Okay, so ls command runs. It won't show you any output. The output will be redirected to T. Now T is designed to handle the output in two ways. One is to either display on the device, or you can use the redirection symbol, save it in a file. The same data will also be supplied to the next command. Okay, you can grep here something, or let's say word count, how many lines are there? Word count -l. So this will return, let's say 124 lines. What are those 124 lines? Those you have saved in temp by the name saved output. So you can check the output file and have a look. Okay. It's a very small thing, but again, guys, as I said, during interviews, these are important questions. They will be asking you. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So now we need to start with the next topic, which is how to edit files from the command line interface, from the shell prompt. Editing file is not a big deal. You can get into the GUI, double click on the file, and the file will open with the help of an editor. Gedit it is called. And then you can modify the file. No big deal. But the problem is on the command line. Okay. The problem is on the command line, how to deal with the file on the command line. So first, let me show you using the GUI. Okay, go to the files. Let's say there is one file by the name out. Double click on it. It opens on a gedit application. You can also make changes. You can remove some data, add some data, whatever you want to do. Yes, please. Any doubts? Okay, I think it was by mistake. All right, so like I have edited this file, I can Control S to save, or from here the options save as or save all, whatever it is, and then close it. I have modified the file. Okay, now how to edit the same file on the command line. So on the command line, first of all, make sure you are at the correct location. With ls command, you can see, yes, here it is out. Now you can use a command, an application which is called nano space out, the file name. Nano is the easiest command line editor available. Text editor. Press enter. Now you see the file opened in this nano text editor. You can simply start typing here, like the cursor is blinking at the first column, first row. Press enter and then type the data. This is some lines or some data. You can make the changes. Now, if you're done making the changes, you can save the file using the below shortcuts. You have to press Control X to exit, Control G to get more help on how to deal with the options. Okay, cut, paste. There are so many options available, but right now just save and exit. Control X. See, so Control X, it will show you one kind of a prompt. It says save modified buffer. It's asking you, do you want to save the changes? Y is yes, N is no. Why? Now it says file name to write. If you are happy with the original file name out, okay, you want to change it, change the name. I'm happy with the name. Just press enter and that's it. The file has been edited. You can cat nano in, see the change. Sorry, cat the file out and see the changes. This is the change which I added, the new line which I added. Yes, Amrit?
Sir, Nano, after that, any file name we can give, right?
Yes, you can give any existing file name or even a new file name.
Okay,
Nano
so if
space.
I create,
Yeah.
then also I can.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter if the file is present or not, it will open. Okay. If it is not present, a blank file will open. If it is already present, then you will see the data of the file. And obviously you can make changes. Nano is the
Sir,
easiest editor. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me, tell me.
sir, I have a doubt. Actually, suppose I created an empty file.
Mhm.
Then if I will type that file name, like Nano, after that I will give that file name. तो उसके बाद मतलब क्या reply आएगा और या output वगैरह आएगा उसमें screen में.
It will be blank. You can see, I'm going to create a file. Let's say touch file one, file created using Nano. If I open file one, it's blank. Okay, I think it was already there. And guys, using touch, it's not like you're just going to create a file every time. So before I get into Nano, let me just show you one more thing about touch. In my location, there is a file by the name error. Okay, I will say touch error. If a file by the name error is already there, nothing will happen. Only the access timestamp will be modified. Okay, which will be updated in the inode number. Okay, so if you want to modify the access time of a file, touch it. If the file doesn't exist, then a new file will be created. In this case, file one was already there with some content. Okay, let me create a new file. Let's say touch details.txt. Enter. It's a new file. Nano details.txt. Enter. It's a blank file. You can start typing, right? When you're happy with the modifications, Control X, it is asking you, do you want to save? Yes. Y for yes. Do you want to change the file name? Yes. If yes, then change it here only. Here only, use the arrow keys, delete the text, write it again, or simply press enter. The file will be saved. Now you can cat details. You will see the updated content. Okay.
Sir, in the we can also use the VI or Beam or editor also, no? Except
Yes. So, yeah. So Nano, I told you because this is the easiest editor. But sometimes on the server, you will not find Nano. Maybe you're not also allowed to install any other third-party applications such as Nano or Emac. These are all text editors. But you will at least get VI editor. VI editor is the, we can say, built-in editor or native to Linux. It will be already there, pre-installed. Even if there is no other text editor available, you can use VI to modify the files. Okay. So VI, yeah. Any doubt?
Sir, I want to say that we can use Torch, sorry, in the Nano, in the case of Ubuntu operating system or CentOS or any other Linux-based operating system also.
Yeah, you can use Nano everywhere. These days, Nano is part of the RHL installation. You get Nano out of the box. But in older operating systems like RHL 6, CentOS 6, you won't get that. You have to install Nano separately. And if you are not allowed to install anything, you will be stuck with VI editor. Okay.
Okay. Beam also
Right.
available in.
Vim, yeah, VI or VIM, both are the same.
Okay.
Okay. There is one chat. Hold on, guys. It's
डाउट
blank.
था सर
Yes, please. Yes, tell me.
हेलो
हाँ जी,
सर
हाँ जी,
जैसे
बोलो
कि
बोलो.
टच में अपन सेम नाम से क्रिएट किए एरर नाम से एक फाइल क्रिएट किए हैं तो
Correct.
जो डाटा होगा सर पहले से सेव तो डाटा डिलीट हो जाएगा या उसी के अंदर रहेगा सर
No. Nothing will happen. There is no effect on the data. It's only about modifying the access time. See this ls-l error. I'm just checking the properties of error file. It says the file was last accessed on March 4th, 2111, 9:11 p.m. India time. Okay, so let me touch error file. Now do ls-l again on error file and check the timestamp. Now it says the last time the error file was accessed on 9:15, which is the same time on my laptop. Okay, so using touch, if the file exists, its access time will be modified. If it doesn't exist, a new file will be created. Okay, and nothing happens to the data, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's go to the next editor, VI, which is a kind of a mandatory thing to learn and understand. Why mandatory? As I said, sometimes you are stuck with VI, you cannot install any other text editor. And in those scenarios, you have to work with VI editor. VI stands for Visual Improved. It is the oldest text editor based on command line available in Linux. Okay, and using VI command, you can open it. VI space some file name, let's say out, the same file. Okay, vi space out, press enter. Again you see the same cursor blinking at the top. It's a new page altogether. Cursor blinking at the top, you see the data. Now the thing with vi editor is you can't just simply start typing. If you try to type something, you won't see anything. Okay, because there are modes in vi. If you want to start typing, you have to be in insert mode and then you can start typing. If you want to save this file or apply some actions on it, let's say cut some lines, paste some lines, delete some lines, then you have to perform these actions as commands in the command mode. Okay, let me first of all explain you all these things, then we'll open vi and make some changes, right? So in vi editor there are some modes. One is called command mode, another one is insert mode. There are apart from command and insert, there are many other modes, but we'll be talking about only these two. Okay, so command and insert mode. Command mode, you need to supply the commands here in this mode. Commands like save the file, close the file, show line numbers, or maybe delete a line, copy a line or lines, copy lines, paste. All these actions can be taken with command mode. Okay, and for each of these action, there is a command. For save, the command is :w. Okay, this is save. For close, the command is :q. Q is quit. Okay, so close is :q. Show line number. Line number can be displayed using :se space nu. Okay, SENU stands for set number. Set space number. It's a shortcut. Likewise, delete a line. So it is without any colon. Just press DD two times. I mean, just press D two times. DD. So the line on the cursor will be deleted. Copy lines or copy one line. You have to press YY. From the cursor, one line will be copied. If you press 3YY, three lines from the cursor will be copied. And whatever is copied, you can paste with P. P is paste. So all these are commands. Okay. So when you type :w, that will be printed on the screen in the last line. When you press a command without a colon, that is a kind of an invisible command. You don't get to see that on the screen, but action will be taken. Okay. Now insert mode. When you are in insert mode, you can start typing. Simple thing. Whatever you type will be part of the data as a content. Now, how to get into command mode? How to get into insert mode? By default, command is the default mode. Okay. When you open VI, command is the default mode. Although you can enter command mode by pressing the escape key. And how to get into insert mode? By pressing insert key or I or A from the keyboard. If you check your keyboard, there is an insert key as well. I and A, you know it. On the left hand side, you have the A little finger, and on the right hand side, index finger, I. Okay, so these are two modes, first of all. Okay, so save and close, show line numbers, delete a line, copy line, paste lines, like that. Okay, just a second. Let me do it like this. Yeah, so this makes sense. Okay, so now let me open the same file, vi space out, enter. Okay, if I try to type something, let me undo. Hold on, go full screen. Okay, this is better. So now this is the view of the file, or we can see the content of the file. The bottom of the screen, you see it's blank. Okay. Whenever you are in command mode, you will not see anything here. This place is reserved for the commands you want to type. I want to save this file. colon W. You see in the last line, colon W. Okay. So colon W, press enter. The file has been saved. Also the message out file, 25 lines, 901 bytes written. Okay. The file has been saved. Maybe I made some changes. The file has been saved. Okay. So if you want to see the line numbers, colon SE space NU, you can see the last line. The command is visible. Press enter. These are the line numbers. Now these line numbers are just for reference, not part of the data. Okay, just like in Notepad, you see the line numbers by default. Here on the extreme left, you have the line numbers going from 1 to like till here 21. Not part of the data, but just for reference. Same thing on VI editor. Okay, now how to start typing? As I said, you can press I. When you press I, you will see insert written in the last line. This is a kind of a flag just to let you know that yes, you are in insert mode. You can start typing. Now, whatever you type will be part of the data. Let's say this is another sample line. Okay, so I have modified the file. Now, if I want to save and close this file, then press escape. You are in command mode. Colon W and Q at the same time. Okay, so W and Q is save and close. Press enter. The file is saved and closed. You can cat the file to verify, and you can see I added one line which you can see here, right? Any doubts, guys? Any questions? Okay. Okay, guys, let me know if you are confused or you need more explanation. So this is the basic stuff. By default, you're in command mode. You have to press I or A or insert key to get into insert mode. Start typing. When you're done modification, just get into command mode by escape key, save and exit, and you'll be out of the screen, out of VI editor. Okay, so once you are in VI editor, you cannot run standard commands. You cannot run Linux commands. You have to run VI related commands. Okay, so let me open the VI again, the same file. I can also mention a new file name altogether. A new file will open with a blank screen, and then I can start typing. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me get rid of these first two lines. Delete these two lines. I am still in command mode. If I press D 2 times, only one line will be deleted. Okay, like this. DD, that line is gone. You want to undo, stay in command mode and press U. That will undo. Okay. You want to delete these two lines from the cursor, press 2DD. Two lines are gone. You want to undo, press U. Undo. You want to delete 1, 2, 3. Blank line is also a line. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to delete the lines till here. So 5DD, 5 lines are gone. Okay. So this is easy stuff, copy paste. Sorry, delete the lines. Now, what if you want to copy and paste? Let's say I want to copy this line. This is sample and paste it. So move your cursor to this line and press YY. YY is yank. Yank is copy. Okay. So double YY, sorry, double Y will copy the line, one line, and then you can use P to paste it. Keep on pressing P. It will keep on pasting it. Okay.
Sir,
You want to undo this? Yeah. Yeah, tell me.
why, sir?
Please repeat.
Sir, first to know why it is.
Y is yank. Let me just copy lines. 3YY will copy 3 lines. Double YY will copy only 1 line, right? So YY or 2YY, let's say 10YY. Yeah, copy these many lines. So 10YY is copy 10 lines. 10 lines from where? From the cursor. Okay, let's say my cursor is here. Let me show the line numbers. My cursor is on line number 15. I want to copy line number 15 till 22. So 7 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 lines. So if I want to copy 8 lines, I will press 8 YY. 8 lines have been copied. Also, you can see below 8 lines yanked. Okay, it's telling you what is it doing. And then you can press, yeah, and then you can press P. P is going to paste the copied material after the next line, like 22nd line. My cursor is on 22nd line. 23rd line onwards, the data will be pasted. Press P and data pasted from 23rd line onwards. Okay, all the 8 lines. Okay, you can keep on pasting the data like this, or just keep on undoing all the changes. So I just undone all the changes, and I'm all at the oldest change. So this is the initial state of the file. Okay. I can just save and close also. Save and close. I did not actually modify anything. Okay. Another example, vi, let's say open.pdf, enter. It's a blank file. It's a new file. You can also see in the bottom, the last line, open.pdf. It's a new file, right? And still you are in command mode. Let me start with show line numbers. And then I'll start with, typing some information. This, okay, get into insert mode. Okay, so I have entered 4 lines. Okay, so save and exit or whatever you want to do. Cut, copy, paste, delete, paste, copy, all these actions are available for you. Let me just quickly save it, save and close. Okay, so although Nano is far more easy, it uses shortcuts, Control X, Control C, Control A, B, etc. to copy, paste, do the same stuff. But you might get stuck. If you just keep on practicing Nano, you might get stuck. Okay. Um, Nano's availability these days is common on any flavor you pick. CentOS, Ubuntu, Red Hat, whatever the operating system flavor is, you will get Nano. But in older operating systems, you'll get stuck with VI. Okay. All right, guys. So this is VI editor. Let me go to the PPT. Yeah, the same thing. Command mode, insert mode. There is also one more visual mode. Again, this is out of the scope for now. And by default, Vim starts in command mode. And you can press I to get into insert mode or A. What is the difference between I and A? When you press I, insert the data at the cursor. Okay. Or when you press A, insert the data after the cursor. Just one character after the cursor. Okay, it's just jumping one character, not big of a deal, but you can use either of the keys, I, A, or even insert key. When you press escape, you enter command mode, and in the command mode, you have U for undo, D for delete, double D, Y, double Y for copy the line, P for paste, show the line numbers, and just like we did in man pages, slash search the word. You can also do this in VI editor. If it's a lengthy document, you want to find a word in the command mode slash type the word you're looking for, and that's it. It will highlight. Okay, one last thing, which I almost forgot. If in case you modified the file, but you don't want to save it, you just want to close it. Let's try to do this. VI, let's say out. I made a change. I added some more lines, some data. Now I think, okay, I don't want to save this file. I'll just close it without saving the changes. Okay. So in insert mode, Q. Q is quit, right? Press enter. Now check the error. Error number 37. No write since last change, add exclamation to override. It means you haven't changed. Sorry, you haven't made any change. Sorry, you haven't saved the changes on the file. So better you save it first and then quit, or you forcefully quit. Forcefully quit is add exclamation. Do it again. Q exclamation. Now this file will close without saving the changes. You can cat the file, and there it is. The same data intact, no changes were made. So exclamation is override. You can also save and close forcefully. Sometimes even root user doesn't have permission to open a file for modification or even for reading. So you can use VI, open the file, make the changes, and forcefully close the file. For root user, it will work. Okay. So when we reach permissions, then I'll give you the examples. Just one example for now, ls-l/etc shadow. There is a configuration file by the name shadow inside etc. And if you notice all hyphens, which means no permission for anyone. Even the root user doesn't have permission to read this file. Cannot use cat command on this file. But root is root. Root can open it, root can modify it, root can do anything. At that time, you'll be using exclamation. Okay. All right. So we have 5 chats. Hold on. Save and quit, :WQ, yes. Can you provide PPT and notes? So PPT and notes are already on Google Drive. Let me share the link again. And it's okay, guys. Did I close that file? Hold on. 26th. I think I closed that file. Yes. Never mind. Let me open it again. Otherwise, I have to go back to. Yeah, I'll be sharing the Telegram as well. Hold on, huh? On the Google Drive, DevOps batch, Feb weekdays. In the notes, 28 Feb, 26 Feb, 3rd March, 27 Feb. Oh, strange. Where is that file? Strange. Just a second, guys. Okay, guys, you can find Google Drive link and the Telegram group link in the chat. Please save it somewhere. Also, let me save it in today's text file as well, notepad file. Otherwise, I'll be again wasting time searching for it. Okay, done. So today is 4th, 04 March 25. Okay, so here it is, Google Drive and Telegram. Okay, guys. Okay, so use these links. You will find the PPTs and the notes. Also, don't forget to join the Telegram because sometimes I'll be making some announcements. You can also share some doubts, queries, errors, whatever you're facing, and I'll help you out. Okay. All right. Okay, so next slide is for environment variables, how you can create a new environment variable or edit the existing environment variable. So we'll come to this part after 2 or 3 slides. So let's go to the next part, which is the manage local user and groups. Okay, so it's a new chapter. From here, we are going to start how to deal with user management and group management. So users, you understand, you use a username to log into the system. What is a group? Just like, grouping we do. I mean, let's say when you were in the college, you were part of, let's say, BTech group, BCA group, okay? Or maybe you were also part of extracurricular activity, sports, dance, theater, okay? Likewise, similar users are grouped together. For example, on a server, there may be 10 Linux administrators who will log into the server, 3 or 4 application users, 3 or 4 client users who may log in and check what's happening on the server, right? 2 or 3 database administrators or or the virtualization team members, like on a virtual machine. Like the virtual machine will be on some sort of technology, VMware, Hyper-V, like that. So the virtualization team may also log in. So all these users will be part of certain groups. Linux administrators will be part of Linux admin group. Okay. Developers will be part of devs group. Database administrators will be part of DBA group. Okay. So like that. So every user by default is part of one group that is called primary. Okay. So user will be part of one group by default, which is called primary. And the default behavior is, let's say you create a user by the name demo, a new group by the name demo will be created. User group. Okay, so if you create a user by the name demo, a new group by the name demo will be automatically created, and demo user will be part of demo group by default as primary. Okay, so this will be the main or primary group. Additionally, demo user can also be made part of some other groups. Let's say Linux admin as secondary, or even let's say database administrator, DBA as secondary. So secondary groups can be multiple. User can be part of multiple secondary, but only one primary. Okay. So this is the fundamental. Also, what is the use of primary? What is the use of secondary? Primary group will be used with the ownership. Whenever you as a user create a file or a directory, that file or a directory will have a ownership. Okay, who is the owner of this file or a directory? So your name will be listed as the user owner. Also, your primary group will be listed as group owner. So every time the file will be owned by 2 objects, or we can say 2 entities, user and the group. User, you understand, it's a real person who can log in. What about the group? How can a group own a file? It simply means all the members of this group will also be treated as owners. All members, right? So all members of demo group will be also treated as the owner of the file or the directory. Again, you have to remember this. Whenever a user is created, a new group by the same name also gets created in the background, and the user, that user will be part of that group by default as primary. So demo group is the primary group for demo user. Additionally, later on, you can add demo user in Linux admin group as secondary group or DBA group as secondary group. So multiple secondary groups are allowed. Okay, so this was just introduction. Let's get into user management step by step. Okay, let's start with the user types: root user and non-root user and system user. Okay, so what is a root user? The administrator who has full control to the system and can perform any action. Okay, so user with full control or the administrator by the name root or the username root. What is a non-root user? Non-root users are those which have limited access to system or limited control. Who are non-root users? Real person or real users. For example, Linux admin, as I said, the real people who will be working on this server. They will log in as non-root. Later on, using sudo, they can become root. They can become root or they can run commands as root user. It's up to them. Then finally, yes, Tanuj, any doubt?
सर हम अपनी मशीन पर चेक कर सकते हैं कि हमारे मशीन पे कितने रूट यूजर हैं, कितने नॉन रूट यूजर्स हैं? एनी कमांड फॉर दिस?
Yes, but please understand that there will be only one root user. Okay, you cannot duplicate the name. You cannot duplicate the root user's ID also. Also, let's say I have a username by the name student on my virtual machine. I cannot create another user by the name student. System will prompt or it will throw error. User already exists. Okay, but yes,
So
we
their
can find
student,
out. Yeah, yes, we can find out how many non-root are there, how many system users are there, like that. We can find out. Root is everywhere. Root will be there on every Linux server. Only one root user. Okay. But there can be hundred of non-root users, maybe tens, maybe hundreds, depends on the environment. Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
सर एक
तो
एक
सर वो
डाउट था
नॉन
सर।
रूट यूजर्स कैसे चेक करेंगे?
With grep we can check. I'll show you in the next PPT, in the next slide.
सर ये सुपर यूजर एंड रूट यूजर सेम रहते हैं क्या सर?
Yeah, like administrator account in Windows. Using administrator account, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं Windows laptop, desktop और server पे, right? Similarly, on Linux operating system, using the root username, if you log in as root user, you can perform any action. You can configure you can make changes to any application, changes configuration, or install any application, remove any application, update the operating system. You can also play with the hard disk, create partitions. You have full control of the system. Also, you can destroy the system if you don't know what you are doing, right? So there is only one administrator or super user, which is called root in Linux. Username or account name is root. Okay. So when you log into the Linux server, you log in as yourself. Like if I log in, I will log in as Amit. And later on, if I need to perform some system admin work, let's say user management or hard disk management, I can switch to root user using sudo and then run those commands. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So root user with full control, non-root users, limited access. But yes, if required using sudo, they can run commands as root. Next one is system user. What is a system user? System users are basically application users, which are used by the installed applications. For example, there is a file, a configuration file inside etc, something.config. Now this file needs to be accessed by the application which is running the program. So that application will be using its own application user to access this file and read the data. Okay, so application cannot just directly open the file. It's not allowed in the Linux system. It needs to use a user. That user will be opening the file. Such users are called system users. Those users are not allowed to log in. So you will not see any system username on the login screen, although there are more than 40 system users pre-installed. Okay, so let me show you again. So when you log into your system, to your virtual machine, let me log out completely. So what do you see? You see root username and the student username. Although there are 40 more non-root users, sorry, 40 more system users, you don't see them here. They are not allowed to log in. Even if you forcefully try to log in as that user, you won't be able to. It will say, system will say the account is not available. Okay, let me demonstrate. First of all, how to find which is a system user, which is the non-root user. It's very easy. If you are non-root, you will be assigned a shell using which you can log in. That is called interactive shell. Okay, so non-root users, even root user, they are assigned interactive shell. So non-root and even root user, they are assigned interactive shell. Interactive shell such as bash shell or C shell and sh shell also, the oldest shell available, like that. These are all interactive, which means you can log in and run the commands. These shells are designed to capture the input, whatever you are typing, and then act accordingly, find the command and run it, like that. But the non-root, sorry, not non-root, the system users are assigned non-interactive shell. There is only one non-interactive shell called no login. Okay. So bash shell's location in your slash is /usr bin bash. Okay. No login shell's location is /usr sbin no login. These are all programs. Okay. So bash is a program. No login is also a program designed to block the user login. Okay. Okay. Coming to the details. Where can you find these user details? Root user, non-root, and all the other. So the user details are stored in a file inside etc by the name passwd. Okay, so passwd file contains the details of the users. You can open passwd with vi or even nano and check, or even you can cat it. So if you cat this file, you will see all white text. You might get confused. See this /etc passwd, enter everything in white. It's all, again, you won't be able to understand it easily. You have to go word by word, or you can take help of vi, which will color code the fields. vi/etc passwd. Make sure you don't make any change, because this is vi editor. You can make changes, right? So just open it. Now vi has color coded various different fields in each line. Let me just pick one line and explain you. Okay, one for each, one for root, non-root, and system. Okay, so root and system is here, and one on root, let's say student itself. That's it. So there are three user details which I've copied and pasted. One is for root, then for bin user, which is a system user, and then student, which is a non-root user. Okay, so what are these fields? First of all, first field separated by colon, second field, third, fourth. So the field separator is here colon, and there are in total 7 fields. First field is the username. Second field X, it represents password. Okay. Back in the days, this field was used to store the password of the user. Like for student, it is CentOS. CentOS will be encrypted, and then that encrypted hash will be stored here in this second field. Okay, but here it says X, because now the password is stored in some other file, which is called shadow. Okay. Third field, it says 0. It is basically the user ID, the numeric user ID assigned to the user. Every user has a unique identification number. Okay. Okay, guys, just a second. Okay, so the third field here is the user ID. Every user will have a unique identification number. For root, it is 0. Okay. And like here's for student, it is 1000. The fourth is group ID, GID. This user is part of which group? You don't see the group name, you see the ID of that group. Just like user, every group will also have its own unique identification number called GID. So root user is part of this group where the ID is 0. Where is the group detail stored? It's in a separate file, which I'll tell you. Okay, so user ID of the user, group ID. Okay, so next one is root again. What is this root? The next field is the fifth field for comment. Okay, so the user, what is the type of the user or the nature of the user can be described in the comment. You can see the username itself, or something like temporary user or auditor user or Linux administrator. What we do in the companies is we keep the employee ID stored here, because most of the times the usernames are basically like this, like IN, EMP1005. So here IN stands for India, EMP1005 is the employee ID. So this is the real user on a server. Its comment in the passwd file will be India user / the serial number EMP1005 / the company, let's say IBM. So this will be the comment what we are going to use in my organization. Okay, it depends company to company what is their naming convention or comment convention, right? So this is the comment field. Next field is the home directory location of the user. Home directory location. So for the root user, the home directory is /root. For a non-root user, it's going to be /home/username. Okay. Next one is the assigned shell. When this user logs in, what shell program will get activated automatically? It's bin bash. So the last field is assigned shell, right? So root username, X represents the password, then user ID, group ID, comment, home directory location, and the assigned shell. It is for the root user. Same way for this bin user. Now, what is this bin user? You can check if the user ID is less than 999 in the next slide. Okay. So if the user ID is less than 999 except root, except 0, then that user is a system user. Also, you can check the assigned shell. It is no login. So as a root user, let me do one thing. As a root user, let me try to log in as bin user. Okay. Which I can do with SU, if you remember. So as a root, just a second, not able to log in. Why? 3 incorrect attempts. Sent OS. Okay, my bad. Okay, so as a root user, let me try to switch user to bin. Since I am root, SU will not prompt for any password and will immediately log in as this user. But if this user is assigned a no login shell, then that shell will respond, this account is not active or not available, like that. See, it says this account is currently not available. So even the root cannot log in as this user. So these users, system users, are well planned in such a way that they cannot be misused by some attacker. Okay, if let's say there is an attacking attempt, somehow the user is able to log in, won't be able to use these system users. Okay, all right. So the user types are done. Next, let's go to the remaining files. Okay, one last thing. Sorry for the non-root. Student X, 1000 student, home student, bin bash. Now you know user ID, second field for representing the password. Yeah. So next is the user ID numerical 1000. In Linux, the non-root users user ID will start from 1000. Anything below 1000 is a system user. And if the ID is 0, that is root user. Okay. Then group ID. Student user is part of a group by the name, by I don't know what the name is, but the ID is 1000. We'll check in another file. The group details are stored. Then the comment for this user is student. Home directory is /home student. And assigned shell is bin bash. Okay, so bash shell will get activated when you log in as student, and whatever command you run has to be bash compatible command. Whatever commands we are learning are bash compatible commands. Bash can understand these commands. Okay. Yes, Amrit, any doubt?
सर मेरा डाउट था कि सिस्टम यूजर मतलब किसको बोल सकते हैं
System user. So let me give you one example. Let's say, let me open the same passwd and let me just highlight one. Okay. So there is an application by the name TripleSD, and one TripleSD username is also created, which is the user for the same application TripleSD. Okay. Or SSHD. There is an application by the name SSHD. Also, you see a username by the same name, which is a privileged separated user SSH for SSH. Okay. Or there is an application by the name CronyD. Its user is Crony, created in this system. And this user comment says Crony system user. Okay, so these are all application related users. We cannot use them. We are not supposed to use them. We as a non-root user can elevate the privileges to root and back to normal. That is what we can do and we are supposed to do. Okay, we have no business with application users. Application users are automatically used by their respective application. As I said, SSHD application will be using SSHD user to read files and to perform some file related work, maybe edit a file, close a file, open a file, like that. Okay.
So username and application name will be same.
Sometimes it is same, sometimes it is different. Okay.
So suppose we can also say like Swiggy application is there or Zomato or any or no Blinkit any other application is there. So in that Blinkit user or Zomato user, so like that only we can give example, right?
Those are client applications. I'm talking about server level applications, server app. Okay, let's take example of Zomato. Zomato that you installed on your phone. That is not the server application. That is the client. Zomato is the client application which you install on the phone. And this client application is designed to connect to the Zomato server to its main application. So maybe Zomato as the main application is running on some server, okay, on some port number. So this client application is designed to connect to this port number on this server's IP address. And this Zomato application might deploy a username, let's say Zomato itself, on that application on that operating system, which will perform some actions. Okay, what is the job of the main application? Main application's job is to store the order details in the database. So Zomato user will be used to connect to the database and store the entry. Okay, it's like that. So
Okay.
on your phone, nothing happens. But on the main application or the server application, these things will happen.
Okay, okay. So server level users will be
Yes,
there.
server level. This is all about server. We're not talking about anything about client. We're just on the server part.
Means the person who is using the server that we can say.
Yeah, the Zomato team members, like Zomato does hiring for IT, So all the IT
Yeah,
people
yeah.
in Zomato, they will be dealing with the server and the application user, everything.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So this is for the user. User details are stored in /etc/group. Second file is your user details in /etc passwd. Group details are in /etc group. So group details are in /etc/group. And you will find the details, similar details like group name. Let me just take one example. Let's say wheel group :x its ID how many users are part of this group: user 1, user 2, user 3, and so on. This is how it will look like. Okay. Now we need to find what is group ID for root. It was 0. So what is group ID 0? What is group ID 1? And what is group ID 1000? Let's find that from this group file using grep. This time I will not open the file. I will simply use grep command. Okay. So grep 0 from the file etc group. So you see the third field is group ID and the group name is root. Root:x:0:empty. There is no user who is part of root as secondary group. Although root group is primary for root user, primary group details are not visible in the group file. Those are visible in the passwd file. Okay. Another example is wheel group. Wheel group X represents the password again. Group ID is 10 and student user is part of wheel group as secondary group. So wheel is secondary for student. There is one easy command to check all these things. ID space student. Example, student user, its user ID is 1000. It's part of a group where group ID is 1000 and the group name is student. Okay. And student user is part of how many groups? 2. One is primary, which is student, and one is secondary, which is wheel. Okay. And if you remember, any user part of wheel group will enjoy sudo. They can use sudo command. They can also become root, right? And same for, I can do the same for root user. Root user ID is 0, username is root, group ID is 0, group name is root, and root user is part of only one group, which is root group. ID bin. So bin user ID 1, group ID 1, group name is bin, is part of only one group, which is called bin. Okay. So this is how you can read the information. Now I told you about the effect of primary and secondary. Let me log in back as a student. As a student user, I am in my home location. If I do ls-l, you'll see I have created many files and the ownership is here. Student. Everywhere you'll see student except 1 or 2. So student means this file by the name ABC is owned by the user student and a group by the name student. Why do you see the student group name here? Because student group is the primary group. So if I'm creating a file, I am the user owner. Along with that, my primary group will also be the group owner. It simply means any user who is part of this group will also be treated as owner of this file. Okay. You won't see the secondary group name as the owner. You will see only the primary group name. That's why it is mandatory. Okay. You cannot have no primary group. There will be minimum one mandatory primary group. Okay. Not minimum, only one mandatory primary group. It's automatically set, right? So again, the explanation, pass WD file and the group file, right? Okay. And the third thing I told you about the shadow file, right? Which contains the user password details, etc shadow. Now, let's say student user, its password is CentOS. Now, this CentOS word will be encrypted using some cryptography algorithm. In Red Hat Linux, RHEL 8 onwards, sorry, 7 onwards, this is used. SHA 512. This is cryptography algorithm. Using this algorithm, plain text is converted into a encrypted text, which is called hash. Okay. So plain text will be converted into hash, which will look something like this. So this is a hash. It might also have some alphabets in the middle, like this. This is a password hash. So CentOS plain text was converted into a hash using one cryptography algorithm in Linux, in Red Hat Linux, SHA 512 is set as default. Okay. If you're interested in getting more details, do one thing, just ask ChatGPT, Gemini, or even just Google it. What is SHA 512 pros and cons? It will tell you. It creates a very strong hash encrypted text. Decrypting this text will need ages, years for a normal computer. If you run a decrypting algorithm, it will take years to decrypt or to get back into plain text sent to us. Okay. So it is a very strong algorithm, right? So in the shadow file, you will find the password hash of the user along with password aging details. So what is password aging? Okay. Anyone having a bank account in HDFC, you might have experienced that after 6 months or 9 months, the application, the mobile application, HDFC app, it will ask you to reset your password. Why? Because the age of your password is 120 days, or sorry, 180 days, 6 months, or even 9 months. So after 9 months or after 6 months, automatically the application will prompt you to change your net banking password. Why? Because that is the age of the password. Similarly, on the servers, the setting up age is mandatory. With every user, the password will be set for 90 days or 120 days. Standard is 90 days. After every 90 days, the user has to change their password. It's a mandatory thing. Okay. So out of the box, the password aging is password never expiry. We also call it as PNE. Password will never expire. But this is not a good configuration when we talk about a real server, production server. Okay. So in the companies, we always use the value 90 days for password expiration. So the age of the password is 90 days. So all these details are stored in the shadow file. So let me open the shadow file now. Only as a root user I can open it, because if I try to open as a non-root, see what will happen. It says permission denied. Okay, so I have to be root or use sudo. Okay, your wish. So cat/etc shadow, and here it is. Looks even more strange than pass WD file or group file, right? Let me just copy one entry, maybe for student user. So this is how the entry of student user looks like in shadow file. Okay, so what are the contents? Again, there are many fields separated by colon. The first thing is student user, username, then the password hash, which is really long till here. Let me shorten it up so that I can accommodate the entire line in one single line. Okay, now it is good. So this is the password hash. It is generally really long. Then after colon, there is 20125. This is called Unix timestamp. So the third field is Unix timestamp. What exactly is Unix timestamp? It's a way of storing date and time in the database. Okay. For example, today is 4 March 2025 and the time is 10:11 p.m. So if somehow I'm able to convert this into a number, let's say 20125675544. So now this number basically represents 4th of March 2025, 10:11 p.m. So there has to be some sort of formula behind it, how to convert this into this. So that formula is called Unix timestamp, and the formula is count the number of days since 1st January 1970. So count the number of days since 1st January 1970 till today. You'll get this number 20125. Okay, sorry, You'll get some number, not this exactly. You'll get some number. Now, what is this number 20125? It is the date when the password was set for this student user. We have set the password maybe on 3rd of March, for example. So this is 3rd of March. Let me set the password again, and then we'll see what is the number now. Okay. So using passwd command, I can set the password for student user. Let me use the same. Okay. Now let me grep student from shadow. Now what do you see? You see 20151. This number has changed. 20151. This is the date when the password was last changed. 20151. And this date represents 4th of March. It is not recording the time. Otherwise, it will be lengthy number. It is just recording date, month, and year. Okay. 20151 days have passed since 1st January 1970. Okay. Okay. So overview of Unix timestamp is more than enough. Nobody is going to ask you to convert a date into Unix timestamp. There are formulas available, predefined functions available. You can get that. Also, I mean, I don't think you'll be using it. Okay. But you should understand what exactly it is. Okay. So first field, username, second field, password hash, the encrypted password. Third field, when was the password set? If sometime it happens that you create a user and do not set the password, but still you'll get some date here. That date means when the user was created. Okay. And when you set the password, that is the last password change or set date. Okay. Next is 0. This 0 is minimum number of days between the password change. It simply means that this user student can change its own password n number of times throughout the day. Let's say I've changed the password now. After 1 hour, I can again change it back to something else. After few more hours, I can again change it back. So 0 means 0 days. If I set it to 1, if the value is 1, it means user has to wait at least 24 hours. So if I've set my password right now, I will be able to reset it again after 24 hours. Okay. So this is minimum number of days between password change. And the next field is maximum number of days between password change, which means the password will expire after how many days? What is the maximum day? The last day of the password. So 99999 days is basically referred to password never expiry. 5 times 9 means password will never expire. System will not expire the password. But as I said, in the companies, we have a realistic number, just like 90 days. We don't mention days. It actually means days. Okay. So if you have a number like 90 here, it simply means this password will expire after 90 days from 20151, which is 4th of March plus 90 days, whatever the date is. On that day, password will expire. You will be supposed to, change your password before that. Okay. If you log in, let's say on 84th day, system will prompt you, change your password. Okay. Till 90th day, it will keep on prompting you. Then after 90, what is this? 7. 7 is the warning days. The system will give you warning. Your password is going to expire. So on 83rd day onwards, as per 90 days, minus 7 days, 83rd day onwards, you will start getting warning on the display the moment you log in. Password will expire in 7 days, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, like that. Okay. Okay. And the remaining 3 fields, in fact, I'll explain you when we reach chage command. Okay. So there is a command called chage. Using chage, you can change the aging properties of the password. So when you learn chage, you will get to know about these 3 remaining fields. Okay. So we'll just stick to right now user, how to user add, how to remove the user, how to change the password. Then in the next phase, we'll get into chage. Okay. Change the user password properties, right? Okay. So I told you about this user ID thing, that if the user ID is 0, that means it's root user. If the user ID is 1, between 1 and greater than equal to 999, so it means the user is a system user, application user. If the user ID is equal to 1000 or even greater, so greater than equal to 1000, it means it's a non-root user. So it's not me who is defining these rules. These rules are predefined within the system in a file. What is that file? That file is called login.defaults, login.defs to be exact. Okay, it is in etc. Again, the configurations will be in etc. So you can cat the file which is in etc by the name login.defs, and always use tab. It will autocomplete. LOGI tab autocompleted. Okay. So login.defs, defs stands for defaults. Press enter and go to the top. Okay, here it is. Now, I think this is the first time we are opening any configuration file in read mode using cat. Any line you see in a configuration file with a hash, starting with a hash, that line will not be part of the configuration. That will be treated as comment. Comments are used to store the documentation or to tell some information to the user. Okay, so all these are comments, you see, till actually it's a long list. Hold on. Okay, till here, these are all comments. Then you see the actual configuration mail underscore dir slash where spool mail. Okay, so emails will be stored here, not Gmail or not Outlook mail. Mailing system within Linux. There is a mailing system within Linux. Users can email to each other. The mails will be stored in this location. Okay. So don't worry about this one. The purpose of this file is to check what are the default values, right? Go down, you will find the default aging properties. It says maximum password aging is 99999, never expiry, minimum day is 0, warning age 7. That's why in shadow file you saw these details. If you change it to 91 and 7, future created users will have 91 and 7 as the password aging details. Okay. Okay, let's get down. Here it is. User ID minimum 1000, user ID maximum 60,000. So the first user you create will have the a user ID as 1000, and you can keep on creating users till user ID 60,000. Okay. Same for system accounts. System account user ID will start from 201, not 1, my bad. It's 201, and it will go till 999. So any user ID where the ID falls between 201 and 999, that is a application user or system user. Okay. And same for the group. Okay. So there is one more thing called sub UID min, sub UID max. We'll talk about it later. It's not that important for now. Also, if you just scroll down, even more down, you'll see encrypt method is SHA 512. Encryption method is set to SHA 512. These are all. Guys, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello. I think there was some network glitch on my side. Just lost the connection. Let me save it. Let me share the screen again. All right. So as I was saying, this was just the background of the user management. Now we are going to enter the commands. And now you understand how the details are stored, right? So the next thing we are going to learn is the command on how to add a user, which is user add. User add command will do the same. It will create user details in the passwd file, etc passwd. Also, it will create the user detail group details in the etc group file. And when you use passwd command to set the password, so there is a file configuration inside etc passwd. Also, there is a command by the name passwd, which is used to set the password. When you use the passwd command to set the password /etc, shadow file will be modified. Or we can say the hash will be stored here in this file. Okay. And now you also understand the contents. So let's start with the command number 1, which is user add. So user add syntax is command space hyphen option, option space value, hyphen another option, space value, and so on. And lastly, you will specify the username. Okay. This time it's not a blank option. With the option, you have to give a value. For example, let's start with simple thing. Add user by the name demo. Next, add user by the name demo1 with a custom user ID. You can also set a user ID, custom user ID with a custom user ID 2000. Okay. Third one, add user demo2 with comment temporary user. Okay. Also assign no login shell. So these are some examples, or we can say tasks that you might get. Okay. So we'll first understand user add, some options, values, and then we'll perform these questions. Okay. So as I said, command, option, value, and so on. And finally, the username. Options are optional. So which means you can type user add space username. Simple. Okay. So what are the options available? So if you want to specify a custom user ID, the option is -u space, then you give the value. Let's say here 2000. Okay. Another option for specifying the primary group. To specify the primary group, the option is -g space the group name. Let's say you have a group by the name Linux admin. Okay, so -g space Linux admin. So that user will be part of Linux admin as primary group. For secondary group, the option is -G. And then the group name, let's say wheel group. For the comment, the option is -C. And you have to keep the comment in double quotes. Let's say test user. Okay. And for shell, to assign a custom shell, -S. And then you specify the shell program's complete path. Example, bash. So it will be /usr/bin/bash. Okay. So likewise, option value, you have to remember. And these are the most commonly used options with user add command. Now, if you go to the tasks now, add a user demo, the first one is already done. Okay. So in fact, let me write here, add user demo, user add space demo is the command. Add user demo 1 with custom user ID 2000. Okay. So user add -u user ID 2000. What is the username? Demo 1. Okay. Like this. Oh, sorry. Like this. The third one, add user demo 2 with comment temporary user. Also assign no login shell. First of all, do you know where is no login shell? Is it in bin or sbin? You can check it with which no login. It is in usr sbin location. Okay. So user add command space for the comment -c temp user. What else? No login shell. So -s no login shell is in /usr sbin no login. And what is the username? Demo2. So this way you can customize users, or you just simply create the user and customize later on. If you want to customize later on, you can use user mod command with the same options. Same options are applied here as well. Okay. -C, -u, -v, like that. Using user mod, you can modify existing users' properties. Okay. So we'll explore user mod tomorrow, but right now, let me just run these commands on the system. So first command, okay, first of all, you either be a root user or run the commands with sudo. Okay. Yes, Tanuj,
सर
you have a doubt?
जैसे डेमो यूजर है तो डेमो यूजर तो बाय डिफॉल्ट उसका ग्रुप तो डेमो ही रहेगा ना, बट यहाँ पे हम
Absolutely.
फोर्सफुली चेंज कर रहे हैं
हाँ,
प्राइमरी
कर
ग्रुप
लेते हैं.
उसका।
अभी देखो मैंने किया नहीं है, बट लेट्स डू इट.
तो सर वही क्वेश्चन था कि अगर हम उसका प्राइमरी ग्रुप चेंज करेंगे फ्रॉम डेमो टू अनदर,
हाँ
तो वहाँ पे कुछ चेंजेस होंगे उस यूजर के साथ।
हाँ, चेंजेस होंगे, अभी दिखाता हूँ मैं. तो लेट्स क्रिएट अनदर टास्क. ऐड add user demo 3 with staff group as primary and wheel group as secondary. Okay. So now for this one, user add for staff group -g staff and then -G wheel. Username is demo 3. Now the problem here is, are you sure staff group is present in the system or wheel group is present? If you're not sure, just first make sure these groups are present. Just try to find that information using grep. You can find staff from etc group file, and also for wheel, I think you know it, it's there, but still confirm it. Okay, so what if staff group is not there? Then you can add the group using the command group add. Group add say space staff. That's it. The job is done. So add a new group, and later on you can add a user into that group as primary. Okay, so let's perform these questions. First, user add demo ID has been created. You will not see any success message. You have to verify every action. How do you verify? With ID command or even grep, you can check ID demo. You see the demo user has been created, or grab the username demo from the file passwd, and you will see the user details. Okay. Second task was to add a user with a custom user ID. So user add -u to specify a custom user ID, and it is demo 1, and it is again done ID demo 1, and you can see the details. In the details, you can see the user ID is set to 2000. Third one is create user demo 3, oh sorry, demo 2 with the comment temporary user and no login shell. Okay, so comment will be temp user -c temp user, and the shell -s is /bin, no, sbin /no login for demo 2. Demo 2, yeah, demo 2 user. ID demo 2. Okay, you see the details, but how will you confirm the comment and the assigned shell? You can grep it. Grep demo 2 from etc pass wd, and you can see no login shell and temp user as the comment. Okay, this is done. Next one is add the user demo 3, make it part of staff group as primary and wheel group as secondary. All right. So first we check whether staff group exists or not. Grep staff from the file etc group. It's not there. Let's check for wheel. Wheel is there, but let's check. Wheel is there, right? Already student is part of wheel as secondary. So now let's add the group first. Group add staff done. You can again grep and verify. So staff group has been created. Perfect. Now let's add the demo 3. User add -g staff -G wheel, and the username is demo 3. User has been created, ID demo 3, enter, and here it is. You can see the group information, you can see the things, right? Okay, so since demo 3 is part of wheel, so this user will be able to use sudo as well if required. Okay, and let me show you one more thing. Let me switch to demo 3. I'm now demo 3 user. I'm in demo 3's home directory. Let me create a file, touch file 1, ls-l, and you will see the ownership as the owner of file 1 is demo 3 user and the group staff, because staff is the primary group for demo 3. Okay. And when you create normal users like demo 1, demo 2, the demo 1, demo 2 groups were also created automatically. Grep demo from the file etc group. So demo was created, demo 1, demo 2 automatically. Okay. Right. Guys, any doubts, any queries till now? And guys, also let me know if I'm going too slow or too fast. I can adjust the speed.
सर एक वैसी क्वेश्चन पूछना था कि अगर हम मान लो नॉन रूट यूजर है, डेमो 1 एक नॉन रूट यूजर है, अगर वो सुडो करता है स्विच यूजर टू द डेमो, तो उसको रूट के प्रिविलेजेस मिल जाएंगे ना?
Provided the user is allowed to use sudo, then yes.
अगर उसके पास एक्सेस है, वो कर पा रहा है तो
हाँ, then हो जाएगा, no worries.
तो सर ये तो एक्सप्लॉइटेशन हो गया ना प्रिविलेजेस का?
No, only those users which are supposed to use sudo will be added to wheel group. For example, all the Linux administrators will be part of wheel group so that they can become root and perform system administration. Let's say there are some more users who are part of staff group. They have no business with system administration. They will not be part of wheel group. They will not be able to use sudo. ठीक है? तो ऐसे एक्सप्लॉइटेशन को ही बचाने के लिए ग्रुपिंग की जाती है ताकि ग्रुप्स ही डायरेक्टली ऐड कर लो sudo में, sudo कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में.
ओके, ठीक है, मैं इसका कल सर प्रैक्टिकल करूंगा उसके बाद.
हाँ, एक बार इसका थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस भी करना पड़ेगा. प्लस गाइज, वी आर गोइंग टू डू all these things again in detail like sudo and sudo configuration, तो अभी तो ये just एक kind of a demo है. There might be many more questions around this which will be cleared when we reach sudo as a topic. Okay. All right, guys. So I think this is it for today. Tomorrow we'll start with user mod, passwd command, and chage. Plus, let me check. Yeah, these options that we have just discussed. User ID. Yeah. So a bit of exercise as well for sudo. Okay. We have reached sudo configuration. So we'll be talking about sudo configuration tomorrow itself. Okay. Yeah. So chage. So pretty much we'll be covering the entire user management by tomorrow. Plus we have a lab in the end. Lab and guided exercises. You'll be finding these two things, guided exercise and lab. What is a guided exercise? It means you have a task. Along with that, you have a solution. Task, solution, solution, right? But in the lab, only the tasks, not the solutions. You have to type the solutions. Okay. So this is the way we are going to practice. First is kind of a hand holding. Next time you're on yourself. Okay. You check the PPTs, you create the solution like all the commands, and then run all the commands on your virtual machine. Okay. I think for the first one, I have given the solution as well. I can see the commands. Okay. Maybe not for the other labs. Since this is the first lab, that's why. All right. So let's connect tomorrow, guys. Till then, bye-bye. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, guys. Welcome. Bye-bye.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. Good evening. Just give me a minute. Okay, guys. So just a quick recap what we have completed so far. I mean, till yesterday. We started with just a second. Yeah, so we started with the user and group management, and we basically covered the background of it, like where are the user details stored, user details, group details, and password, user password details, right? So once we build this understanding, then the remaining commands make sense because ultimately commands are doing something in the background. If you know what is being done in the background, then this whole learning this concept becomes really easy. Okay, so you pass wd command, group sorry pass wd file in etc, group file again in etc, and shadow file. These are the three files which are responsible for maintaining user details, user and group details, along with the password. And with the help of user add command, you can create a user. With the help of passwd command, you can set a password. And with the help of group add command, you can add a new group into the system. Okay, so let me do it quickly now, just a demonstration on how we can add a user. All right.
सर एक क्वेश्चन था
Yes.
सर,
हाँ जी, हाँ
जब
जी।
मैं अपना VMware स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ ना रेड हैट में, तो वहाँ पे एक पॉपअप आ रहा है कि सिस्टम नॉट रजिस्टर्ड, वो बार बार आ रहा है, तो
कोई
उसको
बात नहीं, it's okay.
कैसे?
System is not registered because till now we haven't registered the system. We don't know how to do that. Okay, although if you want to try, you can try it out. Just open the applications. There you will find something by the name Subscription Manager. If you are using Red Hat Enterprise Linux, you will find Subscription Manager. If you are on CentOS, then there will be no pop-up. Okay, CentOS is free to use, free updates, everything is free. Okay,
तो सर वो उसमें
but
जाके
ultimately
रजिस्टर
we will
कैसे
learn
करूँ?
how to do that.
ओके
Sorry, yeah, sorry. Please
ओके,
continue. Yeah, please continue.
नहीं सर वही पूछ रहा था कि अगर हम बाद में करेंगे तो ठीक है।
We'll be doing it because we have a chapter, we have a topic which is called application management, and without registering the machine with the Red Hat network, it won't be possible. Okay. Whereas for CentOS, it is not required. For Red Hat servers, it is required. Okay. We'll talk about that. Okay. So just a quick recap. How to create a user. Let's say create a user by the name audit or auditor. The users in the user details, there should be a comment with temporary user as a comment. Okay, and the group should be part of wheel group as secondary, right? So user add space the group hyphen capital G, secondary group hyphen capital G, the group name wheel, for comment hyphen C, whatever the comment is in double quotes, temporary user, and finally the username auditor. Press enter. It says permission denied. You know why? I'm running this command as demo3, which is a non-root user. Now the thing is whether demo3 is able to use sudo or not. If yes, then demo3 can use user add command with sudo. First of all, check id demo3, the properties of user. It says demo3 is part of wheel group. It means we'll be able to use sudo. So I can run the same command with sudo, enter, Red Hat is the password. I don't think Red Hat password has been set for user. Let me do one thing. Okay, so pass wd demo3 Red Hat. Okay, now let's switch to demo3 again. Run the same command with sudo, password is Red Hat, and there you go. The user has been created. ID auditor, and here it is. Okay, so previously user add command gave an error. It's because user add is supposed to be executed only by root. How do you verify or how do you find that? Using which user add? It says user add is in sbin, which means only root user can run user add. Or see, you become root, run the command, or you use sudo and then run the command. Okay, both the scenarios, the command will run as if root is running it. Okay, so we have created auditor, but auditor user won't be able to log in because we haven't set the password. So using passwd command, you can set the password. Okay, so passwd space auditor, enter. See, there is another error. It says passwd command, only root user can specify a username. Like as a demo3 user, I'm running passwd space the username. This is not allowed. A non-root user cannot supply a argument with passwd command, cannot specify a username. Only root can do that. So become root with a sudo su hyphen, or use sudo passwd auditor. Now it will allow you to change the password, which is Red Hat. I'm setting a password as Red Hat. And there you go. So now auditor user is available. If you want, you can also switch to that user, switch user to auditor, enter, password is Red Hat, and that's it. Okay, so by running these two commands, user add and passability, you can basically set up a user with basic attributes. Okay. All right. So a few things to remember. Let me open Notepad. So with user add command and let's say user name, if you're not supplying any option, then there will be some default values. Default values like the group ID will be incremental. Let's say previous user's group ID is 2000. So the next user's group ID will be +1, 2001, right? It is incremental. Similarly, user ID, sorry, group ID and user ID both, not only group, but user ID as well. Okay, so group ID and user ID are both incremental. Based on the previous user's ID, the next ID will be automatically picked up. Then the comment field will always be blank if you don't supply any information, right? Home directory will always be /home/username, whatever username you select. And default shell is going to be /bin/bash. Okay. For the UIDs, for the user ID and group ID, yesterday I told you that there is a file inside etc by the name login.defaults or defs. In this file, this is clearly mentioned. Okay, what will be the starting ID and all. What about the other things? Like the home directory should be this, shell should be this. Now, these informations are stored in another file, which is /etc/defaults/user add. So this is a file which contains the remaining default values. Let's have a look. cat/etc/defaults, or sorry, default, and then user add. And there you go. It says the home directory will be /home. Shell is going to be bin bash. And then you see this very important thing called skel, SKEL. The full form is skeleton. When a home directory is created, by default, it will have some files. Let me show it to you. I'm logged in as auditor. Few minutes back, I have created auditor user, and I am in the newly created home directory of auditor, right? If I do ls-l, the result will be total 0, nothing, 0 files. But let me show you the another option, -LA, which is show all files, hidden files as well. And now you'll see that there are 3 files and 2 directories. Who created these files and directories? The thing is, nobody created. These directories and files got copied from the skeleton directory. Okay. So let's open the default file again and see what is skel or skeleton. So skeleton is /etc skel. Let's have a look. cd/etc skel. Again, it's blank, but if I do ls-la, it will reveal the same things. Okay. So this is the basic directory structure which gets copied from skeleton directory to the newly created home directory. Okay. In just to summarize, what will happen with user add? So user add command is going to create an entry in the /etc/passwd file, user entry. Okay. It will create a new group, or we can say new entry again in /etc/group file. It will create new home directory, which will be /home/username. Okay. And it will copy the contents from the skel, copy from /etc skel to this newly created home directory /home/username. So copy star, let me say star, copy everything from skel to /home username. All these things are happening in the background when you run user add. One more thing, in the /etc/shadow file. So new entry in shadow file /etc shadow. Now you'll say that I haven't set the password yet. It is just user add command. Then how will be shadow file get updated? It's because uh, it's the default behavior. When you use user add command, a new entry will be created in shadow, and in the place of the password hash, there will be two exclamation signs. It means no password set. Okay, so if the password is not set, you will see two exclamation symbols. And yes, there will be an entry of the same user in the shadow file, etc shadow. Okay, so these many things are happening in the background. Now, next step I did was to run passwd command and set a new password. Now what happened? Now only this shadow file got updated. So update entry for that user, update entry in shadow file or etc shadow. Okay, so only the password hash gets updated against that username, right? One more thing we did yesterday was group add. Group add is used to add a new group. New group details will be added in /etc group file. Okay, so group del command is used to remove a group. Group add, group del, simple commands. Okay, for user add, for modifying the attributes or the properties of existing user, there is a command user mod, user modify, and the options are the same: -u, -c, -s, whatever options we discussed yesterday, those are the same options. For example, the same auditor. Let me check. ID auditor. So auditor is part of wheel group. Okay, let's make auditor part of staff group as well. So as root, I can do that or use sudo. So first of all, get out of auditor. So as demo3 or even as root, I can do that. User mod -G, I want to add auditor user in staff group. So if I just simply mention staff, -G staff, you know what will happen? The previous secondary groups will be removed, or we can say the user will be removed from the previous secondary groups and will be made part of staff as the user or as the member. Okay, if you want to retain the previous secondary groups, then you have to use the option A as well. A means append. Append the new secondary group staff in the secondary group list. If you don't use this, then wheel group will be gone. Okay, let me show to you. So without without the option A, I am assigning the group, secondary group staff to auditor. It is done. You can check ID auditor. And you'll notice wheel group is gone. If you want to add this user in wheel, also retain the other secondary groups, then you have to use the option -A, means append, and then G for secondary group. Staff is already there. Let's add it to wheel, back to wheel, enter. Now run the ID command to check. And now you'll see wheel is also part of the group list along with the previous staff group. So auditor group is primary. That's okay. Right? So you can modify the user details. Options are exactly the same. You can also change the user ID. You can also change the primary group, change the comment, change the shell, all these things. Okay. All right. Just a second. Passwd. Okay. One last thing. One last command after user mod. User del to remove the user from the system. Now there are two things to remember. Sometimes your company or your company policies will be such that if the user leaves the organization, you need to remove the user along with its home directory. In some cases, the policy will be such that you need to retain the home directory for the next 2 months. Okay. For data retention, maybe the user comes back, is retained, so that he or she will get his home directory contents back. Okay. So how to do that? How to deal with that situation? So user del space username will remove the user. That's fine. But it will not remove the directory, home directory, /home/ whatever user it is. So this will remove the user, but not the home directory. If you want to remove the home directory as well with the single command, then -r is the option. -r stands for remove home. Okay. So this will remove the user along with its home directory. If in case you forgot to use -r, user is gone, but the home directory is still present, then what? If you want to get rid of the home directory, rm-rf on that home directory, username, whatever username it is. That's it. Okay, remove it manually. No big deal. Okay, so now let me find how many users are there in my system who can log in, which means those who are assigned bash shell. I'm going to grep bash from the passwd file and see. So auditor, demo3, demo1, demo student. Let me get rid of demo, demo1, demo3, and auditor, all these users. Okay. User del space, this time without -r. So user del demo gone, ls-l on/home. So you see the demo directory is still here. Okay. If you want to get rid of it, rm-rf/home demo, and it's gone. Okay. You can check ls-l again. Now demo directory is gone. In the next command, let me remove demo1, this time with the option -r. Oh, sorry, demo1, and that's it. ls-l/home, and you'll see demo1 directory is also removed automatically. Okay, same way demo2 and 3 and auditor. All done. Back to normal. Let me grep bash from the same file again, and you'll notice that only student and root users are left. Remaining all users I have removed. Yes, Tanuj?
और सर उसी का यूजर डेल का मैनुअल पेज देखना हो तो यूजर डेल स्पेस मैन.
No. One option is user del hyphen help. This will give you a short summarized manual. But if you want to go into details, then man space user del command.
मैन यूजर डेल.
Okay, man user del. This will open the elaborated view.
ठीक है.
Okay. Yeah. And you can also see -r is remove the home directory and other associated files like mail, spool, cron jobs, etc. Right. All right. So, okay, so let's follow this exercise now. It says create a user by the name operator1. Check the details of the user by using the tail command. Check the last entry or last 5 lines from the passwd file, okay, the configuration file. Then set the password for this user, and later on add a comment for this user with user mod. Check the passwd file again. You can also use grep, doesn't matter. Delete this user along with the home directory and check the file again whether the user details are gone or not. Okay, let's do it. User add operator1, enter, done. Tail without any -n. I'm not specifying the number of lines, simply tail command on cat, oh sorry, not cat, etc passwd. So by default, tail command is designed to open the last 5 lines or last 10 lines, my bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So last 10 lines. And you can see the last line is for the operator1 user. Okay. Set the password again. Passwd operator1. Set a password. Done. Now add a comment. Let's say temporary user or something else. So user mod -c, whatever the comment is, let's say user comment. And on the user operator1, it's done. Using tail command again, tail etc passwd, you can verify the last line. You can see the comment has been added, user comment, right? And what was that? User del. So let's remove this user, -r, operator1, tail the file again, and see the user operator1 details are removed from this file. Now the last line is student, okay? Again, guys, you have to repeat this exercise. This is guided exercise. Since it was the first one, I did not, kept it a lengthy one. Just straight away the commands. The following guided exercises will have tasks, well explained. Okay. So I hope you remember su command. So this is for that. Now let's talk about more details on sudo, how it works. Understanding sudo is really important because ultimately you as a DevOps engineer will be working with sudo. You will be preparing the configurations, installing applications, running the automations, and most of the times you need to be root, right? So if you understand sudo how it behaves, you can design your own sudo configuration for your team or even for yourself. Okay, so the sudo configuration name is sudoers, and it is inside etc. This file contains rules. For example, percent wheel all equals to in bracket all and then all. So this simply means all the members of wheel group will be able to run all commands. The last all is for the commands. Okay. Just to explain you what exactly is this. So you can remember it as who, where equals to as whom, and what. Here, what is the command, or we can say what commands. Okay, so who is maybe member of wheel group or the user straight away. When you see a percent symbol here, it means the next word is a group name. If you want to add a user in the sudo configuration, you can also simply do this username and the remaining stuff as it is. Okay, so who is that username or the group name? Where is the machine name? So this user can run sudo on which machine? So all is referred to the to the machine where you are working currently, and then all is as whom, as which user or which group. Okay, so forget this one, and the first two alls you can forget it for now. The last all is for the commands. All the commands in the system will be accessible by that user. All the commands like what? All the commands in sbin, obviously bin as well. Okay, so all the commands in the system will be accessible, which means user can use sudo and run the commands which are inside sbin and bin. Okay, so if okay, so there is a thing called role based access control, in short RABC. You will be hearing this RABC term more frequent now once you get into DevOps. If you're working as a DevOps engineer or if you're learning DevOps, you will be hearing, or you will be, coming across this term RABC. This is called role-based access control. Based on your role, you will have the access. Example, in my organization, there are different teams. There is one team for Linux admin, another team for storage admins, another team for let's say backup team, and then we have virtualization team or VMware team. Again, few more. So when it comes to server login and performing the actions or taking actions on the server, Linux administrators should have full control, right? Okay, so they should have full control. Storage admins should not have full control because they are not supposed to, let's say, install any application. Storage admins are supposed to just manage the hard disk on the server, create partition, etc. So we can say disk related commands. So storage admins should be able to access disk related commands. Backup team should be able to access backup client related commands. Okay, not anything else. Similarly, VMware team should be able to just run the basic commands. Basic commands like only /bin commands. Okay, so how can you do this? I mean, some users have full control. Some users can run few commands, two or three commands, or maybe just bin commands. It is all done with the help of sudo configuration. And this is role-based access control. If you're part of Linux admin team, then you will have full control on the server. You will be able to run all the commands. As a storage admin, if you log into the server, you will be able to run maybe 5 or 6 commands. Also, there is one more thing, IAM team, Identity Access Management. They are supposed to manage users. User management is done by IAM team, and they should be able to run user add, user del, passwd, and all the other user management related commands, right? Not apart from all these listed commands, all the other commands should be what? Blocked, right? So IAM team users are supposed to just perform user administration, and they should be able to run sudo on these commands only, maybe 4 or 5 more commands. Okay, so how it is done, as I said, with the help of sudo configuration. Okay, and how to do it? So first you identify what commands. Let's take example of IAM team. Let's say IAM team members should be able to run sudo only on these 3 commands. And as a best practice, you should keep all the IAM team members or the users in IAM group. So you create a group add IAM, okay, and this will be created IAM colon X colon the group ID, let's say 1000, and colon the IAM users, let's say user 1, user 2, user 3. So all three users will be part of IAM as secondary. Next, either you open the etc sudoers file, okay, which I don't really recommend. You open this file, and towards the end of the file, you will find configuration for wheel group, percent wheel, and so on. Okay. So just below that, you specify percent IAM, which means for the members of the group IAM, all is equal to, in brackets again, all. And then instead of the last all, you have to specify all the commands. And the commands along with the complete path slash sbin slash user add, comma, second command slash sbin slash user del, and so on. You have to prepare the long list. Okay. So this is your configuration for IAM team member. Okay. Likewise, you can configure the remaining users. So this is option number one, where you just simply open the etc sudoers file and then you make the change. The option number two is, instead of modifying the existing configuration file, you create a new file. So create new config file inside slash etc slash sudoers dot d. So dot d, you will see this dot d many times throughout this course. So any directory, any folder ending with dot d is a directory for storing additional configuration files. So you can create a file here in this location. Let's say vi slash etc slash sudoers.d slash IAM. I'm just creating a file by the name IAM using VI. It will also open, and just type the same configuration over there. That's it. Okay. And there is a command inbuilt in Linux to validate the configuration of sudoers, that is called vi sudo. Vi sudo hyphen c. Hyphen c is check and validate whether the sudo configuration files are proper without any syntax error or not. Okay. Syntax errors are like, this is a syntax to define a rule. If you specify a small l over here, it's a syntax error. It has to be capital L. Okay. So using vi sudo hyphen c, you can validate. So let's perform this, as a demonstration. Let's create a user, maybe user one or IAM user one, like this. So user add. Okay, before user add, I need to keep this user in secondary group IAM. So group add IAM. Now we can do user add hyphen capital G IAM. Username is user one. Let's say user one. This is fine. Done. Pass WD user one. Let's say Red Hat. Okay, so user one has been created, which we can check with ID command. Okay, is part of IAM group. But in the sudo configuration, IAM group is not specified. Okay, no worries. We'll go with option two. We'll create a new configuration, and we'll create the IAM groups configuration, sudo configuration. So create the file inside etc sudoers.d and by the name IAM. So now type in here percent IAM all is equal to, in brackets, all, and then finally you specify slash sbin slash user add, comma, user del, and maybe pass wd as well. And pass wd is in bin, not in sbin. Okay, it's in bin, pass wd. Save and exit. Now let's validate vi sudo hyphen c. It says the main file is perfectly fine, but there are some issues with respect to permissions on the second file which I've just created. Don't worry, this is not a deal breaker. Also, it's not a roadblock. You can still use IAM user. You can still use sudo with the IAM user. Okay. I'll tell you about how to change the permissions later when we cover permission management. Okay. So now let's test it out. The username is user1. Okay, so let me check again. ID user1. It's part of IAM group. Perfect. SU space hyphen space IAM1. Oh, so user1, my bad. And now let me try to use sudo with user add command. Okay, first of all, without sudo, user add space demo. Permission denied. Sudo user add space demo. Red Hat is the password. Okay, there you go. The user has been created, although it says mailbox file exists. That's perfectly fine. ID demo, and you can see the demo user has been created. Okay, let me try to run a different command. let's say there is a command called pvs, which only root can run. So as I am user, let's say sudo pvs, it says user 1 is not allowed to run or execute pvs command as root on this machine. Okay, but if I add pvs command in the list, then this error will be gone. Let me do that. Okay, I have to be root to make the changes. I cannot just be anyone. So only the root user can make the changes in the sudo configuration. So I'll just add another command, which is /bin slash pvs. What is pvs? We'll talk about this later, not right now. Switch back to this I am user. Now pvs without sudo, it gives error, but with sudo, it runs. It runs normally. You see the output. Get the idea? Any doubt, guys? Any question? Also, guys, as a DevOps engineer, there is a very slim chance that you will be making changes in the sudo configuration. But if you know it, the better. Okay, whatever you're learning, it's not like you'll be using all of these things as a DevOps engineer. But if you know it, it will be in your favor. Okay, so this is it. Okay, one last thing. See this. Let me become user again. Let's say sudo user del demo, user del hyphen r demo. Enter. Hold on. Let me log in again because the sudo password has been saved and it's not prompting. Become this user, which is user one. Okay. Now let's say sudo user add demo2. Sudo is prompting for the password, right? Now there is one way that you can eliminate this password prompt, which is again sudo configuration. Okay, so as a root user, first of all, open the sudo configuration file if you want to remove the sudo password. So become the root and then open the same file. Okay, and here before the commands, just type no pass wd in capitals, no pass wd colon space. So applying this keyword no pass wd, sudo will stop the password prompt and it will directly run the command. It will not validate or it will not check whether you are the correct person or not. It will just directly run the command. Okay, so let's make the change, save it, sorry. Okay, so once the changes are saved, you can switch back to user one and now try to add, let's say, demo to user. Sudo demo2 user add demo2, enter, and there you go. Sudo did not prompt for the password. User one is able to run the root level commands without the password with sudo. Okay, but again, who is doing all of this configuration? Root user is doing. And who became root? Maybe a Linux admin. So Linux admin decides who can do what. Linux admin decides whether clients have full control to the system or limited control. Okay, it's not on the Linux admin to decide. Obviously, it is on the we can say the contractual obligations. Okay, if in the contract it's mentioned that clients should be able to log into the servers and have full control, then yes, Linux admins will prepare the sudo configuration in a way that the client users are able to run any command with sudo. Okay, so if you are still wondering that any user who can log in can do anything, no. If you are supposed to do everything, then you will be able to. If you're not supposed to do everything, maybe limited commands, then yes, limited access. And it is all controlled with the sudo configuration. All right. Okay. So the next exercise is for you guys. Create a user, add it to admin group, create the admin groups, sudo configuration. Okay. And this time I'm not using vi, I'm using echo. Echo the configuration inside this file and use the append mode, not the overwrite. Okay, and switch to this user and maybe delete something or like that. Okay, so just run these commands and just on your virtual machine and let me know if you have any problems. Okay, so now let's switch to the next part, which is the etc shadow file. Yesterday I told you that the etc shadow file will contain username, the user's password hash, and some password aging details along with some timestamp, right? So let's go across all these details one by one. So in the shadow file, the entries are like first, you will have the username. Second, the password hash. The third is the Unix timestamp, which will tell you when was the last password set. Okay. And then minimum days between the password change. Next, maximum days between the password change. Next, the number of warning days. Next, the number of days without activity. If the user is not active from the last 20 days, then you will get this number 20 in the next field. Second last field is the day of expiration of the password. For example, if you set the maximum days of password as 90 days, let's say today is the first day plus 90 days. I don't know what it would be, maybe June, some June. Let's say 5 June. So you will get to see the Unix timestamp equivalent of 5 June 2025. Okay. And the last field is basically empty. It was reserved for future use, but I don't think it will be used in the near future. Okay. It will stay empty. So these are the fields. Now the thing is, how are you going to modify? Let's say you want to set 90 days as the password expiration days. 90 days, maximum 90 days. Then do you need to open shadow file? No. You just need to run the command which is called chage. Okay. So let me run chage and show you how it looks like. Chage using the option -L, I can see the same details of the shadow file for a particular user. Let's say for student. So, okay, I'm not root, my bad. Either use sudo or be root. chage-l student. It says the last password change happened yesterday. Password expires never. Password inactive never. Account expires never. Minimum number of days between password change 0. Maximum 99999. It means password will never expire. Number of warning days 7. So this is the same details. These are the same details that you see in shadow file. There are two extra fields, which is password expires. There is no password expiration date mentioned in the shadow file. It is automatically calculated based on the last password change plus 90 days. Whatever the date is, you will see it here. Then password inactive. Password inactive means you have deactivated the password manually. You can do that here. I mean, it's not required, but there is an option. Account expires. Let's say the account auditor user is going to use this account for the next 7 days. You can set the auto expiration of the account on the 8th day. You can specify the date over here. Let's say 16th of March. Automatically, the account should expire. So that date you can set it here. Okay. So if you want to make change, you have to use the same command chage without the option -L. Okay. Now this will be an interactive process, which means this command chage will prompt you and also suggest you some values. Just a second. Okay. So it says changing the aging information for student, enter the new value or enter for the default. What is the default? In the brackets is the default. Minimum password age. In the organizations, we keep it as 1. Maximum password age, we set it as 90. Last password change happened on 4th of March. Do you want to change this date? If not, press enter. Default value will be used. Password expiration warning, let's use 10 days. Password inactive, I don't want to deactivate the password. -1 is don't do it. Okay, so don't do it, -1, or just press enter, doesn't matter. Don't deactivate, it means. Account expiration date, you want to set the expiration of the account? If yes, then in this format, type in the values. Let's say 31st December 25. So 2025 hyphen, the month is December, so 12 hyphen, the date is 31. Press enter. That's it. The values have been changed. You can also grep student from etc shadow and verify. Okay, so after the password, you see 1, 90, 10, and then 20453. This is the account expiration date. All right. Okay, and 190, 10 are the same here, 190 and 10. Right. Let's run chage again, this time just to list the details. -L. So this is called interactive mode when the system prompts you for the answers. Okay, it will give you a question, you give the answer. And now you can see the values. Password will expire on 2nd of June. Okay, I was close. So 2nd of June, the password will expire, and 10 days before that, the system will prompt the warning, change the password. Password is going to expire in 10 days, 9 days, like that. Okay. And the account expires on 31st December 2025. So these are the aging properties or aging details. Password aging details, account aging details. Not account aging, but yeah, password aging details. Although you can expire the account, that's a separate, separate thing. Okay, and guys, let me tell you, CH age was my first question in any Linux interview. The first interview I attempted was for TCS in Gurgaon. The first question was, what is CH age? In fact, the interviewer said, what is change? So the correct pronunciation is CH means change, and age is the aging properties. Okay. So CH age. So the interviewer said, what is change? I was blank. What is change? I don't know what is change. Although it was referring to CH age. Okay. Next. Okay. So as I said, CH age is interactive. Although you can also use options and values and skip that interactive process, which means you can simply create a lengthy command with all the details. What are the options? Hyphen M to hyphen small m to set the minimum age, hyphen capital M to set the maximum age, hyphen capital W to set the warning days, hyphen small d to force password change. I'll tell you this is very important. Hyphen capital E to set account expiration date, and hyphen L to list the password aging details. Okay. So for example, whatever I did here, I can also do it like this. CH hyphen M. Small m means what? Minimum age. Minimum is 1. So M space 1. Hyphen capital M. 90 days. Hyphen capital W. 10 days of warning. What else? Hyphen D. 0. Hyphen D0 means the password has expired, or we can say there are 0 days remaining in password expiration. Password has to be changed immediately. In fact, let me run this hyphen D later in the next example. Okay. And for which user? Student user. In fact, let me change the values. Let's say 2, 180, and 7 days. 17 days, doesn't matter. Now CH hyphen L. So 2, 180, and 17. Interactive process has been skipped. Okay. Now, if you set a password to a user, it's not recommended to share the password over the chat or over the email. The recommended process is to set a temporary password, which should be which should be changed upon first login. When the user logs in, immediately the user should be prompted to change the password. It can only happen when the password expiration days, 0 days are remaining in the password expiration days. Okay. So 0 days remaining in password expiration. Then what will happen? The system will prompt for password change. So how to set this 0 days remaining in password expiration? The option is hyphen D space 0. So it becomes like this: CH hyphen D 0. 0 days are remaining for student user. Now student, when it logs in after this, the system will prompt administrator enforced password change. Change the password immediately, like this. So let's do it on a new user. User add space demo 10. Pass WD. I'm going to set a weak password for demo 10 user. Let's say 123 123. 123 is a weak password. Never mind, it's a temporary password. How to set a temporary password? CH hyphen D0 student. Now it means student user will not student, sorry, demo 10, my bad. And let me change for student user. How many days are remaining? 90 days are remaining. Okay. Okay, so when the user demo 10 logs in for the first time, system will prompt it to change its password. Okay, the original password is 123 or the temporary password is 123. Then user has to set its own complex password. In a new tab, let me try to log in as demo 10. Password is 123, enter. It says you are required to change your password immediately. It is administrator enforced. Current password is 123. Now the new password, I'm going to set a strong one, and it is done. A new password has been set. And now this new password is unknown to the root user as well, or the user who has created the temporary password. So this is the proper way of creating a user. You create a user, set the password, set 0 days remaining -d0, and then share the password, temporary password, with the user. And the user, when it logs in for the first time, system will automatically ask it to immediately change the password. Okay, so this is the process how it works. Any doubts? Any questions? All right. So a guided exercise, the same thing I've already performed, but still let's go through this. Guided exercise, the task is, as a student user, use the administrative rights to lock the operator one account. First, you create the user operator one, and then you have to lock the account. How? User mod -L will lock the account. Locking the account means user won't be able to log in. Okay. And then unlock the account. -U with user mod. This will help you to unlock the account. Unlock means now the user can log in with the password. Set the maximum age of the operator one's user password to 90 days. So -M 90 with CH age. Okay, verify the change has been made with the CH -L. You'll get to see the details. Force a password change on the first login for the same user -D0 with CH age. Okay, and set the operator one's account to expire 180 days from now, from the current date. So you can find 180 days from the current day using the calendar, system calendar. You can do that, or just ask Linux with the help of command. So the command is date -d in double quotes plus 180 days plus percentage capital F. Now this will give you the exactly the date. What will be the date? If you don't want to do this, it's yes, obviously it's a bit complex. Switch back to your calendar. Okay, just count 180 days, whatever the date is, you can set it with -E option, right? Guys, just give me a second. All right. Okay, but still, let me run this command and show you how it looks like. Oh, sorry, not cut. You run it. It says this is the date after 180 days from now. What is this? August, September. 1st September 2025. Okay, next one is the lab. Again, similar questions. As a user student, switch to root and ensure that the newly created users must change their password every 30 days, which means the maximum password age should be 30. How to achieve this? There are two ways. One is a temporary way, another one is the permanent way. Permanent way is to set the value 30 in the login.defs file against the option pass max days. This way, whatever user you create, so by default, that user will have 30 days as the password aging, or we can say the password expiration days. Okay. Next one is create this consultants group with group ID 35,000. How to create a group with a custom group ID? We haven't checked that. No worries. We know -help. We'll try to find the option. Okay, so purposely I've kept something missing so that you also find it by yourself. Let me do this for this time. Next time you have to run -help by yourself. Okay. Group add -help. Now see how to specify a custom group ID. -G says use group ID for the new account. So -G space the value. Here you can see -G space the value. Consultants is the group name, right? Now create a sudo configuration for consultants group so that all the members of consultant group are able to run all the commands. So this is the configuration, right? Now create 3 users, consultant 1, 2, 3, and make them part of consultants group as secondary group. User add -G for secondary, consultants the group name, consultant 1, consultant 2, consultant 3, one by one, you have to run this command. And now set the password as Red Hat with passwd command. You can do that. Set the expiration, uh, account expiration days, not days, date from 90 days from now. Again, calculate what will be the date on 90th day from now and use that date with -E. Okay, just a second. Okay, and the next one is change the password policy for this user to require the new password after every 15 days. So it will be -M. -M is maximum days between password change, right? 15 days. And -D0 to forcefully change the password upon first login. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So this is it in this topic. And in this summary, I have tried to, incorporate all the commands, all the files which we have covered. Yeah. So I don't think anything is missing. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so any doubts till now? Anyone? All right. Okay, let's go to the next one, which is control access to the files, which is file and user permissions. So before we proceed with control access to the files, let's run the ls-l command again and try to understand the exact output or the complete output character by character. Okay, there is nothing. Touch file one, ls-, okay, and a directory as well. Directory one, now ls-l. Okay, so let me just copy this in the notepad. So this is the output of ls-l. Now let's try to understand whatever is written here. Starting from the first entry, it starts with the character D. So the first character basically tells you what is this object. Now you don't see the colors. What is dir1? Is it a file or a folder or a directory? This D will tell you. So the first character is a file type. So file types are like hyphen is a regular text file. Then you have D, which is for the directory. Then C, character file, or we can say hardware special device or hardware device special file. Special character file, sorry. Okay, so hardware device special character file. C is for that, is for representing all those devices which deal character by character. For example, a printer or maybe a old printer, dot matrix printer that is going to use character by character in its output. It will print character by character. Okay. B is for block special file, and this is character special file. My bad. So what is a block special file, or what are block devices? All the storage devices are block devices, like a CD, DVD, or a hard disk, pen drive, flash drives, everything included. Okay. So where will you find C or B? You will find them in slash dev. You go to slash dev and you will see all these files. Okay. Also, you will see L as link, symbolic link or soft link, shortcut. Okay, so the same thing you see here. D is a directory one. And then you see RWX, R-X, R-X. What is this? These are permissions. R stands for read, W is write, X is execute. Okay. The meaning of read, write, and execute is different on a file and on a directory. On a file versus on a directory. So read means you can use cat and you can read the file. You can read the contents of the file. Write on a file means you can use VI and modify the file. And execute means you can run the file as a program. Okay, I'll show you how to run it. Okay, or how to execute. You can, if you have execute permission on a file, this means you can run the file as a program. What about read on a directory? Read on a directory means you can run ls command to read what is inside a directory. Write on a directory means you can use touch command or mkdir command to create files and subdirectories. Okay, so files and folders can be created with touch and mkdir if write permission is there on a directory. And then execute. If there is execute on a directory, it means you can use cd to enter the directory. If execute is missing, you cannot use cd to enter the directory. It will say permission denied. Okay, so read, write, execute acts differently on file versus a directory. Okay, now if you go back, you'll see there are so many read, write, executes. So what's going on here? So these permissions are applied to the owner of the file. Let me write it here. So permissions are applied to the owner of the file, user, owner, then the group that owns the file, group owner, and others. So how do you find who is the owner, who is the group owner, who is other? You can see it from here. Okay, but first there is one dot. There is a number. What are these? So after the permissions, you see a dot. Dot means no ACL applied. What is ACL? It's a different chapter. We'll cover that later. If there is ACL applied, then you will see a plus symbol. Plus symbol means there is an ACL. If there is no ACL, you will see a dot. What exactly is ACL? ACL is basically accessing the file by bypassing these permissions. Okay. This number 2 is the link count inside that object. 2 means there are 2 links inside directory 1, which I can show you. ls-la directory 1. How many links do you have? 1 link and 2 link. You don't see L over here. Then how are they counted as links? So dot internally is a link. Also, physically it's a directory. Double dot is also a link, but physically it's a directory. Double dot links to one directory back. Dot links to your current location. That's why there are two links. Okay. And then this one, because file one is a regular text file, that's why it has only one link. Okay. You remember the hard link? If there is a hard link for file one, then you will see links two. If there are three hard links for this file one, then the total will be four. File one plus three more hard links. Total four. Okay. Okay. And after this, you will see the owner of the file. Who is owner? Demo 10. Demo 10 user is the owner of the file. Let me write it here. Demo 10. Then who is the group owner of this directory? Directory 1 is Demo 10 group. So all the members of Demo 10 group will be considered as the owner of directory 1. Then what is others? Others is remaining users. Okay, others is remaining users. So example student. So what is student in this case? For directory 1, student is the owner? No. The group owner? No. Others? Yes. Obviously, you can see it from here. Owner is Demo 10, group owner Demo 10. Then student is what? It is part of others. So now coming back to these many permissions. So these permissions are for owner, group owner, and others. The set looks like this. This is how it looks like. Read, write, execute. This is one set. Read hyphen execute is another set. Okay. The first set is for the user owner, or we can say you. The next one is for the group that owns this object. G for the group and O for others. Okay. UGO, user group others. And the order of the permissions is always going to be read, write, and execute. If any permission is missing, you will replace that permission with a hyphen. Okay, as you can see here, for the user can read on this directory, write on this directory, also can enter using CD because you have this execute. Okay, likewise, the group owner, all the members of Demo 10 group will be able to read on the directory and execute. Write permission is missing. Others as well. Read and execute. Write is missing. Okay. Now the same analysis on the file. The file first character is hyphen. It means it's a regular text file. Now the permissions look like this. Okay. So read write hyphen is the first set. Read hyphen hyphen is second set. Read hyphen hyphen is the third set. It means the user can read and write on the file, has full control, not execute. By default, text files are read writable. Only the program files are executable. If you are creating a program file, you have to apply execute permissions separately. Group permission, group members can only read on the file. Others can also only read on the file. Okay, right? One more thing, guys. Read is represented with number 4. Write is represented with number 2. And execute is represented with number 1, which means you can also rewrite these permissions in numbers. R is 4 plus write is 2 plus execute is 1. Total becomes 7. Read is 4 plus execute is 1. It becomes 5. Again here 5. So either you say RWX, R-X, R-X, or you simply say 755. If you say 755, I'll understand that owner has complete permission, group has read and execute, others have read and execute. Okay. So you can also represent the permissions numerically. Okay. Technically, it is called octal values. Okay. So octal value for the permission set is 755, and the symbolic values are RWX, R-X, R-X. Okay. Now, if you want to verify the octal values and the symbolic, how can you do that? With ls-l, you only see the symbolic RWX like that, but there is no octal. You remember this stat command? Stat space file 1. Now you see the access part. It says the same thing. So on file 1, read, write, read, which corresponds to 644. Okay. 644 is read and write is 6. Read is 4. Read is 4. Now, what is this 0? So this leading 0 is reserved for special permission. Okay. So there is a leading 0. Oh, not here. Okay, here. Okay, so there is a leading 0, and it is for now. Special permission will be taking care of this in the next chapter, not right now. So you can ignore it. So 0 means nothing. Okay, so special permissions are like this. When we say special permissions, it is SUID, SGID, and sticky. and they have their own values as well. So SUID is 4, SGID is 2, sticky is 1. It means instead of 0, you can also have 4 or 2 or 1. It can be 1 755 or 2 755 or 4 755. Okay, so for now it is 0. 0 means no special permission. It means ignore it. Doesn't matter. All right. So now let's get into the PPT. Now you understand what is the owner, user owner, group owner, and others. So permissions apply to these three categories. Okay, and R is for read, W is for write, and execute is X. Effect on files versus effect on directories, which I just did the comparison. Also, let me show you the files inside dev, cd/dev ls-l. Okay, starting from the top, the first file is C, character. Maybe this is some sort of a hardware special file which deals with character by character in the background. L stands for link. CD-ROM is a link which is pointing to SR0. So CD-ROM, the hardware, is pointing to SR0. Okay, and then we have, just a second, let me try to find, here it is. Then we have these files which are B. B is block or binary. So block files are what? Storage files. These are all hard disks. NVMe 0 and 1 is hard disk number 1. P1 is partition number 1, partition number 2, partition number 3. So there are 3 partitions on my hard disk. I have a 20 GB hard disk, right? You will not see that 20 GB over here. These files are just representing the hardware. It is not the actual hardware. Okay. So operating system uses these files to access the hardware. This file will be used to access partition number 1 on this hard disk. Okay. All right. So any doubts, guys? Next, I'll demonstrate how to set up permission, change ownership, etc. Anyone? Any question?
Sir, how many more chapters left for Linux?
How many more?
No, actually, from DevOps tools perspective, mainly we are looking for the Jenkins pipeline creations and Terraform, Kubernetes, so all this. So that's why like we
Okay,
thought
how
of
will you install Terraform? Okay, forget
no,
Terraform. How will you install Kubernetes? How will you run the containers? So
yeah.
when you know how to set up a directory with 777 permission, how to set up SE Linux, and then how to run the containers. So all of this is part of Linux. So once you know Linux at this level, then you will be able to set up Kubernetes. Okay. So right now we are at the permission level. Next, I think it's the storage. After storage, how to manage applications. Then after applications, I have a consolidated chapter for security, which is firewall, SE Linux combined. And lastly, for containers. When we reach containers, then we'll get into Python, scripting, all these things, right? So if I give you the count, it's most probably 6 or 7 more chapters.
Okay, 1 more month.
Not 1 month, maybe 15 days, maybe. Yeah, 15-20 days.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, it will be month. Yeah. So it's a 5-day class, right? So how many weeks? 4 weeks. 5 4 20. 20 days, 1 month. Yeah. 1 month. Yeah. Correct. You're right.
Actually, we have already covered all these, right? During
Yeah, obviously. But this is a kind of a crash course. We are not getting into much details, right? Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so let's get into the permissions now. Guys, whatever we are doing right now, these are really important when it comes to automating stuff. If you don't know how to set up a server, how to set up permissions, if you set the permissions incorrectly, the app won't work. The container won't run. Okay. And then you'll get stuck. So better to clear things from the start. Linux is something that you will be spending more time running the commands, checking the logs. You run the application with one command. Let's say you run the application in 1 minute, and the remaining 8 hours of your day will be busy in checking the status of the application, behavior of the application, how it's running on Linux. You will be checking the logs, how with tail command, with head command. Okay, you'll be checking the performance with top command or with some monitoring tool which is pre-installed. Okay, so ultimately you will be sitting on a Linux box and then checking or monitoring the things. Okay, so next one. Now you understand the basics of permissions, how to change a permission, how to change the ownership. Let's get into this part. So for example, I am logged in as student. My home directory is /home student. Inside my home directory, I create a file using touch, or let's say not touch, vi, or even echo. I'll just redirect the output hello to a file. Let's say hi or hello to a file, file1. Okay. So now in Linux, whenever you create a file or even a directory, by default, some permission will be applied automatically. So in the case of the file, it will be 644. In the case of a directory, it's going to be 755. So basically, this is called default permissions, and it is based on a number called umask. Okay. So with every profile, a umask number is associated. Based on that number, these default permissions are calculated. In a separate chapter, I'll explain you how it works. Okay, but for now, just a second. Okay, so but for now, let's see how to access this file. As a student, I can, but let's say as a demo user, whether I will be able to access or not. Okay, let's see step by step. And with this, we will practice change the permissions, change the ownership. Okay. So I am logged into this demo 10 account on a tab. On another tab, I am student user. So first tab, I am student user. Second tab, I am demo 10. Now let me create a file. Touch. Okay. Echo, not touch. Hello. Right. Now ls-l file1. So it says file1 read write for the owner student, read only for student group, and read only for other users. Okay, so demo 10 is what? Demo 10 will be considered as others, right? So will demo 10 be able to access file1? Let's check it out. So under demo 10, let me say cat/home student file1. It says permission denied. Why? What do you think? Anyone? Why am I getting permission denied error? Okay, because as per the permissions, others should be able to read on the file. So at this point, you need to be careful. What are you doing? You as a demo 10 are entering /home. Are you even allowed to enter /home? Let's check that out. ls-ld/home. It says check the permission for others. It says others can read and execute, which means they can enter. Demo 10 is others for home because owner is root, group owner is root. So all the other users will be other. Okay. So as other, I can enter home. That is fine. Now, can I enter student home directory? As a demo 10 user, can I enter student home directory? ls-ld/home student. So what does it say? It say no permissions for others. Blank. Who is the owner? Student. Group owner, student group. Others have no permission here. Student user has read write execute. Student group, zero permissions, no permissions, and others again no permissions. So this is the problem. Demo 10 was not able to enter /home student. Forget about file1. Okay, so this is the reason why you get permission denied. But I have a workaround. What I can do is I can move this file1 into /temp. Now /temp is a location where everyone can enter. It doesn't matter root, non-root. Now as demo 10, let me try to cat/temp file1. And there you go. It opens. It says hello. Get the idea? All right. So this is one thing. Why am I, showing you errors the most? Because running a command is easy, but troubleshooting the error or understanding the error takes time. Normally, what people do is they simply copy the error, Google it, or ask ChatGPT or Gemini. That is equally good. But ChatGPT and Gemini is also going to respond in multiple lines. Then you have to read all those lines. It's not a one-line answer. Okay, it's gonna be a one-line answer with the AI bots, AI agents. Okay, so they will basically explain you in detail what is the error, what is the root cause, etc., etc. Then you just keep on reading it for 5 minutes. Okay, so better to understand what's going on in the background. Why did you get this error? Right. One last thing. ls-l. Okay, so as a demo 10 user, let me try to modify this file from hello to let's say hello123. Okay, so vi/temp file1, enter. Before you do anything, just check the last line. It says read only. For demo 10, this file is read only. I cannot modify the contents. Even if I try to, let's say 1, 2, 3. In the last line, it says warning, changing a read only file. Okay, never mind. Let me try to save and close. Escape, save, enter. It says read only. Option is set. Okay, so if it is read only, I cannot. So better to log out, get out of this file, and then check the permissions. ls-l/temp file1. It says others cannot write. Okay, others cannot write. So now I have to think of an arrangement. Should I, as a student user, should I add write permission for others? If yes, then all the other users in the system will be able to write on this file. What do you think? Is it secure or not? Technically, it is not secure. Okay, so ideally, what you should do is you should keep all the users into a common group and then apply the group permission with write permission. Okay, so like student, let me change the owner of the file to, let's say, staff, and then I will give group permission, write group permission to the staff group, and I will keep all the users like demo 10 in staff. Okay, so let's do that. So first, staff group is there or not? Grep staff from group file. Yes, it's there, but there are no members of staff group. No worries. I can say as a root user sudo user mod hyphen capital A capital G staff group for demo 10. Now hold on. Okay, so let me rerun this command. Okay, done. Now demo 10 is part of staff. Now this file 1 should be owned by demo 10, right? Right now it is owned by student. So the command is chown, change owner, and the format is type the user owner name, which I want to retain student, colon, the new group name. I want to keep staff group as the owner of this file. The file is /temp file1, and okay, it says not allowed. Why not allowed? Let me check. Chown staff. Okay, I am not part of staff group. This is the reason, but never mind. I can be root or simply use sudo. This will do the job. ls-l and verify what happened here. Now student is as it is, but the new group owner is staff group, and in the staff group, demo 10 is the member. Now I want read and write permission for the staff group, which I can do with chmod command. So right now, just a demo. Tomorrow I'll explain you in detail chmod and chown commands. Okay, so chmod g equals to read write on /temp file1. G is group. Okay, g equals to means I'm assigning read and write permission for the group. It is done. ls-l on /temp file1. So what do you see? Read and write permission for the staff group. Demo 10 is part of staff group. ID demo 10. Yes, you see the staff group. Now let me vi the same file, and it still says read only, which is strange, which means I have to log out and log in back. Sometimes, we don't see the changes implemented. Just simply log out properly, end the terminal, log in again. Oh, authentication failure. Okay, done. Now vi/temp, done. Do you see the read only prompt again? No, it's not there, which means you can start modifying the file. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, save and exit. Okay, it says you cannot open file for reading, which is strange. I am the part of the group still. Hold on, let me check what's happening. Very strange. ls-l, read write, staff group members. Yeah, this is fine. Then what is the problem? ID demo 10. I'm part of staff group. Then what is the roadblock? Okay. Very strange. Hold on, let me check the logs. Okay, let me run the logs as root. Okay, let me try to open the file again. It doesn't say read only. If I modify, save and exit, it says cannot open file for writing. Error 212. Strange. Do we have any errors? Host name, print D, skipping, cannot update read only repo. Okay, this is something else.
Sir, I think it's not having the right permission.
No, it has the right permission. See this?
For others.
ls-l /temp file1. So group members have read and write permission. Staff group members basically have read and write permission, and demo 10 is part of staff group. Okay, and should be able to read and write. Right. So this is the thing. Right now, see if I do this, read write for others, what will happen? Except apart from demo 10, all the other users will also be able to write on this file, which is not the requirement. So that's why, to fulfill the requirement, what we chose is to keep the user in a group and make the group owner of that file, accordingly change the permissions. So technically this is good. There is no error, but I don't know what is happening. I need to check that out. So let's continue tomorrow. Okay. By the time, let me check what's going on. Maybe SE Linux is blocking it, which should not happen, but still, let me check. Okay. So we'll connect tomorrow, same time, and we'll continue with chmod and chown commands, which are used to change the permissions and ownership. Right. Okay, guys. So yeah, so that's it for today. Thank you for joining. See you tomorrow. Good night.
Good
Bye-bye.
night. Thank you.
Sir, it
सर हेलो।
Yes, yes, yes.
सर वो जो नोट्स हैं डेली के आपने मार्च 2 तक अपलोड किया हुआ है, March 4, सॉरी, सेकंड तो उसके
March
बाद
4th
कल
तक
और
है।
2 दिन। सर मेरे पास 2 मार्च तक आए हैं इसमें गूगल
Just
ड्राइव
a
में।
second. Google Drive, DevOps, Notes, 4 March. Yeah, today itself I have uploaded for the 4th March. Can you please check?
ओके
So the dates, let me also tell you the dates. 7 Feb, 5, 6, 7 Feb, then 26, 27, 28 Feb, 3rd March, 4th March. 3rd was Monday, right? Yeah. So 3rd was Monday. Okay, for today's as well, I'm going to save it right now. Okay, are you able to find that?
यस सर, राइट
Okay,
नाउ आई एम
perfect.
एबल टू।
Okay. Okay, then. Thank you guys. Let's connect tomorrow. Bye bye. All right. Okay, guys. So yesterday we started with permissions, and now we have a basic understanding on what permissions are like: read, write, execute, 4 to 1, user, group, and others, all these things. Okay. So yesterday we were also, doing a practical. Let me just go to the slide. Okay, we don't have that practical here. Okay, so it was made up task. Okay, let me go there again. cd/temp ls-l. Okay, it was file 1. So all the members of staff group should be able to read and write on file 1, right? Okay. Student is the owner, group permissions. Yeah, so this is fine. Let me check who is the member of staff group. Grep staff from the file etc group. This will tell you how many users are part of staff group. And as you can see, there is only demo 10, only one user. Okay, so in a new tab, let me switch to demo 10. And then let me try to open it. Yesterday it failed to open. So temp/file 1. Okay, and let me try to modify this file. Okay, save and exit. Okay, again, still the error. Can't open file for writing, which is very strange. Okay, let me do one thing then. Mkdir as a root, let me do it. Mkdir/data. And I will make the student user the owner of /data. Okay, so chown command is used for that. Student will be the owner, colon, staff group will be the group owner on /data. And with chmod, I can simply say 775 on /data. I'll explain you all these commands. I'm just preparing a directory right now. ls-ld /data. Okay, so student is the owner, staff is the group owner, 775. And let me keep the file here now. Move the file from /temp, which is file 1, into /data. Okay, ls-l/data and check. Okay, so there is a file owned by student and group staff. All the members of staff group should be able to read and write. Okay, so now as demo 10, let me try to open that file vi/data. The file is file 1. And let me edit this file. Save and exit. Now it does. So there is a problem in temp directory. What is the problem? Others are not able to, only the owners can read and write and modify on the file. No one else can do that. Okay, so this is the rule applied on temp. Okay, so if you want to read and write on any other file, make sure you are the owner of the file. Okay, so if you are the owner under the temp of any file, you will be able to make changes. Otherwise, keep the file in other directory out of temp, like I did inside data. And then you keep the file here and user will be able to access. Okay. All right. So now let's understand all these commands, how to change the permissions, how to change the ownership, on any file, any directory. All right. So first command is chmod. It is used to change file and directory permissions. Chmod with certain options you need to use, and it's like chmod who, what, which. Who, what, which is like this. Right? And who can be the user, group, and other. Okay. What are the permissions? Read, write, execute, or we can also say add a permission, remove a permission, or assign a permission. So if you want to assign write permission to the user or the group member, so it will be G is equal to. You want to remove execute permission from the group, G minus the permission. Okay. And which is the which permission? Read, write, execute. So the command looks like chmod. Let's say for the owner of the file, I want to assign the complete set of permission, read and write. It's a file, so we will talk about read and write only. So owner or user is equal to read, write, whatever is missing, execute is missing, you have to specify hyphen, then comma. Okay, and then is group is equal to, let's say you want to assign read and read only. So r hyphen hyphen, comma others is equal to r hyphen hyphen on file one, whatever it is. So this way you can assign permissions like this. Read write hyphen, read hyphen hyphen, read hyphen hyphen on file one. Numerically or octal value will be 644. Okay, 644 will be the permission. Alternatively, you can also specify the octal number chmod 644 on file one. Okay, so 6 is read write, 4 is read only, 4 is read only. Again, 4 2 1. 4 is read, W is write, and 1 is execute. Okay, so whatever permission you want to assign, read or execute will be 5. Read write will be 6. Read only will be 4. Okay, so these are the commonly used permissions. Although I think I have a table. Do I have a table? No. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, so read, write, execute. I think in my previous PPT, I used to have another PPT. I used to have a table which basically gives you an idea. Number 5 means what? Which permission? Read and execute. Number 6 means what? Number 3 means what? Number 2 means what, right? But you can also make these combinations, right? So this is the basic stuff in chmod. So in short, if I have to summarize, chmod space format space the file or the directory. Okay, and the format can be symbolic or octal. Okay, example, as I said, the current permissions on a file. Let's say first a file, then a directory. Okay, let's say there is a file 1, and the current permissions are 644, or read write hyphen, read hyphen hyphen, read hyphen hyphen. So read write hyphen is for the owner of the file, read hyphen hyphen for the group that owns the file, read hyphen hyphen for the remaining users, others. Okay, so if the requirement is to change the permissions in a way that others are also able to write, and group users are also able to write, then you can run chmod G plus W, comma, others plus W on the file 1. Done. Or even better, chmod, the final permission will be 666, right? So 666 on file 1. So with octal permissions, the requirement is you have to supply the complete set. You cannot just simply say 6 or just one number. No, you have to supply the complete set. which means you have to calculate the final result in the numbers in the octal value and then use it. Okay, so with practice, you will be using the octal. I rarely use symbolic method. Same for directories. Let's say directory 1, the current permissions are read write execute, read hyphen execute, read hyphen execute. It means, okay, so it means the owner of the file or of the directory will have full control, read, write, and execute. The group owners will be having read and execute. Others will be having the same read and execute. If the requirement is the same, that group owners should also be able to write on this directory. So G plus W, right? Chmod G plus W on this directory 1 or chmod 775 on directory 1. Why have I specified 775? Read write execute 7, read write execute 7, read execute is 5. So as I said, you have to calculate the entire set and then specify on directory 1. Okay, guys. Okay, so having said that, what is this? It says chmod go-rw. So go-rw means what? So it's a shortcut. It's a combination of G.
सर 755 आएगा ना ऊपर डायरेक्ट फॉर डायरेक्टिव 1.
No, the requirement is group should have write permission. Okay, so it means the final permission should look like read write execute, read write execute, read hyphen execute. So it becomes 775. So 775.
बट सर जो आपने ऊपर पैटर्न दिखा है RWX ये वाला
ये ओरिजिनल परमिशंस है, ये we can say current permissions. Okay, and after the update, these are the updated permissions. These should be the updated permissions. Okay, so जो आपको चाहिए उसका आप octal value निकालो और कमांड में यूज कर लो. Okay, so in the next slide, the format here specified is GO-RW. It basically means G-RW, O-RW. Hyphen means remove what? Read and write. Okay, so hyphen means remove. Remove what? Read and write. So from group permissions, remove read and write. From others permission, remove read and write. Okay. Likewise, chmod A plus X. Now, what is this A? You know now, U is the owner, G is the group owner, and O is others, right? Then what is A? A is the combination of UGO. So A means U plus G plus O, everyone. If you want to apply some permission to all user group and others, you can specify the symbol A. Okay. So here it says, for everyone, apply the execute permission on this script file, on this program file, so that everyone is able to launch this file, okay, as a program. And then in the third format, you see G plus RWX, which means add the permission read and execute for the group. But what is this hyphen R? Hyphen R is an option used with chmod command. Hyphen R means recursive. Okay, so recursive means apply the permissions recursively. Let's say there is a directory. Inside this directory, there are files, file 1, file 2. And there is another directory, let's say subdirectory 1. Inside subdirectory 1, there are some more files, data 1, data 2. Okay, let's say you want to apply 775 on all of these directories, starting from data 1, data 2, then subdirectory, then file 1, file 2, then directory 1. This is called recursive action. Okay, so when you use hyphen R, this will be the first object to treat, then second object, then third, then fourth, then fifth, then finally the main directory. Okay, so you start from the bottom to up. So this is recursive action. Okay, so with hyphen R, you will be able to apply certain permissions to the entire directory tree. This is the directory tree. Okay. All right. Next is okay, octal method. As I said, you have to you have to calculate the numbers, the octal values accordingly, and then use it with chmod. Okay. Next one is change the ownership of a file or a directory. Ownership means the user owner or the group owner. Okay. So using chown command, you can do that. Okay. So with chown, the format is username or the user owner colon the group owner space the file or a directory. It means you have to specify both. If you are making change or you are going to change the owner name, change the owner name, retain the old group. You are changing the group name, retain the owner name and change the group name. Or you want to change both, then use the new username or the user owner and the new group name. Okay, so format stays the same. For example, there is a file with read write hyphen, read write hyphen, read hyphen hyphen permission. File name is file1. The owner of the file is student, and the group owner of this file is student group. Okay, so now the task is to make staff group as group owner. Okay, so on this file1, make staff group as group owner. How can you do this? You can do it by using chown command. The requirement is to just to change the staff group, or we can say the group owner to staff. So retain the original owner, owner is student, colon, the updated group name, group owner name, staff group, and the name of the file or the directory, file1. Okay, it is done. Vice versa as well. You can retain, you can update the owner and retain the original group name. Okay. So this is the format. There are two more formats available. One is not two. Okay, only one. There is another format available which is chown change owner dot group name space the file or the directory. Dot group name means if you just want to update the owner group, you don't want to specify the username. So use a dot and specify the new group owner name, staff group or whatever group. So with this, you can do that. So, guys, have remembering multiple options at this stage is not ideal, also not good for learning. So you stick with one format. Okay, once you are happy with this, once you think, okay, you remember it now, then you can also try the other formats which are available. Okay. Okay, so dot group and colon group. This is also one format. Instead of dot, you can also use colon. Okay, so both are valid. So, but as I said, stick to user colon group. This will help you practice this command. Okay, we'll get into an exercise, which is the next slide. Manage file system permissions. Let's go slow and one by one, task by task. So first of all, create a directory inside home by the name consultant. Change the group ownership of this consultant directory to consultants. It means what? It means you need to have a group by the name consultants and a new directory under /home by the name consultant. So let's do it. How do you practice? So now we are getting into real practice now. How do you practice? When you have a task, don't just directly jump into the virtual machine. First, you create the steps on the notepad. This is how you will remember the commands, because this is not the end. Linux and commands. This is just a start. Next topic, whatever we are going to learn, we will be learning more commands, even more commands, even with the cloud. See, cloud can be accessed directly from the browser. That's fine, but this is not how we are going to learn. That is very basic, like this is for students. You log into the cloud with user ID, password, click here, click there. That's okay, good enough. Anyone can do that. Then what makes you special? You are special because you know the command line version. Instead of the GUI, you can stick to command line and deploy multiple services, multiple virtual machines on the cloud, maybe within one command or with one script that you have created. Okay, so commands won't end here with Linux. So the entire course is basically 80% commands. Okay. Shell script will take maximum 1 or 2 days in learning, or we can say I will be able to deliver this topic shell scripting within 2 days or 3 hours. We can say 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, basic stuff. Yeah, basic. See, when we say basic, it's not Linux basic. Now, shell scripting is not limited to Linux. We have to make sure that the applications are you are able to deploy the applications using shell script, create partitions for the application to store the data, create users with automation. So we'll be learning shell script in a way that it will help you going forward. Basic stuff is just like the syntax, how to start the shell script, how to run it. That is basic. Or even the for loop or the if conditions, that is basic. Okay, so don't worry, we'll get into that after we cover at least 4 to 5 topics. Shell script makes sense when you know Linux, when you understand Linux, then only you have to learn shell scripting. Otherwise, there is no point. Then you'll get confused what's happening. Okay, so when you have a task, open the notepad and start typing the commands. For example, the first task is create home directory and make sure the consultants group is the group owner for that directory. The directory is consultant. So first mkdir/home/consultant. Next, when you do this, with every step, you have to validate, you have to verify. How do you verify whether directory has been created or not? With ls, you can do that. ls-ld/homes consultant. Do you remember this D option? D option is to just list the properties of this directory, not to open what is inside, or not to open the directory. If you don't use D, what will happen? ls will enter this location and then it will say total 0 or 0 files. But if you use D, it will not enter consultant, and rather than that, it will show you the properties of consultant directory. Okay. So why are we interested in the properties? Because we want to see who is the owner. Normally you would see it like this: read, write, execute, read-execute, read-execute will be the permissions. Root will be the owner. Root group will be the group owner, some size and all. And finally, you will see /home/consultant directory. Now the second task is to change the group owner from root to consultants, right? So do we have that consultants group? I don't think so. So let's create it using group add consultants. Now next task is to change the owner, group owner. Okay, so ch change owner, own space. I want to retain the owner, which is root, and want to change the group owner to consultants. On which directory? /home consultant. And then you again verify with ls-ld whether the change was applied or not, change has been made or not. Okay, so with this, you will see something like this. This will be the output. Consultants, right? Okay, next one. Next is modify the permissions of the consultants group to allow its group members to create files in and delete files from the consultants directory. So it simply means the group members of consultants should be able to read, write, and execute on this /home consultant folder, the directory. Right now, what are the permissions? Consultant consultants group members can only read and execute. Write permission is missing. So how can you apply the write permission? Multiple ways. One way is chmod g is equal to read, write, execute on/home consultant. Next option is chmod g plus w on/home consultant. Another option is chmod 775 on/home consultant. It's your wish. You want to run this command first, second, or third command, doesn't matter, the result will be the same. Okay, so for now I'll go with the easiest one, which is add whatever is missing. So what is missing? W is missing, so add it. For the group, add w, add the write permission. After this, you run the same command ls-ld to confirm, and the updated permissions will look like this. It will be read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read-execute, root consultants, and the directory. All right. Any doubts till now, guys? Any questions?
सर ये स्पेसिफिक टू प्राइमरी ग्रुप के लिए हैं सारी परमिशंस.
This is the group. Here it doesn't matter whether it's a primary or secondary, but when this directory is created, the initial ownership details are as per who is the owner, who ran the command, who executed the command will be the owner of the file, and its primary group will be the group owner of that file. Okay.
तो यहाँ इस केस में सर कंसल्टेंट हो गया ना यहाँ पे, तो प्राइमरी पे.
No. You remember when you create this directory as root, the owner will be root, the group owner will be primary group root, and then the next task was to change the group owner to consultants group. So we add the consultants group, we run the chown command, change the group ownership to consultants, and that's how we end up with this output. Okay, so that's why I'm saying you have to verify each and every step, and then you'll be able to understand what's happening.
तो सर मेरा वही क्वेश्चन था कि यहाँ पे प्राइमरी तो फिर हमने चेंज कर दिया ना, रूट से कंसल्टेंट बना दिया.
Primary group of root user is root group. Okay, we are just making the change on the directory level. We are not making any change on the user properties. Right now we are making change on consultant directory. Who is the owner of consultant directory? Root user, and by default root group will be the group owner. As per the question, we have to change this root group to consultants group. We did it with chown. We are not playing with user permissions, user properties. We are not changing anything in passwd file. We are not using user mod command. Okay. So it is all about directory, the folder. We are changing the properties of that directory. Okay, the next one is okay, so the question is to log in as the member of consultants group as consultant 1 user. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's create 3 more users, consultant 1, 2, 3, and make them part of consultants group. So user add -G will be part of consultants group, and the username consultant 1. Let's say const 1 like this. Let's keep it short. So let's have 3 users, 2 and 3. Now we have 3 users, part of consultants group as secondary group, and as per the task, we need to log in with any one group member. Let's say consultant 1, and go to this location /home consultant and create a file by the name consultant1.txt. So if group members are allowed to write, then only it will be possible, right? So yes, group members will be, because we have write permission. We have added write permission for the group members. Group is consultants. Const 1, 2, 3 will be able to enter this location and create files because we have write permission added. Okay, so simply enter cd/home consultant and then create a file using touch. So don't forget to switch to consultant one. Enter this directory, touch a file, consultant one.txt. Ensure all the members of consultant groups can edit the consultant one.txt. Change the group ownership of the consultant one file to consultants. Okay, so when you create this file, the file ownership will be like this. The details will be like this: read, write, hyphen, read, hyphen, hyphen, read, hyphen, hyphen. The owner is consultant one. The group owner is consultant one. And the file name is consultant1.txt. const1.txt. Okay, my bad. The owner will be const1 because we are using short names. The group name, again, const1. File name, consultant1.txt. Right, so uh, let's uh, let's log in as consultant 2. Now, as consultant 2, what do you think? Will I be able to edit consultant1.txt? Who is the owner? Consultant 1. What are the permissions? Read write. So owner can read write on the file. Okay. Consultant 2, is consultant 2 part of consultant 1 group? No. Consultant 2 is part of consultant 2 group and consultants group. So technically, as per the remaining permissions, consultant 2 is part of others. Others have read only permission. So we won't be able to perform the task. What is the workaround? The workaround is if I change this group ownership to consultants, then what will happen? Consultant 2 is part of consultants group and the group permissions are read only for now, which means I have to change the permissions also. So now consultant 2 being member of consultants will be able to read and write on consultant1.txt. Okay, so this is how you as an admin have to make sure things work. Okay, and group members can read and write. Okay, so this is the requirement. So I made the change within this line. So let me revert back. Okay, so it means change the add write permission for the group and change the group name. G plus X, sorry, G plus W on consultant1.txt. Next, change the ownership. Consultant 1 is the owner, that's fine. Colon, consultants will be the group owner on the file consultant1.txt. Right. Next, ensure the student can add content to consultant. Okay, so it means student user should also be part of consultants group. So here I can use user mod command. User mod for existing user. Retain all the previous secondary groups and add consultant group in the list for student user. Okay, so these are the commands. So this is how you are going to practice, and you should practice like this only. Okay, don't just simply get into the virtual machine and start typing. First, you draft your response, and then you can maybe copy paste the commands. It got locked. Okay, hold on. Let me remove the lock. Settings, privacy, screen lock never, off, done. Okay. So now I have prepared the commands and I need to now copy paste the commands on this virtual machine. So the fastest way of working on a machine with copy paste shortcuts is by connecting this machine using SSH. SSH is a system using which you can connect to any machine using network. So the server can be on on the same building wherever you are working, or it can be in a different data center, out of your state, out of the country. It can be anywhere. Okay. So using SSH, you can do that. For now, you can also follow the same. Just connect to the using SSH. Later on, we'll see how SSH works in the background. Right. So first of all, you find the IP of your machine, which is in my case, it is 192.168.106.140. Okay. So minimize this virtual machine, minimize everything. And from the start menu, open PowerShell. Or even better, if
बेटा
you
उधर तो नहीं चल सकती हो, जगह है भाई, इससे लग जाएगा ना।
okay, even better, if you have Windows terminal installed, it is basically a good alternative. So in my system, terminal is there. Yes, terminal is there. If you don't have terminal, no worries. Go to Windows Store and find terminal here. It is from Microsoft itself. See, Windows terminal. It is installed in my system, developed by Microsoft Corporation. So install it. Okay. So when you have the terminal installed, it will look like this. When you open it, it will open PowerShell by default. You can see the first line, Windows PowerShell. Now this PowerShell is similar to Bash shell on Linux. It supports many shell commands. See this ls command. In Windows, I'm running ls and it is displaying some output. Although the output is not familiar because we are in Linux, we say read, write, execute the permissions, but here we have A, R, L, all these things. L is a link. Okay. R is read. D is a directory. I don't know what is A. Okay. Not only ls command, you can also mkdir, rm, cp, mv, move. All these commands are allowed in PowerShell in Windows. Okay. So first of all, note the IP. In my case, it is 192.168.106.140. And you have to use SSH command space the username, let's say root @ this IP address. So SSH space root user @ this IP. So this SSH should prompt for the root password when you press enter. Yes, I want to connect. The root password is Red Hat. And there you go. I logged into the machine. So this machine is minimized right now, but using the internal networking from Windows to Linux, I was Windows to virtual machine. I was able to connect to this virtual machine using the network, internal network, which is there in my laptop. So who created this network? When you install VMware Workstation, this internal networking is also performed. It's also configured. You don't have to do anything. Okay, you can ping your machine, virtual machine. You can also connect to your virtual machine using the SSH, like I did. And now I am logged into this machine with pwd. You can check logged in as root inside root home directory. Also, I can grep bash and see how many users are there. Student user, user1, demo2, demo10, like that. So yeah, you are actually working on the server. All right. So the benefit of using terminal is you can use Control C to copy, Control V to paste, just like in Windows. Okay, so I'll do the same now. Create a directory. Okay, directory created. Verify ls-ld. So /home consultant, the directory has been created, consultant directory. Ownership is root. Permissions are 755, the same which I specified. 755 root. Next was to make sure consultants group owns this directory. We don't have consultants group, so let's add this group. Okay, group added. Next is to use chown command and make the changes in the ownership. ls-ld again to verify. Previously, root group was the owner. Now, consultants group is the owner of consultant directory. Okay, all the members of consultants group will be able to read and execute on consultant directory. Why only read execute? Because of these permissions which are there, the default permissions. Okay, Next was to make sure consultant group members are able to write on this directory. So you have to add the missing permission, missing write permission, G plus W with chmod command. ls-ld again. Now compare previous permissions 755, updated permissions 775. Okay. Next, log in as a user who is a member of consultants group. We don't have any such user who is part of consultants group. Let's create 3 users and let's add student as well into consultants group. Okay. So user add with -G, capital G, consultants, const1. So const1 is the first user, second user and third user, and user mod -A, capital G, consultants, student user. Done. Let's run id command on all these 4 users. So const1 is part of consultants group, same const2 and student as well. You can see student is part of wheel and consultants group. So we have 3 or 4 users. There is one shortcut to find how many users are part of this group. You simply grep the group from the etc group file. And there you go, consultants group. These many users are part of this group. So multiple ways of validating things or the configuration. Okay, so you have to log in as one of the group member, let's say consultant 1. So you can switch to this user, switch user to consultant 1, const 1, and enter cd/home consultant. Done. Okay, now next step was to create a file by the name consultant1.txt. Using touch, you can create. Okay, file has been created. Check the permissions. It says 644. Owner can read and write. Group owners can read only. Others can read only. Who is the group owner? Sorry, who is the owner? Consultant 1 user. Who is the group owner? Consultant 1 group. Is anyone part of consultant 1 group? Let me first check. Grep consultant 1 from etc group file. So there is no one part of, there is no user is part of consultant 1. No members, 0 members. Okay, but the requirement is consultants group members should be able to read and write on this file. Okay, checking the file again, we can obviously notice that first of all, consultants group is nowhere to be found as the owner. Okay, also for the others, no write permission. For the group, no write permission. So the workaround is not a workaround, but the procedure is to make sure the file is owned by consultants, and for the group, write permission is also added. Chown, the original owner, consultant 1, colon, the new group, consultants. Okay, on the file consultant1.txt. Right. ls-l to verify. Now this is done. The last thing is add write permission for the group. chmod g+w on consultant1.txt. ls-l again. Now the group owners or the group permissions are read and write. What is the group owner name? It is consultants group. How many users are part of consultants group? 4 users. So all the 4 users will be able to read and write on consultant1.txt. You can check. Let me log in as student. Okay, log in as student. Okay, I forgot the student user's password. Let me reset. Or just, yeah, let me reset because I'll be using the user. Passwd student. Let me set as red hat. Switch to student. cd home consultant, sorry. And here there is a file consultant1. Let me try to modify consultant1. Am I able to? Okay, I'm typing garbage. Save and exit. And there you go. The file has been modified. Cat the file and check. Yes. You can see the same information. Okay, so this is the exercise. Any doubts, guys? Any question? All right, guys. As I said earlier as well, with every topic, there might be one exercise or multiple exercises and one end of chapter lab. Okay, so you have to follow, you have to cover all of those exercises. Guided exercises come along with the solution, and the labs, you have to type the solution. And the method always should be open the notepad, type the commands, type the solution. This is how you're going to remember. This is how you will increase the speed, your typing speed. Basically, this is an exercise to develop your muscle memory, your fingers muscle memory. Okay. Okay, next topic is manage default permissions. Now, what is a default permission? See, as a student user, I'm logged in right now. If I check ls-l, many files. Let me get into, let's say, music, CD music. It's empty. Let me create one file and one directory. Touch file1, enter. mkdir directory1, enter. Now, did I tell bash shell to apply certain permissions on file1 and directory1? No. I simply run the command touch to create a file, mkdir to create a directory. I did not dictate what permissions should be applied on these file and directory. But if you check ls-l, you will find that on a directory, on this directory 1, 755 has been automatically applied. Similarly, on file 1, 644 has been automatically applied. Did I tell the system to apply these permissions? No. Then what caused these permission to be applied on these objects? There is a thing called umask. Umask is a number, and based on that number, the final or the default permissions are calculated. These are the default permissions. Okay, automatically these permissions are calculated in the background, and for every user there is a umask number associated. You want to find what is the umask number for student? Type the command umask. It says the number or the umask number for student user is 0022. Okay, so there is some math associated, plus minus, not more than that, which you should know. It's not a big of a deal, but if you know it, it will obviously help you with interviews and all. Okay. So for student user, what is the umask number? It is 0022. So when the user created a file, the permissions were 644, or you can also add a 0 because doesn't matter. The leading 0 has no value because the umask is 4-digit. That's why I'm using a 4-digit permission, right? So this 644 you saw here automatically applied. Now how and why? What is the math? What is the background formula? Same way for directory 1. A permission applied automatically 755. You can also add a 0. So based on this umask, these two permissions were automatically calculated. So the formula is, first thing to remember, when we talk about a file, the maximum permissions on a file can be 666. Why not 777? Because a file, a text file, you can read a file, you can write on a file. Later on, you choose to type a code in a file, and then later on you can add execute permission. Okay. So initially 666 is considered as maximum permissions for a file. Similarly, directory, the maximum permissions on a directory can be 777. Okay, so why 777? Because you add execute. Without execute, you cannot enter the folder, the directory. That's why execute is mandatory in the directory. So 666 in the case of file, 777 in the case of directory. You can also use 0, leading 0, doesn't matter. Okay. Now, how umask plays the role of deciding the default permissions. You simply deduct the umask from the maximum permission. So the umask is what? 0022. Okay. And when you subtract, you're left with what? You're left with 644. Okay. So it will be 0. 6 minus 0 is 6. 6 minus 2 is 4. 6 minus 2 is 4. So this way, the file 1 got 644 permission. Okay, so file permissions 666 minus the umask, you end up with the default permissions. Same way for the directory. Subtract umask, which is 0022, and you end up with 0755. Right? And these are the default permissions for the directory 1 which you created. This is the background calculation. Okay. So umask is 0022, stat file 1 644. 644 because 666 minus 0022 or 022. You will end up with 644. Same way, stat directory 1, it says 755. So 022 minus 777, sorry, 777 minus 022, you will end up with 755. Okay. Okay. So now, who is setting this umask? This is the question. So when you log into the system, in the background, many configuration files run, and in one of those configuration files, umask is defined for that user. Okay. So let me show you one thing. Let's say I forgot which is that configuration file where umask is specified. You know grep, right? So let's use grep. Try to find umask. -I means ignore the case. Okay, so grep -I umask. Unfortunately, I don't remember the file, but I know a location where that file might be present. etc. All the configurations are in etc. If you want grep to scan the entire etc, then you have to use the option -R. You want to see the result along with the line numbers and the file name, you have to use the option N. So I for ignore the case, R for recursive search on etc, N for displaying the line numbers. Okay, line numbers in the output. Press enter. Now check carefully what's happening. It says there is a file etcfs tab on line number 14. In this file, line number 14, umask is specified. Now this is not the configuration I'm looking for. Okay, so lvmconf, then there are many other things. Finally, there is a file by the name login.defs, and there is the configuration umask 022. 022 or 0022, both are the same. And this is the configuration which is affecting my user's umask. Okay. Also, guys, if you get to see this permission denied, it means you need to run the same command, same grep command as root. Okay, so let me run this as root. Sudo space enter red hat. Now this time there are no colors. Let me add -- color is equal to auto. Okay. Now lvmconf and all these things, then login.defs, then there is one more file called bashrc. Okay. Then there is one more csshrc. And okay. So these are the important files, but the actual 022 is specified here and in the bash rc as well, and chshrc as well. Okay, so 3 files where you see the umask with 022. Let's analyze these files one by one. Let's open the first one, login.defs. Let me open it in a new tab. Okay, so as a root user, let me open this file, cat this file. Okay, and just find this umask configuration. Here it is. It says umask 022. This is the initial umask value used by login or non-PAM labeled system. Basically, when your user logs into the system, automatically this 022 umask will be applied. Okay, if you want to change the umask for all the users, you can change it here. So next time user logs in, there will be a different umask and different permission applied on the file. Okay, default permissions will change. Next file was bash rc. Okay, so let's open this file, cat/etc bash rc. Okay, so more or less it's a kind of a shell script. Okay, and umask is specified over, just a second. What was that line number? Which bash rc line number 6869. So let me open this file with -n option with cat. This will show us the line numbers and 6869. Yeah, here it is. It says set default umask for non-login shell only if it is set to 0. Umask if it is 0 and umask 022. So there is a code running, not applicable for us, the non-root users. Okay. Next file was csh/csshrc and line number 6 and 7. Open the file with cat-n so that you see the line numbers, and line number 6 and 7, here it is. It says set the default umask for non-login shell, again not applicable for non-root users. Okay, ignore it. So there is only one configuration file right now which will affect the umask for the users, and that configuration file is a global configuration file. It means whatever change you make will be applied to all the users throughout the system. Okay, and which line number it was? Let me scroll up. Line number 117, umask 022. So yeah, this is good. Okay, now you know that when you specify a umask number here, all the users in the system will also have the same umask number. When they log in, automatically this number will be applied. Okay, but sometimes users are like, okay, for me the umask should be different because I want the default permissions as for a file. Let's say there is a user by the name demo1. Okay, demo1 says when I create a file, the file permission should be 660, and when I create a directory, the permission should be 770. Now, what umask will result in 660 and 770? Let's try to find it out. Okay, so in the case of file, where the file permissions are 666, what umask should be used? What umask should be used, which results in 660? The result should be 660. Okay, so 6 minus 0 is 6. 6 minus 0 is 6. 6 minus 6 is 0. So umask 006. Wait, hold on. This is not the final umask. Let's calculate for directory as well. Directory 777. What umask should we use so that we get 770? Okay. So what umask to use so that the result is 770? 7 minus 0 is 7. 7 minus 0 is 7. 7 minus 7 is 0. So now we get to see two umasks. Which umask to choose? Always choose the higher one. Okay, because if you use 7 here, a higher value, 6 minus 7 is -1. -1 is considered as 0. So which means you will get 0. Okay, so you feel free, or it's safe to use a higher umask. Okay, so umask 007 is the umask for, should be the umask for demo1 user. Now the question is how to set it up, because for the remaining users 0022 or 022 is more than enough. But how to set 007 or 0007, that is also same for demo1. And you can do this by modifying files inside the home directory of demo1. Inside demo1, there will be a file by the name .bash rc. Okay, so this bash rc is the configuration file for the bash shell. So in this file, simply type the command umask space 007 or even 0007, doesn't matter. So this will make sure whenever user logs in, umask 007 will be applied immediately. Okay, All right, see this. cd/home demo 1, okay, maybe demo 10, vi.bashrc. Okay, so it's a file. As I said, the first command, type it as maybe in the second line or the first line, doesn't matter. Type umask space 0007 or 007, save and exit, and you are done. So next time you log in, let me log in as demo 10, su-demo 10. What is the umask number? It is 0007. Whereas if I log in as student, what is the umask number? It is still 0022. So user customizations are handled by the home directory RC files or bash RC file and bash profile. There is another file, bash profile. Let me show it to you. ls-la. There is a file by the name bash RC, another file by the name bash logout. Oh, sorry, bash profile. Okay, so bash profile and bash RC, these are scripts, shell scripts, which run automatically when the user logs in. vi.bash_profile. It simply says to load bash RC. That's why I said to run the commands in bash RC straight away. It is simply loading the bash RC file. Okay. And what is happening in bash RC? Okay, so path variable is being defined. Okay, and if you have another like set the umask number, you will be typing the command here. Also, one more thing, the alias. Because if you set an alias, let's say LD, first of all, let me see which LD. LD is command, okay. Which LT, LT is no command. So I want to set alias of ls-ltrh as LT. So alias LT, the original command should be ls-ltrh, enter. With alias command, you can see that LT is shortcut for ls-ltrh, but this is not permanent. You want to set it permanent? You type the same command, alias space ls-ltrh, like that, inside bash rc, vi.bashrc. So type the command here, save and exit, and you're done. Log out and log in back, and you will find the alias has been permanently set. You can see LT as an alias again. Okay, but if there is no permanent alias command in bash rc, you will have to set the alias again every time you log in. So if sometime it happens, guys, why have I ever set an alias? Yes, only once, when the server name was really lengthy. Let me give you an example. So there was a server. Every day I had to log into that server, and that server name was. So this is the server name. And how do I connect to this server? As I said, using SSH. SSH space my user ID. It was IN0876 something something @ this server name. So one way is to remember this complete name, or one way is to keep this command in a notepad, copy this command, paste it. Or I will create an alias. Alias by the name, let's say Seki, because there is a word Seki in the host name, right? In the server name. So when I type Seki, automatically in the background, SSH by my username and this machine name should run in the background, and that's it. Okay, so next time when I run Seki command, automatically the SSH will run, although my virtual machine won't be able to connect to this server. Okay, but you see, it says SSH could not resolve hostname, so this command ran in the background. This will help you, save your some time, maybe few seconds at least. Okay, and I had at least 10 servers with these lengthy names. So that's why I created an alias just for myself. You can also try it if you want, okay? And you will be doing it because, cloud instances have lengthy names. You will be storing the names in a notepad and then copy paste the SSH command. Better to create an alias, because you will be working on one machine, one server. From there, you will be launching the automations, connection to the cloud, and everything. So why not to create alias on that machine? It will help you speed up your work, right? All right. Okay, so special permissions. All right, special permissions. I don't think we will be able to finish in time. Let's go to the next one then. Tomorrow we'll get into special permissions, okay? Okay, so next one is chapter 8, monitoring and managing Linux process. What is a Linux process, or what is a process? Process is a program which is running in the background. It is using some RAM, using some CPU, etc. Just like you check on Task Manager in Windows. What do you see in the Task Manager? On the left hand side column, the first column, all the processes, all the programs which are running in the background. Then third column is percent CPU utilization. Right now, total 15% of the CPU is being utilized. And if I sort, just click on CPU, 5% of the CPU is being used by Zoom meeting. 3% is used by WMI provider. I don't know what is this. 1% by desktop manager, the GUI of Windows. Likewise. Okay. Similarly, 60% of the total memory on my laptop is consumed right now. And if I just click on it again, it says Chrome is using 1.1 GB of the RAM. Zoom is using 300 megabytes of the RAM, etc. Right? Same with the disk. Which application is accessing the disk more frequently? It says system, the Windows operating system is doing something on the hard disk, maybe creating some temporary files. Okay. So this is the overall picture on my laptop. What about the virtual machine? How to find the same information? So there are multiple ways. Okay, first way is to run a top command. Top is more or less equivalent to task manager in Windows. Okay, using top command on the CLI, you'll get to see what's happening. In fact, let me open the GUI and show you one more thing. In the GUI, you can open one application which is called System Monitor, which is exactly the same thing, right? You get to see which application is running, the first column. Second column is which user launched that application or that process. Third column is percent CPU. You click on the heading percent CPU, it will sort. It will tell you then which application is using the highest CPU. If in case you want to get rid of that application, you can right click and you can say stop or even kill. What is the difference between stop, kill? I'll tell you maybe tomorrow. Okay, so for now, I'm just trying to summarize things. Right, and similarly, memory, disk information, total read, total write, etc. And one more thing, there is a thing called priority. There are many processes with high priority and few processes with very low or low priority, but most of the processes have normal priority. So what is this priority? Okay, so priority basically means CPU will be processing or executing these processes first with the high priority first, normal priority as normal, low priority in the end. Okay, so tomorrow we'll see about priority, because again, this is very important. Actually, priorities were important back in the days, not now. You know why? Because these days we have plenty of resources. If we talk about a CPU, even a consumer grade CPU like on a laptop, 14th gen Intel CPU, they have more than 20 cores. Okay, more than 20 cores. Okay, sorry, more than 12 cores and more than 20 threads. Okay, and base speed is 3 gigahertz, which can reach up to 5 gigahertz. This is This is about the consumer level hardware. I'm not talking about the server level hardware. On the server level, you will find 48 cores, 64 threads, or even 80, 90 threads, and speeds going up to 6 gigahertz. Okay, so we have plenty of resources, plenty of processing power available. But back in the days, it was like one CPU, one core, and one thread. Okay, so one CPU, one core, one thread. And on a server, it can go up to two CPU, two cores, and two threads. Okay, and at that time, motherboards were capable of handling 4 CPUs at a time. So 4 CPU, 4 cores, and 4 threads at max. Okay, and at that time, the priorities, the process priorities were really important. Okay. All right, so let me go to the PPT now. So yeah, the first one, as I said, is top command. Using top, you can check. Another one is PS command. PS command will give you a kind of a snapshot. Top is going to give you a real-time information, and PS will give you snapshot of the current date and time, what's happening in the background, how many programs are running, like that. Okay, so let me show you the output. So first of all, whenever you're dealing with top command or PS command, be root user. Without root also you can run these commands, not a problem. But if you are root, you will get additional information. Okay, so for example, PS, enter. It says that right now, for root user, bash shell is running and someone used sudo su command to become root. Yes, as a student, I ran sudo su and then I became root. And yes, bash is also running in the background. Okay, but this is fine. I want to see what is running for the system, for the operating system. Then with PS, I need to run some options like -e, f. -e and f are used to show the system related processes, and the full header, like full columns. How many columns there are? Let me show you. UID, PID, PPID, C, S time, TTY, time, CMD. Okay, don't worry about all of these columns, obviously. Just focus on the main ones. The main ones are UID, PID, and CMD. Okay, these 3 or 4. So UID means who started this process. PID is process ID. UID is user ID. PID is process ID. Every process which is running in the RAM in the background will be having a unique identification number, PID. And the command. Command is what is running actually. So if I explain you the first row, it says from USR lib system D system, there is a, just a second, let me run it again.